In the bustling Dongzhou, at the Dongwang International Hotel, night descended with a gentle patter of spring rain. Xiao Tianji, clad entirely in black, stood silently under the rhythmic sound of raindrops, inhaling the essence of the city. In the distance, the flow of traffic ebbed and flowed, neon lights flickering like restless spirits. He lit a cigarette, his mind drifting back to 8 years ago. Xiao Tianji, you worthless fool. Do you truly believe you can get something for nothing? You become the son-in-law of the Murong family, and it's high time you served us. Your enlistment is a sign of our regard for you. If you happen to die on the battlefield, we would count ourselves fortunate our Xiaoyu would be free to remarry. The spring air was still tinged with chill, and the icy rain soaked his long hair, yet it could not dampen the deep, piercing brightness of his eyes, which glinted like a blade. 8 years prior, he had been cast out by the Murong family, forced to fulfill his military duties. At a tender age, he had embarked on the battlefield, a mere wisp of a young man, thrown into chaos. After 8 years of blood and fire, he had vanquished countless foes and earned his renown. Now he once again stood in this very city. Familiar sights flickered in his mind, memories of distant figures danced like ghosts at the edge of his recollection. For a moment, he could not suppress a surge of emotion. General, shall we enter? Shen Wangqing has been waiting for quite some time. A towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, quietly approached, holding an umbrella over Xiao Tianji's head. Xiao Tianji smiled faintly. Baozi, once a warrior, always a warrior, even when donning the commoner's garb. Are you certain you will not regret following me? Baozi responded solemnly. A loyal leopard lives for the general and dies as his ghost. In this lifetime, as long as I am able to follow my general, I will have nothing left to wish for. He paused and added quietly, though you have stepped down from the command, leading the dragon squad is no mere common task. Xiao Tianji nodded. Has Shen Wangqing discerned my true identity? Baozi replied, in the dragon squad, Shen Wangqing is but a minor leader, lacking the authority to know. I merely informed him that an esteemed guest wished to meet him. His public persona is that of the founder of the Wangqing Group, revered as a business guru by many in the country, a titan of capital. During his stay in Dongzhou, numerous individuals are eager to host a welcome banquet for him, primarily seeking to curry favor and secure investment from Shen Wangqing. Xiao Tianji's gaze flickered. Have the Murong family also arrived? Indeed. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Tianji flicked away the cigarette butt and strode towards the hotel. At the Dongwang International Hotel, without a doubt, the most luxurious establishment in Dongzhou, boasting 5-star amenities, a haven for the affluent and illustrious. Following the long red carpet, they entered the elevator hall. Baozi whispered, General, Shen Wangqing is in a private room. Go ahead, you know what to say. Xiao Tianji nonchalantly instructed. As the elevator doors opened, he made his way directly into the main hall. Inside, the hall buzzed with the prominent families of Dongzhou, all dressed in finery, engaged in lively conversation as they awaited Shen Wangqing's arrival. Upon entering, he was immediately enveloped by a wave of warmth mixed with the overwhelming sense of perfumes. The crystal chandeliers, reflecting the light off numerous glasses, created a rather glaring spectacle. He couldn't help but squint. Accustomed to the harsh realities of battle, he felt a touch of discomfort amidst the opulence. Finding a secluded corner to sit, he cast a placid gaze around the room. These glittering socialites, exquisitely adorned, wore expressions that plainly conveyed one thing: ambition. For them, linking with Shen Wangqing represented a monumental opportunity. As he sampled a piece of pastry, he was suddenly greeted by a sharp voice. Xiao Tianji, is that really you? You're alive? How on earth did you manage to come here? The voice was jarring. Xiao Tianji turned toward the sound, frowning. Striding toward him was a heavily made-up woman, attempting to mask her age behind layers of decoration, but the loose skin betrayed her to be at least in her 50s. She held a glass of red wine, approaching with an air of disdain. Xiao Tianji's gaze shifted. It was Lilan, his mother-in-law. Mother, what's going on? Were you just speaking of Xiao Tianji? From a distance, 2 young women in winered gowns, their figures quite appealing, hastened toward him. They were his wife Murong Yu's sisters, Murong Qing and Murong Qian. Not seeing his wife present, a flicker of disappointment crossed Xiao Tianji's features. Of course, she was to be married tomorrow. What brings you back, you good for nothing? What purpose do you serve by returning at this time? Li Lan's tone was filled with suspicion. So, this was the son-in-law that the Murong family had once scorned? Tales had circulated that he had been driven from home, presumed dead in oblivion. Who would have thought he would appear here now? The surrounding guests began to take notice. Seeing Xiao Tianji's worn attire and the pastry he held, scorn danced in their eyes. With deliberate calm, Xiao Tianji took a bite of the pastry, responding casually, "I've come to see someone." "See someone?" Murong Qian snickered derisively. "Xiao Tianji, what gives you the right to meet Shen Wanqing? Take a look in the mirror." "Exactly. Boss Shun is a big shot. How could he meet someone reduced to begging like you? I assume you're not thinking of leveraging your connection as a son-in-law to the Murong family to seek charity?" Murong Qing added with biting mockery. Li Lan scoffed. "Xiao Tianji, you might as well abandon that fantasy. Since you've shown up, I can let you know frankly, your marriage to Xiao Yu was merely a facade, and that facade has now come to an end. Tomorrow, she will marry young Master Yin Tian of the Sima family and become his wife. Mother, when you meet Shen Wanqing, please do mention it. If Mr. Shan attends my sister's wedding, it would undoubtedly be an honor." Murong Qing said gleefully. "Of course," Li Lan replied with pride, her gaze turning scornfully toward Xiao Tianji. "Shen Wanqing will be making his entrance shortly. You, good for nothing, should hurry and leave. Don't embarrass us here." Xiao Tianji looked toward the entrance, a cold smile playing on his lips. "Perhaps you should inquire of Shen Wanqing whether he dares to dismiss me." As the door swung open, Shen Wanqing, accompanied by Baozi, strode in with determination. Upon spotting Xiao Tianji, fear creased his brow. "Boss Shen." Li Lan rushed forward, her voice dripping with obsequiousness. "Please don't be angry. This imbecile was merely a dog we kept around. He'll have him removed at once. Where are the security personnel? Come quickly." She was well aware that Shen Wanqing held certain standards. In a room filled with distinguished guests, Xiao Tianji stood out like a sore thumb, drenched and out of place. She feared that Shen Wanqing might take offense. But as Shen Wanqing approached Xiao Tianji, he lowered his head respectfully. "Mr. Xiao, I had no inkling of your arrival. I sincerely apologize for the oversight. Please forgive me." "What?" Li Lan was taken aback, incredulous. "Boss Shen, have you mistaken someone for another?" Shen Wanqing's voice turned sharp. "Didn't you say you wanted Mr. Xiao to leave? I seize this woman and expel her." The security personnel, initially advancing toward Xiao Tianji, rushed to comply with Shen Wanqing's orders, swiftly escorting Li Lan away. "Let go of me. What are you doing?" "Xiao Tianji, this isn't over between us." The room erupted in a stir. "Sir," Shen Wanqing reiterated, bowing respectfully. Xiao Tianji replied coolly, "Baozi has briefed you, I take it?" "Indeed. Wanqing shall obediently heed your commands and proceed with caution." Xiao Tianji nodded, rose, and hesitated momentarily before surveying the surroundings. With a cold smirk, he declared, "I believe everyone will be attending my wife's wedding tomorrow. Please relay a message. I, Xiao Tianji, have returned." With that, he turned on his heel and strode away, leaving an astonished crowd behind. Chapter 2. A beauty like Jade Mother, what should we do? Xiao Tianji has returned, and it seems he knows Shen Wanqing. Why does Shen Wanqing show him such deference? Outside, Murong Qian and Murong Qing spoke in hushed tones, their expressions a mixture of confusion and concern. Li Lan gritted her teeth and responded, "I have long heard that Shen Wanqing is a man who repays his debts of gratitude. The person surnamed Xiao must have helped him at some point, which is why he feels such gratitude. Today, Shen Wanqing has granted him this courtesy, but once he leaves this door, he remains merely a dog that our Murong family once raised. And what of tomorrow's wedding? This matter must not be mentioned, especially not to Xiao Yu. This union is of utmost importance to our Murong family, and I will not allow anyone to jeopardize it. If Xiao Tianji dares to come, I will make him regret it profoundly. Miss Murong Yu, do you accept Mr. Sima Yuntian as your husband, to love him forever, in both poverty and wealth? To comfort him, respect him, and cherish him?" The officiant beamed at Murong Yu during the lavish ceremony. Silence ensued. Clad in a wedding gown that made her resemble a celestial being, Murong Yu's face was as cold as water, devoid of any joy. "Miss Murong Yu." The officiant gently prodded, repeating the question once more, but still, silence prevailed. The guests began to murmur among themselves. Many had attended Shen Wanqing's banquet the previous day and witnessed the spectacle. However, the Murong family had silenced them. They believed that Shen Wanqing's favor toward Xiao Tianji was merely an act of gratitude. Without Shen Wanqing's protection, Xiao Tianji was still that useless son-in-law. Third brother, whether our Murong family can weather this storm rests on your shoulders. Don't falter now. Speak quickly and avoid embarrassing young Master Yuntian, Li Lan scolded softly. "I." Murong Yu finally spoke, intending to nod reluctantly. Sima Yuntian eagerly awaited her response. The guests held their breath, ready to cheer. At that moment, a loud bang resonated as the double doors of the hall were kicked open. The wedding must cease. A man, as imposing as a mountain, stood at the entrance, his voice commanding and startling all present. Sima Yuntian shouted in anger, "Who dares to halt my wedding? Where are the security guards? Get him out." About 10 security personnel rushed forward, shouting. Without sparing a glance, the imposing figure swiftly dispatched them with a single kick and stepped aside, respectfully calling out, "Boss, the wedding may continue, but the groom shall not be you." A detached voice echoed as a tall man in a trench coat entered, his features sharp and his gaze deep as the starry night sky. "Xiao Tianji, he truly has come." The guests were filled with uncertainty. "What did you say? The groom is not me? Could it possibly be you?" Sima Yuntian retorted angrily. Xiao Tianji turned to Murong Yu, paused for a moment, and then softly said, "If she wishes, then today I shall grant her a wedding." Murong Yu trembled. From the moment she laid eyes on Xiao Tianji, incredulity radiated from her beautiful eyes. "You are Xiao," she stammered, struggling to recognize the man who had changed so drastically after 8 years. Xiao Tianji's cold gaze softened slightly. "I am your husband. I have returned." Her father, Murong Hai, the head of the Murong family business, remained silent for a moment before finally speaking. "Xiao Tianji, I understand your motives for returning, especially at this critical juncture. Speak, how much do you want?" Sima Yuntian, realizing the situation, smirked. "Though you were merely a tool 8 years ago and never consummated the marriage, it's of no consequence. I can offer you a sum of money you might never see again, on the condition that you kneel and watch from the sidelines. After the wedding, you must ensure you vanish from Xiaoyu's life forever." He intended to humiliate Xiao Tianji before all. Truly generous of young Master Sima. The onlookers mocked. "Boss," Leopard growled, his eyes aflame with fury, unwilling to allow such indignities to befall his leader. They failed to remember who had fought valiantly outside, allowing them their current peace. Xiao Tianji shook his head. "I will handle this myself. No one is to leave without my command." He strode purposefully towards the stage. "Dare to touch my sister, and I'll end you." Suddenly, a young man in a white suit, his hair slicked back, charged forward. Murong Yu, the sole heir of the Murong family, had been a high school student when Xiao Tianji had married into their family 8 years prior. Now, observing the disheveled state of Yunpeng, reeking of liquor, and spotting a fresh lipstick mark on his neck, Xiao Tianji frowned. From the corner of his eye, he noticed a disheveled woman hastily leaving a room. Realizing that this young man had been misbehaving at his sister's wedding. "You insolent wretch. The truth is, we brought you into the family merely to replace me in military service. You were to be the scapegoat. Now that you've returned, what difference does it make? You're just a useless soldier. Open your eyes and see, my sister will soon become the young mistress of the Sima family. You, a mere cur, have no right to be here. If you dare to extort our Murong family's wealth, know that even a bun for a dog will not be given to you. Leave now, or I'll make you lie down." He brandished a nearby wine bottle, pointing it threateningly at Xiao Tianji. With Yunpeng's declaration, the crowd exchanged amused glances, fully aware of his notorious reputation as a spoiled heir who frequently resorted to violence. "Yunpeng, speak respectfully," Murong Yu interjected, unable to restrain herself. Strictly speaking, the Murong family had taken advantage of Xiao Tianji 8 years ago. Although she had only realized this later, she felt a twinge of guilt for her unwitting complicity. "What? Are you defending this scoundrel? Do not forget your current status. You are young Master Yuntian's wife. You brought this upon yourself." Yunpeng's words ignited his anger further, and he swung the wine bottle towards Xiao Tianji and Apos' head without mercy. Xiao Tianji and Apos' expression darkened, his gaze icy. He reached out to catch the bottle hurtling towards him. Yunpeng felt the bottle inexplicably lighten in his grasp, only to find it in Xiao Tianji's hand instead. Without a glance, Xiao Tianji swung it carelessly, resulting in a resounding crash as the bottle shattered upon Yunpeng's head. Yunpeng did not emit a sound, his face covered in blood as he crumpled to the side. Had he truly just struck down his brother-in-law? The room fell silent for a moment before erupting into chaos. "Ah, murder!" A nearby female guest screamed in terror. Xiaopeng, are you all right? Call an ambulance. Alert the authorities. Do not let this scoundrel escape." Murong Hai and his wife rushed forward in panic. "How dare you strike my son? Today, I shall not let this matter rest." Li Lan grasped Xiao Tianji's clothing, her voice strained and piercing, resembling a furious woman. A glint of coldness flickered in Xiao Tianji's eyes as he raised his hand and, with a sharp crack, sent her sprawling. The crisp sound of the slap rendered the entire assembly silent once more. You dare to hit me? How audacious, you wretched creature. Lilan fell to the ground, clutching her stinging face, questioning her very existence. Having lived a life of privilege for many years, she had never endured such humiliation. Even Murong Yu was taken aback, her mouth agape in sheer disbelief. Although her family had always regarded her as a mere tool, this was, after all, her biological brother and mother. She felt that Xiao Tianji had crossed a line. Chapter 003. What are you to demand face from me? As Xiao Tianji approached the stage with an impassive expression, Sima Yuntian's eyes blazed with fury. He bellowed, break a leg, and I'll reward you 1,000,000. With such a generous bounty, valiant souls would surely emerge. Dozens of security guards surged forward, brandishing their batons. Without glancing back, Xiao Tianji retaliated with a swift kick. Bang, bang, bang. Don't come any closer. What do you want? Sima Yuntian's demeanor shifted as he finally beheld Xiao Tianji on stage, sensing an icy aura of impending doom. What do you think? Xiao Tianji's voice was as cold as the depths of winter. What terms did you just propose regarding my wife? Sima Yuntian gritted his teeth. 10 million. Is that sufficient? Xiao Tianji remained expressionless. 100 million, as compensation for my emotional distress. 100 million? This man truly had the audacity to demand such a sum. The crowd was taken aback. However, Xiao Tianji's statement was not yet complete. He fixed his gaze on Sima Yuntian and coldly commanded, kneel down in front of everyone and recount how you plotted against my wife. Then, bow your head in apology. After the wedding concludes, I may consider allowing you to leave intact. What did you say? Sima Yuntian was momentarily stunned, realizing he had drastically misjudged Xiao Tianji. He sought not just wealth, but vengeance. Young man, a deep voice resonated from the distinguished guest seat, where an imposing elder stood. I am Sima Qi, Yuntian's uncle and today's representative of the groom. We can understand your emotions, and if it's money you seek, we can accommodate, but your words are rather presumptuous, are they not? What era do you think this is? Do you truly believe that mere brute force can allow you to act as you please? Perhaps your methods work on others. But for our Sima family, huh? He did not state it outright, yet the implication was unmistakable. For the Sima family, eliminating Xiao Tianji would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Indeed, what age were we in? In this world, connections and wealth reigned supreme, not mere physical might. The audience perceived Xiao Tianji as a mere brute compared to Sima Qi. Sima Qi sneered, confident that revealing his status would compel Xiao Tianji to relent. He had remained silent until now, primarily because Xiao Tianji was affiliated with the bride's side. He intended for them to handle the situation. However, with Xiao Tianji directly threatening Sima Yuntian, he felt compelled to intervene. My methods are effective for everyone. Care to test them? Xiao Tianji's frigid gaze swept over Sima Qi, rendering him speechless, as if he had been marked by death itself. Such arrogance. Sima Qi had traversed the treacherous waters of commerce, encountering countless individuals. Yet he had never encountered a youth so brazen. Enraged, he turned to an elder seated nearby. Youth, quite intriguing, remarked a scarred old man who stood with a smile. I am Pan Renfong, chief consultant of the Jinshin Security Group. I must say, you remind me of my youth. Allow me to mediate. You take 100 million and leave, while the wedding of young Master Sima and Miss Murong continues. Might I ask for your consideration of my request? Pan Renfong, a master of the eagle claw style, commanded respect in both the underworld and the elite circles of Dongzhou City. Not a single person dared to openly defy him. Even Sima Qi quickly chimed in. Pan Lao, regarding the business we discussed last time, we should be ready to sign shortly. The Sima family and their enterprises would certainly appreciate your care in security matters. Very well, Pan Renfong grinned, his eyes now fixed on Xiao Tianji, exuding a sense of control over the situation. What are you to demand face from me? Xiao Tianji's demeanor remained cold. Did every insignificant creature now believe they had the right to ask for face in his presence? If his dignity were so easily given, then the 50,000 fierce warriors of the barbaric nation would not have been tricked into slaughter. Before he commanded their annihilation, it was the heads of state from various nations who sought his favor. What did you say? Pan Renfong's expression faltered, his smile vanishing instantly, replaced by a frigid glare. Pan Lao, your eagle claw technique has not been seen in ages, and now even some insignificant creatures dare to disrespect you. Sima Qi remarked coolly, deliberately provoking Pan Renfong. Pan Renfong roared, his veins bulging as he lunged for a wine bottle on the table, shattering it instantly. The crowd gasped in shock. Youth, is it time now? Pan Renfong asked, a mocking smile on his face. He was confident that after witnessing his prowess, Xiao Tianji would beg for mercy. However, Xiao Tianji merely snorted, devoid of any desire to respond. You Pan Renfong, humiliated and enraged. Prepared to teach Xiao Tianji a lesson when suddenly his phone rang. What? Something happened to the young master? You mean to say the young master, along with the 4 great kings and over 1,000 security personnel, has mysteriously vanished at the port, and there are no leads? All right, I will return immediately. His expression shifted to one of uncertainty as he hurriedly exited, abandoning the current predicament. Old fool, is your eagle claw technique truly formidable? How dare you flaunt it before our master? At the entrance, Lei Bao, a mountain of a man, regarded Pan Renfong with a sinister grin. You little brat, do you think I am a sickly cat? Get away from me, he roared, extending his hands toward Lei Bao. Despite his slender frame, the years of discipline lent his hands incredible strength. He could easily throw 2 men of Lei Bao's stature. After all, he had earned his position as the chief consultant of the Jinshin Security Group. A malicious glint flashed in Lei Bao and Appo's eyes. He was a man who felt ill at ease without a fight, and at last, he had found a worthy opponent. With a sudden movement, he intercepted Pan Renfong's eagle claw with his own hands. In a flash, their fingers interlocked. Old man, retreat, he bellowed, effortlessly flinging Pan Renfong back to his original position. With a crash, the hardwood chair splintered, leaving a wooden shard embedded in Pan Renfong's rear. He yelped, breaking into a cold sweat from the pain. The master has decreed that no one is to leave without his command. Is there anyone else wishing to depart? Lei Bao licked his lips, his expression one of unrestrained excitement. The atmosphere trembled with tension. It seems you are unwilling to accept my proposal. In that case, I must take matters into my own hands. On stage, Xiao Tianji cast a cold glance at Sima Yuntian and, with lightning speed, delivered a kick to his knee. Sima Yuntian attempted to evade, but it was far too late. Crack! The sound of shattering bone echoed clearly. With a piercing scream, he collapsed to the ground. Help! Uncle, save me! The pain was nearly unbearable, and he felt as though he might lose consciousness. Sima Qi stood in shock, momentarily at a loss for words. Even after weathering countless storms, kneel properly, or I shall render your other leg useless as well, Xiao Tianji declared, finally turning his attention to Murong Yu. Murong Yu trembled in fear. These eyes, so hauntingly familiar. Yet, when compared to the delicate and refined scholar from 8 years ago, he appears utterly transformed. What experiences has he endured throughout these years? A sudden wave of anxiety washes over my heart. I owe you a wedding. Let us make amends today. Xiao Tianji has adopted a more tender demeanor, casting a glance at the trembling officiant beside him. Where did we leave off? We may proceed. The officiant looks utterly bewildered. Do you require a reminder? Xiao Tianji expresses his displeasure. No. No need. Well then, Miss Murong Yu, do you accept Mr. Xiao Tianji as your husband, promising to love him eternally, in both poverty and wealth, to comfort, respect, and cherish him? Chapter 004. The Kiss of the Dragon God. Amidst the gaze of the multitude, I once again heard the familiar inquiry from the host, leaving Murong Yu in a state of fluster, unsure of how to respond. No, absolutely not. Murong Yu, if you dare acquiesce to him, our Murong family shall sever all ties with you forever. Li Lan shrieked like a shrew, clutching her bloodied son, resembling a mother wolf with eyes ablaze. Murong Yu, think carefully. 8 years ago, you were merely a pawn to be utilized for our gain, which is why the family allowed you to marry as a son-in-law. Now, he is nothing but a rogue. Are you truly willing to forsake young Master Sima for him? Both elder sisters spoke with fierce urgency. Murong Hai paused for a moment, then spoke solemnly. After 8 years of absence, you return only to offend the Jin Xian group and the Sima family. Xiao Tianji, you are clearly intent on leading our Murong family to ruin, and now you wish to marry my daughter? Impossible. Your union has long been rendered void. Resorting to violence, what does it amount to? Xiao Tianji, do you think your fleeting triumph will allow you to survive in Dongzhou City? You are exceedingly naive. Where? You must consider the Murong family. Hurry and apologize to young Master Sima. Complete the wedding. Murong Hai's fury intensified. Enough. Murong Yu suddenly lost control of her emotions. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she exclaimed, 8 years ago, you exploited me. Now you wish to do so again. In your eyes, am I still your daughter? I am merely a tool to be sacrificed whenever it suits your needs. When have you ever considered my feelings? I, Murong Yu, am a person, a living, breathing individual. Why must I not take charge of my own life? I declare to you, from this moment forth, resign yourselves to despair. If you wish to go bankrupt, then do so, for I shall marry him with rightful intent. She gazed fervently at Xiao Tianji and declared, I am willing. I willingly accept you as my husband, to love you eternally, in both poverty and wealth, to comfort you, respect you, and cherish you. Her voice trembled with excitement, tears cascading down her cheeks. May the gods bless you. The beautiful bride has spoken her vows. Now, may I ask the groom, do you consent? The host glanced nervously at Xiao Tianji. Xiao Tianji nodded, wishing to wipe her tears, yet feeling somewhat out of place. After 8 years of bloodshed, commanding millions, he had witnessed too much carnage. The iron-blooded war god found it difficult to adapt to such a tender scene. Nevertheless, he spoke in a voice rich with magnetic allure, each word resonating deeply. From this day forward, no one in this world shall ever bully you. Good. Blessings. In the midst of a momentary silence, Lei Bao at the entrance suddenly began to applaud, tears of fervor shimmering in his fierce eyes. To witness the great commander reclaim his ethereal wife brought him immense joy. The Sima family, the Murong family, and all others present remained collectively silent. They dared not depart, yet no one offered their congratulations. To them, this union was but a pair of ill-fated lovebirds. Once they left this place, they would surely face dire consequences. Mr. Xiao, may we take our leave? Pan Renfeng inquired weakly. His perception of Xiao Tianji had been radically reshaped. If such a fierce subordinate existed, what of the man himself? It was unfathomable. Moreover, there were urgent matters at home requiring his attention. Xiao Tianji was about to speak when suddenly, the hotel's large screen illuminated, broadcasting breaking news. Important news announcement. The results of the latest selection for the foremost among 100 generals have been revealed, and the ultimate recipient shall be bestowed the title of War God. What? The results of the selection for the foremost among 100 generals have been announced? The crowd erupted in excitement, their eyes fixated on the screen. Surely it must be the brilliant leader of the Divine Dragon Army. Indeed, though young, he was undeniably worthy of the title, the Lord of the Divine Dragon, the God of Shura. Some even shouted with fervor as if cheering for their favorite team to win a championship. Lei Bao was so excited he trembled. After a brief build-up, the host exclaimed, he is none other than the battlefield leader who founded the Divine Dragon Army, the Lord of the Divine Dragon, the God of Shura. Due to certain reasons, we cannot disclose his appearance or name. However, let us extend our highest respect to this war god. The crowd erupted in applause. Those unaware might mistake it for the revelry of a wedding. Xiao Tianji remained non-committal, realizing that since his arrival in Dongzhou, he had already drawn attention. Their choice of timing for this announcement could not be more fitting for his nuptials. His gaze fell upon an elderly gentleman who had appeared at the door, bowing respectfully. He understood. Although fame and fortune were merely fleeting, he could not deny that this wedding gift was indeed commendable. The Lord of the Divine Dragon, the God of Shura. Murong Yu's eyes sparkled with profound reverence as she sincerely remarked, that is how a man ought to be. Noticing the unusual glint in Xiao Tianji's eyes, she shyly added, I believe you have guessed that my agreement to marry you was to dissuade others. Xiao Tianji rarely displayed a bitter smile, replying, have I become a mere shield? No matter, I am in no hurry. Now, may we take our leave? Sima Qi, supporting the nearly unconscious Sima Yuntian, spoke with a grim expression. Xiao Tianji's demeanor grew cold again. I know that your Sima family wields immense power in Dongzhou City. You are eager to depart, preparing to deal with me, are you not? I am unfazed, but allow me to remind you of one thing. The 100 million in compensation for mental distress I mentioned earlier must be delivered by your family head within 3 days, along with an apology delivered in person. Should you fail to comply, your Sima family shall vanish from this world forever. You are quite ruthless. Let us go. Sima Qi commanded his subordinates to carry Sima Yuntian away hastily. The remaining guests scattered like birds and beasts. To them, this place felt akin to a battlefield. Outside, a calm-looking gentleman in his 50s, resembling a steward, approached respectfully. Congratulations, sir. Please accept this wedding gift. He produced a brocade box. Who are you? And what is contained within? Lei Bao immediately grew vigilant, ready to intervene. Xiao Tianji waved his hand, opening the box, unable to suppress the intensity in his gaze. Inside lay a gleaming black dragon-shaped blade. The hilt bore 4 characters that were nearly imperceptible upon casual inspection. The kiss of the dragon god. The legendary kiss of the dragon god, a national treasure. Wielding this blade grants one the authority to act first and report later, akin to an imperial decree. More importantly, possessing this blade signifies true leadership of the dragon group. Thank you for your efforts. May I inquire your name, sir? Xiao Tianji accepted the dragon blade, asking politely. The elder bowed again, respectfully stating, Qi Zhigua. Xiao Tianji nodded. You were the one who suppressed the incident at the port, correct? I appreciate it, Mr. Qi. Upon my arrival yesterday, a minor incident occurred at the port. A young scion named Jean Xian rallied over 1,000 followers, threatening to ensure my demise. Fortunately, some of his former subordinates spontaneously went to the port to welcome him, conveniently escorting those individuals away. This matter has yet to be disclosed, likely due to Mr. Qi's suppression. I am unworthy of such praise. Qi Zhigua hastily took a step back, his demeanor tinged with apprehension as he remarked. To serve the Dragon Lord is a privilege. I would have no regrets in death. If you require anything upon your return to the city, please do not hesitate to inform me. I shall take my leave now. His words were barely audible, heard only by Xiao Tianji and the leopard. Xiao Tianji nodded in approval. This elder exuded warmth and courtesy, displaying neither arrogance nor impatience, truly a person of great stature. Chapter 005. Hometown Well. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Murong Yu, sensing Xiao Tianji's gaze upon her, stammered, pulling her friend Li Shishir along as they hurriedly departed. Thank you for yesterday, she added. Li Shishir regarded Xiao Tianji with a peculiar look, remembering how Jean Xian had offended him at the harbor due to her. Xiao Tianji watched his wife flee in disarray, a frown creasing his brow. Was he truly being rejected? Lei Bao chuckled, boss. It seems your journey to the bridal chamber is still fraught with challenges. Indeed, the revolution is yet to be realized. Comrades must strive harder. Keep it up. I have faith in you. Back in the military camp, who would dare jest with Xiao Tianji? Now, returned to Longue City, it was rare to witness his stern expression, which lightened Lei Bao's mood considerably. Xiao Tianji's countenance darkened, prompting Lei Bao to hastily salute. Boss, please give your orders. Return with me to Xinzhou. Xiao Tianji strode outside swiftly. Xinzhou was his hometown, more precisely, the home of the couple who had adopted him. He owed them a debt of gratitude for over a decade of nurturing, yet he had been absent for 8 years, completely out of touch. Now, he felt an overwhelming sense of indebtedness. As dusk fell, the jeep exited the highway and entered Xinzhou. In the eastern suburb, amidst a cluster of modest homes, Xiao Tianji instructed Lei Bao to stop at the alley's entrance and stepped out, making his way inside. Gazing at the place of his childhood, familiar remnants stirred emotions even within this hardened warrior. 8 years away, with no word, he had defended vast territories and countless citizens, yet he felt he had failed his parents. Moreover, that girl, Xuer, had been but a middle school student when he left. Now, she must surely be a young woman. He approached the innermost courtyard, striving to calm his surging emotions. Inside, a plainly dressed woman with graying hair was passionately berating a man in the west room, tears streaming down her face. Wang Er, you drunken fool, come out. What kind of man are you, sleeping in my daughter's room? If this gets out, what will become of the Xiao family's reputation? Xuer is still just a child. You're ruining her honor. Beside her, an elderly man in a wheelchair trembled with rage, propelling himself forward to the door, pounding on it. Wang Er, you scoundrel, get out. Open the door. Is there no law left in this world? Believe me, I will call the authorities. He brandished his phone, preparing to report the incident. Yes, let us report it. The woman echoed, agitated. With a loud bang, the door swung open, revealing a drunken figure who sneered. Xiao Jian, Cheng Yume. Do you think reporting me will do any good? Don't forget what my brother-in-law does. I'm staying right here in this room. I'm not going anywhere. I'm waiting for my wife to return so we can sleep together. Xiao Jian, I'm a wealthy man worth millions. What do I lack to be with your family? You refuse my good intentions in proposing, but today, whether you want me or not, I am your son-in-law. Call your daughter and have her come back to sleep with me. This scoundrel will fight you. Xiao Jian and Cheng Yume attempted to confront Wang Er. However, Wang Er delivered a kick that sent Xiao Jian tumbling from his wheelchair, while Cheng Yume was forcefully pushed aside. You shameless dog. Hurry and call Xiao Shui back to sleep with me. Wang Er laughed derisively, slamming the door shut once more. Are you all right, old man? Cheng Yume rushed to assist Xiao Jian, ignoring her own injuries. Yet, Xiao Jian, unable to stand due to his disability, could not rise. and Cheng Yumei lacked the strength to lift him. In this heart-wrenching scene, the elderly couple embraced, weeping uncontrollably. The dim light in the courtyard cast a sorrowful glow upon them, rendering them pitifully desolate. "Dad, Mom, what has happened?" Xiao Tianji, hearing their cries, dashed in. "You are Tianji?" Xiao Jian paused, momentarily taken aback, hesitant to recognize the tall, resolute figure before him. "Is it truly you, Tianji?" Cheng Yumei's gaze shifted, a mix of recognition and strangeness flickering in her eyes. "Dad, what is wrong with your legs? Tell me what happened." Xiao Tianji urgently lifted his adoptive father into the wheelchair, his expression darkening with concern. A gust of wind swept through the courtyard, causing the temperature to plummet. A crow, resting in the old locust tree, took flight in fright. It was not just the wind, it was the aura of impending violence. Cheng Yumei, tearfully recounting the events, explained that Wang Er's family had originally lived on the same street. He and Xiao Tianji had been classmates, but Wang Er had dropped out of school in middle school to lead a reckless life. Recently, having struck a bit of luck as a contractor, he had purchased a home in the city and moved away with his family. Yet, by chance, he had encountered Xiao Shui and become infatuated with her, persistently sending others to propose. With Xiao Shui still in university, she had no intention of accepting such a match. Xiao Jian and his wife were well aware of Wang Er's past as a troublemaker. Now, with a bit of money, he was even more reckless. And they certainly wouldn't send their daughter into such a trap. After being rejected, Wang Er had begun to harass them repeatedly. This time, having gotten drunk, he brazenly entered Xiao Shui's room, declaring he would wait for her to return and sleep with him. "Baozi, bring him out to me." Xiao Tianji's eyes blazed with fury as he spoke coldly. "Yes." Baozi marched purposefully to the west door, easily unlocking it, then entered. The room echoed with blood-curdling screams. Moments later, he emerged, dragging the inebriated Wang Er as though he were a mere chicken. "Boss, how shall we deal with him?" Baozi inquired in a low voice. "Eliminate him. Take him far away. Do not sully my parents' courtyard." "Understood." Baozi carried Wang Er, striding toward the exit. Such filth had no place in this world. Their existence only polluted the environment. Xiao Jian and Cheng Yumei were left stunned. It sounded as though slaying a chicken during the new year was a straightforward affair. "Let me go, you bastard. Do you know who I am? I will make you regret this." Wang Er yelled. "Xiao Tianji, I am Wang Er, the live-in son-in-law. How dare you return? Let me go? My brother-in-law is the captain of the police. Spare me, I won't do it again. I realize my mistake." As Xiao Tianji remained unmoved, Wang Er, feeling the palpable aura of impending doom from the imposing figure beside him, began to plead for mercy, his cries echoing like a pig being slaughtered. Chapter 006. Do you think you can strike someone and flee? "Father, mother, it's a bit chilly outside. Let us converse indoors. What has happened to my father's leg?" Despite Wang Er's cries, Xiao Tianji did not even flinch. He pushed his adoptive father and intended to head inside. "Tianji." Cheng Yumei grasped Xiao Tianji's hand in alarm, exclaiming, "You wouldn't truly intend to kill him, would you? That cannot be allowed. Murder is a crime. Quickly, release him." Xiao Jian also spoke softly. "Tianji, just teach him a lesson. Do not act foolishly. Taking a life has dire consequences." "Taking a life?" Possessing the dragon blade equates to wielding the power of life and death, akin to a sovereign sword. Who would dare demand Xiao Tianji's life for merely eliminating a scoundrel like Wang Er? Nevertheless, Xiao Tianji sighed. While he could disregard the sentiments of world leaders, he must honor those of his adoptive parents. Taking Wang Er's life was insignificant, yet provoking his adoptive parents would be a loss not worth incurring. "Leopard, bring him to his senses," he said coldly. "Understood." Leopard seized Wang Er with one hand while delivering several resounding slaps, leaving Wang Er's mouth bloodied. Then, spotting a large water vat nearby, he unceremoniously plunged Wang Er headfirst into it. The courtyard fell silent in an instant. "What is happening? Is there a murder?" neighbors exclaimed, rushing over with uncertainty. "Oh, is this your Tianji?" Upon hearing the commotion, the neighbors approached, bewildered. "Nothing of the sort. The children are merely playing." Xiao Jian quickly signaled to Xiao Tianji. "Let us not cause a death." Xiao Tianji nodded at Leopard, who pulled Wang Er from the brink of drowning and tossed him onto the ground like a lifeless dog. "Wang Er, what on earth has transpired? Are you all right?" "Wang Er?" The neighbors hurried to assist him. Xiao Tianji observed coldly. He recalled that Wang Er had once been a notorious ruffian, universally despised in the alley. Now that he had risen in status, The neighbors treated him as if he were kin. With a gasp, Wang Er expelled a mouthful of water and finally regained his composure. Sitting on the ground, he pointed at Xiao Tianji, his eyes reddened with rage as he cursed. "You scoundrel! How dare you strike me? You worthless parasite! Wait until I summon help. No member of the Xiao family will escape unscathed." After making a phone call, he continued to hurl vile insults. In his eyes, the Xiao family had fallen for years, and they were now lowly beings he could easily manipulate. Their audacity to treat him this way was simply intolerable. This time, before Xiao Tianji could give an order, Leopard seized Wang Er by the throat, delivering brutal blows that left Wang Er bloodied, his teeth shattered, and his face swollen like a pig's, rendering him utterly speechless. "Cease this, it is excessive. Xiao Jian, what grievance do you hold against Wang Er? Is it merely because he desires to marry your daughter? Given your family's circumstances, your daughter marrying Wang Er would be a stroke of fortune for him. You, a disabled man, who will care for you in your old age. Do you still depend on this adopted son? He has been away for 8 years, never once caring for you. Only Wang Er could provide for you in your old age. Now, after he has been beaten, you will bear the consequences when he leaves. Indeed, cease this at once." At that moment, the entire alley was stirred, as people poured into the Xiao family's courtyard, casting disdainful glances at Xiao Tianji. What an ungrateful wretch! Though not his biological father, the elderly couple has cared for him for so many years, and he seizes an opportunity to soar away. Being a son-in-law is splendid. He need not lift a finger, enjoying a life of luxury while the elderly couple suffers. Truly, they have raised a treacherous wolf. Rumors spread like wildfire. The alley's residents had watched Xiao Tianji grow up. After marrying into another family, he had become a despised figure in their eyes. In contrast, they regarded Wang Er as the Xiao family's savior. "Silence. Do not speak. Who claims Tianji does not care for us? Over the years, he has sent us money every month. 10,000 each month, delivered by Shui herself, claiming it was from Tianji. Could that be false?" Xiao Jian fervently defended Xiao Tianji. Xiao Tianji felt a stir within, through his adoptive father's demeanor. He sensed that this was not a fabricated lie meant to shield him. Could it be? Where is Shui? Why hasn't she returned at this late hour? He pondered aloud. School is on break. She mentioned going to visit classmates. And also to withdraw this month's funds for your father's birthday in 2 days. Your father is turning 60 this year, a milestone. She said she wanted to celebrate properly. She should be back soon, his adoptive mother explained softly. Xiao Tianji then recalled that his adoptive father's birthday was indeed approaching. However, withdrawing money? He was certain he had not sent any money to Shui. Where could she have gone for it? "Uncle, Aunt, you have likely been deceived. Shui is not going to withdraw money. She must be working at the Nightshade Bar." A girl in her 20s hesitantly spoke from the crowd. "Moreover, as far as I know, the funds for your medical expenses have likely been saved from her own hard work. She once sought Tianji in Dongzhou City, but couldn't even enter the Murong family's door. Tianji, did you send money to Shui? Xiao Tianji recognized her as Xiang, a neighbor's daughter and a classmate of Shui, who had once called him brother. It turned out that Shui had been earning her own money. This child truly understood her responsibilities. "How could you defend him, Xiao Tianji? Is the money you sent her?" the neighbors questioned. Xiao Tianji fell silent for a moment before replying. "No, indeed. There is a stark contrast between blood relatives and adopted ones. Though he had seemed admirable in childhood, now as an adopted son, he had become a despised figure. Even Xiang's eyes reflected a glimmer of disappointment. She had once idolized Xiao Tianji. At that moment, her phone buzzed, and upon checking, she couldn't help but smile wryly. "Shui sent me a message, asking me to call her. She is likely entangled with a customer again. She used to escape this way." Saying this, she dialed the number. After ringing for a while, no one answered. What is going on? Could something have happened? She wondered aloud. "Take me to the Nightshade Bar." Xiao Tianji's expression darkened as he pulled Xiang outside. Amidst the uproar, Wang Er lunged towards them, blocking their path. Mumbling incoherently, he declared, "Prevent him from leaving, and I shall reward each of you 10,000. My brother-in-law will arrive shortly." Upon hearing this, the neighbors instinctively parted to obstruct Xiao Tianji's way. Someone sneered, "After beating someone to such a state, now you wish to flee? Xiao Tianji, perhaps you should ask your wealthy wife to bring money to redeem him." Chapter 007. Defying the World New State Police Station. Captain Yang. This is a cooperation notice sent from East State, personally signed by Chief Jia. It states that an extremely dangerous individual may return to New State. and we are to monitor closely and report any sightings immediately. A striking female officer with an angelic visage reported to a man in his 40s. Personally signed by Chief Jia. Are there detailed suspect profiles? They say his name is Xiao Tianji, originally from New State, and he may be returning to his hometown. Captain Yang, why not let me investigate? She was Wu Yingzi, a new intern in the police force this year. Prior to reporting, she had already checked internal systems for information on Xiao Tianji, but the files were surprisingly blank. Perhaps he was a fugitive wanted for serious crimes. If she could apprehend him, it would be a remarkable achievement. Before Yang could respond, he received a phone call. Wang Air. What did you say? Someone has been murdered. Wu Yingzi, notify the team, arm yourselves, and let's move out immediately. Understood. Wu Yingzi's stunning face radiated an extraordinary brilliance. To beat someone to this extent, and think they can simply walk away, block his path, do not let him escape. A son-in-law, who had been living off his wife's family, dared to act so recklessly. The agitated neighbors, spurred by Wang Air's cries, rushed to obstruct Xiao Tianji's escape. Xiao Tianji's gaze sharpened, ready to retaliate. He had no desire to engage with these ignorant townsfolk, but he was desperate to find Xiao Shui. His instincts warned him that she was in danger. Given their lack of understanding, he felt justified in resorting to extreme measures. At that moment, urgent sirens echoed from the alley. Yang, Wu Yingzi, and the entire police team arrived swiftly. Brother-in-law, hurry. The murderer is about to flee. Capture him. Wang Air shouted frantically, as if he were a dog calling for its master. Yang and Wu Yingzi dashed in, witnessing Wang Air being hoisted in the air by a muscular man. His face a bloody mess. Both were taken aback. Put down the hostage and get down on the ground. Yang reacted quickly, drawing his weapon and aiming it at the assailant. Release the hostage. Wu Yingzi echoed, her weapon trained on the attacker, her voice commanding. The police had arrived. There was no escape now. The onlookers eagerly anticipated Xiao Tianji's arrest. A sinister smile crossed the assailant's face as he observed Xiao Tianji. Boss, it's uncomfortable being threatened with weapons, he muttered, indicating readiness to act. The realization struck Wu Yingzi. The muscular man was not the mastermind, Xiao Tianji was. She turned her gaze to him, momentarily captivated by his calm and resolute demeanor. It's him. Xiao Tianji, he is the true culprit. Quickly, apprehend him. Wang Air shouted, his voice filled with malice. Wang Air, you're mistaken. We must act now. Wu Yingzi shouted, her weapon still aimed at Xiao Tianji. Xiao Tianji, genuinely enraged, had urgent matters to attend to, yet was obstructed by these ignorant individuals wielding weapons against him. It was an outrageous affront. Kneel, he roared, an overwhelming aura radiating from him, causing the very air to tremble. Wu Yingzi felt as if Xiao Tianji had transformed into a bloodthirsty deity, a crushing power enveloping her. With a thud, she found herself kneeling before him, her face drained of color. The other officers followed suit, their weapons clattering to the ground, fear etched on their faces. Leopard, handle this situation, Xiao Tianji commanded. And, by any means necessary, I want a renowned physician here before dawn to treat my father. With that, he grasped Da Xiang and exited, leaving the courtyard in stunned silence. Yang, the entire police team, Wang Air, and the previously agitated neighbors stood bewildered. Wu Yingzi, still in shock, knelt with a pale visage. Only when Xiao Tianji's figure disappeared, and the sound of revving engines echoed outside, did the oppressive atmosphere dissipate, awakening them from their stupor. Wu Yingzi gasped, her face flushing crimson. You scoundrel, I will capture you. Enraged and humiliated, she sprinted after him. Yingzi. Yang and the other officers attempted to follow, but Leopard's mocking laughter halted them. My boss has ordered that you be dealt with by me. Uncle Jia. It's Yingzi. I've located Xiao Tianji and am in pursuit. He is extremely dangerous. I require backup. In the vehicle, realization dawned upon her. Xiao Tianji was indeed the name from the cooperation notice. She dialed the East State Chief Jia's phone number directly. Yingzi, I order you to abandon the pursuit immediately. That cooperation notice has been retracted. Remember, do not offend Mr. Xiao Tianji. A panicked voice responded from the other end. Uncle Jia, what are you saying? Are you all afraid of Xiao Tianji? Then I will apprehend him myself. I must bring him to justice. Furious, Wu Yingzi hung up. On the surface, she was merely an intern officer, but how could an intern address the East State Chief Jia as uncle? In truth, she was a fiery heiress. Kneeling in public, she had never endured such humiliation. She vowed to personally capture Xiao Tianji and witness him weep and repent before her. A slight misunderstanding. I will personally go to New State to apologize. In his office, The typically composed and authoritative Chief Jia stared at a woman's image on his computer, fear overtaking him. He had just received reports that the system could not retrieve any information on Xiao Tianji. Logging in with his exclusive account, he was met with a black screen and the woman's visage. With your status, is that someone you can meet at will? Leader, you must help me. The Murong family is framing me. I will have them thoroughly investigated. I only ask that you speak favorably of me before her. Otherwise, I am as good as dead. Wait for further instructions. Until then, do not act recklessly or no one can save you. The woman concluded, and the screen flickered before vanishing. Chapter 008. I am back. Brother Tianji, are you truly, as they say, having been bought by the Murong family over the years, engaging in unspeakable deeds for them? In the car, Xiang asked anxiously, observing the somber expression on Xiao Tianji's face. Xiao Tianji replied coldly, why do you say that? Everyone claims that the Murong family married their daughter to you solely to ensure your unwavering loyalty in serving them. Initially, Xiang was skeptical of this rumor, but after recent events, her belief began to waver. Seeing Xiao Tianji's grim countenance, the thought of being with a potential demon who could commit heinous acts filled her with dread, causing her to instinctively shrink away. Xiao Tianji recognized that he had frightened Xiang, and he could still faintly discern the image of the little girl who once chased after him, calling him brother. His expression softened slightly as he reassured her, do not worry. Do you remember what I told you and Xiaoxue back then? Your brother will always protect you. I have been absent for 8 years due to certain matters, but now I have returned. Without grandiose promises, his mere declaration, I am back, sufficed. During those 8 years of absence, he had forsaken his own family for the sake of others. Now that he had returned, no one on this planet could harm his family again. Xiang nodded, actually, I used to work with Xiaoxue at that bar. However, the people there were terribly wicked. Especially that foreman named Huang Tian, who often crossed the line. I couldn't endure it any longer, so I quit. I advised Xiaoxue as well, but given your family's situation. Fortunately, Xiaoxue is clever and resourceful. She wouldn't let those lecherous men take advantage of her. Hearing Xiang's words, Xiao Tianji's gaze darkened. The girl had truly suffered during these years. Is Xiaoxue's phone still unreachable? Xiang dialed again, only to be met with the notification that the phone was powered off. Perhaps it has run out of battery. Xiaoxue is quite clever. She should be fine. Turn left up ahead. The bar street is at the end. The night bar. As soon as Xiao Tianji and Xiang entered, they were bombarded by deafening music. Scanning the crowded room, they saw throngs of people swaying wildly under the flashing lights. On stage, several dancers twisted passionately, while a flamboyantly dressed singer with strikingly colored hair belted out an unfamiliar English song. An event dubbed Sleepless Night was underway. Finding someone swiftly in such a place was no easy feat. Let us split up and search, Xiang suggested. But suddenly she let out a shriek and ducked behind Xiao Tianji. Little sister, is this your first time here? Let big brother treat you to a drink, shall we? A greasy, flirtatious voice called out. Xiao Tianji turned to see a lewd middle-aged man, clearly wealthy, gazing at Xiang with an inappropriate leer. Behind him stood 2 imposing black security guards. Tianji, he, touch me. Xiang exclaimed, her face flushed with embarrassment and anger. Kid, are you her boyfriend? One word. And I'll take your girlfriend for the night. The man sneered, extending his hand as his bodyguard presented a stack of crisp bills. 10,000 for the night. If I'm pleased, I can add more. How about it? Boss Jean, it has been a while. I've been waiting for you. I'll accompany you tonight for just 8,000. What do you think? 2 heavily made-up women approached, eyeing the fresh bills in the man's hand with gleaming eyes. Boss Jean, this one is a novice. What's the point? Our skills can guarantee your satisfaction. Exactly, a novice knows nothing, the 2 women derided. Old hags, get lost. I like this fresh little one. Ha ha ha. Kid, are you refusing the money because it's not enough? The man arrogantly waved the bills towards Xiao Tianji's face, believing he could easily manipulate someone who appeared so meek and unassuming. He had previously spent a fortune on a university girl, even forcing her boyfriend to watch. Xiao Tianji remained silent, believing that engaging with such vermin would only tarnish his dignity. As the bills approached his face, he reached out. Everyone assumed he was going to accept the money. Nearby patrons, who had been watching the scene unfold, could not help but mock him. What a wimp, selling his girlfriend for a mere 10,000. This girl is truly fresh, the goddess of the poor, the spirit of the rich. Handsome, you earned that 10,000 so easily. Why not let us accompany you? I can earn money to support you if you satisfy me. The two disdainfully regarded women shifted their focus to Xiao Tianji, recognizing that despite his apparent weakness, he possessed an undeniably attractive physique. However, the moment Boss Jean felt a sense of superiority wash over him, his expression changed in an instant. Xiao Tianji's outstretched hand was not to accept the money. Rather, he seized the man's wrist. With a grip akin to iron, the man's face paled as he exclaimed, "Let go of me. Who do you think you are to touch me?" Xiao Tianji angrily swung his arm, sending the hefty man soaring through the air, crashing onto the stage with a resounding thud. The dancers on stage were horrified, scrambling in panic. "Help! Someone kill him!" the portly man screamed, blood gushing from his mouth. The two black security guards reacted, roaring as they charged at Xiao Tianji. Once again, he reached out, effortlessly tossing each of the burly men aside as if they were mere children, sending them crashing onto the stage as well. In that moment, the music ceased, and the entire venue fell silent. People shifted their gazes toward the unfolding chaos. The two provocative women stood frozen, dumbfounded. Amidst the crowd, Xiao Tianji's demeanor was serious as he strode confidently onto the stage. "What are you doing? Don't come any closer." The singer recoiled in fright upon seeing him approach. Xiao Tianji extended his hand, taking the microphone from her. Addressing the densely packed crowd, he called out, "Xiao Xue, are you here? I am your brother, and I have returned." Chapter 009. No Mercy Xiao Xue? Who is Xiao Xue? People exchanged bewildered glances, still reeling from the shock of the previous scene. "Someone, quickly, kill him. Where is your bar owner? There's been a murder. Hurry, call an ambulance." The pudgy man, bloodied and dazed from his fall, shouted incoherently once more. "What is happening? Do you wish to die? How dare you cause a ruckus here? Get down here and face your end." A man with bright yellow hair, leading a group of thugs, stormed towards Xiao Tianji on stage, his face twisted with rage. He was Huang Tian, the cousin of the infamous Long Run. A low voice emerged. Xiao Tianji turned to see the female singer, from whom he had taken the microphone. Looking terrified, it seemed Huang Tian was indeed a formidable villain. "Huang Tian, we are here to find Xiao Xue. Bring her out." Xiang approached nervously. "Xiang." A cruel smile flickered in Huang Tian's eyes. "What a coincidence. I was just about to find you. Last time, you shattered a bottle of my expensive cognac worth 50,000. Do you think I would let that slide? Brothers, restrain her. If the money isn't returned today, I'll demand flesh and compensation." Several thugs immediately surrounded Xiang. Huang Tian sneered again, glaring at Xiao Tianji on stage. "Now, do you know what to do? Hurry up and come down here to bow and apologize. Today, I, Huang Tian, will teach you a lesson in humility." The onlookers were filled with a sense of schadenfreude. What kind of place was this? Who was Huang Tian? To dare cause a disturbance here, this man must have lost his mind. Upon hearing Huang Tian's words, Xiao Tianji fell silent for a moment and truly began to walk down from the stage. "Don't go. Run," the singer from earlier cried, her expression filled with despair. "You little brat, do you think just because you've trained for a few days, you're impressive? Boss Jean is a valued guest here. If you harm him, there's no way 100 million can settle this. If you have no money, then I'll just chop off your hands." Huang Tian thought Xiao Tianji was truly frightened as he approached, grinning maliciously while drawing a shiny axe from behind him. The sight of the axe turned every face pale. Blood was about to flow. In a swift motion, Xiao Tianji seized the axe, using his other hand to pin Huang Tian's hand to the stage. "Tell me, where is Xiao Xue? You bastard, how dare you touch me? Let go of me." Huang Tian yelled in terror and rage. In a flash of silver, blood splattered. "Ah!" Huang Tian screamed as he collapsed in a pool of blood. Everyone was stunned. Xiao Tianji had effortlessly severed Huang Tian's hand. This was Huang Tian. "Bastard, quickly, chop him up." Huang Tian, nearly fainting from pain, shouted in horror. Behind him, a dozen thugs reacted and charged forward, weapons in hand, roaring in fury. Without turning, Xiao Tianji delivered a swift kick, sending the thugs flying, blood spilling from their mouths as they fell, unable to rise. "Now can we speak?" Xiao Tianji pressed Huang Tian's remaining hand down, his tone devoid of emotion. "You demon, I'll tell you. At that moment, Huang Tian felt an icy dread. He no longer doubted that if he did not cooperate, this demon would not hesitate to sever his other hand. "Xiao Xue told me she was feeling well and went home. Is that true?" "It's true, I swear. She left half an hour ago. You can check the surveillance." Xiao Tianji's expression darkened further. It was clear that Xiao Xue had not returned home, so where had she gone after leaving here? in the vast city of Xinzhou. Searching alone would be a waste of precious time. He pondered whether to utilize his subordinate's resources, since he had nominally stepped down from the position of Longzhu. Returning to a common life, he did not wish to resort to that identity unless absolutely necessary. If that were the case, he wouldn't need to take matters into his own hands. One command would turn the entire city upside down in the blink of an eye. However, concerning Xiaoxiu's safety, it seemed he had no choice but to deploy some power. I know. Suddenly, the female singer rushed over, her excitement palpable. I know where Xiaoxiu has gone. Just wait 3 minutes. Before Xiao Tianji could respond, she dashed backstage. Moments later, she returned, and even Xiao Tianji was taken aback. The enchanting girl before him, with flowing hair and a radiant, innocent beauty, was the same gaudy singer from before? She chuckled softly. That was merely a disguise. Come with me. Grabbing Xiao Tianji and the panic-stricken Xiang, she bolted out. Wait. You'll regret this. My cousin is the notorious Long of this bar street. I'll make your family suffer. Huang Tian, bleeding profusely, screamed in terror before finally losing consciousness. Did you drive? We must hurry. The beautiful girl urged urgently. Seeing Xiao Tianji produce the car keys, she snatched them away. I'll drive, she exclaimed, quickly taking the driver's seat. I remember. Your name is Furong, right? Do you truly know where Xiaoxiu went? Xiang, in the passenger seat, asked nervously. It should be correct. But let me make one thing clear. Furong glanced at the silent Xiao Tianji in the back through the rearview mirror. This is not a typical place. Once we arrive, we are only there to find someone, not to fight. Because if you dare to make a move there, trust me, none of us will leave alive. You heard Huang Tian mention Long, right? If we hadn't left in time, Long would have come, and you all would have faced dire consequences. You mean the boss of the entire bar street? I heard he is the underground emperor of this area. Xiang's face was filled with anxiety. Furong nodded. Though Long is formidable, he pales in comparison to the individuals we are about to confront. To put it plainly, in their presence, Long is merely a worm. What place, what kind of people are we dealing with? Xiang could not help but ask. New Emperor International. As Furong spoke these words, her tone became somewhat peculiar, laced with both admiration and deep-seated apprehension. New Emperor International? You mean that legendary top entertainment venue in Xinzhou? Xiang was astonished. Furong sighed, glancing once more at Xiao Tianji through the rearview mirror. I brought you here because you were Xiaoxiu and Appo's brother. Now you understand what to do when we arrive. Xiao Tianji's expression remained impassive as he replied coolly, whoever has harmed Xiaoxiu shall face no mercy. Chapter 010, Celestial Dragon. Earthly God of War. With a sudden burst of laughter, the car nearly veered off the road as Furong reacted to Xiao Tianji's words. Brother, there are no outsiders here. Can we drop the pretense? Killing without mercy? Do you think you are the Azura God of War? She paused, emphasizing her point. The place we are heading to is certainly not ordinary, and the individuals we must confront are far from mundane. Hence, we must exercise utmost caution, and then some. Turning her gaze to Xiang, she added, Why are you silent? Advocate for your brother. Noticing Xiang's distraction, her irritation grew. Xiang snapped back to reality, her eyes sparkling with wonder. The master of the celestial dragon, the god of Azura. Do such figures truly exist in this world? I have always believed he is a legendary being. Furong sighed, her voice imbued with longing. Celestial dragon in the heavens, god of war on earth, protecting home and country, defending the cosmos. My husband is truly remarkable. Your husband? Xiang teased. Do you not desire such a man as your spouse? In my eyes, only a man like the Azura god of war is worthy to be my Yi Furong's husband. But what if he were an old man? The leader of 100 generals, surely he cannot be youthful anymore? Furong, undeterred, replied earnestly, Xiang, a man's worth is not measured by age. Even if he were of my grandfather's generation, should he not, I, Yi Furong, would readily present myself. Alas, it is but a fantasy. How could the god of Azura notice a pitiable woman like me? Are you truly pitiable? Indeed. To assist you, I have sacrificed my job on this bar street. It seems I shall never return. She glanced at Xiao Tianji through the rearview mirror. This pretentious uncle, I lost my job for your sake. How will you compensate me? After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Tianji replied earnestly, State your wish, and I shall help you realize it. Furong burst into laughter once more, exclaiming, My greatest wish is to be the wife of the Azura god of war. If that fails, I would settle for being a concubine. If not even that, then a devoted maid. Can you fulfill such desires? Xiao Tianji faced a dilemma. He already has a wife and does not require concubines or maids. Furong pouted and turned to Xiang. Your brother may appear solemn, but he is quite humorous after all, as if he were well acquainted with the god of war. I know this wish is unattainable. In truth, I have 3 wishes. This is merely the most extreme. My second wish is to become a superstar like Yi Qingmei. The third, which is more immediate, is to obtain an autograph from Yi Qingmei. Deep, serious uncle, can you grant these 2 wishes? Xiao Tianji blinked, taken aback. Who is Yi Qingmei? Enough. Furong rolled her eyes. Even Xiang felt that her brother's humor had reached an excess. She explained, Yi Qingmei is the most popular star of recent years, excelling in film, television, and music. I heard her concerts are already booked for the next decade. Furong, I believe you possess great talent in singing. Do not lose heart. Perhaps one day, you too can become a star like Yi Qingmei. When that time comes, do not forget to get me an autograph. Xiao Tianji replied coolly. If you assist me in locating Xiaoxue, I shall make a call to arrange a meeting with Yi Qingmei for you. If you wish to develop in the entertainment industry, I can help you navigate all obstacles aside from personal talent. For him, such matters were trivial. They paled in comparison to Xiaoxue's safety. As a token of gratitude for Furong's kindness, he had no qualms about arranging it. Furong, Xiang, perhaps you should first contemplate your own troubles. The remnants of the dragon will not let you off easily. Once we arrive at the new Emperor International, it may well be a fierce battle. If not handled properly, none of us may emerge unscathed. After a long pause, Furong finally spoke, her tone annoyed. Initially, she perceived Xiao Tianji as cold and immensely powerful, later finding him humorous, but joking about her dreams and idols was far from amusing. It was somewhat distasteful. She even regretted bringing him along, but she dismissed the thought, reminding herself it was for Xiaoxue's sake. Is this truly new Emperor International? The car came to a halt. And as Furong gazed at the magnificent skyscraper outside, her expression shifted. What is it? Xiao Tianji sensed her unease. With gritted teeth, Xiang whispered, we must be cautious. The owner of this establishment is not an ordinary person. Do you know how your father's legs were broken? 5 years ago. He was one of the construction workers for this building. I heard there was a scaffolding collapse, resulting in a dozen individuals falling. Your father and several others were left with varying degrees of disability. Some, tragically, did not survive. They were compensated with mere thousands. And the families of the deceased were forcibly dismissed. The media dared not report it, and no one intervened. They wield immense power. Is that so? Xiao Tianji's expression darkened further. He had yet to inquire about his adoptive father's injuries, only instructing Leopard to arrange for a prominent physician to treat him before dawn. Immensely powerful, indeed, he mused, a cold smirk creeping onto his face. Enough with the pretense. Uncle, your solemn demeanor is ineffective here. Let me be clear, I brought you here. And from now on, you must heed my instructions. With renewed determination, Furong approached the resplendent entrance. Her fair complexion and youthful beauty immediately drew the attention of several male staff members at the door. Miss, have you made a reservation? No, I am here to find someone. Finding someone. Which room? I am not sure. Not sure? One man eyed her with malicious intent, chuckling. You must be here for other purposes, then. Apologies, but we do not welcome such individuals. Our patrons are of a certain status, and we cannot allow someone like you to tarnish the reputation of New Emperor International. Miss, you seem quite lovely. Would you consider registering as a resident model here? All it takes is a health check to prove you are disease-free. These men, accustomed to receiving and sending off guests, had discerning eyes. They noticed the remnants of makeup on Furong's face and her inexpensive attire, concluding she was of a certain type, mocking her. If Furong could name a room, they might not have dared to stop her, but with no knowledge of the room, her claim to find someone was suspect. Chapter 011. New Emperor International. Yi Furong's face flushed crimson as she coldly declared, your mother is the one who's sick. Didn't I say so? Get out of my way. If you're so eager to enter, then strip off your clothes and let my brothers examine you. A few men reached out to block her path, their eyes brazenly appraising her figure. Yi Furong took a quick step back and turned her head, spotting Xiao Tianji standing at a distance, seemingly unconcerned. Annoyed, she snapped, are you a corpse? Where has your earlier bravado vanished to? Oh, Xiao Tianji replied nonchalantly. You instructed me not to take action, so I assumed you had a proper resolution in mind. With that, he strode directly towards the entrance. Stop. What do you think you're doing? Are you in cahoots with her? No appointment, no entry. The guards, accustomed to their arrogance as the gatekeepers of New Emperor International, were taken aback by Xiao Tianji's audacity. They shouted angrily, wielding their rubber batons as they swung them towards his head. Xiao Tianji advanced with a chilling demeanor. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura of menace erupted around him. With a series of loud thuds, the batons rebounded, and several security personnel were sent sprawling. "If you don't wish to enter, you may wait here for me," he called back as he stepped inside. Yi Furong and Xiang were left in shock, quickly regaining their senses and hastening to follow. "Someone's making trouble. Someone's barged in. Quick, notify the security department." Outside, several guards frantically reported over their walkie-talkies. As the trio entered the hall, dozens of armed men emerged from a room marked Security Department. "Dare to cause a ruckus at New Emperor International? Eliminate him. Quickly, don't let him escape." These hired thugs were like ferocious wolves, their movements and physiques indicating professional training, far more intimidating than the guards outside. In a chorus of roars, they encircled Xiao Tianji and his companions. Yi Furong and Xiang trembled in fear. Particularly, Yi Furong regretted her meddling. Wouldn't it have been better to simply sing at the bar? "Whoever you are, kneel and submit, or suffer the consequences," commanded the leader, a man with slanted eyes, clad in combat boots and wielding a triangular dagger. Xiao Tianji frowned. "A soldier?" The man sneered, quite perceptive. "Have you heard of the Dragon Army from the northern frontier? My grandfather served there for 2 years as one of the first volunteer soldiers." Xiao Tianji coldly retorted, "The volunteer soldiers of the Dragon Army served for 3 years. Having only served 2, you must have either been expelled for misconduct or deserted. Such a person has no face to live in this world." "What did you say?" The man's expression shifted. "Who are you?" "Who I am may have been worthy of your knowledge in the past, but you have forever lost that right. I am here to find someone. Take me to the surveillance room." Out of respect for his previous service in the Dragon Army, Xiao Tianji decided to refrain from escalating the confrontation. "Who knows? You seek death," the man growled, twisting his foot and lunging at Xiao Tianji's carotid artery with his dagger. Xiao Tianji's eyes narrowed. He hadn't expected such a vicious attack. This move was one he had personally refined during his leisure time and had taught to the soldiers. It seemed this man had not only abandoned the Dragon Army, but was now wielding a modified combat technique to wreak havoc. A surge of fury welled up within him. He remained unyielding until the dagger nearly grazed his skin, prompting a terrified scream from Yi Furong and Xiang. In a swift motion, he seized the man's wrist, applying just enough pressure to break it with a sharp crack. A wretched scream escaped the man's lips as he collapsed to his knees. "I will take back what belongs to the Dragon Army," Xiao Tianji stated coldly. "Get him. Destroy him," the man shouted in terror, finally realizing the gravity of the situation. The surrounding thugs roared as they lunged forward. Xiao Tianji, with an icy demeanor, utilized the man's body as a weapon, swinging him to knock several attackers aside. The man was left barely clinging to life. Disposing of him like refuse, Xiao Tianji strode towards the security department. The entirety of New Emperor International spanned several floors with myriad rooms. Who could possibly know where Xiaoxue was? Time was of the essence. He couldn't search room by room. Accessing the surveillance was the most efficient method. "Stop, Xiaoxue!" Xiang suddenly exclaimed, pointing at a figure on the screen. There stood Xiaoxue, clad in simple attire, her unadorned beauty radiating an air of purity. Xiao Tianji was momentarily taken aback. After 8 years, the young girl had blossomed into a stunning beauty. "That's Su Lulu. I knew she would bring Xiaoxue here," Yi Furong commented disdainfully. "What a green tea bitch, degrading herself and dragging others down with her." Xiang frowned. "I remember now. Su Lulu started working at the Nightshade Bar at the same time as Xiaoxue and me. She quit shortly after, claiming she could introduce us to a lucrative opportunity. Later, I heard she was working at New Emperor International. How could Xiaoxue end up here?" As Xiao Tianji's expression darkened, Xiang cautiously continued. "Perhaps she was eager to raise money for your father's birthday. I recall her mentioning that this year marks Uncle's 60th birthday, and she wanted to invite more relatives for a grand celebration." Each word felt like a dagger to Xiao Tianji's heart. Adjusting the footage, he saw Su Lulu leading Xiaoxue into the VIP room 803 on the 8th floor, time-stamped half an hour ago. The presence of 8 stern bodyguards at the entrance indicated that those inside held significant status. Xiao Tianji's expression was as dark as stormy seas as he swiftly ascended the stairs. The 8th floor was reserved for the supreme VIPs of New Emperor International. Inside room 803, neon lights flashed and laughter echoed. A table laden with extravagant wines exuded opulence. On a nearby sofa, a young man in a white suit observed Xiao Xue returning from the restroom, her face a mask of anger. He raised an eyebrow and remarked, "I, by Yuan. Never force anyone, especially women. If you insist on leaving, then here's 1,000 yuan. Have one last drink and take the money, then go." Chapter 012. Leaving no one behind. Xiao Xue, have I deceived you? You came here merely to enjoy a drink. Young Master Bai, generous as he is, has offered you 10,000 yuan, sufficient for you to work at the bar for 2 months, don't you think? Go on, drink up. Young Master Bai hails from a wealthy family. What kind of woman could he not have? Why would he trouble you? Seeing Xiao Xue's anger brewing, Su Lulu, adorned in heavy makeup, hastily intervened with a smile. I will not accept tainted money. Su Lulu, our friendship ends here. Do not seek me out again, Xiao Xue coldly declared. Turning to leave. Just as Xiang speculated, she was eager to secure a sum of money to celebrate her father's 60th birthday, hoping to bring some joy into their lives. Since her father's legs were broken, their family situation had deteriorated, and laughter had long been absent from their home. The son she painstakingly raised had become a son-in-law to a wealthy family, leaving her for 8 years. It was solely up to Xiao Xue to hold their family together. In desperation, she had impulsively followed Su Lulu to this place. Su Lulu repeatedly assured her that they were merely here to sing and drink. If she wished to leave, she could do so at any moment. Little did she know that the moment Bai Yuyan faced rejection in his advances, he would resort to more direct actions. She erupted in anger, only to be dragged to the restroom by Su Lulu to regain her composure. Xiao Xue, we are all here to sell ourselves. Why pretend to be pure? A mocking voice rang out from behind. Su Lulu sneered. Moreover, am I unaware of your family's circumstances? If I am not mistaken, your father's medical debts remain unpaid, correct? As you mentioned, the day after tomorrow is your father's 60th birthday. Are you relying on your brother, who has become a son-in-law to someone else, to provide for him? Or do you plan to serve him a bowl of longevity noodles and send the guests away? Determined to leave, she could no longer maintain her composure. 20,000. With a sharp sound, Bai Yuyan tossed another 10,000 yuan onto the table. The others in the room regarded Xiao Xue with derision. Indeed, we are all here to sell ourselves. Why feign innocence? Several ladies whispered disdainfully. Xiao Xue gritted her teeth and said, If I drink this glass, I can leave, correct? Bai Yuyan raised an eyebrow, affirming, when Bai Yuyan speaks, he always keeps his word. After you finish, you may leave without obstruction. Very well. Xiao Xue, with clenched teeth, approached, raised the glass, and downed it in one go. Wiping her mouth, she took the 20,000 yuan and turned to leave, striving to suppress her tears as she hurried away from this suffocating place. Was it the sudden turn that caused her dizziness? She felt a wave of heat wash over her. Covering her head, she involuntarily collapsed onto the sofa. What? Are you not leaving? Bai Yuyan revealed his true nature, sneering. In this city of Xinzhou, the women I desire never escape my grasp. You little vixen. Do you think 2,000 yuan is easy to earn? Having taken my money, you shall accompany me for the night. Laughing heartily, he reached out to grab Xiao Xue. Do not touch me. You devil you. You drug my drink. Xiao Xue struggled in terror, retreating to a corner. Bai Yuyan lunged at her with a sinister grin. Xiao Xue clutched Su Lulu's hand, pleading, Save me, Lulu, please. Su Lulu coldly chuckled. Xiao Xue, it seems you are still pure, a virgin even. Young Master Bai enjoys such innocence. If you please him, you might become the young mistress of the Bai family. Saying this, she shoved Xiao Xue onto the sofa. Xiao Xue was engulfed in despair. More pressing was the surging heat within her, threatening to overwhelm her. If her last defenses crumbled, she would descend into an abyss from which there would be no return. Yet, laughter surrounded her. Several alluring women not only refrained from helping but advanced to restrain Xiao Xue, rendering her helpless. Young Master Bai, am I to your satisfaction? Not only is she naturally beautiful, but she is also untouched. Now it is all up to you. The powder I prepared for you is imported from abroad. She will undoubtedly cooperate joyfully, Su Lulu jested. Let me go, no. Xiao Xue's skin flushed, her face blooming like a peach blossom, radiant as the clouds. She struggled with all her might. Witnessing her exquisite beauty, Bai Yuyan, who was never short of women, felt an unprecedented excitement. He swore that all the women he had encountered before her combined could not compare to even a single toe of Xiao Xue. From the moment he laid eyes on her tonight, she had been marked as his prey, and he would stop at nothing to achieve his desires. With a deep swallow, his eyes ablaze with lust, He lunged towards Xiao Xue like a ravenous wolf pouncing on a lamb. No! Xiao Xue cried out in despair. At that moment, the door was violently kicked open with a loud bang. The sturdy, high-end door splintered, crashing to the ground. Who? Bai Yuyan exclaimed, turning abruptly. Aside from him, the room contained a few other wealthy young men and those seductive women, all of whom looked on in terror. At the entrance stood a tall man over 6 feet in height, clad in a trench coat and combat boots, his face as cold as a towering snow mountain. Upon witnessing the scene within, rage ignited in his eyes, as if he could incinerate all that exists. Xiao Xue, are you all right? Xiang and Yi Furong rushed in, helping Xiao Xue to her feet. Water. I need water. Xiang, Furong, why have you come? Who is he? She gazed at Xiao Tianji. Her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. He is your brother. He has returned to rescue you, Xiang said with concern. Brother? Xiao Xue paused, then said, I have no brother. Why have you returned? Leave. I have no brother. With that, tears streamed down her face. A single sentence enough to convey the bitterness of the years and the resentment of Xiao Tianji's 8-year silence. In that moment, Xiao Tianji's heart shattered. To the outside world, he was the Lord of the Dragons, a god of war feared by all, yet within, he was an unworthy brother, allowing his little sister to endure such humiliation. Today, none of those involved in this matter shall live. His gaze, icy and unyielding, swept across the room, finally landing on Bai Yuyan's face. I grant you 1 minute to speak your last words. Bai Yuyan trembled violently. The intensity of Xiao Tianji's gaze was terrifying, plunging him into an icy abyss. Such murderous intent was not something an ordinary person could possess. Instinctively, he took a few steps back, seeking an escape. I thought who it might be. I heard Xiao Xue has a brother who has become a son-in-law. Is that you? Young Master Bai, just a man living off a woman. What is there to fear? Su Lulu mocked, laughing heartily. Chapter 13. Brother takes you home and in-home son-in-law. At Su Lulu's words, laughter erupted among the crowd. Just moments before, they had truly been intimidated by Xiao Tianji. With a handsome appearance and commendable physique, who would have imagined he was merely a soft-spoken, sycophantic man? Handsome. How much pocket money does your wife give you each month? Why not come with me instead? I can offer you 10,000 a month. What do you say? Several heavily made-up models teased him. Accustomed to the sight of greasy, overweight men and feeble pretty boys, they found Xiao Tianji's majestic presence irresistibly alluring. Akin to a beggar spotting a sumptuous feast. Xiao Xue, your brother survives on his wife and Oppo's support. What do you have to be proud of? Serve young Master Bai well, and be a pretty canary. One remarked, she is merely pretending to be high and mighty to inflate her worth. Isn't it true that birds of a feather flock together? This pair of siblings are nothing but shameless. Indeed, you two must have plotted this together. Putting on a tragic show, another rich young man chimed in, laughing heartily. They believed this charade was a premeditated act by Xiao Tianji and Xiao Xue. Merely a ploy for monetary gain. Otherwise, why arrive just when Xiao Xue's drug effects kick in? It's clearly to catch him off guard. Bai Yuyan scoffed disdainfully, kid. Are you attempting a trick? Let me tell you, you've picked the wrong target. Go ask around. In the entirety of Xinzhou, who would dare to cross Bai Yuyan? He tossed 2 stacks of cash at Xiao Tianji, commanding, if you wish to live, get lost. Consider yourself fortunate. My bodyguards are out for late-night snacks. When they return, do you think they want to throw you out of here? Young Master Bai, please don't be angry. Allow me to speak with him. With a flirtatious giggle, Su Lulu approached, swaying her hips. This is young Master Bai's domain. Your status is not something you can afford to offend. Here is my business card, with your looks. If you wish to enter the industry, I can introduce you to any wealthy woman you desire. Self-reliance is far superior to being a dependent son-in-law. Now leave at once. She regarded Xiao Tianji with an air of confidence. Upon hearing her words, the others erupted into laughter once more. Is Xiao Xue your companion? Xiao Tianji coldly surveyed Su Lulu, his demeanor as frigid as a glacier. Indeed. How about I help you both make a fortune together? Su Lulu lingered in her fantasies of profit, her body leaning softly against Xiao Tianji. With a swift motion, Xiao Tianji struck, sending Su Lulu flying like a rag doll. Crashing through the window and plummeting outside, the sudden turn of events left everyone in the room utterly stunned. Su Lulu, as they regained their senses, a few rushed to the window, only to witness a dark abyss below, followed by a chilling splash. Silence enveloped the scene. Although the lake below was deep, the height of the 8th floor would likely be fatal. This man had, with a single strike, taken Su Lulu's life. A chilling wind swept through the shattered window, transforming the luxurious private room into a hellish prison. Ah, murder! Help! The models, now terrified, shrieked and cowered behind the sofa, trembling. Why you dare kill? Bai Yuyin gazed at Xiao Tianji, his expression one of sheer terror as he hastily dialed for help. You want to take him on? The other wealthy heirs grabbed bottles in solidarity, while one particularly burly figure pulled out a firearm. To this, Xiao Tianji appeared utterly unfazed. Xiao Shui, come to your brother, he said gently, his heart aching for her. Xiao Shui, along with Ah Xiang and Yi Furong, stood in shock. Though Su Lulu was despicable, none had anticipated Xiao Tianji's lethal response. Xiao Shui, let us go, Yi Furong urged, quickly helping Xiao Shui to her feet. Xiao Shui, in a daze, stared blankly at Xiao Tianji. Could it be that her dependable brother had truly returned? Tianji, go, let us hurry, Ah Xiang said, panic evident on her face. Yes. If we don't leave now, we may never escape, Yi Furong whispered, her face pale. Their priority was to rescue Xiao Shui. Having stirred such chaos, they needed to flee before the consequences became unbearable. You all go ahead. I will follow shortly, Xiao Tianji replied coldly, aware that the unfolding scene was unsuitable for them to witness. Let us confront him. The remaining individuals charged at Xiao Tianji, with a few gut-wrenching screams. Silence fell once more. Xiao Shui, how are you feeling now? When he reappeared, Xiao Tianji's demeanor was unchanged as he inquired with concern. Brother, Xiao Shui murmured softly, leaning against him. Xiao Tianji quickly embraced her, realizing the urgency of the situation. Xiao Shui, it's all right. Brother will take you home. He deftly produced 3 silver needles, discreetly piercing her lower back at key acupoints, lifting her in his arms to leave. The silver needles would merely suppress the effects of the drug temporarily. A more comprehensive remedy would require their return for careful planning. I hear someone is causing a ruckus at my new Emperor International. What a rarity. When did Xinzhou attract such formidable talent? Just then, a mocking voice echoed from the stairwell-esque corner. Upon seeing the approaching young man, Yi Furong gasped, recognizing Chu Tingfei and swiftly hiding behind Xiao Tianji. Chu Tingfei was widely known as the heir apparent of the Chu family in Xinzhou. Young yet accomplished, he had secured numerous economics degrees and single-handedly established New Emperor International, a benchmark for entertainment in Xinzhou. Setting aside the Chu family's vast underground assets, his personal wealth had already surpassed 10 billion. Upon hearing reports of a disturbance at the club, he had immediately rushed over with his entourage. Kid, is it you? Impressive skills. Did you take down all these bodyguards on your own? Chu Tingfei's eyes glinted as he coldly questioned Xiao Tianji. At this moment, an elderly man in a black kung fu outfit beside him gasped in realization. Chi Lao, what is the matter? Young Master Chu, these individuals weren't merely knocked out. They were all killed with a single, precise strike to the throat. If I'm not mistaken, only within the Iron Blood combat camp would one find such lethal techniques. You mean, they're all dead? Chu Tingfei paled, connecting the dots with the earlier report, gazing at Xiao Tianji with uncertainty. You're a soldier? Chapter 014. My patience is limited. Xiao Tianji's countenance was dark and brooding as he approached directly. Is this establishment of your making? It is indeed my creation. Chu Tingfei sneered. You, a mere retired soldier, actually believe yourself to be an overachiever? Today, you shall learn the true nature of the world. In this city of Xinzhou, should I desire someone's demise, not even the savior could intervene. With a sinister grin, Chu Tingfei lunged at Xiao Tianji, his form swift as the wind, revealing himself as a martial artist. Xiao Tianji, cradling Xiao Shui, advanced with unwavering calm, seemingly oblivious to the malevolent Chu Tingfei. As their distance shortened, a palpable aura of menace emanated from him, his coat billowing without a breeze. Was that a tangible killing intent? The elderly man clad in black martial attire at the rear finally reacted, exclaiming, Chu Xiao, be careful. He moved with the speed of a hare, a fleeting shadow, pulling Chu Tingfei aside while launching a kick towards Xiao Tianji. This maneuver, simultaneously a rescue and an assault, marked him as a master. However, in Xiao Tianji's eyes, despite being a high-ranking martial artist, he paled in comparison to Pan Renfeng, the chief consultant of Jinxin Security in Dongzhou City. It was akin to a child attempting to showcase his abilities before a master. With an effortless motion, Xiao Tianji raised his leg and struck. The impact resonated with a thud, landing squarely on the abdomen of the black-clad elder. Amidst startled gasps, the elder was propelled through the air, smashing through the railing and crashing onto the first-floor hall, blood spilling from his mouth, his face turning ashen, unable to rise. Old Qi, a middle-aged man exuding an air of authority, flanked by several bodyguards, strode in from outside. Upon witnessing the scene, he was momentarily taken aback. Xiao Tianji. He was known as the founder of the Tianxiong Society, a figure of unparalleled influence in Xinzhou, unchallenged in both the legal and underworld realms. Old Qi was a high-ranking martial artist he had hired at great expense to assist his son in smoothly inheriting the society. A high-ranking martial artist. One whom even Xiao Tianji treated with utmost respect. Who could have inflicted such harm upon him? Dad! Amidst the cries of terror, Xiao Tengfei rushed down from above. Father! You must have him apprehended. He is killed by Yuyan. By Yuyan? The son of Bai Jingtong, the wealthiest man in Xinzhou? Xiao Tianji was once again taken aback. Observing Xiao Tianji, who was carrying a striking young woman, his face shadowed and resolute as he approached. In that moment, even he, a titan who had commanded the winds and rain in Xinzhou for decades, felt a twinge of uncertainty. The bodyguards behind him wore serious expressions, their firearms trained on Xiao Tianji. They were sharpshooters, confident that at a single command from Xiao Tianji, they could turn Xiao Tianji into a sieve. As Xiao Tianji steadied himself, he exhaled deeply and spoke darkly. May I inquire your name, my friend? Causing a disturbance in my Xinhua International requires an explanation. What gives you the right to demand an explanation from me? Xiao Tianji's gaze was icy as he surveyed the armed guards. When the gunfires commence, you shall meet your end. Xiao Tianji was once again rattled. Xiongyi, give the order. He must die? The lead sharpshooter insisted. His weapon loaded and aimed at Xiao Tianji. As Xiao Tianji hesitated, Old Qi tugged at his sleeve, shaking his head gravely, signaling him not to fire. The implication was unmistakable. The consequences would be dire. Swallowing hard, Xiao Tianji dismissed his bodyguards and said, Might I ask who you truly are, sir? And what wisdom you might impart? His demeanor had notably shifted, revealing hints of respect. Not merely from Old Qi's warning, but also because he sensed an unparalleled killing intent radiating from Xiao Tianji. Having traversed the martial world for decades and encountered countless individuals, he still possessed enough discernment to recognize that Xiao Tianji was not someone to be trifled with. In his arms, Xiao Shui let out a soft moan. Becoming restless once more, realizing time was of the essence, Xiao Tianji coldly declared, You are not worthy to know my identity. You have a few days to accomplish 2 tasks. Should you succeed, I may permit you to live. First, I detest this building. It must be demolished within a specified time frame. Second, the individual responsible for its construction shall have their legs broken. Fail to comply, and your Chu family shall vanish from this world. As he spoke, he strode forward, holding Xiao Shui. His head held high as he moved through the crowd toward the exit. You insolent brat. No one dares to disregard the gun in my hand. The sharpshooter Cui Hao could no longer contain himself and pulled the trigger, aiming for the back of Xiao Tianji's head. Trained to perfection, he was confident that this surprise shot would obliterate Xiao Tianji's skull. As the gun fired, everyone was startled. Without looking back, Xiao Tianji swung his hand, a flash of silver appearing. Clang! A piercing metallic sound filled the air as the bullet fell to the ground. Cui Hao trembled violently, collapsing backward without a sound, his eyes wide open, seemingly unable to comprehend what had transpired. A slender needle had pierced through the bullet, silently pinning it to his forehead. Sir! Xiao Tianji trembled violently, exclaiming, My subordinate acted without my command. My patience is finite, thus your time is limited. With that, Xiao Tianji vanished into the night. Inside the hall, an eerie silence prevailed. Even Xiao Tianji appeared as if carved from stone. Recalling the bizarre scene and witnessing Cui Hao's lifeless body, they felt a wave of bone-chilling fear wash over them. Old Qi, what do you perceive? What realm is he in? Old Qi weakly shook his head, offering a wry smile. I cannot fathom. Xiongyi, accept your fate. Accept my fate? Xiao Tianxi's eyes flickered. Having lived for decades and braved countless storms, his success was due to his defiance against fate. Now, Old Qi, a high-ranking martial artist, suggested he resign himself to his destiny? It must be mere chance. Dad, leave this matter to me. I shall ensure he finds no place to rest. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xiao Tengfei shouted with red eyes. Gazing at his son, Xiao Tianxi's expression turned cold. He mentioned disliking this building and demanded the incapacitation of the responsible party. He must be targeting you. Reflect carefully on how you have offended such a figure. I give you 2 days, if you cannot resolve this satisfactorily. For the sake of preserving the Chu family's century-old legacy, I will personally see to your downfall. Where are we headed now? Yi Furong asked, driving with a hint of trepidation. Xiang knows the address. Xiang quickly responded, relaying the location. Yi Furong swallowed hard, unable to resist glancing in the rearview mirror. There she beheld Xiao Tianji's solemn expression as he laid Xiao Shui flat in the back seat, deftly inserting several silver needles into her acupoints. As she observed his cold, resolute countenance, memories of his earlier, nightmarish display of prowess flooded her mind, and a veil of intrigue enveloped her beautiful eyes. What manner of man was he? Chapter 15. The Path of Longevity. At last, they returned to the alley in the eastern suburbs. Xiao Tianji cradled Xiao Shui as he disembarked and strode forward. Hey! Yi Furong called out from behind. Within 2 days, I will arrange for Yi Qingmei to meet you. Her voice, laced with a hint of indifference, seemed to convey the will of the divine, unequivocal and unalterable. Yi Qingmei found herself at a loss for words. As she observed the towering figure merging with the night of the alley, she recalled her earlier annoyance at Xiao Tianji's disregard for her idol. Now, although her rational mind still deemed it impossible, her intuition had begun to believe that she would soon meet Yi Qingmei. The events of this night felt nothing short of a dream. Boss. At the entrance stood Lei Bao, a massive figure akin to a guardian deity. Upon seeing Xiao Tianji, he greeted him in a hushed tone. Is everything arranged? Xiao Tianji inquired as he continued inside. All set. Who is it? The Path of Longevity. Is it him? Among the 3 renowned national physicians known to him, one was a master of Buddhism, skilled in merging Zen with medicine, reputed to possess the ability to bring the dead back to life, though he remained secluded in an ancient temple, seldom emerging. Another was famed as the imperial craftsman, catering specifically to a select few. The last, the most enigmatic of all, was the Wanderer of Longevity, a master of rejuvenation, capable of reviving withered trees. Xiao Tianji was astonished that Bao had managed to enlist the services of the Path of Longevity to treat his father's leg injury. Boss, is there a problem? Did he propose any conditions? Xiao Tianji understood that these extraordinary individuals, despite their indifference to worldly fame and fortune, often required conditions surpassing mere wealth and reputation to take action. He did mention something. Bao hesitated, seemingly puzzled. He said he wants you to answer him a question in person. Xiao Tianji furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why such an otherworldly figure would seek an inquiry from someone immersed in the mundane world. I have already assured him on your behalf. Qin Shaodian has arranged for a Shenlong combat aircraft. You can depart before dawn. All right. Xiao Tianji nodded, refraining from further questions. The courtyard lay in silence. And regarding the group that had departed earlier, he chose not to inquire further, as Bao seemed disinclined to report on trivial matters. Such concerns were not worthy of discussion in his presence. Tianji, you're back? The door of the main room swung open, revealing his adoptive mother, Cheng Yumei, who rushed out in a flurry of anxiety. His adoptive father, Xiao Jian, followed in a wheelchair, his eyes filled with worry and concern, though he remained silent. Mom, Dad, it's all right. Xiao Shui is just exhausted and fell asleep. I'll take her back to her room for a good rest. Xiao Tianji spoke softly, gently placing Xiao Shui on her bed. As he turned to leave, he saw the weariness etched on the faces of his aging parents. They had only just learned that their daughter, so young, was juggling school and work to support them. It's all my fault. Xiao Jian clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. If it weren't for my leg, she wouldn't have to suffer so much. How much hardship has she endured for us all these years? Why is she so stubborn? Hiding everything from us, not a word of it. Enough. What's the point of celebrating a 60th birthday now? It would only invite ridicule. Let us forego it. Tears streamed down his face as he released the pent-up frustration. His adoptive mother remained silent, tears falling quietly. Dad, I've uncovered everything. Don't worry. I will seek justice for you. I was wrong to neglect you while preoccupied with other matters. Now that I'm back, no one in this world will dare to bully you again. We will celebrate your 60th birthday, and it will be a grand occasion. Tianji, where have you been all these years? They say you've been serving the Murong family, but I refuse to believe it. You fought with Wang Er today and offended the enforcement team. Are you truly unscathed? No matter how powerful the Murong family is, they cannot rival the authorities. Perhaps you should leave while it's still dark. The enforcement team will undoubtedly mobilize their forces. The more Xiao Jian pondered, the more anxious he became, assuming that Xiao Tianji's confidence stemmed from the backing of the Murong family. It's fine, Mom and Dad. You should rest early. Trust me. Tomorrow will be a new day. Xiao Tianji offered no explanations and personally pushed his father back to their room. The night was deep and still. Rather than returning to his own room, he sat cross-legged at the entrance. Bao stood like a spear, resolute at the door. Time passed, and unbeknownst to him, it was the darkest hour just before dawn. Finally, a buzzing sound pierced the heavy night sky. A Shunlong helicopter broke through the clouds, descending like a shooting star. The wind generated by the rotor blades stirred the courtyard into a frenzy. Bao could not help but exclaim, "Such formidable flying skills! Could it be that Qin Xiaotian has come in person? Ha ha ha! Dragon Master, I shall not greet you in person." A hearty voice echoed through the night as the helicopter hovered 100 meters above the ground. A shadow leapt from above, shooting downwards like an arrow towards Xiao Tianji, who was seated cross-legged in the corridor. In an instant, a glint of cold light flashed, and a 3-foot blade rushed toward his brow. "Bolt!" Bao roared, his legs sweeping out with a fierce gust, a strike of speed and power that could shatter stone. Yet, who would have thought that the frail old man would react with lightning speed, his other hand deftly landing on Bao's leg to redirect the force. In midair, the old man spun gracefully, his blade advancing mere inches from Xiao Tianji's brow. For a moment, time seemed to freeze. Bao's leg, once poised to strike, now resembled a mere wooden post in the air, while the old man's hand rested upon it, pointing the blade threateningly at Xiao Tianji. Xiao Tianji did not flinch, his profound eyes fixed with authority upon the elder. The old man, hair as white as snow and eyes sharp and discerning, truly embodied the essence of a transcendent being. With a hearty laugh, the old man performed a backflip like a bird, landing lightly on the ground. With a flick of his wrist, the blade vanished, transformed into a gentle duster. In the face of life and death, he remained composed, truly the world's greatest warrior. "Impressive, impressive." His voice rang clear like a breeze caressing the mountains. Only then did Xiao Tianji rise, inclining his head slightly. "Thank you for your efforts, master. Let us get to the matter at hand. We must attend to the patient." With that, he walked directly into the house. Bao let out a low growl. Wishing to intervene again, having just missed protecting the Dragon Master, he was filled with frustration. Xiao Tianji waved Bao aside, personally opening the door to invite the path of longevity inside. There was one thing he refrained from voicing earlier. Had he intervened, the old man would have been dead at least 3 times over. Chapter 16. Yi Qingmei arrives in Xinzhou Tianji. What is this? Cheng Yumei awakened, gazing at the white-haired old man clad in Taoist robes, her face a mask of confusion. "Mom, this is the doctor I hired to treat my father. Please uncover the blanket." Cheng Yumei hesitated. Her husband's legs had been crippled for so many years, and even renowned provincial doctors had declared his condition untreatable. Could this old Taoist be more skilled than those esteemed physicians? However, it was worth a look. What if there were a glimmer of hope, clinging to this slender chance? She pulled back the blanket, revealing Xiao Jian's leg joints. "Tianji, your intentions are commendable, but my legs are beyond healing. Please let the Taoist rest." Xiao Jian lay in bed, his heart heavy with sorrow. Tianji remained silent, turning to Chongqing Dao, with a flick of his dust whisk. Chongqing Dao spoke with an air of confidence. "Invited by the Dragon Master, how could I dare to come without assurance?" He then pressed a few points on Xiao Jian's leg joints and produced a yellow pill, saying, "Take this with warm water." Cheng Yumei hesitated, unsure of what it was. Upon seeing Tianji nod, she took it with uncertainty, poured warm water, and administered it to her husband. As the medicine took effect, Xiao Jian emitted a sound of surprise, his aged face suddenly flushing red. "Are you all right? How do you feel?" Cheng Yumei gasped in alarm. Xiao Jian opened his mouth but could not utter a word. Closing his eyes, he drifted into a deep slumber. Cheng Yumei panicked further. Tianji was equally perplexed. Glancing at Chongqing Dao, the Taoist spoke calmly. "With broken bones and torn sinews, one must replenish vital essence and blood, supplemented by external methods, for rebirth to occur. The patient has been bedridden for years, his spirits repressed, and his essence and blood depleted. Let him rest for now. Once he regains his strength, I shall proceed." "That makes sense. Mom, you should rest as well. Since the Taoist has spoken, I believe it won't be long before my father can stand again." Cheng Yumei was astonished and elated, hardly able to believe it. As the sun rose high in the sky, Xiao Shui was the first to awaken. Hearing that her brother had found a Taoist to treat their father's leg injury, she felt an inexplicable thrill. Her father had been disabled for many years, with countless doctors at a loss for solutions. In the past, Xiao Shui would not have dared to believe in a cure. Yet now, recalling her brother's capabilities from the previous night, she felt a sudden intuition that her brother's words would surely come to fruition. After 8 years apart, her brother remained the same. yet somehow appeared transformed. She remembered falling asleep in his embrace the night before, filled with chaotic dreams. As they met again, her cheeks flushed, and she felt a tinge of shyness. Tianji, Xiao, your father has awakened, came their mother's excited voice from within the room. Dad, how are you feeling? Xiao Shui rushed in, finding her typically haggard father now radiant with vitality, his frostbitten eyes shining with a renewed vigor. Thank you, Taoist. I haven't slept this soundly in years, Xiao Jian exclaimed, even his speech infused with newfound strength. Taoist, can you truly heal me? If so, I shall bow in gratitude. Cheng Yumei knelt before Changxing Dao, tears welling in her eyes. The Taoist waved his dust whisk, halting her, regardless of circumstances. She was Xiao Tianji's adoptive mother. Such a gesture was too much for him to accept. Taoist, whatever the cost to heal my father's legs, please name your price. I, Xiao Shui, would sell my blood, or even my life to repay this debt. Changxing Dao smiled slightly. My diagnosis fee is indeed substantial, but someone has already agreed to cover it. Casting a glance at Xiao Tianji, he continued seriously. What has occurred thus far was merely a prelude. The treatment is just beginning. Please have the family step back. Mr. Xiao may remain. Thank you for your efforts, Taoist. Xiao Shui gracefully bowed, pulling her mother out. Before leaving, she could not help but glance back at her brother, who nodded reassuringly, allowing her to relax. Changxing Dao then produced a box, opening it to reveal numerous fine needles of varying lengths. As he worked, he casually inquired, I have heard that you also wield needles, Mr. Xiao? Xiao Tianji replied, his expression impassive. The Taoist needles are for healing, mine are for destruction. The old Taoist paused momentarily, chuckling softly before resuming his silence. With deft hands, he moved fluidly, swiftly inserting the 81 silver needles into Xiao Jian's body according to their lengths and acupoints. By the time the 9th needle was inserted, Xiao Jian had once again succumbed to slumber. The flow of a person's vital essence and blood, like the seasons, must circulate unimpeded. Illness and disability arise from blockages, leading to stagnation and decline. As Changxing Dao manipulated the silver needles, he explained, this 99 spring recovery needle is simple in principle. It merely opens the pathways, allowing the blocked vital essence and blood to flow anew. Ultimately, treatment is merely an external aid. The patient's body must heal itself. The mysteries of creation belong to the universe. We mere mortals cannot defy them. What do you think, Mr. Xiao? Xiao Tianji fell silent for a moment. Does the Taoist invocation of healing imply a condemnation of my excessive bloodshed, a defiance of fate? I would not presume, Changxing Dao replied. I merely seek the answers that reside within your heart. Is this the diagnosis fee? Indeed. Do you require my response now? With a hearty laugh, Changxing Dao finally completed the last step, turning to Xiao Tianji, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. I have heard that beyond Xinzhou lies a magnificent site of the 3 purities. Would you accompany me there to behold it? Xiao Tianji nodded. Taoist, please lead the way. How is it, Taoist? Upon exiting, Cheng Yumei and Xiao Shui rushed forward, anxious to inquire. The old Taoist smiled. This is merely the first session with the needles. Another session at midnight and one tomorrow morning. And I believe he should be able to walk. Really? The thought of her father's debilitating condition being alleviated in just a day or two overwhelmed both mother and daughter with joy. Tomorrow is my father's 60th birthday. We must make proper preparations. I'll go buy groceries. Wait, I'll accompany you. Tianji, take good care of the Taoist. Xiao Tianji had initially planned to host the birthday banquet at a hotel or hire chefs to prepare a feast at home. Yet, he suddenly felt that no lavish hotel or skilled chef could compare to the warmth of a meal prepared by family. That truly represented reunion. He did not intervene, simply nodding at the driver, Baozi, who understood and said, Madam, Miss, I shall drive. Outside the city, at the foot of Sanqing Mountain, Xiao Tianji and the Taoist ascended the steps. Upon reaching the first gate, they were halted. Sorry, this area is not open to the public today. Please come back another time. Xiao Tianji frowned, about to speak, when suddenly, a commotion erupted from afar. Look, it's the big star Yi Qingmei. Yi Qingmei has come to our Xinzhou. Chapter 17. Defending home and country, utterly unperturbed Yi Qingmei. A flicker of surprise coursed through Xiao Tianji's heart, compelling him to turn his gaze. In the distance, from a luxurious sedan parked in the lot, descended a young woman of striking elegance. A pair of oversized sunglasses could not conceal her exquisite features. Surrounding her were 8 formidable bodyguards. Make way, make way. Please, no photographs. Let us respect Miss Yi and afford her some privacy. A robust woman, evidently her assistant, hurriedly escorted Yi Qingmei, swiftly ascending the hill under the watchful protection of the guards. Yi Qingmei, I adore you. Yi Qingmei, it's said you've accepted the lead role in the Son-in-Law, Urban War God. Is that true? Yi Qingmei, when will your new song be released? Rumor has it you have a boyfriend and have even terminated a pregnancy for him. Could you clarify? Did you secretly marry on Fairy Island last year? Is this visit to New State for a new collaboration? Will there be a press conference? Several tabloid journalists, microphones in hand, relentlessly pursued her. Chongsheng Dao remarked with a wry smile to Xiao Tianji, such is the disparity. The name of the war god remains obscure. Yet the name of the actor resonates throughout the world. Xiao War God, how do you feel in this moment? Xiao Tianji merely smiled in response, pondering the insignificance of his identity to the masses. Yet, he was somewhat taken aback to see Yi Qingmei, who had hurriedly approached with her head bowed. He had promised Yi Furong that within 2 days, Yi Qingmei would meet her. He had not anticipated that she would appear in New State so soon. Please, do not pursue her further. Let Miss you have some personal space, if you will. Any updates regarding work will be promptly released to the media. Her assistant and bodyguards urged, attempting to stem the tide of eager onlookers. As Yi Qingmei hurried past Xiao Tianji, she inadvertently stepped on a stone, letting out a startled cry as she stumbled. Xiao Tianji stood still, and instinctively, she grasped his hand to steady herself. Thank you. Upon meeting Xiao Tianji's chiseled features and penetrating eyes, she felt a sudden pang of anxiety. Miss. The assistant rushed over, concern etched on her face. Are you all right? After reassuring Yi Qingmei, she turned her steely gaze toward Xiao Tianji, demanding, Who are you? What have you done to our miss? Was there an assault? Where are the bodyguards? Upon hearing this, several bodyguards rushed over. Their eyes narrowed as they surrounded Xiao Tianji menacingly. Sister Kai, you've misunderstood. I merely stepped on a stone, and this gentleman kindly assisted me, Yi Qingmei hastily explained. A stone? On such a well-maintained path, how could there be a stone? Did you place it there intentionally? Did you orchestrate her fall to gain an opportunity to get close? Xiao Tianji remained impassive. A trivial woman was hardly worth his ire. Dao Master, let us proceed inside, he declared, striding purposefully forward. Having been rebuffed earlier, he had no intention of being obstructed again. Should anyone dare to impede him, they would face the consequences. What is the matter with you? Can't you understand human speech? If you dare to intrude again, do not blame us for being rude. Several bodyguards positioned themselves in front, their fists clenched, ready for confrontation. Chongsheng Dao sighed. Do you realize whom you are confronting? It is merely my soft-heartedness that compels me to speak on your behalf. Step aside quickly. Should you provoke his wrath, none of you would likely survive. Humph. The assistant scoffed. Old Dao, are you from this establishment? Where is your professional integrity? We made it clear last night that no outsiders are permitted entry. Now, you wish to smuggle in a fan. Is that not a breach of contract? You're risking your life for this. Just look at him. He is no good person. If he harms our miss, can you bear the consequences? The old Dao quickly changed his tune, pointing at Xiao Tianji. I am not from this establishment. He brought me here. Since the other party failed to recognize the gravity of the situation, he chose to remain an observer, cleverly shifting the blame onto Xiao Tianji. The assistant's arrogance grew. To get close to Yi Qingmei, you purposely sought an old Dao to cover your tracks. You should give up. Miss Yi is of noble birth, and you are unworthy of her attention. This place is already reserved. Leave at once. The bodyguards echoed with disdain. Did you hear that? This venue is booked. Unauthorized individuals are not permitted entry. If you still wish to force your way in, do not blame us for being ungracious. You may try, Xiao Tianji replied coldly, taking a step forward. Kid, you're courting death. The bodyguards shouted angrily, raising their fists. Stop. Yi Qingmei called out, exhaling as she added softly, let this gentleman enter. Was it not said yesterday that there was no need to seal the mountain? I am merely here to seek a fortune and will leave afterward. As she spoke, she hurried inside. The assistant, known as Sister Kai, displayed a flicker of displeasure as she glared at Xiao Tianji, coldly warning, though I allow you entry, heed my words. Do not attempt to get too close. Otherwise, I guarantee you will face dire consequences. Follow me. She led several bodyguards in pursuit. Observing Yi Qingmei's retreating figure, Xiao Tianji pondered deeply. It is often said that beauty complements heroism. If the war god Xiao had intentions, he need only reveal his identity, and she would surely be inclined to reciprocate. The old Dao's voice carried a hint of mockery. Xiao Tianji cast a glance at him. You have long been aware. Haven to you? The old Dao's expression shifted, nodding gravely. She came to seek a fortune. That is likely her intent. They shared an unspoken understanding. Yet neither dared to voice it aloud. As they admired the scenery, they continued toward the back hall. Within the solemn temple, the old Dao shed his frivolous demeanor, cleansing his hands and lighting incense. Xiao Tianji stood with hands clasped behind his back, exuding an aura reminiscent of a deity, rivaling the grand sculptures that adorned the altar. War God Xiao. Changxing Dao regarded him with a solemn expression. Please, proceed. With that, he settled onto a mat, legs crossed in meditation. Xiao Tianji understood that the old Dao was about to pose his inquiries, marking the commencement of their formal discussion, the consultation fee he had agreed to. Seated opposite him, he mirrored the old Dao's position. The name of the slaughter god resonated far and wide. In the theater of war, he stood unparalleled. In terms of contributions to the defense of home and country, the old Dao reflected upon history and concluded that he was indeed the foremost figure. The old Dao's first question emerged. In 8 years of bloodshed, have you slain 100,000 foes? Indeed, if not more. The second question followed. 100,000 souls have perished due to your hand. In the shadows of night, do you ever ponder the blood upon your hands, the weight upon your conscience? Defending home and country, I remain utterly unperturbed. The third question came forth. Fear not the imbalance of the heavens, nor the disruption of yin and yang, due to your excessive slaying? As he reached the final question, the old Dao's voice resonated powerfully, his expression charged with conviction, as if invoking the spirits of the wronged to demand justice. Chapter 018. Having dedicated this body to the nation, I shall no longer submit to the way of heaven. Xiao Tianji gazed at the old Taoist, pondering what the way of heaven and the duality of yin and yang meant in the Taoist's heart. The way of heaven embodies the will of the universe, manifesting in all things, much like the clouds that roll and disperse outside the hall, and the flowers that bloom and wither, all occurring naturally. The blooming flowers and dispersing clouds symbolize yang, while the withering flowers and rolling clouds represent yin. The existence of warfare and bloodshed among iron-willed warriors inherently disrupts the balance of yin and yang, contravening the way of heaven. Thus, one must exercise caution in warfare and cherish life, always remembering to minimize slaughter. The master, known for his ruthless and heartless tactics, instilled fear across the lands. Yet he was prone to excessive bloodshed. What does the master believe? There seems to be a hint of benevolence for the heavens in his thoughts. Xiao Tianji shook his head and proclaimed, the Tao of the Taoist is indeed the great way of the world. I, Xiao, am unaware of what the way of heaven entails. My heart is solely devoted to the art of warfare. As a soldier, I must protect my homeland and safeguard the people at any cost with my 7-foot stature. As for yin and yang, those who are friendly to my great Xia are yang. Those who covet our vast land with malicious intent are yin. The yang shall live, while the yin shall be buried. Having dedicated this body to the nation, I shall no longer submit to the way of heaven. His voice resonated throughout the hall, stirring the atmosphere. The god of war on earth commanded respect, even from malevolent spirits. The old Taoist, unwilling to concede, was about to retort when suddenly, a commotion erupted from outside the hall. What are you doing? Matters of cooperation can be discussed properly. What is this? If you continue this nonsense, we will report you. Qingmei, be careful. Bodyguards, quickly block them. Xiao Tianji furrowed his brow, recognizing the voice of Yi Qingmei's assistant whom he had encountered earlier outside the mountain. Yi Qingmei, our brother Long merely wishes to invite you to sing a song at the bar. Is that so difficult? We have brought the contract. If you refuse to sign now, it will put our brothers in a tough spot. Let us make a fair deal, with no deceit. Sign the contract and come with us. You, the renowned Jade Maiden Star, if you force us to act, then our brothers will have no choice but to indulge. Huh. I've never encountered such a beautiful star before. It seems I've struck gold today. You are behaving like thugs. Is there no law left? I, Yi Qingmei, will not go with you. With a loud bang, Yi Qingmei pushed open the hall's door and rushed in, panic-stricken. She, having nowhere to turn, sought refuge. Upon seeing Xiao Tianji and the old Taoist seated on the prayer mat, she paused momentarily. Guard the entrance, do not let them in, commanded the assistant named Kai in a state of terror. Brothers, let us speak reasonably. You work for the Scarred Dragon, right? We've heard of the Scarred Dragon from Xinzhou. Can we not give face? The bodyguards at the entrance, confronted by the advancing thugs, pleaded anxiously. Qinchi, it's up to you, said the leader, a man with a scar running across his brow, grinning maliciously. Beside him stood a sinister-looking fellow, chewing on a blade of grass, who suddenly shrieked and charged forward. In an instant, the bodyguards were sent flying, crashing heavily beneath the statue of the three pure ones. Unable to rise, amidst the screams of Yi Qingmei and her assistant, they instinctively huddled behind Xiao Tianji, for the hall was empty, leaving no other place to hide. Now, do you still want to run? Come along quietly to meet Brother Long. He will not treat you poorly. The scarred man entered with Qin Shi, disregarding Xiao Tianji and the old Taoist entirely. The price you offered is far too low, and with Yi Qingmei's fame, it is impossible for her to sing at a bar. The assistant trembled as she spoke. Enough with your nonsense, Qin Shi retorted. Pooh! Qin Shi spat out the grass, grinning wickedly, and in a flash, his palm rose, slapping the assistant to the ground. Fatty, let us put it nicely, you are just an assistant. Get aside. Otherwise, I'll kill you. I'll go, just don't hit me. The assistant cowered, hugging her head, trembling and afraid to speak further. Discussing prices with us? Our brother Long runs the entire bar street in Xinzhou. Which star dares to negotiate with him? Besides, you're a jade maiden star in public. But who knows how many men you've slept with to get where you are. Now you act all high and mighty. Take her away, commanded the scarred man, and his men rushed to seize Yi Qingmei. Don't. Help. Yi Qingmei felt like a drowning person, her only lifeline being Xiao Tianji. She instinctively shrank beside him, clutching his arm tightly. Xiao Tianji turned to the old Taoist. According to your teachings, how should one resolve such matters? The old Taoist sighed. Punish them to make them repent. Xiao Tianji regarded the scarred man and his cohorts. If I were to beat you, would you truly amend your ways and become a better person? What did you say? The scarred man laughed in rage. Who do you think you are? Amending ways? I'll make your ancestors suffer. If you don't want to die, don't meddle in our affairs. You saw nothing today, hurry and leave. Otherwise, do you believe I want to throw you off the mountain? Xiao Tianji looked at the old Taoist. What do you think? The old Taoist grimaced slightly, suddenly feeling a twinge of toothache. Qin Shi, deal with him. The scarred man bellowed. I'll do it. Qin Shi shrieked, delivering a fierce kick aimed at Xiao Tianji's head. The force behind the strike was such that an ordinary person would either die or be left permanently crippled. Ah! Yi Qingmei screamed, instinctively covering her head and shutting her eyes. Xiao Tianji extended his hand, grasping Qin Shi's ankle and effortlessly flinging him aside. Amidst the gasps, Qin Shi flew through the air, crashing into the scarred man at the entrance. The two men, like cannonballs, flew out of the door, hurtling dozens of meters into the valley below. Their agonizing screams echoed, culminating in a series of dull thuds, followed by silence. Inside and outside the hall, all present, save for Xiao Tianji and the old Taoist, were left dumbfounded. Who are you? Xiao Tianji rose to his full height. Go back and inform your brother Long. Is he not known as the Scarred Dragon? Since I, Xiao Tianji, have come to Xinzhou, this dragon shall self-destruct. You are Xiao Tianji, the one who severed Huang Tian and Appo's hand? You will pay for this. The group, now gripped by terror, fled in panic. You are Xiao Tianji? Thank you, Yi Qingmei stammered. Xiao Tianji glanced at the jade pendant on her chest, his gaze flickering momentarily. I have matters to discuss with my Taoist master. If there are no further issues, you may leave. Previously, I misjudged and offended you. Please forgive me. The assistant crawled over, bowing deeply to Xiao Tianji. Stand up, he said, pulling Yi Qingmei along as they departed. The bodyguards, having been kicked aside by Qin Shi, nodded and bowed, leaving in a state of trepidation. Heavens! Who was this person we previously offended? Chapter 019. Upholding justice to repay virtue with virtue, to repay resentment with resentment, to return goodness with goodness, and to combat violence with violence. This embodies the principle I hold dear. If the celestial law remains obscure, I shall act in its stead. Is there anything more you wish to impart, Master Dao? Longsheng Dao exhaled softly and rose to his feet. Having dedicated this life to my country, I shall no longer pledge myself to the celestial way. If the heavenly path is unclear, I will take it upon myself to uphold justice. The old man bowed his head in acknowledgement, expressing his gratitude. Your humility is appreciated, Master. Given the current circumstances, I have a question for you. As you have traveled extensively across the world, do you recognize the jade pendant around Yi Qingmei's neck? Since you have already disowned it, why ask further? That pendant is crafted from exquisite material, likely sourced from the ancient mines of Myanmar. However, its luster is concealed, shrouded as if by dark clouds. It must be ensnared by sorcery. Xiao Tianji nodded, Gazing into the distance, southern sorcery, coupled with the malevolent spirits from the north and the sinister entities from the west. The enemies harbor an unrelenting intent to bring about our downfall, and a portion of them has likely infiltrated our lands in secrecy. My return from the battlefield is to investigate this matter. With a sigh, he continued, the world remains unsettled. Our magnificent landscapes and the lives of the people are perpetually at risk of upheaval. In such a context, how could I dare to forsake my martial spirit for an ethereal concept of celestial law? Turning to the old man, he queried, do you understand, Taoist? His tone inadvertently revealed a surge of fierce determination. The clouds in the distance roiled. The old Taoist seemed to be pierced through by Xiao Tianji's piercing gaze and trembled violently, bowing deeply. I apologize for my audacity. His face turned pale, and beads of sweat dripped down. In that moment, it was not merely the warrior's imposing aura that moved him, but the sudden realization dawned upon him. My so-called celestial way is but a mere theoretical concept, compared to this man, who bears the weight of the world and pledges his life for his country. I feel utterly shamed. Though he had initially agreed to come for treatment, his respect for Xiao Tianji was minimal before this encounter. Otherwise, how could he dare showcase his skills, leaping from a plane and testing with his sword? In retrospect, it was clear that Xiao Tianji had been showing restraint, choosing not to engage in petty rivalries. Now, he felt like a jester for his previous actions. Earlier, while discussing principles, he had bowed his head in apparent agreement. Yet his heart still harbored dissent. Now, with this deep bow and the words of apology, he had completely surrendered. Xiao Tianji smiled lightly. Your skill and benevolence are equally admirable, Taoist. It is getting late. Let us return. Only then did the old man feel a slight sense of relief. On the way back, he couldn't help but ask, since you have discerned that the young lady's pendant has been bewitched, why not reveal it? I observe her pallor. She must be disturbed by the effects of sorcery, causing her blood to falter. Patience is key. Xiao Tianji refrained from elaborating further. In the alley of the eastern suburb, a lively scene unfolded in the courtyard. Brother Leopard gazed despondently at the chickens before him, prompting laughter from Xiao Shui and Xiang, who were nearby cleaning fish. Brother Leopard, such a robust man, cannot even kill a chicken? Xiang teased. Perhaps Brother Leopard is well versed in the idiom. There's no need for a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Brother Leopard, take a break. I will handle it shortly. Xiao Shui skillfully prepared the fish. Naturally beautiful, she appeared ethereal without any adornment. Now, with sleeves rolled up, she squatted on the ground, skillfully gutting the fish. Her actions seamless and graceful. Truly, a child of a poor family assumes responsibility early on. The sounds of pots and pans echoed from the kitchen, where Cheng Yumei was preparing lunch. Leopard, do not concern yourself with these trifles. Let Xiao Shui and Xiang handle them. Go check if Tianji and the Taoist have returned. For some reason, I feel a sense of unease. Leopard smiled broadly. They will be fine. Few can challenge them in this world. At that moment, Xiao Tianji and the old Taoist returned. Brother, do you believe Brother Leopard cannot kill a chicken? Xiao Shui inquired with a laugh. Not only can Brother Leopard not kill a chicken, but he also does not eat chicken. He is a vegetarian. Allow me to assist. Caught up in the jovial atmosphere, reminiscent of family gatherings during the new year, Xiao Tianji rolled up his sleeves and picked up the chopping knife. The old Taoist chuckled lightly, addressing Leopard. This is called the ability to adapt. Your level of understanding pales in comparison to your master's. I shall go check on the patient. I eat meat. Leopard pouted after a pause, fearing he might be excluded from the meal. Brother, do you think father will truly be able to stand tomorrow? Xiao Shui asked softly. Xiao Tianji nodded. If the Taoist says it is possible, then it shall be so. Goodness, I can hardly believe it. It feels like a dream. I have informed our aunts and uncles to come and celebrate tomorrow. It is not only a birthday celebration but also a commemoration of father's recovery. However, they have become prosperous over the years, and I fear they may hesitate to come. Worried about lending us money, Xiao Tianji felt a pang of sadness and suddenly recalled something. Xiao Shui, did you send father and mother 10,000 yuan every month? Is that from your own earnings? Xiao Shui was taken aback. How could I earn that much on my own? Brother, although you have been away for 8 years, you have been sending money every month. Without that, father and mother's medical expenses would have been insurmountable. Thus, I know you have not forgotten us. I have not. Who could it be that has been sending the money? Everyone was perplexed. In the harmonious little courtyard, meanwhile, in the cities of Xinzhou and Dongzhou, dark currents surged. What did you say? The renowned Longxing Dao, one of the 3 great national physicians, has gone to Xinzhou? And he is treating Xiao Tianji's adoptive father? Upon receiving this report, Sima Chung and Apos' expression was filled with uncertainty. It is confirmed. This morning, Xiao Tianji accompanied Longxing Dao to visit the Sanqing Taoist temple outside Xinzhou. Brother, the shadow team has reported back. They have locked on a Xiao Tianji and can strike at any moment. Should we give the order to proceed? Do not act yet. Sima Chung sighed. Did Xiao Tianji not instruct me to prepare 100 million and meet him in 3 days to apologize? Prepare it. Tomorrow, accompany me to Xinzhou. What is your intent, brother? First, have Longxing Dao heal Yin Tian's leg. Once that is accomplished, we will notify the shadow team to send Xiao Tianji to his demise. I understand. Brother, that old fellow Murong Yu has been waiting outside for quite some time. Do you wish to see him? Humph, that fine son-in-law from the Murong family. Go tell him to meet us in Xinzhou tomorrow. If Xiao Tianji is concerned about his ties to the Murong family and wishes to spare them from ruin, he should speak some favorable words on our behalf in front of Longxing Dao. I understand. I will take care of it right away. Xiao Tianji? Is he the one who sent people to abduct the young master? At the headquarters of Jin Xian Security Group, Chairman Jin Liuxuan was filled with confusion. What kind of extraordinary influence does this person possess, enabling him to make my son and so many subordinates vanish without a trace? In Xinzhou, the bar street was abuzz with the remnants of the Dragon Gang, while the Chu family of Xinzhou's international elite, led by the wealthy Bai Jingtong, mobilized all resources to investigate Xiao Tianji. Chapter 20. Birthday Celebration. Are you Yi Furong? In a modest alley in the western suburbs, Yi Qingmei gazed in bewilderment at the girl in the rental apartment, happily devouring a bowl of instant noodles. As a star of considerable stature, she was typically inundated with work. This time, she had received an irrefutable phone call, compelling her to forego crucial commitments to travel to Xinzhou and meet a fan. She had anticipated encountering an illustrious heiress. Yet, who could explain the identity of the girl before her, so engrossed in savoring a bowl of Master Kong's pickled cabbage noodles? Yi Qingmei? Furong nearly choked on her noodles in surprise. As dusk fell, Chongqing Dao removed the 81 silver needles embedded in Xiao Jian's body. At that moment, Xiao Jian felt a significant revitalization of his blood circulation, as if the long stagnant meridians had been unblocked. Remarkably, he was able to move his legs slightly without assistance. The family's joy was palpable. After the visit to the Sanqing temple, Chongqing Dao harbored deep respect for Xiao Tianji. He once again utilized a precious elixir, causing Xiao Jian to drift into a deep slumber. At midnight, he began the needlework anew, this time with what he termed the ghost needle. The old Taoist remained vigilant throughout, not daring to let his guard down, beads of sweat forming on his brow without his notice. As dawn approached and the yang energy began to rise, he withdrew the silver needles, feeling exhausted. The meridians were opened and the soul sealed. By noon, during the peak of yang energy, he would perform the final invigorating needlework, enabling the elder to stand. I'll rest for a while. Wake me at noon. Brother, you should also take a break. You haven't rested properly for 2 days. I'll join Mother in preparing the meal. Aunt and third aunt have already called to say they will definitely come today. They mentioned preparing a surprise for us. Today is truly a once-in-a-century joyous occasion for our Xianyuan family. Xiao Shue's eyes sparkled with excitement as she urged Xiao Tianji to rest. Indeed, Tianji, let us handle things here. You should recuperate. His relatives haven't tea gathered in years. Make sure to spend time with them. His foster mother expressed her concern. They had always treated Xiao Tianji like their own son since childhood. Although he had been away for 8 years as a son-in-law, their bond had somewhat frayed. However, with his return and the healing of her husband's ailment, Cheng Yumei felt immensely satisfied with her foster son. She resolved to publicly clarify that he was not an ungrateful wretch when their relatives arrived. At 11 o'clock, aunt and second aunt arrived with their daughters and sons-in-law. Driving 4 cars, dressed elegantly, they stood in the yard, resembling city dwellers in the countryside. Xiao Shui, hurry and bring out the sweets and sunflower seeds. We have chairs. Come sit. Cheng Yumei greeted them with a beaming smile, noting that it had been ages since relatives had visited. Sister-in-law, you are too frugal. For my brother's 60th birthday, you should have at least reserved a few tables at a restaurant. Why go through all this trouble at home? It won't save much money. And it's not hygienic either. Indeed, we have no qualms, having grown up in the countryside. The key is that nowadays, the younger generation is quite particular. Our Xiao and her husband dine out 7 days a week. Our Jianming is the same. Following their lead, I've grown accustomed to eating out now. Aunt and second aunt bantered, seemingly casual, but Cheng Yumei felt a twinge of discomfort. Xiao was aunt's daughter, Jiaming was second aunt's son. Both were married, accompanied by their spouses, and they stood nearby, cracking sunflower seeds and chatting amongst themselves. As for me, just showing up suffices. Let us not eat here for lunch. The kitchen looks filthy, and I've lost my appetite. I heard a new food court open nearby. Shall we go eat there? It's on me. Xiao's husband, Song Zhong, who had recently received a promotion and bought a Cadillac, appeared quite pleased with himself. Enough of your chatter. Do you not recognize the difficulties of life here? My sister-in-law can hardly part with medicine. Jian is disabled, and Xiao Shui still needs to attend school. Sister-in-law, it's your brother's 60th birthday, and we haven't prepared any gifts. We thought it a waste to buy something, so we'd rather give cash. Here's 200 yuan, please accept it. Aunt and second aunt each presented a red envelope. No need for money. We invited you all to reunite after such a long time. Let us enjoy the occasion together. Cheng Yumei said, her face displaying confusion. Indeed, let us see your elder brother, then we'll leave. Aunt and second aunt moved toward the main room. Aunt, uncle, my father is recuperating. Let us wait a bit to see him. Xiao Shui smiled as she stepped in front of them. Xiao Shui, what's the matter? Your father hasn't gotten up yet? He is not. My brother hired a doctor for him. The needles were placed last night, and they were only removed at dawn. The Taoist said he needs to rest well. He'll go for another session at noon and should recover. Your brother? Second aunt and Appo's expression shifted. Which brother? Xiao Tianji, of course. You mean that ungrateful wretch returned? What does he want now? Do not speak like that. Tianji is not as you think. He came back specifically to invite the Taoist to treat your elder brother. Cheng Yumei hurriedly explained. Mom, is Xiao Tianji the one who became a son-in-law, and hasn't he shown his face in 8 years? I vaguely remember seeing him as a child. Xiao chimed in with a laugh. A son-in-law? Is there really someone who does that nowadays? Is living off a woman truly that appealing? Her husband chuckled. Where is he? Call him out. I have something to ask. Aunt demanded sternly. My brother is resting. Please wait a moment. He has been exhausted these past 2 days. Xiao Shui said, her heart aching for him. Still resting? After 8 years away, he finally returns. And instead of spending time with family, he is deceiving you all with some old Taoist and taking your money. It's nearly noon, and he is still asleep? What a heartless wretch. Sister-in-law, my brother has been disabled for so many years, it's impossible for him to be healed. Xiao Tianji is here to swindle money from you. Do you really believe him? Such an ungrateful wretch should be thrown out. What is he doing here? It's not as you say. Please listen to me. Cheng Yumei, already not eloquent, felt tears welling up in her eyes from anxiety. Who dares to make a ruckus while the master is resting? A deep voice resonated, and Baozi appeared at the door, his expression dark and ghostly. Everyone startled. Second aunt's son sneered. Big guy, who are you? He is my brother's friend. Friend? More like an accomplice, if you ask me. What's the use of being big? I'll tell you the truth. I'm a black belt in Taekwondo. I could take down 8 of you. Now, hurry and call Xiao Tianji out. You all need to leave, he declared, advancing menacingly. Baozi growled, ready to retaliate. Baozi, a calm voice interrupted as the door swung open, revealing Xiao Tianji stepping out. Chapter 21. Surprise. Upon seeing Xiao Tianji, the crowd was momentarily taken aback by the master of the town. After an 8-year absence, Xiao Tianji had undergone significant transformations, both in physique and aura. Li Jianming, emboldened by his Taekwondo training, scoffed, "It really is you. You ungrateful wretch, living as a son-in-law. Enjoying a life of ease. Why return? Could it be that you can no longer manage in your wife's family?" His mother, the second Aunt Xiao Mei, darkened her expression, sharply retorting, "Sister-in-law, you must expel this kind of person. Our Xiao family does not harbor such individuals. Indeed, sister, your family is already struggling enough. Can you afford to let him swindle you?" Aunt Xiaolon exclaimed, filled with righteous indignation. "Please do not speak so harshly. Tianji has never forgotten us." "Tianji, pour tea for your aunts," Cheng Yumei said, her face betraying her discomfort. Xiao Tianji paused for a moment before approaching the table, pouring tea in turn. "Aunt, uncle, please enjoy your tea." His origins shrouded in mystery, the only family he had known since childhood, aside from his adoptive parents and sister, were these relatives. Although they had once looked down upon him due to his background, they were still kin. Moreover, today marked his adoptive father's 60th birthday, a day of great joy. Best left unperturbed. Bearing the weight of responsibility, he felt compelled to remain silent, allowing them to harbor their misunderstandings. He resolved not to defend himself. knowing that such silence would only cement his negative image in their eyes. After all, being a son-in-law meant enduring their disdain. They spoke freely, mercilessly belittling Xiao Tianji, particularly in comparison to Li Jiaming and Song Zhong, both of whom earned over 10,000 a month, while Xiao Tianji was still dependent on his wife's support. With Xiao Tianji as a backdrop, Li Jiaming and Song Zhong basked in their superiority. Leopard, listening from the side, felt an urge to punch through a wall, while Xiao Xue's heart ached, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Tianji, have your aunts arrived? Push me out," came the voice of Xiao Jian from within, finally awake. Xiao Xue hurried inside, willing her father out. "Brother, you look well today," Xiao Lan and Xiao Mei noted, their expressions softening. "Yes, thanks to Tianji and Appos. S return and the Taoist priest he found to treat me." Xiao Jian beamed, his joy palpable. "Old Xiao, do you really believe in such quackery? You're merely experiencing the joy of a festive occasion. What does the Taoist have to do with it?" His uncles teased with laughter. "No, I genuinely feel much better," Xiao Jian insisted, eager to defend himself, when suddenly a loud honk echoed from outside. Several enthusiastic neighbors rushed over. "You Mei, an Audi has arrived outside. Is it a relative of yours? You should go and greet them." "An Audi?" Cheng Yumei rubbed her hands in anticipation. "Xiao Xue, is it your third aunt? I thought they only had a Volkswagen." "Go check." The aunts ceased their disparagement of Xiao Tianji and joined the rush to welcome the newcomer. Before long, a brand new Audi A6 rolled into the alley, coming to a halt at the entrance. The door swung open, and a plump woman adorned in mink fur stepped out of the back seat. "Lan, Mei, you've all arrived. Am I late?" It was Xiao Xue's third aunt, Cheng Yuji. They were all familiar with each other due to their familial ties. "Yuji, oh, that mink is exquisite. How much did you spend on it? Your family bought a new car, an Audi." Xiao Lan and Xiao Mei smiled broadly, as if they were sisters. "It wasn't me who bought it. I could never afford such luxuries. This is my daughter Lily's boyfriend," she explained. At that moment, a girl emerged from the front passenger seat, followed by a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Both were clad in designer attire. "Hello, everyone. I'm Su Lily," she declared, clearly reveling in the attention, her demeanor brimming with pride. "This is Fan Jian, my boyfriend. He works at Jingtong Group." Jingtong Group, the enterprise of Bai Jingtong, the wealthiest man in Xinzhou. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lan and Xiao Mei's expressions turned to one of admiration. Previously feeling superior, Song Zhong and Li Jianming were now utterly eclipsed, rushing to offer cigarettes. "Yuji Lily, please come in," Cheng Yumei said with a smile, feeling proud of her sister's success. "Not yet." Yuji pulled Xiao Xue aside, speaking mysteriously. "I mentioned before that I have a grand surprise for you, a splendid gift for the Xiao family. Can you guess what it is?" "Aunt, I can't guess." "Let us go inside and talk," Xiao Xue replied gracefully. Just then, another honk resonated at the mouth of the alley. "Whose car is that? Is it blocking our way?" "Song Zhong, hurry and move it," someone urged. Song Zhong quickly retrieved his keys, ready to relocate his Cadillac worth over 200,000. "Don't bother. He is also coming here. You'll find out soon enough," Cheng Yumei replied, her words igniting further curiosity. "Fan Jian, please move the Audi aside to make way for young Master Ma. He is the main guest today," Cheng Yumei instructed, which only deepened the crowd's skepticism. Fan Jian swiftly parked the Audi to the side. As all eyes turned, a black Mercedes slowly approached, stopping in front of the door. A sharply dressed young man with slicked back hair exited the vehicle, leaving everyone puzzled, as they did not recognize him. "Excuse me, are you at the wrong place?" Cheng Yumei inquired with a smile. "Not at all. I'm here to celebrate old Jian's birthday," he replied confidently. "Dear sister, this is Ma Tianming, young Master Ma." Fan Jian quickly added, "He is my direct superior, the youngest department manager at Jingtong Group." "The youngest department manager at Jingtong Group? My goodness, he is truly a remarkable figure." Xiao Lan and the others were at a loss for words. Cheng Yuji cleared her throat and, taking Xiao Xue's hand, announced to the group, "The surprise I mentioned is young Master Ma. With no outsiders present, I'll be candid. Sister, young Master Ma is the boyfriend I introduced to your Xiao Xue. What do you think? A talent beyond reproach, right? Young Master Ma, this is Xiao Xue, and I assure you, she is even more stunning in person than in photographs." As soon as Ma Tianming stepped out of the car, his attention was immediately drawn to Xiao Xue. Though simply dressed, her natural beauty was striking, resembling a golden phoenix emerging from the mountains. He approached her excitedly, extending his hand. "Hello, I am Ma Tianming." Startled, Xiao Xue gasped and turned to retreat into the house. Ma Tianming appeared slightly embarrassed. Cheng Yuji quickly interjected. It's quite normal for young ladies to be shy. Young Master Ma, let us bring your gifts inside and continue our conversation. Chapter 022. Forgive my candor. You are unworthy of her. Ma Tianming hurriedly returned to the side of the Mercedes, opening the rear door, from which emerged a portly middle-aged man. This distinguished individual is Dr. Meng Gu, an orthopedic specialist from our province. Uncle Meng is a student of my grandfather. Hearing that Xiao Xue's father has mobility issues, I specifically invited Dr. Meng to provide a consultation. Ah, it's Dr. Meng. Your appointments are notoriously hard to secure. I recall that when Jian Gu was initially injured, he waited a long time to see Dr. Meng, but ultimately was unable to do so, wasn't he? The elder uncle quickly remarked. Cheng Yume nodded. The past too painful to recall. Such is the fate that binds distant souls. Unable to secure an appointment before, today, Master Ma has brought Dr. Meng specifically to attend to Jianji's ailment. Truly considerate of you, Master Ma. Master Ma, you hail from a family of traditional Chinese medicine, correct? I remember your grandfather. A luminary in our province and oppose, as traditional medicine. Ma Tianming nodded, saying, my grandfather is now retired and serves as the honorary chairman of the Chinese Medicine Association. With a refined lineage, commendable character, and remarkable talent, Ma Tianming became the undisputed center of attention as the suitor. He opened the trunk, revealing an array of precious supplements. Song Zhong, Li Jianming, and Fan Jian rushed forward to claim them, surrounding Ma Tianming as they entered. In the courtyard, Xiao Jian sat in a wheelchair, flanked by a son and a daughter. Xiao Xue appeared somewhat uneasy, while Xiao Tianji maintained an air of indifference. The arrival of Ma Tianming caused the ants to overlook Xiao Tianji's presence, shifting their focus to lavish praises upon Xiao Xue, their enthusiasm extending to Cheng Yume and Xiao Jian. After all, if Xiao Xue were to marry Ma Tianming, they too would reap unforeseen benefits. Xiao Xue, on this joyous occasion, why are you dressed so shabbily? Go change into something new. Let Master Ma take you to a designer boutique to purchase a few elegant outfits. Someone of Xiao Xue's caliber deserves to wear fine brands. Cheng Tianji encouraged playfully. Laughter erupted among the crowd. In accordance with the customary matchmaking process, this was indeed appropriate. Xiao Xue, I am at your service, Ma Tianming said expectantly. He had already conducted research on Xiao Xue. Despite her humble background, she was a prodigy from the provincial university, and her character and beauty were beyond reproach. At that moment, he had almost envisioned her as his own. No need. Aunt, please have a seat. Mother, let me assist you in the kitchen, Xiao Xue said. Her cheeks flushed as she attempted to leave. What is there to be shy about? Cheng Tianji teased. If you wish to leave, do let me know. Your aunt is merely trying to introduce you to a fine young man. Are you interested? Xiao Xue lowered her head, her silence betraying a simmering anger. However, given that this was her aunt, who seemingly had her best interests at heart, she felt unable to express her frustration in front of so many people. Cheng Tianji chuckled. Very well, I shall consult your parents. Sister, brother-in-law, how do you find this admirable young man we have found for your daughter? If you agree, this match shall be sealed. Today marks both your 60th birthday and Xiao Xue's fortunate union. Truly a double celebration. No need for any further arrangements. With a word from Master Ma, we can all relocate to a grand hotel. Master Ma, is it still possible to book a room at this hour? Ma Tianming replied with a smile, the manager of Jixing Hotel is a friend of mine. With a simple call, we can secure a reservation at any time. Upon hearing this, the crowd marveled once more, now awaiting Cheng Yume and Xiao Jian to nod in agreement. Their gazes turned expectantly towards them. Brother, such an excellent son-in-law is rare to find. Why hesitate? Urged Xiao Lan and Xiao Mei eagerly. Xiao Jian, being traditional, understood that such matters are not easily discussed in front of women. Thus, he could not inquire about Xiao Xue's feelings. After a moment's contemplation, he said, Your mother and I are getting on in years, and it is difficult for us to voice our opinions. Tianji, as Xiao Xue's elder brother, you should decide for her. Indeed. Tianji, we all trust your judgment. Cheng Yume hastily concurred, seeing no other option. Him, Xiao Lan and Xiao Mei's expressions darkened instantly. They were daughters of this family. While Xiao Tianji was merely an adopted son without blood ties, it was disheartening to them that Xiao Jian and his wife would defer such an important decision to him. Yet, at this critical moment, they decided to endure. Tianji, you have no objections, I hope? After all, Xiao Xue's happiness would undoubtedly benefit you as well. Perhaps with this connection, you would no longer have to take on the role of a son-in-law. and you might even secure a steady meal. Am I his son-in-law? Tianji mused. I've heard that being a son-in-law is no easy feat, as it requires a good temperament. Ma Tianming had long been aware that Xiao Xue had an adopted brother who had assumed such a role, and he deliberately made this remark. Rest assured, brother. Once I marry Xiao Xue, I shall provide for this family. I can even offer you a job with a starting salary of 10,000. A starting salary of 10,000? Upon hearing this, even Song Zhong and Li Jianming felt a twinge of envy. How fortunate for Xiao Tianji, merely by being Xiao Xue and Appo's brother, albeit without blood relations, to potentially secure such a favorable opportunity. The crowd cast disdainful glances at Xiao Tianji. A girl like Xiao Xue truly deserves a worthy man, he finally spoke. Everyone's spirits lifted as they watched him, anticipating his next words to indicate acceptance. In their eyes, it was evident that when he referred to a worthy man, he meant Ma Tianming. His remarks were merely a means to elevate his own standing. Ma Tianming cleared his throat, exuding a newfound confidence. Standing tall like a diligent student awaiting the teacher's announcement of grades. And you, Xiao Tianji looked at Ma Tianming with utmost gravity, stating, "Forgive my candor. But you are not worthy of her. Young man, it would be wise to remain pragmatic. While superficial accolades may bring temporary glory, they will ultimately lead to your downfall." From the moment Ma Tianming entered, Xiao Tianji had assessed him with a single glance, discerning that he was a man of mere facade, shallow and devoid of substance. Such a pedestrian individual was unworthy of Xiao Xue. To express this truth so candidly was already a considerate gesture, allowing Ma Tianming to retain some dignity in this setting. Otherwise, how could an insignificant, superficial man dare to receive his judgment? Chapter 023, Medical Consultation. What did you say? Upon hearing Xiao Tianji and Appo's words, Ma Tianming and Appo's smile froze. The expressions of the others shifted simultaneously. You accuse me of being ostentatious. Yet you, a mere son-in-law living off others, possess what talents? If my investigation is accurate, you have not returned for 8 years since becoming a son-in-law. You indulge in your own comfort, disregarding your family's well-being. Now, what right do you have to speak here? Xiao Tianji, I am merely showing you some courtesy for Xiao Xue's sake. Do you truly consider yourself significant? Humiliated publicly, Ma Tianming revealed his acerbic nature, directing harsh words at Xiao Tianji. Rather than finding his remarks excessive, the others felt he was entirely justified. Xiao Tianji, what are you? How dare you assert authority here? It is only because my brother is kind-hearted that he has tolerated you until now. Had it been me, you would have been expelled long ago. The elder aunts immediately joined in the verbal assault. Exactly. Sister, I must say, you are too timid. How can you allow a thankless wretch to speak so brazenly? Cheng Yuji erupted. Ma Tianming was her companion, her greatest asset for the day, and who would have thought he would be publicly slandered by an adopted son? Truly, he had lost all sense of self-importance, thinking himself the master of this household. 20,000. I assure you, if you consent to my marriage with Xiao Xue, I will personally secure you a position. Just show up occasionally, and you will earn at least 20,000 a month. Is that acceptable? This was a blatant exertion of pressure through status and identity. To marry Xiao Xue, he was willing to go to great lengths. A guaranteed salary of 20,000 a month for minimal effort? Upon hearing this, Song Zhong, Li Jianming, and Fan Jian were consumed with envy. They had already been green with jealousy over a position that offered a mere 10,000. I say, you can pretend all you like. But you don't truly believe you are the master of this household, do you? What qualifications do you possess to speak on behalf of Xiao Xue? Su Lily scoffed. Her boyfriend, Fan Jian, worked under Ma Tianming and earned less than 20,000 in a month. In this scenario, how could she not feel envious? Moreover, offending Ma Tianming would surely complicate her boyfriend's future. Xiao Tianji, I know you have lived in a wealthy household. However, that wealth ultimately belongs to others. It has no connection to you. Do not get too carried away. Moreover, I doubt your wife provides you with a monthly allowance of 20,000, does she? Enough of this. Come, Tianming, please take a seat. Young Master Ma, would you care for some tea? Manager Ma, it seems we are now relatives. The crowd dismissed Xiao Tianji entirely, all eager to curry favor with Ma Tianming. To them, this matter appeared to be a foregone conclusion. Ma Tianming coldly regarded Xiao Tianji. What now? If you find this insufficient, I can always increase the offer. This was becoming rather unreasonable. In truth, he had just been publicly humiliated by Xiao Tianji. And now he sought to reclaim his dignity, demanding a public acknowledgement from Xiao Tianji. Enough. If you continue to be so disrespectful, do not blame me for my rudeness." The leopard could no longer contain himself. Xiao Tianji waved his hand, resolved to refrain from violence today. "Apologies. You are unworthy of Xiao Shui. Please leave." Upon hearing Xiao Tianji's refusal again, the crowd erupted. Each person, filled with righteous indignation, tore into Xiao Tianji. Su Lily even went so far as to declare him a wild seed causing havoc. "That's enough." Xiao Shui could no longer contain herself. With a fierce shout, she declared, "What my brother says is final. I will listen to him. Do not speak further." Xiao Shui, Ma Tianming momentarily stunned, his eyes flashing with malice. "Brother, are you really listening to this ungrateful wretch?" "Sister, you cannot be so foolish. Have you not suffered enough?" Xiao Lan, Xiao Mei, and Cheng Yuji, seething with resentment, redirected their ire towards Cheng Yumei and Xiao Jian. Cheng Yumei, bewildered, glanced at her husband. Xiao Jian gritted his teeth and declared, "I trust that Tianji has been doing what he ought to. This household will henceforth be under his jurisdiction. What he says goes. If you are dissatisfied, feel free to leave." This statement unequivocally indicated his stance, firmly aligning himself with Xiao Tianji. If you continue to create a disturbance, this place will not welcome you. He would rather sever ties with relatives than abandon his son. In his heart, he had long regarded Xiao Tianji as his own flesh and blood, both in the past and present. "Brother, you have disappointed us gravely. Just because he brought an old practitioner to treat you, claiming he can heal your legs? Such an obvious scam. Who could possibly be deceived? Only you foolishly choose to believe. Since you say so, there is no need for us to maintain this familial connection. Let it end." Xiao Lan and Xiao Mei, enraged and humiliated, turned to leave with their daughter and son-in-law. "Wait," Ma Tianming called out, his eyes flickering. "What is this about seeking an old practitioner for treatment? Young Master Ma, you may not be aware, but Xiao Tianji has been a son-in-law for 8 years without a word, suddenly returning with an old practitioner to treat my uncle's legs. After years of disability, they claim he can be cured. Would you believe such a street con?" Li Jiaming eagerly explained, believing that even if the engagement with Xiao Shui fell through, it would be beneficial to please Ma Tianming. Coming from a family of traditional Chinese medicine, a renowned orthopedic doctor at the provincial hospital, ordinary folks cannot even secure an appointment. He could bring them for a private consultation. Besides, being a project manager at Jingtong Group is an advantage. Each aspect represents a significant resource for us common folk. "Now I understand." Ma Tianming chuckled. Previously, he had been perplexed as to why Xiao Shui's parents so readily believed an adopted son. Now, he grasped that Xiao Tianji had manipulated trust through deception. Indeed, for someone like Xiao Jian, who had been disabled for years, the allure of standing again was simply irresistible. The so-called desperate measures in seeking treatment would lead anyone to trust unconditionally, including Xiao Shui, who might also have been duped. In essence, this form of deception was not dissimilar from the smooth-talking con artists selling health products to the elderly. "Uncle Meng, the next move is yours." Ma Tianming addressed the pudgy middle-aged man. Meng Gu, a well-known expert in provincial traditional Chinese medicine, had previously chosen to remain aloof from the unfolding drama. Now, hearing Ma Tianming's words, he knew it was time for him to step in. With a slight smile, he said, "Mr. Xiao, if you trust me, I would be happy to assist." Chapter 024. The Return of Yang. Withered wood meets spring. Xiao Jian wore a troubled expression. Agreeing to let Meng Gu treat him would imply a lack of trust in Chongqing Dao. He glanced at Xiao Tianji, uncertain of how to proceed. "Kid, you wouldn't dare let a doctor treat your father, would you? Afraid of having your scam exposed?" "Indeed," echoed Cheng Yumei, her hesitation evident. "Dr. Meng is a renowned expert. Countless people seek his help in vain. Tianji, why not allow Dr. Meng to take a look?" Xiao Tianji's displeasure was palpable. "This is superfluous. If you insist, then let it be." Meng Gu stepped forward, meticulously examining the situation before sneering. "You expect the old Taoist you hired to help your father stand again?" Xiao Tianji nodded affirmatively. "Fraud. A heartless charlatan. Your father's legs are beyond healing. The only way he could stand again is, what way?" Cheng Yumei interjected urgently. "Amputation. Then he could be fitted with prosthetics. If you're willing. Considering Master Ma's involvement, I can personally perform the surgery at a 20% discount. Amputation? Though currently disabled, those were still his own flesh and blood legs. The thought of such a bloody scene made Cheng Yumei shed tears. Uncle Meng said the ailment is incurable. No one in the world can heal it. Xiao Tianji, what do you have to say now? You deceitful ingrate. What right do you have to meddle in my affairs with Xiao Shui? Ma Tianming scoffed, gaining support from others, resembling the master of the household, the great savior. Who dares to make such a ruckus, disturbing my patient? A deep voice resonated from the adjacent room. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing Changxing Dao. Upon seeing his attire and demeanor, Ma Tianming couldn't help but laugh derisively. What era are we in? Still resorting to such street tricks? Speak. How much do you plan to swindle from here alongside Xiao Tianji? Indeed, where did this wandering doctor come from? Even the provincial experts are helpless. How could you possibly succeed? Old Taoist, you'd best leave now, or I swear I'll make you regret it. Li Jianming shouted as he charged forward. Xiao Tianji cast a glance at him. Li Jianming trembled violently, as if pierced by a bloodthirsty blade, his complexion turning pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Allowing him to treat Xiao Jian would only lead to his own embarrassment if it failed. He would watch them squirm, unable to utter a word. News spread quickly that an old Taoist was to treat Xiao Jian, and soon neighbors gathered, craning their necks to observe. The old Taoist's eyes sparked with intensity as his hands moved like the wind. Each hand wielded 9 long silver needles, piercing the joints of Xiao Jian's legs. At that moment, Xiao Jian could not help but cry out in pain. Old Xiao, Cheng Yume gasped, rushing forward. The return of Yang, withered would meet spring. It has succeeded, he shouted, slamming his palm down. When they looked again, the gleaming silver needles had vanished without a trace. The old Taoist executed his actions seamlessly, though he could not suppress a slight wheeze. Meanwhile, Xiao Jian's face flushed crimson. Despite his efforts to endure, his body trembled in agony like a stroke victim. Father, how do you feel? Xiao Shui asked, her face filled with anxiety. Taoist, did you make a mistake? Why is it like this? Cheng Yume inquired anxiously. The old Taoist took a breath, but before he could reply, the surrounding relatives and neighbors erupted in uproar. The old Taoist is harming him. A fraudulent street doctor. Don't let him escape. Quickly report to the authorities. A chorus of accusations filled the air. You know nothing. Changxing Dao retorted impatiently. Stagnant qi for years, suddenly flowing. It will feel as if pricked by needles, like an itch in the heart. Now, do you feel better? Xiao Jian exhaled deeply. Thank you, Taoist. With that, he surprisingly stood up from the wheelchair. The room fell silent. Even Xiao Jian himself was astonished, feeling a wave of relief wash over him, instinctively wanting to stand and express his gratitude. Looking down, he realized he was truly standing. He took a few tentative steps, discovering that his long dormant legs had returned to him. Tears streamed down his face in an instant. Father, Xiao Shui cried out, overwhelmed. Years of pent-up grievances and the joy of rediscovery surged forth in her tears. Cheng Yume discreetly wiped her eyes and silently knelt before Changxing Dao, bowing her head. Please. No need for that. Changxing Dao quickly sidestepped. Mother, please rise. Xiao Tianji assisted his adoptive mother. He then helped his adoptive father sit down. Father, you've just recovered. Do not overexert yourself. Please rest for now. Nurture your qi. There will be ample opportunities for you ahead. The return of Yang, withered would meet spring. You are Changsheng. Realizing this, Menggu was visibly excited, about to utter the name. Changxing Dao cast a cold glance at him, prompting him to quickly silence himself. That name, a mere legend to many, was sacred to a fellow physician like him. It was a taboo. Knowing Changxing Dao wished to keep his identity concealed, Menggu wouldn't dare utter it even if he had 8 lives. Uncle Meng, do you know him? Please tell us. Who exactly is he? Menggu forced a smile, feeling quite awkward. It's nothing. Master Ma, shall we take our leave? Leave? Seeing Xiao Shui in such a splendid light, how could I relent? He merely employed a diversion. Generally, such tricks dissipate quickly. Today, I, Ma Tianming, will remain here. If Father's legs are still well in a while, I, Ma Tianming, I will kneel and apologize. Xiao Jian, having regained vitality, did not wish for matters to escalate further. Tianji, since our relatives have gathered, shall we take our seats? Xiao Tianji nodded, turning to Changxing Dao. Thank you, Taoist. Please allow me to offer you a cup of fine wine. The old Taoist did not decline. To share a table with Xiao Tianji was a rare opportunity indeed. I shall call you Leopard. You have worked hard alongside Tianji, so please join us. Only after receiving Xiao Tianji's approval did Leopard take a seat beside him. Chapter 025. Mr. Xiao, I have come to plead for forgiveness. At the main table sat Xiao Jian, Cheng Yume, Xiao Shui, Xiao Tianji, Baozi, and Changxing Dao. At the auxiliary tables were family relatives. The neighbors, who often lent us a helping hand, were also invited to take a seat. I will fetch a few more stools. Qing Yume wore a look of unease. No need, came the reply. The wariness in the neighbors' eyes had yet to dissipate. They had not forgotten how not long ago Xiao Tianji had assaulted even the officers of the patrol team. Now, an unidentified sorcerer had appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Would getting too close to the Xiao family put them in jeopardy? Xiao Tianji, I have found you. A furious roar echoed from the alley outside, followed by the entry of dozens of thugs wielding knives, guns, and clubs. What is happening? The relatives were all bewildered, their faces pale with fear. Xiao Tianji looked at the leader of the group and inquired, "Who are you? You severed Huang Tian's hand and harmed 2 of my generals on Sanqing Mountain. Did you not send word saying that now that you've come to Xinzhou, I, this dragon, must harm myself?" The leader lifted his shirt, revealing a fierce-looking green dragon tattoo across his back, marred by a prominent scar. A crippled dragon? It must be Brother Long. We met last time on Bar Street, said Ma Tianming, rising hastily in alarm. My grandfather treated you once. The crippled dragon sneered. What are you doing here? Are you with Xiao Tianji? No, I don't know him. Ma Tianming shook his head fervently. Then that's good. The crippled dragon drew a sharp knife and slammed it onto the table. He gazed at Xiao Tianji. Are you going to take action yourself, or shall I assist you? Xiao Tianji replied calmly. Today is my father's birthday. I do not wish to see bloodshed. Birthday? The crippled dragon laughed heartily. I am determined to turn this birthday into a funeral. He glared at Xiao Jian. Old man. Thanks to your good son, tomorrow will mark your anniversary. Whoever kills me, the entire Xiao family will pay with their lives. Qing Yume and Xiao Shui trembled in terror. Their faces drained of color. Brother Long, could you show me some mercy? Xiao Tianji has offended you, but his family is innocent. Take him away and deal with him as you wish, but spare his family. What does his family have to do with you? Ma Tianming looked at Xiao Shui. Brother Long asks what our relationship is. Now that I have agreed to this marriage, we are family, and I can guarantee your safety. This was an overt threat. Sister-in-law, why are you still dawdling? Quickly agree. Brother, you must not be foolish at this moment. In this critical time, only Master Ma can help you. Xiao Tianji will only bring trouble. The neighbors nodded in agreement. The incident with Wang Er was still fresh in their minds. They were astonished that Xiao Tianji had even offended a figure like the crippled dragon. He truly was a troublemaker. Fortunately, they had not yet taken their seats, or they might have been mistaken for accomplices, which would have led to severe troubles. Is this Mr. Xiao's residence? A voice rang out again from outside, strong yet cautious. I, the crippled dragon, am here to settle old scores. Those who do not wish to die, leave now. The crippled dragon cursed without looking back, assuming it was yet another fool. Crippled dragon, it is I? I don't care who you are, the crippled dragon remarked casually, but upon noticing the unusual tone, he turned around. The sight before him instantly made him revert to a disciplined demeanor, resembling a schoolboy. Fei Xiao, why are you here? I see. Has Xiao Tianji offended you as well, and you have come to demand an explanation? Ha ha ha. Xiao Tianji, you truly are blind to danger. Daring to offend the young master of the Chu family. Fei Xiao, you need not dirty your hands. Leave it to me. I assure you, this fellow will suffer more than death. Chu Tingfei cast a fearful glance at Xiao Tianji before turning to the entrance respectfully. Father. Father? The crowd was taken aback. As a beaming middle-aged man entered, the crippled dragon trembled and fell to his knees. Xiongyi, what brings you here? Such a trivial matter. How could I trouble you? His underlings knelt in unison. In their eyes, Xiongyi was akin to royalty. Chu Tianxiong did not even glance at the crippled dragon and walked directly toward Xiao Tianji. Is Xiongyi personally going to deal with Xiao Tianji? The crowd was astonished, especially Ma Tianming, whose eyes gleamed with pride. If Xiao Tianji were incapacitated, then Xiao Shui would be utterly within his grasp. Mr. Xiao, I have come to plead for forgiveness. However, upon reaching Xiao Tianji, Chu Tianxiong bowed deeply and respectfully. The entire room was dumbfounded. What is happening? Xiao Tianji remained silent, and Chu Tianxiong bent over, not daring to lift his head. Dad, taste this fish. Xiao Tianji placed a piece of fish into Xiao Jian's plate. Tianji, this Xiao Jian trembled. Is this the behind-the-scenes boss of Xinhuang International? Are they your friends? They are not worthy to be my friends. Xiao Tianji finally cast a glance at Chu Tianxiong and said indifferently, what will you offer as compensation? Chu Tianxiong shivered and hurriedly took a brocade box from one of his subordinates. Opening it revealed 2 wild ginseng roots, each half a foot long. Knowing your father's health isn't good, I specially prepared some tonics for his birthday to help his recovery. Wild ginseng over 100 years old, someone exclaimed, unable to contain themselves before quickly silencing. Xiao Tianji did not even look at it. What else? Shu Tianxiong swallowed hard, cautiously placing the wild ginseng on the table, and said solemnly, Shu Tingfei, step forward. Father. Shu Tengfei's legs weakened, nearly causing him to kneel. He dared not disobey, trembling as he approached. Shu Tianxiong gritted his teeth and picked up a chair from the side. With a loud crack, he struck it down upon his son's legs with all his might. Amidst the wretched cries, Shu Tengfei fell to the ground. Shu Tianxiong discarded the chair, his expression unchanged. He bowed again, saying, I have verified that this ungrateful son caused worker casualties during the construction of Xinhuang International due to management issues. Not only did he fail to remedy the situation in a timely manner, but he also employed unscrupulous means behind my back to suppress the matter. Mr. Xiao, today I have crippled his legs as an apology. He then produced a bank card, carefully placing it on the table. This contains 10 million as compensation to you. I have also instructed my men to investigate the other casualties among the workers and ensure they are properly taken care of. And what else? Xiao Tianji inquired again. Chapter 26. A modicum of leniency. Shu Tianxiong gritted his teeth and spoke. Since you disapprove of the new Emperor International, I am already having it dismantled. Xiao Tianji's expression softened slightly as he cast a glance at Shu Tianxiong. You seem somewhat reluctant? No. Shu Tianxiong immediately knelt down, filled with trepidation. If it can quell your anger, I would willingly do anything. I beseech you, in light of my sincerity, to grant me leniency. From now on, I shall follow your lead. Xiao Tianji let out a cold laugh. With your mere Tianxiong club, I have no interest. Yes, sir. Shu Tianxiong wiped the sweat from his forehead and cautiously continued. I have an elder brother, Jin Lushan, the chairman of Jin Xian Security in Dongzhou City. He wishes to visit to congratulate your esteemed father and offer his apologies. Might he be permitted entry? The chairman of Jin Xian Security, Jin Lushan, known as the underground emperor of Dongzhou City? It seemed that such a prominent figure was merely a subordinate here to gauge the situation. Xiao Tianji pondered for a moment before responding with impatience. Let him in. Jin comes to congratulate you. Wishing your esteemed father longevity as boundless as the East Sea and fortune as enduring as the South Mountain. A stout, bald man hurried in, followed by 8 suited bodyguards carrying ancient screens depicting the vast East Sea and majestic South Mountain, clearly the work of a master artist, worth a fortune. Upon reaching Xiao Tianji, Jin Lushan bent low, not daring to raise his head, his brow glistening with perspiration. Speak your business, Xiao Tianji said indifferently. Jin Lushan trembled and bowed deeper. My son has acted recklessly and offended you. It is my failure to discipline him. I implore you to show mercy and spare him. Upon his return, I will ensure he is strictly corrected. Xiao Tianji remained silent. Jin Liushan's posture grew more exaggerated, trembling uncontrollably, afraid to utter another word. His only son and the legacy he had built over a lifetime rested on Xiao Tianji's whims. Perhaps we should show mercy, Xiao Jian muttered softly. Xiao Tianji finally nodded. Stand to the side. Yes. Jin Lushan, overjoyed, stepped back respectfully, a weight lifted from his heart. The others stood in disbelief, as Dongzhou's titan, Jin Lushan, appeared like a mere worm before Xiao Tianji. What power did Xiao Tianji wield? The kneeling remnants of the Long family felt as though despair had settled in their hearts. Sir, Bai Jingtong seeks an audience. A voice called from outside once more. Bai Jingtong. Ma Tianming and Fan Jian shivered in unison. Was their chairman arriving? The wealthiest man in Xinzhou. They hastily rose, their legs trembling as they rushed to greet him. Chairman, they exclaimed, filled with trepidation. Bai Jingtong, visibly distressed, hurried towards Xiao Tianji, bowing deeply. My son deserves his fate. I implore you to show mercy and spare the Jingtong group. The circumstances of his son's death were clear to him. Yet, one thing remained elusive, the identity of Xiao Tianji. In desperation, he sought the assistance of the Sima family in Dongzhou. Once merely a department manager within the Sima family enterprise, he had diligently earned recognition and, with their support, built a vast industry in Xinzhou. Although he was the wealthiest man there, he was but a pupil compared to the Sima family. In seeking forgiveness, he had given his utmost. After today, I will avenge your son, was the response he received. Thus, he found himself here. This is the land acquisition contract for this alley. According to the plan, the Jingtong Group intends to build a resort here. I present this to you as a token of my sincerity. All compensation for relocation will be at the agreed price, with a 10% premium deposited into the neighbors' accounts within 3 days. A land deed? The alley was already acquired by the Jingtong Group, and the neighbors had signed contracts long ago. Now, Bai Jingtong was offering such a substantial piece of land to Xiao Tianji. Furthermore, they would receive a 10% premium on their compensation? Surely, this could not be real. How can we accept such a gift? Besides, with such a large area, we could never occupy it all, Xiao Jian remarked anxiously. Father, Xiao Tianji replied with a smile. I know both you and Mother cherish tranquility. I recall seeing Suzhou's gardens on television, where you expressed a desire to spend even a day there. If that is the case, once this is leveled, let us construct a garden in the style of Suzhou. Tianji, are you jesting? We are ordinary people. How could we live in a garden? Cheng Yumei stammered. Xiao Tianji smiled. Though they are not my biological parents, they are akin to my own. As long as I am here, you may reside wherever you wish in this vast world. Thank you, sir. Bai Jingtong quickly responded. I will arrange for the most renowned architect in the country to design it. Xiao Tianji accepted his gift, which amounted to his forgiveness. I shall cover the costs for constructing the garden. A voice interjected. Sima Cheng approached. Exuding confidence befitting the leader of Dongzhou's business realm and a family with a century of heritage. Sir, here is 100 million. I hope you will accept it. Xiao Tianji glanced at him, a cold smile on his lips. You must have ulterior motives. Sima Cheng's expression shifted, turning to Chongqing. Sima Cheng pays respects to the Grand National Physician. I earnestly request you to treat my son. The fee is at your discretion. The Grand National Physician? This old Taoist was indeed the legendary healer? The crowd awakened from their stupor, feeling a wave of embarrassment for previously dismissing him as a charlatan. The old Taoist remained unfazed, continuing to eat. What does Mr. Xiao think? The illustrious Grand National Physician sought Xiao Tianji's approval. Sima Cheng trembled, reaffirming his thoughts, and hurriedly bowed to Xiao Tianji. The fate of his son's leg depended on Xiao Tianji's decision. Tianji, a group has arrived outside, claiming to be from the Murong family in Dongzhou. They are here for you. Xiang rushed in, her face flushed with anxiety. The Murong family of Dongzhou? Wasn't that the family Xiao Tianji had married into? The crowd exhaled, finally grasping the source of Xiao Tianji's confidence and understanding why so many prominent figures feared him. It was likely due to the influence of the Murong family. No one anticipated that the Murong family wielded such significant power. However, unspoken sentiments lingered. They still regarded Xiao Tianji with disdain. Essentially, he was merely riding on someone else and Appo's coattails. Now that the Murong family had arrived, could Xiao Tianji maintain his facade? Everyone awaited the moment his pretense would crumble, eager to witness him grovel before his in-laws. Chapter 027. From now on, the Murong family is in your hands in response. Xiao Tianji was somewhat taken aback. However, upon observing Sima Cheng's expression, he quickly grasped the situation. The Murong family was in distress and required assistance from the Sima family. Now that the Sima family had come seeking his help, how could the Murong family refrain from pleading for support? Ah, my dear mother-in-law, a voice called out, and Li Lan, resplendent in her jewelry, swept into the room like a gust of wind. I have long wanted to meet you, but I have been too busy to make it. 8 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Now that we finally meet, dear mother-in-law, you look exceptionally well. What skincare products do you use? Cheng Yumei nearly toppled from her chair in shock. Mother-in-law? Tianji, do introduce us, she implored, unable to believe her ears. You should have informed us of your father's birthday. Though Li Lan spoke in jest, her gaze upon Xiao Tianji flickered with a hint of trepidation. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Li Lan, and I am 48 years old. By age, I should address you as sister, no? Sister, these are my favorite bracelets, crafted from old pit glass. I present them to you. She fervently removed a pair of bracelets from her wrist and thrust them into Cheng Yumei's hands. Are you mute? Why do you not greet your elder brother? She chastised, turning to her husband. Today is your elder brother's 60th birthday. Where is the gift? Hurry and present it. Murong Hai, visibly embarrassed, hurriedly replied, Where is the birthday gift for your father-in-law? Bring it out. Father-in-law? Murong Yu's face flushed crimson. Stealing a glance at the composed Xiao Tianji beside her, her heart raced. Although they were nominally husband and wife, their relationship had always been merely formal. She still considered herself a young girl, and now she was meeting her in-laws. What are you dawdling for? Bring out the gift. Li Lan approached, snatching a box from Murong Yu's hands. Please do not be angry, father-in-law. My daughter is quite good in every way, except she is shy. She has been abroad and did not have the chance to pay her respects to you. Now that she is back, she will be in your care. Chuckling, she added, by the way, this young couple has a great relationship. The first person Tianji met upon returning was her. Let us hope they bless us with a grandchild soon. As the box opened, a finely crafted white jade pipe was revealed. Murong Yu was so embarrassed that she wished for a hole to hide in. Xiao Yu, it's done. Li Shishir entered, holding a remittance slip. Here, take this. Finally seeing a glimmer of hope, Murong Yu seized Li Shishir's arm and made for the exit. She had been coerced into meeting Xiao Tianji by her parents, and now she simply could not endure another moment. Whom are you sending money to? Xiao Tianji inquired suddenly. Li Shishir quickly whispered, Yu has been supporting a girl for years. It has been inconvenient for her to transfer funds, so I have been handling it on her behalf. She was wholly respectful in front of Xiao Tianji, for she understood that this man was like a dragon from the heavens. Supporting a girl? Xiao Shui, realizing the implications, asked, what is the girl's name? Xiao Shui, is there a problem? Tears welled in Xiao Shui's eyes as she approached, grasping Murong Yu's hand. Sister-in-law, you have been helping us from behind the scenes all this time. Sister, today is our father's birthday. Since you are here, you cannot leave. Come sit with us. Did my brother bully you? If so, tell me, and I will teach him a lesson. She laughed, adding, do not worry, my brother may appear tough, but he is soft-hearted. Besides, a celestial being like you would surely have captured his heart. Murong Yu, torn between emotions, glanced at Xiao Tianji. He nodded, come. Sit with us. To be honest, Murong Yu had silently supported them for 8 years. Although it stemmed from her kindness rather than any romantic feelings. She was indeed recognized as his wife. Xiao Yu, go on, Li Shishir urged. Reluctantly, Murong Yu settled beside Xiao Tianji, her heart racing with anxiety. Are you mute? Speak up. Seeing Sima Cheng standing nearby, Li Lan cast her husband a meaningful look. In essence, all their actions today were aimed at persuading Xiao Tianji to intercede on behalf of the Murong family, seeking assistance to navigate their crisis. They were facing a financial predicament due to a bank's loan termination, and the bank in question was under Sima family's control. Tianji, Murong Hai struggled to find his voice, but the family's safety was at stake, compelling him to swallow his pride. Gritting his teeth, he bowed. We have wronged you in the past. From now on, the Murong family is at your command. I beseech you, for Xiao Yu's sake, please help us. The neighbors and relatives were all taken aback. A father-in-law bowing to his son-in-law and seeking assistance? Father, witnessing her father humbling himself for the family's sake. Murong Yu felt a pang of compassion. She quickly rose, her beautiful eyes pleading with Xiao Tianji. Faced with such a situation, Xiao Tianji sighed and looked at Sima Cheng. What is your name? Sima Cheng. You know what to do? Yes, Sima Cheng replied hastily. The Murong family has applied for a 10 billion loan from Dongzhou Bank. It will be transferred in full to the account within 3 days. 10 billion is too little. Make it 20 billion. Is there a problem? No. I will arrange it immediately upon returning. For the sake of his son's leg, he was willing to take the risk. Having achieved his current status, he was adept at adapting and concealing his emotions. However, he thought to himself that once his son's leg was healed, he would eliminate Xiao Tianji. As matters seemed to be resolving, chaos erupted once more. Everyone, freeze. The patrol officers are on the scene. Hands up. The confident Wu Yingzi led dozens of armed officers into the room. Having previously encountered obstacles while investigating Xiao Tianji, she was now convinced that he was a formidable figure with deep connections. Thus, she meticulously planned to apprehend him during the birthday banquet. Anger flared in Xiao Tianji's eyes. He had exercised patience, understanding that they were acting in the interest of their duties. However, to make such a grand entrance to arrest someone during his father's birthday celebration was a slap in the face to the Shura war god. Boss, let me handle this. Upon seeing Xiao Tianji and Appo's expression, Baozi stood up. Do not act rashly. Stay calm. A middle-aged man burst into the room, panic etched across his face. Director Jia? Murong Hai was momentarily stunned. Why are you here? What is happening? Recalling that he had previously implored Director Jia to deal with Xiao Tianji, his complexion shifted. Chapter 28. The mystery of heritage in the bustling city of Dongzhou. General Jia's authority loomed far above that of the wealthy elites. Master, the ruthless bandit is right here. Your arrival is most timely. Not a single one shall escape today. Wu Yingzi declared coldly, her weapon aimed squarely at Xiao Tianji. Privately, she referred to Jia Bo as uncle, yet in public, she was the proud disciple groomed by him. Xiao Tianji's gaze turned even more frigid. Jia Bo exhaled deeply. his expression grave as he approached Xiao Tianji. Was he truly preparing to take matters into his own hands? This time, there would be no escape for Xiao Tianji. Please, esteemed sir, do not hold my subordinate's transgressions against me. Let us not quarrel over trifles. Standing before Xiao Tianji, Jiabo was filled with trepidation and reverence, bowing deeply. I, Jiabo, humbly apologize for the misunderstanding. It is all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Xiao Tianji scoffed. You and your entourage burst in here, armed to the teeth. And now you claim it was a misunderstanding? You might as well take me into custody. And no, absolutely not. Jiabo stammered, turning to see the remnants of the Can Dragon gang kneeling nearby. A sudden inspiration struck him. The bandits are right here. Seize them and take them away for thorough questioning. How dare they disrupt the birthday celebration? Wu Yingzi, why are you still hesitating? Execute the orders. Wu Yingzi, taken aback, finally grasped the situation upon witnessing General Jia's demeanor towards Xiao Tianji. Seize them, she commanded. A group surged forward, weapons drawn, apprehending the remnants of the Can Dragon gang. At that moment, Qianlong felt utterly despondent. Had he known things would unfold this way, he would have chosen to dash his head against a block of tofu rather than risk his life here. Bai Jingdong and Sima Cheng exchanged glances, cold sweat trickling down their brows. Initially, they had harbored ulterior motives, orchestrating this charade solely to solicit aid from Chongqing Dao for Sima Yuntian's ailment. They had questioned Xiao Tianji and Apos' identity deep down, but now, witnessing the high-ranking General Jia and Apos' demeanor, they dared not make any rash moves. It dawned upon them that their performance today had indeed been astute. This was no longer mere theatrics. They would execute their orders with precision. Sima Cheng realized he had made an egregious error. Xiao Tianji's identity was far beyond the reach of his humble Sima clan. With trembling hands, he discreetly sent a text message. Assassination plan cancelled. Notify the Shadow Team to leave the country immediately and never set foot in the Great Xiao again. Xiaoxua, I have arrived. A melodious voice rang out as Yi Furong burst into the scene. Dressed in radiant attire, she exuded a brilliance reminiscent of a lotus emerging from the sunlit waters. So many people. She was taken aback upon seeing the prominent figures standing in the courtyard, their expressions filled with trepidation. Furong, what brings you here? Come quickly. Xiao Shui greeted her warmly. Yi Furong cast a glance at Xiao Tianji and noticed the ethereal Murong Yu beside him, causing her eyelids to flutter momentarily. Regaining her composure, she exclaimed excitedly, Xiao Shui, come here. You must see who I have brought with me. Outside the door, Yi Qingmei made her entrance. My heavens, is that truly you, Yi Qingmei? Xiao Shui gasped in surprise. The arrival of the superstar was indeed unexpected. Is she here to offer her apologies to Xiao Tianji? Yi Qingmei and Yi Furong engaged in lively conversation, quickly bonding as sisters. Initially eager to return to the capital, Yi Qingmei had been drawn to this occasion to celebrate a friend's father's birthday. Rarely departing from the limelight, she had whimsically donned ordinary attire to partake in the festivities of the common folk. Perhaps for another reason she herself was reluctant to acknowledge. She longed to meet someone special in Xinzhou, the enigmatic man from Sanqing Temple. I have met the esteemed sir before. Thank you for your noble assistance, she expressed, upon recognizing Xiao Tianji and the old Taoist among the guests. Approaching, she performed a graceful bow. Yi Furong understood that it was Xiao Tianji who had summoned Yi Qingmei, yet she chose to keep that to herself. Once, a man had gone to great lengths to fulfill her wishes, bringing the illustrious star to meet her. She cherished this secret deeply within her heart. Tianji, Qingmei and I have not prepared any gifts. Why don't we sing a song to celebrate your uncle's birthday? Xiao Tianji said. Uncle, may you enjoy blessings as vast as the eastern sea and a longevity surpassing the southern mountains. Xiao Jian was at a loss for words. If that is the case, let us commence the banquet, Xiao Tianji declared. Yi Qingmei and Yi Furong stepped into the courtyard, their melodious voices weaving a tapestry of joy, showcasing the beauty of the human experience. Father, on this joyous occasion, you should have a drink as well. Xiao Tianji personally poured wine for his father. Xiao Jian, glowing with delight, raised his glass. Though preparations were hurried and modest, I thank you all for your presence. Alan, Aim, and Yuji, please enjoy your meal. Jianming, Songzhong, Fan Jian, you young people should partake of the wine generously. The relatives stood in trepidation, acutely aware that they were in the presence of the formidable figures of Xinzhou. The wealthiest by Jingdong, the illustrious Jin chairman of Dongzhou, the patriarch of the Sima clan, the elder of the Murong family, and the influential General Jia. None of them had even a seat at the table. The performers were none other than the celebrated Yi Qingmei. They felt utterly unworthy, each one squirming in discomfort, regretting their earlier mockery of Xiao Tianji, wishing they could vanish into the earth. They yearned to toast and apologize. Yet even raising a glass in Xiao Tianji's presence felt too daunting. At long last, the birthday banquet concluded. The night was serene, the air still lingering with the echoes of festivity. Xiao Jian requested Xiao Tianji to wheel him to a phoenix tree in the courtyard. Tianji, I have long sensed that you are no ordinary person. Now, I am certain of it. I am aware of your identity and the matters you handle, which are not suitable for disclosure. Rest assured, I shall not pry. Changing the subject, he sighed, filled with nostalgia and reluctance. Having resided here for decades, this old house is soon to be demolished. I fear this tree may not survive either. Father, if you are attached to it, ask them to spare this tree. No need to save it. This tree has fulfilled its purpose. Xiao Jian rested his hand on the trunk, an unusual light gleaming in his eyes. Tianji, do you wish to uncover the truth of your origins? Xiao Tianji paused. Father, why bring this up suddenly? Did you not say I was found by you and my mother at the marketplace when I was 3? Yes, you were found, but not at the marketplace. It was beneath this tree. The person who left you here was certainly fleeing from danger, seeking refuge, and, ultimately, exhausted, collapsed. After requesting some water, they entrusted you to us without leaving a name and hurriedly departed. If we can find them, we should be able to unravel the mystery of your heritage. Are there any clues? The clues should lie within that iron box, 3 feet beneath the ground, nestled between the tree roots. I wrapped it in a plastic bag, so it should remain rust-free. My child, you may dig it up yourself. Chapter 029. The fox relying on the tiger's might throughout the years of battle and strife. Xiao Tianji had arranged for a discreet investigation into his lineage, yet all efforts yielded no results. Unexpectedly, a breakthrough emerged. Gazing at the aged tree, a tempest of emotions stirred within him. As a child, he had climbed trees and played beneath their branches, never imagining that buried beneath them lay the enigma of his own origins. I am weary. I shall return to rest, he announced. Noting Xiao Jian's hesitation, he slowly rose to retreat indoors. Xiao Tianji understood that Xiao Jian wished to avoid suspicion. He desired the elder to stay, but upon reflection, he realized that concealing certain truths might also serve as a form of protection for him. He had arranged for a leopard to escort Xiao Shui back to school, leaving him alone at this moment. The moon hung high, and the sparse stars twinkled in the vast night sky, as if concealing some earth-shattering secret within their depths. Rarely did Xiao Tianji indulge in the habit of smoking, but he lit a cigarette and inhaled deeply, savoring its solitude before setting it aside. He then grasped a nearby shovel and began to dig. 3 feet beneath the surface, a sharp sound rang out as the shovel struck something solid. After clearing the debris, he uncovered a slender iron box, firmly wedged between 2 tree roots. It felt unexpectedly heavy, stirring a profound emotion within him. This was no ordinary metal. If his conjecture held true, it was likely to be sea-sunken iron, extracted from deep-sea iron mines and transformed by years of immersion in salt water. Its internal structure had undergone significant change. Its hardness and toughness greatly surpassed that of common iron ore, scarce in quantity and difficult to extract. It was typically used to forge exquisite blades, commanding a high value. The box, buried for so long, still glimmered faintly. An internal lock adorned its surface, accompanied by an ancient key made of the same sea-sunken iron. Inserting the key into the lock and turning it gently, the key unexpectedly broke off at the base, and a faint sound emanated from within as the box opened. It appeared to be a one-time key. Once used, it was rendered useless. This indicated Xiao Jian's inherent integrity. He had never attempted to pry it open himself. Inside the box lay an ancient tome, inscribed with the title Kunlun Daojing in seal script. Xiao Tianji leafed through it casually. Apart from the vigorous calligraphy and archaic ink, he discovered nothing remarkable. It seemed to be merely a typical ancient text. How could this be? What connection could it possibly have to his lineage? As he prepared to close the box and return indoors for a more thorough examination, a glimmer of crimson light flashed beneath the moonlight at the bottom of the box. Startled, he looked again to find that a groove had been carved into the base, where a plate crafted from iron was perfectly fitted. Removing the iron plate, he noticed, under the moonlight, that the bloodstains appeared to flow, revealing an ancient character, Hai. Curiously, the crimson hue stained approximately 7/10 of the character, while the remaining 3/10 seemed to await completion. This was likely an identity token. But what did Hai signify? In ancient contexts, Hai represented a time frame, specifically between 9 and 11 o'clock in the evening. Glancing at his watch, he noted, perhaps coincidentally, that it was currently 10:45, precisely the hour of Hai. The distant rustling of leaves caught his attention as a startled bird took flight. Xiao Tianji's gaze turned icy as he gathered his belongings and strolled leisurely from the courtyard, exiting the alleyway towards a secluded grove in the distance. "Come out," he commanded coolly, halting amidst the trees. A soft gasp escaped from behind the foliage, and a lithe figure emerged. "How did you discover me?" The voice, tinged with indignation and defiance, belonged to Wu Yingzi, the captivating police officer with an angelic visage and devilish figure. Xiao Tianji remained impassive. "You've been tailing me for days. Are you finally prepared to make your move? You knew all along." Wu Yingzi's expression shifted in disbelief. "I refuse to accept this. Who exactly are you?" "Today, so many powerful figures bowed to you. Was it because you are an acquaintance of Lord Changsheng? I understand that he, being a renowned physician, often attends to the ailments of the elite. What merit do you possess that permits such arrogance, merely from knowing him? Can you prove that all this is your own capability and not merely a byproduct of your association with him?" Seeing Xiao Tianji remain silent, she clenched her teeth and continued, "If you truly possess such prowess, then I, Wu Yingzi, shall kneel before you as an apology for my previous offense. But if you are merely a fox hiding behind a tiger and Appos, might, rest assured, I, Wu Yingzi, will not overlook you." The events of the day had profoundly shaken her. Previously convinced that Xiao Tianji was a significant criminal, she had meticulously laid a trap, intending to capture him decisively. However, the unexpected appearance of Director Jia had completely derailed her plans. She had even questioned her own judgment. Perhaps Xiao Tianji harbored some deeply concealed background. Yet, despite exhausting all avenues of inquiry, he remained an ordinary individual. This led her to reconsider Xiao Tianji and Appos' ability to command such respect from prominent figures must stem from his connection to Lord Changsheng. This realization made sense. As a distinguished physician, Lord Changsheng mingled with the elite, and Xiao Tianji was merely riding on his coattails. What troubled her most was the memory of that kneeling moment. As a pampered heiress, she had never faced such humiliation. Xiao Tianji's single command to kneel shattered her pride and self-esteem. Without a definitive answer, she feared she might remain trapped in that shadow for the rest of her life. Thus, despite witnessing the reverence others held for Xiao Tianji and heeding Director Jia's repeated warnings, she remained defiant. She needed to verify the truth for herself. "It's simple," she stated coldly, fixing her gaze on Xiao Tianji. "If you defeat me, I will apologize and refrain from bothering you henceforth. If you lose, you will come with me back to the bureau." With that, she assumed a combat stance. As a distinguished heiress, she was not only of noble birth, but also a renowned combat expert trained in a specialized unit for police officers. Xiao Tianji's expression remained unmoved as he coldly replied, "Get out here." "What did you say?" Wu Yingzi blinked in surprise, realizing he was looking past her. Was there someone else? Alarmed, she turned. "Yingzi, don't be afraid. It's me." A figure emerged from the thicket. "One Wei? What are you doing here?" "Yingzi, I was worried about you." He was the deputy captain of the police force, harboring feelings for Wu Yingzi since her first day. Concerned for her safety as she approached Xiao Tianji, he had come to protect her. Moreover, with Wu Yingzi previously viewing him solely as a colleague, he believed that if he could subdue Xiao Tianji, perhaps she would finally regard him in a new light. He was confident in his own abilities. Chapter 030. I was wrong, kid. Wise up and kneel to apologize to Yingzi. You are merely relying on the protection of the Changsheng Dao, which has now departed. The formidable guardian who once shielded you is gone as well. What prowess do you possess now? Wang Wei's eyes glinted with disdain as he sheathed his weapon, adopting a fighting stance. He had been unceremoniously kicked aside by the leopard before, and a sense of trepidation lingered. If the leopard were still here, he would not dare to show himself. Having witnessed both the leopard and Changsheng Dao leave, he mistakenly believed the leopard to be a mere bodyguard, thus reinforcing his belief that Xiao Tianji was merely riding on borrowed power. Yingzi, step back. This leech is no match for me alone. Rest assured. As long as I am present, no one shall harm you. Impudent brat, why do you hesitate? Are you afraid? Xiao Tianji replied, my patience is finite. If you do not strike soon, you may find that the opportunity has slipped away. Despite his bravado, Wang Wei retreated, declaring, he is mine. Wu Yingzi could no longer tolerate it. She found Xiao Tianji's aloof demeanor and self-assured arrogance utterly intolerable, as though the world lay within his grasp. With a fierce shout, she lunged forward, executing a swift and lethal grab aimed at Xiao Tianji's throat. Her movements were swift, precise, and ruthless, truly befitting a heroine among women. Even Wang Wei felt a pang of inferiority. "I'll assist you," he declared, filled with a protective impulse, charging forward with a soaring kick. With a cold snort, Xiao Tianji finally moved. His fist swung out, summoning a tempest. Wang Wei suddenly felt as though his blood had frozen, his entire being plummeting into an abyss of ice. With a thud, he fell to the ground. Wu Yingzi felt the oppressive aura of unparalleled dominance wash over her once more. In a gasp, her legs weakened, nearly causing her to collapse. She had initially reserved a countermeasure, but in that moment, all her offensive momentum crumbled. Facing the terrifying Xiao Tianji, she felt as fragile as a mere straw. I was wrong. The last thought flickered in her mind as she despairingly shut her eyes. An irreversible mistake could only be atoned for with death. The wind howled past her. A scream erupted behind her. "You should have attacked together." Xiao Tianji's voice was cold and detached. Both Wu Yingzi and Wang Wei turned in terror, witnessing Xiao Tianji, like a javelin, strike a black-clad figure before him with a single punch, causing flesh and blood to splatter. Simultaneously, four phantoms emerged from the shadows, their movements ghostly and swift. Were their hidden masters lurking behind? Were his earlier words not directed at us? The two were instantly thrown into disarray. Realizing that their previous bravado had been nothing but a farce, it became evident that Xiao Tianji had never regarded them as worthy opponents. What a domineering fist technique! Could this be the legendary dominating fist? From the east, a figure, hidden beneath a black mask, emitted a voice akin to a night owl, sending chills down their spines. The dominating fist? The very technique rumored to be unparalleled in the battlefield. One that few could master? Gazing at Xiao Tianji, Wu Yingzi's beautiful eyes filled with confusion. Regaining her senses, she swiftly leaped up and drew her weapon. "I am Wu Yingzi of the New Province Patrol Team. Who are you?" The sound of a bullet being chambered echoed. "Quick, take cover." Wang Wei, startled, stood up and stood back to back with Wu Yingzi, weapon poised at the approaching black-clad figures. "We are simply the harbingers of death. There are those who have paid for your life, Xiao. Tonight, this place shall be your tomb." With a cold snort, the four moved simultaneously. "Don't come any closer." In her panic, Wu Yingzi finally fired her weapon. To her astonishment, the approaching figure evaded the bullet with an uncanny grace. With a low exclamation, the four figures took to the air, brandishing curved blades that descended upon Xiao Tianji. A deadly blade net. It sealed off all avenues of escape. Wu Yingzi and Wang Wei watched in horror as the figures soared overhead, rendering them momentarily speechless. "Be careful." Regaining her composure, she cried out in alarm. For reasons unknown, a wave of concern for Xiao Tianji surged within her. Xiao Tianji's expression remained icy as he unleashed another punch, meeting the descending blades head-on. With a crack, the steel blade shattered. Amidst the gasps of astonishment, the four black-clad figures were sent hurtling backward, crashing against a distant tree, three of them meeting their end on impact. "I spare your life. You should know what to do next." Xiao Tianji's gaze was fierce, akin to a bloodthirsty spear. "You are ruthless, Xiao." The man coughed blood, struggling to rise, intent on fleeing. "Stop." Wu Yingzi rushed forward. "Don't move." Yet, the man's retreat was a ruse, a trap to ensnare the enemy. In a flash, he grasped Wu Yingzi's throat. "Xiao, if you wish to save her, you must sever your own arm. Now." His eyes glinted with malice. "Yingzi, release her." Wang Wei shouted in agitation, his weapon trembling in his hands. He dared not fire, knowing that the black-clad man was using Wu Yingzi as a shield, and a stray bullet could only lead to tragedy. "Do not worry about me." Wu Yingzi gazed at Xiao Tianji, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. In that moment, she could not fathom Xiao Tianji's true identity, yet she felt overwhelming shame for her previously foolish actions. She found herself utterly unworthy to face him. Death seemed akin to fate. "I will allow you to retreat 100 meters. This is your final chance," Xiao Tianji stated coldly. The black-clad man's expression shifted, realizing that forcing Xiao Tianji to sever his own arm was impossible. However, if he could escape 100 meters, his life would be preserved. 100 meters away, I will release her. Should anyone dare to move a single step before that, I will ensure we perish together. Having made a swift decision, He began to retreat with Wuingzi in tow. 100 meters, they reached the edge of the forest. Xiao Tianji remained unmoving. Xiao, until we meet again. With a wild cry, he shoved Wu Yingzi away and leapt like a bird in flight. Xiao Tianji raised his hand, a flash of dark light appearing, accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar, as if thunder and lightning had struck, swiftly slicing through the man's neck. The man's body, once airborne, abruptly separated at the head, a fountain of blood erupting forth, before he fell silently to the ground. The dark light whirled, completing a circuit, and returned to Xiao Tianji's hand. With a simple gesture, it vanished without a trace. He turned, preparing to depart. Wait. Wu Yingzi, regaining her composure, called out. Do you not wish to know the identities of these men? Do you not want to know who seeks to kill you? Throughout the world, those who wish to kill me, Xiao, are as numerous as the fish in the river. A few petty thugs are hardly worth my investigation. Initially, he had spared the black-clad man's life to casually interrogate him. Now, with the man dead, he saw no reason to pursue further inquiry. I am sorry. Wu Yingzi uttered once more, lowering her proud head, gritting her teeth. I was wrong. This marked her first ever apology to another, especially to a stranger. If you do not mind, I am willing to assist you in your investigation. She felt compelled to aid Xiao Tianji in some manner, otherwise, she could not absolve herself of her own guilt. Do as you wish, Xiao Tianji replied indifferently, continuing on his way. Chapter 031. The national husband. Upon returning to the alley, Xiao Tianji received a call from an unfamiliar number. He spoke coldly, his demeanor shaped by the ironclad discipline of the Blood Iron camp, decisive and devoid of superfluous words. Few knew his number. Perhaps it was one of his subordinates reporting something. On the other end, upon hearing his indifferent tone, Murong Yu faltered, her courage wavering after mustering the resolve to make the call. Earlier that day, it was Xiao Shui who insisted on saving Xiao Tianji's number into her sister-in-law's phone. At that moment, she thought that if Xiao Tianji did not reach out to her, she would never call him herself. Yet, unexpectedly, after only parting ways that afternoon, she found herself compelled to make this call. Come on. Li Shishir beside her raised her fist in silent encouragement. Ahem. When will you be back? I mean back to Dongzhou. Recognizing Murong Yu's voice, Xiao Tianji was somewhat surprised. Is there something you need? He was resolute in matters of life and death, but when it came to emotional affairs with women, he lacked experience, his tone rather stiff. Murong Yu rolled her eyes on the other end. Am I not your wife anymore? Although it's merely in name, must you be so aloof? Is my charm insufficient? She felt an unusual pang of frustration. Never mind. Let us leave it at that. She hastily ended the call. Xiao Tianji was momentarily taken aback. He couldn't recall anyone daring enough to hang up on him. This woman hung up on me. Despite his understanding of Murong Yu, he recognized that her late-night call indicated something important. However, he chose not to call her back, reasoning that if it were necessary, she would reach out again. He was certain he would return to Dongzhou, but he did not intend to rush. After years of absence, he wished to spend a few more days compensating his adoptive parents. Wait. As he was about to enter the courtyard, he heard Wu Yingzi's voice behind him. Xiao Tianji frowned, feeling a tinge of displeasure. He had already shown restraint. Why was this woman still lingering around him? Wu Yingzi rushed over, noticing Xiao Tianji's displeased expression. Her demeanor slightly flustered. I brought you something, and then I'll leave. This was found on one of the assassins. Among 5 assassins, only the leader had this token. I will continue investigating. Take a look. She handed him a token and turned to leave. Wait. Upon inspecting the token, Xiao Tianji's expression changed noticeably. Are there any other clues? Preliminary judgment suggests the person behind this is likely in Dongzhou. I will head there overnight. What's wrong? Wu Yingzi was taken aback by Xiao Tianji's sudden change in demeanor. Nothing, he replied curtly, pushing the door and entering the courtyard. He compared the token he had unearthed from beneath the tree roots with the one Wu Yingzi had just handed him. They were identical in material and size. Both bore the character for Hai. They originated from the same assassin organization. The only difference was that his token was stained with blood, the red hue covering 7/10 of the character, while the one Wu Yingzi presented bore only a faint crimson, not even a tenth. Could it be that the extent of the bloodstain was a symbol of rank within that organization? Why had the person who had embraced him and fallen from the tree left this token behind? Was it his possession, or had it been left by those pursuing him? Regardless, Xiao Tianji was certain of one thing. Discovering this assassin organization would unveil the truth. Wu Yingzi had said that the mastermind originated from Dongzhou. It seemed this journey was inevitable. After some contemplation, he sent a text to Murong Yu. I will return tomorrow. Okay. Murong Yu replied quickly with a single word. Back in his room, Xiao Tianji perused the Kunlun Dao Sutra, feeling greatly enlightened. His martial prowess was fierce and unyielding. As the saying goes, the strong are prone to break. Recently, he had sensed signs of impending collapse. Reading this text brought him a sense of tranquility. The next day, he donned a simple sports outfit, resembling a university student. Bidding farewell to his adoptive parents, he set off with a backpack. Reminiscent of his initial journey to Dongzhou for his studies, boarding the train bound for Dongzhou. Grandfather, do you think we have received erroneous information? How could a transcendent figure like the Longxing Dao come to such an ordinary place as Xinzhou? A young woman in tight clothing, seated next to an elderly man, expressed her frustration. The old man, appearing in good spirits with a ruddy complexion, though his eyes were slightly sunken and tinged with a hint of blue, held a cane and smiled serenely. How could a figure as divine as the Longxing Dao be so easily found by us? Just consider it a chance for leisure, he added, his gaze revealing a hint of curiosity. I don't care. No matter how far I have to go, I will find him to treat my grandfather. Grandfather, are you feeling unwell again? Do you need medicine? Nothing's wrong, the old man chuckled. I just find it a bit strange. According to the visitors from Sanqing Temple, the Taoist was accompanied by a young man in his 20s. They remarked that it appeared the Taoist was there to accompany the young man on a sightseeing trip. And so what? The old man mused dreamily. Now I am even more curious about the identity of that young man. To have the Longxing Dao as a companion, exploring the temple, I truly cannot fathom who possesses such significance. What an Oppos, is so remarkable about that? Perhaps he is just a wealthy heir or the son of an official, simply spending money. The young woman scoffed. It seems the Longxing Dao is not as extraordinary as one might think, forsaking his duties to accompany a rich young master on frivolous excursions. Mind your words. The old man's expression darkened, and he admonished sternly, how can you speak so recklessly? The transcendent beings of this world cannot be measured by your limited perspective. He became agitated, coughing violently. Grandfather, please don't be upset. Here, take some medicine. He hastily poured 3 small yellow pills from a bottle. I was wrong to say that. Please don't be angry. The transcendent beings of this world are beyond my imagination. Perhaps that young man accompanying the Longxing Dao is the legendary Shuro war god. That should suffice, right? To ordinary people, the Shuro war god was a legend, while in the hearts of warriors, he was a deity. Since his announcement days prior, he had become the talk of the nation, even referred to as the national husband by infatuated young women. Chapter 32. Though I am not a doctor, I can cure his ailment. The name of the war god, Shura, caused the old man to tremble with excitement as he rose to his feet. This is not impossible. Are you suggesting that not only have we missed the opportunity to meet the Taoist of longevity, but also this war god? With a chuckle, Tai Hani replied, Grandfather, do you truly believe that? Among those who could be the companion of the Taoist of longevity, the war god is indeed one. But how could he possibly be a mere youth in his 20s? Perhaps he is even older than you. Realizing she had misspoken, she quickly blushed and urged, Grandfather, please sit down and take your medicine. Are you from the military camp? Xiao Tianji suddenly inquired, gazing at the old man. The old man, having just settled down and about to take his medicine, paused in surprise. Young man, how did you discern that? Before Xiao Tianji could respond, Tai Hani sternly interrupted. How can you be so oblivious? Can't you see my grandfather is about to take his medicine? You are just creating distractions. Can't you find a more appropriate moment to make acquaintances? Having been scolded by her grandfather and frustrated by the day's events, she found her irritation directed at Xiao Tianji. In her view, he was merely feigning interest in her grandfather as a pretext to get closer to her. Such individuals, she had encountered far too often. Disregarding Tai Hani's rudeness, Xiao Tianji continued to address the old man. This medicine is ineffective. What did you say? Tai Xiong's aged eyes narrowed, attempting to read Xiao Tianji. Could it be that this young brother is a physician and understands pharmacology? Xiao Tianji shook his head, but was interrupted again by Tai Hani. Enough. You are young and know nothing. This Ichi pill was personally crafted by the esteemed head of the Imperial Medical Hall in Kyoto. My grandfather has been taking it for years, and you dare claim it is useless? Speak any more nonsense, and I will not be courteous. The girl's anger was palpable. Xiao Tianji's words left her momentarily speechless. After years of taking it, has the condition improved? She stammered. Tai Xiong sighed and replied with a wry smile, Young brother, you have keen insight. To be frank, this medicine is of little benefit. What do you mean by of little benefit? To put it plainly, it serves merely as a comfort for the mind. When one is ill, one cannot simply ignore it. As for its efficacy, I am more aware than anyone else. It is only to appease the filial sentiments of my children. Is it truly of little benefit? I fear not. The medicine is good, yet for you. It brings no advantage, but only harm. If you wish to prolong your life, you should discard it at once. You, Tai Hani's face flushed with indignation, ready to explode. Tai Xiong waved his hand. This young brother speaks the truth. Alas, this ailment has lingered since my youth, and I have not much time left. Otherwise, I would not have recklessly sought out the Taoist of longevity. Enough of such morbid talk. Life and death are fated, and wealth is dictated by heaven. Let us not dwell on these gloomy matters. Young brother, how did you discern my background? Are you a current soldier? Xiao Tianji, with an air of distinction, stood apart from the delicate youths of the present, prompting Tai Xiong to draw this conclusion. A veteran of the Southwest battlefield, Tai Xiong had devoted his life to his country. Though retired due to injury, his character remained unchanged, and he preferred the company of those with vigor. This was why, among many children, he favored this granddaughter alone. Despite being a woman, Tai Hani possessed a formidable spirit. As she regarded Xiao Tianji, her grandfather, who had been reluctant to take medicine, now looked upon him with renewed vigor. The Taoist of longevity cannot cure your ailment, Xiao Tianji stated without reservation. At this, the old man was momentarily taken aback. A smile crossed his face, yet it no longer conveyed warmth, but rather a hint of mockery. To him, this young man seemed to speak without understanding. The previous goodwill had dissipated, and he refrained from further inquiry into Xiao Tianji's identity. We're almost at our destination. Are you also heading to Dongzhou? It seems our paths may cross again. His words, now devoid of genuine interest, signaled an end to the conversation. Despite his retirement, his current status in Dongzhou rendered it unfeasible for him to associate with a brash young man. One cannot expect pearls from a dog's mouth. The Taoist of longevity cannot cure your ailment. Can you? You are not even a doctor. Tai Hani scoffed, finally finding her equilibrium. I may not be a doctor, but I can cure his ailment, root and branch. Tai Xiong remained unfazed by Xiao Tianji's audacious claim, as if it were merely an ordinary fact. Young brother, do you know where my ailment lies? He could not resist asking. Xiao Tianji nodded. 7 Wounds Fist. Tai Xiong was taken aback, lowering his voice. You know of the 7 Wounds Fist? Due to its rapid mastery and efficacy against foes, it had become widely practiced in the military camps of yore. While it could be learned quickly, the true pursuit of excellence carried inherent risks. The fist's energy did not follow the normal meridians, but instead drew from the internal organs. In the short term, it yielded miraculous effects, yet over time, it would inevitably cause self-harm. Do you need me to elaborate further? He inquired, looking at Tai Xiong. Tai Xiong exhaled sharply and saluted. Veteran of the Southwest battlefield, Tai Xiong. To possess such detailed knowledge, you must hail from a notable battlefield yourself. Xiao Tianji inclined his head slightly. I cannot divulge that. Understood. Tai Xiong nodded eagerly, then sighed. In those days, to slay enemies, I would not have hesitated to practice a technique that harmed my body. Sacrificing my life was a mere trifle. Ha ha ha, though I have not long to live. The thought of those who perished at my hands brings me great satisfaction. Now that we are strong, we have advanced methods. Surely no one practices the 7 Wounds Fist anymore? Yet it is still practiced. Why has it not been prohibited? The current iteration of the 7 Wounds Fist has been modified. It harms others, but spares oneself. Is that so? Who could possibly have improved the 7 Wounds Fist? At that moment, the train began to slow as it approached the station. Passengers rose to gather their belongings, and Xiao Tianji stood as well. You've wasted my grandfather's time. And now you wish to depart? You impudent brat, did you not claim to be able to cure my grandfather's ailment? If you do not provide an explanation today, you shall not leave. Tai Hani stood resolutely before Xiao Tianji. She was skeptical of his earlier words and harbored countless doubts regarding his identity and intentions. In these times, charlatans had proliferated. To win favor and succeed in their deceit, they would expend considerable effort to create illusions. Although the Tai family was not as illustrious as the 4 great families in Dongzhou, in terms of overall strength, the 4 families could only aspire to carry their shoes. The current president of the Dongzhou Chamber of Commerce was the eldest son of the old man, Tai Hani's uncle, Tai Yingjie. She was resolute in her belief that Xiao Tianji was merely scheming to gain her grandfather's trust, seeking to defraud the Tai family of wealth and fame. At this moment, she was prepared to take action against him. In a flash, Xiao Tianji maneuvered past Tai Hani and stood before Tai Xiong. Forgive me, old sir. He swiftly struck, delivering 7 rapid blows to various points on Tai Xiong's body, each landing with a resounding thud. Chapter 33. Welcome back, brother-in-law. With a low growl, Tai Xiong spat out a mouthful of black blood and collapsed to the ground. Grandfather. Tai Hani realized the gravity of the situation and rushed over in sheer terror. Someone has attempted an assassination. Help, someone. She clutched her grandfather, her voice a blend of panic and fury. Amidst the crowd, she spotted the tall figure of Xiao Tianji as he alighted from his vehicle. Yet, a voice echoed in her ears, "Do not rush to bury him. Tomorrow at noon, I shall pay a visit." "Grandfather, how are you?" Someone call for an ambulance. Holding her lifeless grandfather, devoid of breath and pulse, the daughter of the Tai family could not hold back her tears of despair. A moment of negligence had led to this catastrophic turn of events. The ominous words that had echoed in her mind were now drowned out by her distress. As he exited the station, Xiao Tianji intended to hail a taxi directly to the Murong residence. However, the sound of a quarrel caught his attention, prompting him to glance back. It was from another exit. An elderly man was selling fruit, while a woman, in her haste, had kicked over a basket of strawberries, scattering them across the ground, where they were trampled by passers-by. "Old man, do you think you can block the way and still have the right? You want me to compensate you for the strawberries? I demand you reimburse me for my shoes." The woman, adorned in oversized sunglasses and glamorous attire, unapologetically boasted about her new designer shoes, worth over 10,000. "Now they're stained. What am I to do?" The elderly vendor, terrified at the mention of the exorbitant shoes, cowered. "I made a mistake. I accept my misfortune. I don't want the strawberries anymore." "You accept your misfortune?" "I certainly do not. You look rather pitiable, so I'll give you 8,000. "No money, is it? Then I'll make a call, and you'll never be able to set up shop here again." Saying this, she pulled out her phone, ready to dial. The old man panicked, kneeling and begging for mercy. The onlookers murmured among themselves, fully aware of the woman's apparent influence, leaving them too intimidated to intervene. At that moment, a horn blared from a distance. Upon seeing a Mercedes parked by the roadside, the woman's expression brightened. She hastily dismissed the old man with a curse and hurried over to the car, getting in and speeding away. "Old man, accept your fate. You cannot afford to provoke such a wealthy young lady. Indeed, that car, a Mercedes S600, worth several million, is not something an ordinary person can afford to ride in." "Are you all right, sir?" A young woman, with a fresh face and warm demeanor, squeezed through the crowd to help the elderly man gather his goods. After understanding the situation, she took out 200 yuan to compensate for his losses. Upon looking up, she noticed Xiao Tianji and felt her face flush slightly. "I came to pick you up. Xiao Xue said you were on this train, so she sent me." Murong Yu hurriedly explained. "Let us go." Xiao Tianji nodded and walked outside. As the third daughter of the Murong family, Murong Yu maintained a low profile, driving a modest red Bora. "So what were you looking at earlier?" "In the car." She attempted to break the awkwardness with casual conversation. When Xiao Tianji first laid eyes on her, he appeared lost in thought, gazing into the distance. "Nothing much. Just spotted an acquaintance." Now, he finally recalled that the flamboyant woman was named Lu Yanyan, a classmate of both him and Murong Yu. The man seated in the Mercedes, obscured by tinted glass, had not been clearly visible, but his silhouette seemed familiar. Could he also be a classmate? "What did you call me for?" "Speak." "Not much. My parents wanted to invite you for dinner." Xiao Tianji deduced that the Sima family's finances had yet to be settled, leading them to seek a meal as a means of reconciling. "Also, do you remember Zhang Ronghao?" "Zhang Ronghao?" Xiao Tianji pondered. "The one who went abroad in the second semester of freshman year?" "Yes. After going abroad, he has done quite well. He has helped me a lot during my years overseas. He has returned and wants to organize a class reunion. So, I thought perhaps you could accompany me, since we are all classmates." Noticing the expression on Murong Yu's face, Xiao Tianji understood. She needed him to serve as a shield. Murong Yu candidly admitted, "During my years abroad, Zhang Ronghao has been pursuing me. This time, I wish to dissuade him from that notion." Xiao Tianji smiled wryly. "What? You're unwilling? If you're not inclined, I can seek someone else." Murong Yu appeared somewhat displeased. "Have you ever considered a question?" Xiao Tianji spoke seriously. "What?" Murong Yu questioned, confused. "When shall we consummate our marriage?" "Ah." Murong Yu, in her excitement, nearly lost control of the vehicle, quickly steering to avoid the guardrail. Throughout the journey, not a word was spoken, and the blush on her face remained unabated. They arrived at a villa area. Taking a deep breath, her heart racing, she blushed and said, "Well, allow me to think it over." Now, I have a question for you. Go ahead. When you were in Xinzhou, so many dignitaries attended your foster father's birthday celebration. Was it because you are a friend of the longevity Dao master? Did they treat you with such reverence due to your association with longevity Dao? Xiao Tianji pondered earnestly. Longevity Dao claims to be the great physician of the nation. Befriending him is akin to possessing a talisman against death. He truly deserves such respect. Murong Yu nodded, to her understanding. Xiao Tianji acknowledged that he was leveraging the prestige of longevity Dao. This clarified her confusion. Otherwise, she found it difficult to comprehend how this son-in-law, whom she had not seen for 8 years, had suddenly transformed into someone so extraordinary. One more thing, I implore you. I know our family has wronged you in the past. However, they are still my parents. Please, for my sake, could you treat them with a bit of courtesy? I truly do not wish to witness another scene of you slapping my mother-in-law or attacking my brother-in-law. Such events are too intense for me. Otherwise, she would feel utterly humiliated to continue residing in this household. Well, it depends on the circumstances. Murong Yu pouted, dissatisfied with such a vague response. Seeing his stern visage left her at a loss for words. Has Xiao Tianji arrived? Where is he? In the courtyard, shouts erupted as Murong Yunpeng rushed out. His head still bandaged. Murong Yu was startled, knowing Xiao Tianji had returned from the battlefield and was likely in a foul mood, fearing he might cause trouble. She hurried to intervene. Yunpeng, listen to me. Do not act rashly. Sister, do not stop me. Murong Yunpeng flung open the car door and, upon seeing Xiao Tianji seated inside, bowed deeply. This bow was an apology to his brother-in-law. As a younger brother, I was reckless. I hope you, brother-in-law, will overlook my transgressions and not hold them against me. He then cradled his head, grimacing in pain as if the injury still hurt. Bowing once more. This bow welcomes you back, brother-in-law. Mother has personally prepared a feast, and father has brought out the treasured Mao Dai he has kept for 30 years. Eldest sister and second sister are all here, just waiting for your arrival. Chapter 34. Perhaps my temper is not so good after all, brother-in-law, he called out, with the warmth of a familial bond, as he greeted his mother and father. Witnessing her younger brother, a veritable tempest of mischief, displaying such fervent hospitality left Murong Yu utterly astounded. Atian, she exclaimed, as Li Lan, beaming with joy, emerged from within. You have finally returned. Come, the meal is ready. Hurry inside. Old man, the son-in-law has arrived. Why do you not step out to welcome him? Murong Hai, feeling slightly embarrassed, stood at the entrance with a benevolent smile. You've arrived? Come in, let us share a drink today. Nearby, elder sister Murong Qian and second sister Murong Qing exchanged sardonic smiles. Third sister, congratulations on finding such a good man. I hear even Sima Qingdu treats him with utmost respect. While we dine and drink, our father stands by, reduced to mere attendance. Such prestige, knowing Chongqing Dao indeed. Do hurry and invite him inside. Stealing a glance at Xiao Tianji, Murong Yu could only blush as she stepped further in. Brother-in-law, how did you come to know Chongqing Dao? Does he heed your words? Perhaps we could collaborate. I could introduce patients, and you could facilitate connections, splitting the earnings 50-50. What do you say? Once you nod, I assure you, we shall prosper. Yunpeng, do you not see your brother-in-law has just alighted from the vehicle? Without even a sip of water? Allow him to catch his breath. Fear not. With your brother-in-law's relationship with Chongqing Dao, will we ever worry about our Murong family lacking in wealth? Li Lan, her face illuminated with joy, ushered Xiao Tianji into the main room, offering him the place of honor. Atian, how did you come to know Lord Chongqing Dao? For him to come all the way to Xinzhou to treat your adoptive father, your connection must be quite profound. Pouring a glass of water for him. Her eagerness was palpable. All eyes were upon Xiao Tianji, with an air of anticipation. In this society, connections are the most valuable resource. Should they secure a stable relationship with the formidable Chongqing Dao, the Murong family would indeed become untouchable, effortlessly accruing wealth. Murong Hai added with a smile, Tianji, it has been arduous for you in the combat camp these past years. However, meeting a figure like Chongqing Dao makes it all worthwhile. He assumed that Xiao Tianji and Imp, Appos, S acquaintance with Chongqing Dao stemmed from his time in the military. I share no particular bond with Chongqing Dao. This is our first meeting in Xinzhou. His arrival to treat my adoptive father was likely mere coincidence. What did you say? Upon hearing Xiao Tianji's words, Li Lan and the others froze, their smiles faltering. Then during your years in the combat camp, did you not achieve any notable distinction? What is your current rank? It must be quite high, right? Undeterred, Li Lan pressed on. The past is behind me. After my retirement, I hold no title. Brother-in-law, you jest. You dare to break Sima Yuntian's leg without a title? Fear not. We are family. We will keep your secrets. Murong Yu dutifully poured another drink for Xiao Tianji. I speak nothing but the truth. As for breaking Sima Yuntian's leg, perhaps my temper leaves much to be desired, Xiao Tianji replied, his expression unflinching. The smiles of the Murong family vanished entirely, the atmosphere within the room turning tense. Father, mother, let us eat. Murong Yu attempted to dispel the awkwardness. Eat. I am already full. Li Lan slammed her chopsticks onto the table, her expression one of disdain. So you mean to say you have no connection with Changxing Dao? And now hold no title? Merely a retired brute? The eldest sister, Murong Qian, scoffed. That can be said, Xiao Tianji nodded. Huh. I thought the Murong family had struck gold. Turns out, it is but a brash man pretending to be grand. Mother, how embarrassing for you to prepare such a lavish meal this early. Little brother, how is your injury? Shouldn't you change the dressing? The second sister, Murong Qing, spoke. Her sarcasm evident. Li Lan and Murong Yunping's expressions grew darker. If that is the case, our Murong family does not support idlers. With a crash, Murong Yunpeng smashed his glass onto the floor, shattering it. Murong Yu, alarmed, anxiously glanced at Xiao Tianji. Unfazed, he turned to Murong Hai. You previously stated that henceforth, matters concerning the Murong family would be at my discretion. Now, I offer you an opportunity. Does that still hold true? Aye. Murong Hai looked pained. He had indeed spoken hastily, and upon reflection, while impulsive, if Xiao Tianji truly had a close relationship with Changxing Dao, entrusting the Murong family to him would be advantageous. Now, however, with Xiao Tianji having no ties to Changxing Dao and lacking any rank earned from the military, merely a retired brute, this matter warranted reevaluation. Do you still aspire to lead the Murong family? Xiao Tianji, take a look in the mirror. Do you possess such capability? The Murong family is worth hundreds of billions. You, a pauper soldier, have seen little wealth. How dare you entertain notions of leadership? Do not overreach. Do not forget, you are merely a son-in-law in our family. As for the incident in Xinzhou, we have granted you ample respect. Do you truly believe yourself to be a dragon or a phoenix? Li Lan erupted. In her agitation, she felt a faint ache in her cheek, a remnant of a past slap, intensifying her ire toward Xiao Tianji. The assets of the Murong family are not for an outsider to inherit. With me here, Xiao Tianji, do you still wish to seize our assets? Murong Yunpeng's eyes blazed with fury. His injuries were severe, likely leading to lasting repercussions. Third sister, you are not conspiring with outsiders to plot against the Murong family's assets, are you? Your share has long been frozen. You have contributed nothing to the family over the years. As for inheriting the family business, I suggest you abandon that hope. Indeed, third sister, who would have thought that beneath your unassuming exterior, you harbored such malice? The elder sisters seized the moment, their confidence restored, their previous fears now transformed into disdain. Especially after the Xinzhou incident, they felt a profound anxiety. Their proud husbands paled in comparison to Xiao Tianji, and they feared being marginalized within the Murong family. Now, they had regained their footing, realizing that all along, Xiao Tianji had merely been bluffing. To them, he was nothing more than a retired brute without title or rank. What is so remarkable about that? Murong Yu's expression darkened as well. She did not expect her husband to be illustrious, but after experiencing certain events, she resolved not to remain the silent, submissive lamb any longer. Thus, she spoke up. Has the 200 billion loan promised by Sima Chung arrived yet? Chapter 35, a major incident. A single sentence awakened the memories of Li Lan and others. Indeed, the promised loan of 200 billion from Sima Chung has yet to materialize. How could they be so dazed as to begin attacking Xiao Tianji now? Regardless, that 200 billion is contingent upon the goodwill of Changxing Dao and Xiao Tianji. Prior to this, the Murong family was teetering on the brink of bankruptcy due to a fractured financial chain. Should this loan come through, they would be able to revitalize numerous business ventures immediately, propelling the family to new heights and towards a glorious future soon within reach. Although Xiao Tianji had stated that he had no ties to Changxing Dao, what if he were to utter something detrimental, jeopardizing the loan? The thought of such consequences sent a chill down Li Lan's spine. The gravity of the situation left Murong Yunpeng, Murong Qian, and Murong Qing visibly anxious. At a loss for words. This matter, we must express our gratitude to Tianji. Murong Hai spoke. Whether by intent or coincidence, if the loan indeed arrives as promised, Tianji would have rendered us significant assistance. Tianji, Do not take to heart the words of your mother and two sisters. Women often speak without intention. It is quite normal. Here is the plan. Now that you have retired, I will arrange a position for you at the company. How about you serve as the head of security, where you can utilize your strengths? As for Xiao Yu's shares, they will remain unchanged for now. Apart from lacking management rights, the annual dividends will remain intact. Xiao Yu, are you satisfied with this? Murong Yu replied calmly, Father, I have never desired to fight for the family assets. As for the shares, I do not covet them. Since they have been frozen for so long, it would be better to reclaim them. If my elder sister and second sister wish to have them, let them have it. Tianji need not come to the company. We are both young, capable individuals and believe we can sustain ourselves. Third sister, are you serious? Murong Qian and Murong Qing's eyes lit up instantly. Murong Yu intends to share her shares with them? This is indeed unexpected good fortune. Although lacking decision-making power, the dividends alone could amount to several million annually. You two are far too greedy. Lilan said sternly. You are all my children. The family finances are the concern of each member. Since Xiao Yu is unwilling to accept them, let me, as her mother, safeguard them. Murong Hai shot a threatening glance at his wife. Xiao Tianji, do you truly have no ties with Chongqing Dao? Murong Yunpeng remained unconvinced, fixated on this issue. If that were the case, he truly has no right to meddle in the affairs of the Murong family. Father, is it not too careless to appoint him directly as head of security? Can he manage so many people? I agree with Yunpeng. It would be more appropriate for him to start as a doorman. Murong Qian and Murong Qing quickly concurred. Enough of this. Murong Hai turned to Xiao Tianji. What is your opinion on the matter? We must express our gratitude to Xiao Tianji for the loan, and moreover, Murong Hai felt a tinge of guilt regarding past events. Now that Xiao Tianji has returned from military service, he is no longer young and possesses no particular skills. He believed that arranging for him to be head of security was already a generous offer, one for which Xiao Tianji should be grateful. Xiao Tianji smiled. Then I shall respectfully accept your offer. Since you wish for me to be head of security, I will start from that position. Are you truly willing? Not just others, but even Murong Yu was taken aback. No one expected him to agree so readily. Xiao Tianji nodded. Furthermore, regarding your shares, I see no reason for you to relinquish them. Did you not notice that your elder sister and second sister, along with your mother, are all vying for them? Your decision to forego them is inconsequential, but fostering discord within the family over this matter would be undesirable. Murong Yu's jaw dropped. You claim this is not about our family's money, yet you presume to make decisions on her behalf. Xiao Tianji, if you do not speak, we might genuinely regard you as an otherworldly sage. Yet, it appears you are just as greedy. Not merely greedy. This is sheer ambition. Murong Qian and Murong Qing immediately objected. You are quite calculating. You think I wish to seize Xiao Yu's shares? I am her mother. She is my flesh and blood. What is wrong with me taking her shares? Xiao Tianji, I implore you to recognize your position. The affairs of the Murong family are not for you to dictate. Xiao Yu, I shall safeguard your dividends. It is settled. Mother. Murong Yu hesitated, then said, in that case, let us proceed as Tianji suggests. Do you not already possess a portion of the shares? You still manage this household. Possessing too many shares may burden you. Lilan was left speechless. Is this truly her once reticent daughter, who had always been indifferent to fame and fortune? It must be Xiao Tianji's influence. This fellow seeks to incite her daughter to contend for the family assets. A wave of resentment towards Xiao Tianji surged within her. She silently clenched her teeth. Once Sima's loan is secured, she would have ample means to expel him from their home. Father, mother, something has happened. A major incident. A voice filled with urgency echoed from the courtyard as Wu Yi and Zhang Kuei rushed in, their expressions fraught with uncertainty. They were the husbands of elder sister Murong Qian and second sister Murong Qing, having entered the Murong group through familial connections early on. Now, they could be considered independent managers within the organization. What have you two been doing? Allowing an outsider to spout nonsense here. Indeed, if you had not come, our family's assets would be at risk of being seized by outsiders. Murong Qian and Murong Qing reproached their husbands upon seeing them. Wu Yi and Zhang Kuei, upon noticing Xiao Tianji seated in the center, felt a twinge of fear. They could not forget his ruthless demeanor at the wedding. After learning of the Xinzhou incident, they felt their positions were at stake. They had deliberately chosen not to attend the family banquet today. However, they had just received significant news and rushed to report it. Seizing the opportunity to claim credit. What is it that has you so flustered? Speak. Murong Hai commanded. Father, you may not yet be aware, but Old Iron was murdered on the train. What did you say? Which old iron? There are several old irons in Dongzhou. Naturally, it is Iron Xiong, the father of the president of the Dongzhou Chamber of Commerce, Tianji. Is this true? How could this be possible? It is true. Someone witnessed Iron Xiong's corpse being taken back home from the hospital. Father, this is a monumental event for the entire Dongzhou business community, which is now in turmoil. Everyone has agreed to visit the Tai family to offer condolences tomorrow. Should we attend? Murong Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead. Such a significant event, fortunately. You both received the news in time. The Tai family has always maintained a low profile, yet they control the commercial lifeblood of Dongzhou. Even Sima Chung emerged from their ranks. Prepare well. We shall go to offer our condolences tomorrow at noon. Chapter 36. Not assisting the tyrant all right. I will prepare immediately. Upon hearing her husband's words, Lilan hastily rose to make arrangements. This was indeed a significant matter, and not to be taken lightly. The Tai family, though discreet, holds the reins of the business world in Dongzhou. The incident involving the patriarch of the Tai family would undoubtedly rattle the influential figures across the board. In essence, this was a high-profile social gathering. Father, let us accompany you to witness this event, the eldest and second sisters urged. Indeed. Moreover, it was Wu Yi and Zhang Kuei who acquired this information. Such an occasion should allow them to engage as well. The advantages of mingling within that circle were self-evident. Only by integrating into that sphere could they truly become part of the business landscape in Dongzhou. Both were eager for their husbands to play a more prominent role in the Murong group. I've heard that Tai Xiong's granddaughter is quite impressive, renowned as the Iron Lady. Father, I too wish to see her tomorrow, Murong Yunpeng remarked nonchalantly. Murong Yu pondered for a moment. This is indeed a rare opportunity. Very well, you may all go tomorrow. Xiao Yu, prepare well with Tianji for the occasion. Once they arrived, they were certain to encounter Sima Chung. Bringing Xiao Tianji along would implicitly remind Sima Chung to expedite the loan. In this regard, Xiao Tianji's presence would indeed be valuable. However, Murong Yu furrowed her brow. She was not fond of such gatherings. But Tianji and I have made plans with classmates for a gathering tomorrow. Murong Yu's expression darkened. Xiao Yu, how can you be so oblivious? What importance does a mere classmate gathering hold? Are you aware of the gravity of this visit? Murong Qian and Murong Qing also displayed disdain. How foolish Murong Yu was to use a classmate gathering as an excuse for such a significant matter. Murong Yu was about to voice her thoughts when Xiao Tianji interjected. You all go ahead. Before noon, Xiao Yu and I will certainly arrive. Murong Yu refrained from further comment. Speculation filled the air regarding who had attacked Tai Xiong on the train, leaving everyone in a state of uncertainty. A family banquet commenced with enthusiasm, yet concluded with hidden agendas. Xiao Yu, your courtyard has been temporarily occupied by your brother since you've been abroad. It was supposed to be vacated for you today. However, given the current situation, it can no longer be considered. You and your husband should stay elsewhere for a few days, Lilan remarked coolly. The Murong family had previously invested significantly in this villa district, acquiring 3 villas as dowries for their daughters. Murong Qian and Murong Qing's properties had already been transferred into their names, becoming their private assets. Murong Yu had lived in hers for several years during her time in Dongzhou. After marrying Xiao Tianji, who served in the military, and refusing to remarry, she had gone abroad. Thus, her villa was claimed by Murong Yunpeng, becoming his haven for indulgence. The ownership remained under Li Lan's name. To curry favor with Xiao Tianji, the villa had been vacated and cleaned in preparation to return to Murong Yu. Now humph, Li Lan mused. My house is fit for dogs, but I shall not let you ungrateful wretches reside in it. Her hatred for Xiao Tianji had previously been straightforward. However, witnessing her once docile daughter begin to contend under Xiao Tianji's influence, she found herself harboring resentment towards Murong Yu as well. This animosity even surpassed her disdain for Xiao Tianji, as the latter was, after all, an outsider. Murong Yu wore a composed expression as she regarded Xiao Tianji. She felt discomfort. In the past, faced with similar situations, she would simply dismiss them with a casual remark. Now, for reasons unbeknownst to her, she instinctively sought Xiao Tianji's opinion. Given the recent stock dividends and the position of head of security he had accepted, might he also aspire for this villa? If Yunpeng has already settled in, then let it be his. Really? Upon hearing Xiao Tianji's words, both Murong Yunpeng and Li Lan could not contain their delight. Xiao Tianji nodded and addressed Murong Yu. That place is too small. I cannot adapt to it. Please look for a larger, quieter courtyard in Dongzhou for us to reside in. Uft. Murong Qian couldn't help but laugh. Murong Yu shot Xiao Tianji an exasperated glare, her face flushed with indignation. Do you think it's a stroll in the park? Do you have any idea how much property costs in Dongzhou now? A larger, quieter place. I happen to know of a place, the Longfeng Villa, where the Tai patriarch resides. Half of the eastern mountain belongs to him. Can you afford it? Go ahead and try living there. I dare you. Zhang Kuei was nearly in stitches. Merely a Longfeng Villa, hardly worth mentioning. Xiao Tianji replied nonchalantly. If I so wished, residing in the Forbidden City would pose no issue. Dad, Mom, we must take our leave. Murong Yu could no longer endure the conversation and pulled Xiao Tianji outside. Do you not sense the contradiction in your words? In the car, Murong Yu remarked irritably. You speak of lofty ideals while clinging to these trivial finances. If you are truly capable, why accept my father's proposal to work as a security guard? Why allow me to accept stock dividends? Though I am a woman, I know better than to live off scraps. Her demeanor was gentle, yet her spirit remained fiercely proud. She did not regard wealth as mere refuse. Yet she had little desire to compete for her family's riches. She would rather sever all economic ties with her family than compromise her independence. This was her final bastion of pride. Yet now, Xiao Tianji had shattered that resolve, leaving her disappointed in him. Xiao Tianji replied calmly. Did you not also refrain from opposing it? If you were unwilling, why not voice it earlier? I was considering your dignity. And mine too. You are, after all, my nominal husband. The entire Murong family looks down on you, which, in turn, reflects poorly upon me. Do you understand? Understood, Xiao Tianji nodded, replying blandly. In fact, safeguarding one's legitimate interests and not casually relinquishing or donating them is also a form of public virtue. Do you grasp this concept? Murong Yu fell silent for a moment, contemplating. Are you suggesting that while I may not care for this money, allowing the greedy to revel in it is detrimental to societal ethics? Indeed, my elder and second sisters are insatiably greedy. I may choose not to sink to their level. Yet I cannot assist them in their wickedness. With this newfound understanding, Murong Yu felt somewhat reassured. Is your motivation truly rooted in this principle and not merely in the money? After a pause, she could not help but question Xiao Tianji. After all, in this day and age, many cloaked their greed in the guise of public virtue. Chapter 037. A perfect pair. Wealth has lost all significance for me. In response to Murong Yu's skepticism, Xiao Tianji spoke with utmost sincerity. His words bore the truth. Suddenly, Murong Yu couldn't help but chuckle, casting a glance at Xiao Tianji. Those unfamiliar with him might be deceived by his exterior, mistaking him for a cold and imposing man. Yet, he turned out to be nothing more than a boastful braggart, filled with bluster. You should consider performing a comedic act. I hear there are many beautiful girls in the military camp. Is that where you hone this talent of yours? After all, it has been 8 years. You must have had other women, right? Do share. I promise I won't be angry. Really? Xiao Tianji simply shut his eyes. Murong Yu, emboldened, persisted. Come on, let us just be friends sharing secrets. Are you embarrassed? Then let me go first. During my years abroad, I reckon I had dozens of suitors each year. Overall, the total is a blur. However, I assure you, there was no entanglement with any of them, believe it or not. Now it's your turn. Xiao Tianji remained silent, eyes still closed, until he finally admitted with a hint of exasperation, I never expected you to be so inquisitive. Murong Yu pouted. If I'm nosy, you're just bragging. We make quite the pair. Realizing she had slipped, her cheeks flushed. Fortunately, Xiao Tianji's eyes were shut, preventing him from witnessing her embarrassment. Quickly, she shifted the topic. If you're too shy to speak, pretending to be asleep is irresponsible. Don't forget your promise to take me to the Forbidden City. With a sigh, she continued, I've never been to the Forbidden City in all my years. Do you truly wish to stay there? Xiao Tianji opened his eyes, seriousness etched upon his face. Are you bragging again? Murong Yu felt a surge of irritation seeing his somewhat dull expression. So what if I am? If you can arrange for me to stay in the Forbidden City, I'll agree to your request. Agree to what? Don't you recall what you said during the day? Xiao Tianji pondered for a moment. You mean, the bridal chamber? Murong Yu's face turned crimson as she bit her lip, defiantly responding, yes. If you want me to share a bridal chamber, then take me to the Forbidden City. After saying that, she felt a rush of boldness. But to have a wedding night in the Forbidden City? It suddenly struck her as romantic and thrilling. Xiao Tianji took out his phone. What are you doing? Unable to respond. So you pretend to check your phone? Murong Yu felt a sense of victory. Unable to suppress her pride. Let me make some arrangements. Tomorrow afternoon, once we finish our business here, we can head to the Forbidden City. How long do you wish to stay? Murong Yu was utterly speechless. After a moment, she managed to say, "You're going mad with the idea of a bridal chamber. If you want to go by yourself." Xiao Tianji was equally at a loss. "You were the one who wanted to go to the Forbidden City, yet now you refuse. Indeed, women are troublesome creatures." Murong Yu received a phone call. Sure, have you arrived? Wait for me. I'll be there shortly." The car stopped at Yida Square, and Xiao Tianji paused for a moment. "What brings you here?" Murong Yu shot him a look and replied, "Are you really planning to attend tomorrow's reunion dressed like that? Get out. I'm buying you some clothes. Don't get the wrong idea. It's for me, not you." Xiao Tianji had no choice but to exit the vehicle. "You're here." In the distance, Li Shishir approached briskly. Today, she wore a stunning traditional qipao that accentuated her exquisite figure and beauty, moving under the sun as if it were her devoted admirer. Upon seeing Xiao Tianji, her eyes sparkled with intrigue. Sure, you look beautiful today. You've truly brought out the elegance of the qipao," Murong Yu exclaimed, taking Li Shishir's hand and leading her inside, seemingly ignoring Xiao Tianji altogether. "Isn't he coming?" Noticing Xiao Tianji's hesitation, Li Shishir whispered, her cheeks flushed. Murong Yu turned to look at Xiao Tianji. "Are you waiting for an invitation?" Xiao Tianji found himself unaccustomed to such social situations. However, since he aimed to embrace a more ordinary identity, he might as well adapt. He had accepted the position of security captain at the Murong Group. What else could he not accept? "What color do you prefer?" Before a high-end clothing brand counter, Murong Yu inquired patiently. "Black, I suppose. I also believe black suits him well. Let us try this suit and shirt, along with these shoes." Li Shishir busied herself, avoiding eye contact with Xiao Tianji. When he emerged from the fitting room, not only did Li Shishir and the female staff gaze in astonishment, but even Murong Yu momentarily lost her composure. Xiao Tianji's physique and demeanor, coupled with the exquisite bespoke suit, black shirt, and shoes, were simply his piercing eyes were cold and profound. Resembling a beast wandering through the city, elegant, perfect, yet radiating an unsettling wildness. Li Shishir felt her heart melt. Coming to her senses, she quickly whispered, "Xiao Yu, what do you think?" Murong Yu hurriedly averted her gaze. "Let us go with this one. How much is it?" She produced her credit card. Through her own hard work over the years, she had achieved financial independence, needing no assistance from her family. Just as they were about to pay, a tall man with a slight limp approached, hesitating before speaking. "Are you Murong Yu?" Murong Yu was momentarily taken aback, looking up to recognize him. "You are Ma Chong. It's truly you. I never expected to run into you here after all these years. Are you also attending tomorrow's reunion?" Ma Chong appeared genuinely excited. Murong Yu nodded with a smile. "By the way, do you have any news about Xiao Tianji?" "Xiao Tianji?" "Yes. The one who dropped out in his second year to join the army. Although we didn't spend much time together, we got along quite well. Do you have his contact information? Will he be at the reunion tomorrow?" Murong Yu glanced at Xiao Tianji with a peculiar expression. "Hello, Ma Chong." A reunion with an old friend brought Xiao Tianji some joy. As Ma Chong had noted, they had shared a decent rapport during their university days. Ma Chong exclaimed, "Tianji, you really are Xiao Tianji. How did you end up with the school beauty?" The incident of his sudden withdrawal had been discreetly handled, with neither he nor the Murong family publicizing it. Outside of the affluent circles in Dongzhou, no one else, including their classmates, was aware of the truth. "We just happened to run into each other. You two catch up? I'll see you at the reunion tomorrow." Murong Yu quickly pulled Li Shishir away, eager to escape. She was unsure how to manage Xiao Tianji's presence, and Ma Chong's arrival provided the perfect opportunity to divert attention. Chapter 038. "I gave you a chance." Ma Chong scratched his head, a look of embarrassment on his face. Tianji, did I interrupt you?" "No." "Ma Chong, what happened to your leg?" He remembered that Ma Chong had entered Dongzhou University as a sports scholarship student. Despite his straightforward nature and lack of eloquence, he had undoubtedly been a star athlete in their class. Now, if his judgment was correct, Ma Chong's leg appeared to have been severely injured. "It's nothing." Ma Chong masked his emotions and changed the subject. "It's great to see you. I'm in a bit of a bind. Come help me pick out a ring." "A ring?" "Yes. You've been getting close to the campus beauty, and I'm not falling behind. I'm proposing tomorrow." Seeing the excitement on Ma Chong's face, Xiao Tianji smiled. This was indeed good news. "However, aren't you supposed to attend a class reunion tomorrow? How can you propose?" Ma Chong grinned widely. "Guess? Could it be that your proposal is for one of our classmates?" Ha, you're clever. I noticed that even back then, although you weren't talkative, you were quite astute. Now guess who my fiancé is." Xiao Tianji shook his head, genuinely unable to guess. He had only attended 1 year of school, and didn't he have a deep impression of his classmates? Among the female students, he recognized very few. Ma Chong took a deep breath, as if he were announcing a victory at the Olympics. You must remember. Lu Yanyan. Ah, I recall now. Although she couldn't compare to Murong Yu, she was indeed our class beauty. Many boys were chasing after her. Let us go. Help me choose a proposal ring. Lu Yanyan. Xiao Tianji recalled catching a glimpse of her at the train station not long ago. You're proposing to Lu Yanyan? Yes. To be honest, we've been together for over 3 years. I've been waiting for the right moment to propose. A reunion in front of our classmates makes it all the more meaningful, doesn't it? Xiao Tianji's expression turned peculiar. Why not have Lu Yanyan come with you to pick out the ring? It's a surprise. I want to give her a surprise. Besides, she arrives in Dongzhou tomorrow. I'll pick her up in the morning. She only arrives tomorrow? Xiao Tianji recalled the Mercedes that had picked up Lu Yanyan at the station and couldn't he help but smile wryly, feeling as if he had stumbled upon something significant. However, seeing Ma Chong's excitement, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Upon arriving at a brand jewelry counter, Ma Chong spotted a 1-carat heart-shaped diamond ring priced at 58,000. With a blush, he haggled, ultimately managing to lower the price by 2,000. Gritting his teeth, he decided to purchase it. Xiao Tianji could tell from Ma Chong's simple attire that this amount likely represented at least a year's worth of his income. Are you sure you want to spend so much on a ring? Ma Chong, brimming with excitement, replied, while I know this might seem frivolous, Yanyan will surely love it. You know how much she values her image. Plus, with our old classmates around tomorrow, I can't let her lose face. As long as she is happy. Spending a little is worth it. I can always save up later. Hurry, wrap it up. Wait, let me take a look at this ring. The design and quality are quite nice. How much is it? I'll take it. Just then, a flamboyant woman approached, snatched the ring, examined it, and claimed it for herself. Ma Chong immediately grew anxious. Excuse me, miss, there's a proper order in shopping. I already set my sights on this ring. The woman, noticing Ma Chong's humble appearance, scoffed. You think you can afford such an expensive diamond? You're just trying to save face. She turned to the salesperson. I'll pay 2,000 more than him. You. How can you do this? Isn't there any sense of fairness? Ma Chong's face turned crimson with anger. I'm sorry, sir, but we have to sell to the highest bidder, the salesperson replied, naturally prioritizing the one willing to pay more. I want this one. Ma Chong's stubbornness flared as he reached for the ring. Darling, someone's hitting me. The woman suddenly shrieked. Instantly, a group of 7 or 8 bodyguards clad in black suits and sunglasses rushed over. Who dares touch my precious? A rotund, middle-aged man swaggered over, exuding an air of menace. Darling, it's him. He was trying to snatch the ring I wanted, and he is taking advantage of me. You brat, is it you? Upon seeing Ma Chong, the man revealed a sinister grin. Xiao Jinba. Ma Chong's expression darkened, his fists clenched, fury radiating from his eyes. Ha. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Ma Chong, right? No, now you should be called Ma the Cripple. You little brat. 3 years ago, I broke your foot, and now you dare to approach my woman? Let me guess. You're buying a ring to propose to her. You scoundrel. Don't you dare speak of Yanyan that way. Ma Chong roared and lunged forward, only to be met by a swift kick from one of Xiao Jinba's bodyguards, sending him sprawling backward. Xiao Tianji steadied Ma Chong and asked, Did they do this to your leg? Ma Chong's eyes blazed with anger as he gritted his teeth. 3 years ago, this guy disrespected Yanyan at a bar, and I saved her. Xiao Tianji understood. It was likely that because of that incident, the proud Lu Yanyan had agreed to date Ma Chong, and the price he paid was a broken leg. Who are you? Dressed like a commoner. You think you can meddle in my affairs? Do you have any idea who Xiao Jinba is? You want to die? Surround him. Upon hearing Xiao Jinba's command, the surrounding bodyguards closed in like wolves. Ma Chong, frightened, urged, Tianji, let us not stoop to their level. Let us just leave. Having experienced Xiao Jinba's cruelty 3 years prior, he didn't want to drag Xiao Tianji into this. Xiao Tianji looked at Xiao Jinba and calmly stated, You have 2 options. Either kneel and apologize to my classmate and compensate for the damages, or I will cripple you. What did you say? Xiao Jinba paused in surprise, then burst into laughter. At that moment, the surrounding customers and the staff behind the counter all felt a chill run down their spines. Xiao Jinba was clearly not someone to be trifled with, especially with so many henchmen surrounding him. How could Xiao Tianji handle this alone? Asking Xiao Jinba to kneel and apologize seemed utterly insane. Master, this guy is not bad looking and has a decent physique. Why not take him back as a model to make money for the club? The flamboyant woman cooed. Get lost. Xiao Jinba, infuriated, slapped the woman to the ground and pointed at Xiao Tianji. Get rid of him. With a deafening roar, 7 or 8 bodyguards charged forward. Tianji, run! Ma Chong screamed. However, Xiao Tianji strode forward, effortlessly dispatching the charging bodyguards with a series of swift strikes. Xiao Jinba stood in shock. Then, realizing the gravity of the situation, turned to flee. Xiao Tianji casually lifted his leg, pinning him to the ground. Don't act rashly. Young man, let us discuss this. I can pay you whatever you want. Feeling Xiao Tianji's foot pressing down with immense force, Xiao Jinba was nearly paralyzed with fear, begging for mercy. I offered you an opportunity, yet you failed to cherish it. Now it is too late. With that, he pressed down gently but firmly on one of Xiao Jinba's legs. The unmistakable sound of bones shattering resonated through the air. Ah! Xiao Jinba let out a wretched scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, his face contorted in agony. Subsequently, Xiao Tianji placed his foot upon Xiao Jinba's other leg. That was merely the principle. Consider this one as the interest. The sound of bones breaking echoed once more. This time, Xiao Jinba succumbed to unconsciousness. Xiao Tianji turned to the alluring woman. Does this diamond ring, which my friend has taken a liking to, still hold your interest? The woman, already petrified with fear, trembled and collapsed onto the ground. I no longer desire it. I was wrong. I do not want it. Xiao Tianji nodded in acknowledgement. Ma Chong, please proceed with the payment. Chapter 39. The caprices of fate. Ma Chong was already stunned. He never anticipated that in just a few words, Xiao Tianji would help him avenge his grievances, and with interest to boot. Let us depart quickly. He hurriedly settled the bill, and, grasping Xiao Tianji's arm, they left in haste. They arrived at an office building near Dongzhou University. Do you remember the 3 most captivating girls from our class? Murong Yu was the epitome of a refined lady. Yin Yin was the quintessential beauty. And then there was that talented girl. Do you recall her? Ma Chong's enigmatic smile reappeared. Xiao Tianji shook his head, following Ma Chong into a classroom adorned with antique decor. The sound of serene music wafted through the air and through the transparent glass. They observed a dozen children practicing the guzheng. On stage sat a woman of classical grace, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, exuding an aura of tranquility and elegance as she earnestly instructed the children. She seemed somewhat familiar. At that moment, the woman inadvertently turned her head, and upon seeing Xiao Tianji, she paused momentarily before recognition washed over her, her calm eyes suddenly sparkling with emotion. After a brief hesitation, her cheeks flushed as she stepped forward and asked Ma Chong, "Did you manage to buy the ring? I have class today and cannot accompany you." "Fangfei, do you recognize this person?" Ma Chong urged. Li Fangfei turned her gaze to Xiao Tianji, her shyness evident as she stammered, "You are Xiao." "Xiao Tianji. It truly is you. Ma Chong, where did you find him?" "Oh dear, do come inside." She hurriedly beckoned them in, her demeanor somewhat flustered. Ma Chong whispered, "Many pursued Li Fangfei back in the day, yet she had eyes only for you. You weren't oblivious to that, were you?" He sighed, alas. "Fate has played its hand. You now have Murong Yu, and she is already engaged, a classmate of ours. You will learn more about her tomorrow." Ma Chong seemed reluctant to elaborate on that particular classmate. Xiao Tianji felt a strange sensation in his heart. He had indeed been aware of Li Fangfei and Appo's affections for him back then. "Tianji, come to the office for tea. After my injury, I lost my job. Thankfully, Fangfei took me in, preventing me from ending up on the streets," Ma Chong remarked loudly, attempting to ease any awkwardness Xiao Tianji might feel. "Ma Chong, do not speak of it that way. You have also assisted me greatly over the years. Moreover, my training class requires personnel," Li Fangfei said as she poured tea, avoiding eye contact with Xiao Tianji. During this time, Ma Chong excused himself, and after a moment of hesitation, she whispered, "Where have you been all these years? It seems you've done well for yourself. Have you started a family?" Xiao Tianji nodded, "I have." Li Fangfei fell silent thereafter. That night, he stayed overnight in Ma Chong's dormitory. Logically, such a place seemed unworthy of his status, but after the bloodshed of battle, even a mere sleeping place was not a concern for him. The next morning, Ma Chong awoke, excitedly preparing himself for an extended time before rushing to the bus station to meet Lu Yinyan. Before leaving, he instructed Xiao Tianji to accompany Li Fangfei. The address is in Taiying Building, the most renowned restaurant in Dongzhou. It's quite a feat to secure a reservation there. Zhang Ronghao, our class's most successful student, has returned from abroad and booked a large private room there. Hey, I'm about to set off. Are you ready? Murong Yu's voice came through the phone, low and inquiring. Xiao Tianji replied. You want Zhang Ronghao to give up on you, right? I don't need to prepare. He will understand the gravity of the situation when the time comes. You're so arrogant. Murong Yu retorted, then hesitated before casually asking. So, you stayed at Ma Chang's place last night? Xiao Tianji surveyed his surroundings, realizing this was more Li Fangfei's domain than Ma Chang's. On the other end of the line, Murong Yu was momentarily speechless, finally responding with, You're quite something, and abruptly hung up. It's about time. Let's head out, Li Fangfei said, unusually dressed up and wearing light makeup, appearing rejuvenated yet still shy around Xiao Tianji. Each time she accidentally met his gaze, she would quickly avert her eyes. All right, Xiao Tianji acquiesced and got into Li Fangfei's car. At Taiying Building. At the entrance of the parking lot, two sharply dressed men were smoking and chatting. Ronghao, you're impressive. Just back from abroad and already driving a Benz worth over 2 million? The man in black suit exclaimed, admiring the sleek vehicle. Zhang Ronghao, clad in white, replied nonchalantly. This is nothing more than a means of transportation. I have significant matters to address upon my return, but I will keep them under wraps until dinner. Zhao Jin, you've done well for yourself too, becoming the head of the physical education department at Dongzhou University. By the way, how's Ma Chang? Wasn't he a sports prodigy? His biggest dream was to teach here. Xiao Jin inhaled deeply. He has long since fallen. If not for my fiancé, taking him in, he would likely be homeless by now. Nevertheless, fortune has smiled upon him. Despite his misfortune, he has won the heart of a beauty. He and Lu Yanyan are an item, you know? Zhang Ronghao chuckled but said nothing, his gaze drifting outside, revealing a glimmer of desire in his eyes. My girl is here, he announced as a Volkswagen approached. Xiao Jin, with a boastful tone, remarked, Li Fangfei, the talented girl from back in the day, remember? I've secured her. Impressive. But wasn't she rather shy? I heard she has strict boundaries regarding physical contact, insisting on marriage first. It's infuriating. Xiao Jin cursed before discarding his cigarette and plastering on a smile as he approached. Fangfei, he called out, opening the car door and noticing a strikingly handsome man seated in the passenger seat. His expression changed instantly. Who is he? Xiao Tianji. Don't you recognize him? Xiao Tianji? Xiao Jin's demeanor darkened. What are you two doing together? Did you come here together? He was aware of Li Fangfei's past affections for Xiao Tianji, and the sight of them arriving together after so many years stirred his jealousy. Li Fangfei was now his fiancée. Do not misunderstand. It was Ma Chang who brought Tianji here. He went to pick up Yin Yan, and I simply brought Tianji along. Li Fangfei explained hurriedly. Is that so? Xiao Jin sneered, preparing to retort when a Bora honked impatiently outside, urging the Volkswagen to clear the way. What is the hurry? Are you racing against time? He grumbled. Where? Zhang Ronghao exclaimed joyfully, rushing over to greet her. As Murong Yu rolled down her window, her eyes narrowed at Xiao Tianji. Upon hearing him mention staying with a female classmate, she initially thought he was trying to provoke her. Little did she know he had genuinely visited an old flame. A surge of unnameable frustration ignited within her. Upon seeing Zhang Ronghao approach, her earlier disdain transformed into a warm smile as she greeted, Ronghao, sorry to keep you waiting. Sure, you've arrived. It's wonderful to see you again after such a long time. Little brother, quickly park the car. Zhang Ronghao, thrilled by Murong Yu's affectionate demeanor, felt elated as he tossed 500 yuan to the attendant. Chapter 040. Xiao Tianji, you are quite arrogant, Fangfei, after so many years. I never expected you to be even more beautiful. Truly, you are our great talent. Your grace surpasses even the 4 renowned beauties of ancient times. Murong Yu held Li Fangfei's hand, deliberately glancing at Xiao Tianji. This gentleman seems rather unfamiliar. Fangfei, is he your boyfriend? Quite handsome. Li Fangfei's face turned crimson as she hurriedly replied, Xiao Yu, please don't say that. He is Xiao Tianji, a classmate from our school. Don't you remember? Xiao Tianji. Murong Yu smiled at him. I don't have a strong impression. How about you? Do you remember me? Xiao Tianji turned away, coldly stating, which room number? This woman is truly something else. Xiao Tianji, you are quite arrogant. Murong, our stunning beauty, is speaking to you. What is this attitude? Who do you think you are? Demanding a room number like that? Today's arrangement was made by Ronghao. Did you seek the host's permission? Xiao Jin harbored animosity towards Xiao Tianji, seizing the opportunity to launch an attack. Zhang Ronghao, however, was unfazed. Xiao Tianji's rudeness only served to highlight his own gentlemanly demeanor. Don't be upset. Perhaps Xiao Tianji is just hungry. He chuckled. Xiao, I reserved room 508. The dishes may take a while to arrive. However, if you can't wait, there are complimentary handmade buns and pickles to fill your stomach. The buns and pickles from Iron Eagle Tower are not something everyone can enjoy. This was clearly intended to humiliate Xiao Tianji in front of everyone. Xiao Jin laughed exaggeratedly. Xiao Yu, let's head inside. Li Shishir appeared anxious. The thought of these few people mocking a fierce dragon left her feeling apprehensive. Fortunately, at that moment, a taxi pulled up, and Ma Chong and Lu Yinyan stepped out. Lu Yinyan, adorned in glamorous attire and exuding an alluring fragrance, first cast a meaningful smile at Zhang Ronghao before flamboyantly approaching. Oh my, our Murong beauty and Li talent. You both are becoming more beautiful by the day. Life truly is unfair. I feel like I've aged like yellowed flowers. Xiao Jin grinned widely. You two arrived so late. Confess, were you up to no good on the way here? How could you leave us waiting while you indulged? Xiao Jin, I'll tear your mouth apart. After all these years, you still haven't changed. Is anyone else here? If not, let's hurry inside. Who is this? He looks somewhat familiar. Lu Yinyan's gaze flickered upon seeing Xiao Tianji at the door. Yinyan, this is Tianji. On the way here, I mentioned that we should properly thank someone today. And that someone is Tianji. Do you recall Qiu Jinba from 3 years ago? I ran into him at the mall yesterday, and Tianji helped me take revenge. You got into a fight again yesterday? Upon hearing Ma Chong's words, Murong Yu quickly turned to Xiao Tianji. Xiao Tianji nodded. Murong Yu couldn't help but glare at him. She knew he had a bad temper, but she didn't expect him to act out again so soon after leaving with Li Shishir. It was truly baffling. I heard you've joined the military. Have you learned nothing but violence these past few years? That is merely the approach of a brute. Surprisingly, Lu Yinyan spoke with a cold tone, seemingly looking down upon Xiao Tianji. Yinyan, how can you say that? To deal with brutes, one must respond with brute force. Tianji, I shall toast you shortly. Ma Chong hastily intervened. Everyone has arrived. Let us proceed inside. Today is destined to be a significant day, Zhang Ronghao remarked, smiling at Murong Yu. Murong Yu's gaze flickered as she held Li Shishir's hand and walked inside. As Li Shishir passed by Xiao Tianji, she inadvertently lowered her head. Those observant enough would notice that it was not mere politeness, but rather a gesture resembling anxious reverence. In room 508, everyone took their seats. Instead of using small cups, Xiao Jin poured a full jug of liquor and stood up, addressing Xiao Tianji, old classmate. It has been years. Let us clink glasses first. Everyone awkwardly looked at Xiao Tianji, clearly perceiving that Xiao Jin was targeting him. Xiao Tianji frowned. What, are you afraid? Or cannot handle your liquor? I've heard that soldiers are quite manly when it comes to drinking. A small jug of liquor, and you're already scared? Xiao Jin sneered. He might not even know how to drink. Xiao Jin, stop this. Li Fangfei couldn't help but intervene. Silence. Xiao Jin retorted sharply. When men drink, there's no room for your words. With her face flushed, Li Fangfei bit her lip in silence. I only drink with brothers or close friends. Finally, Xiao Tianji spoke up. That sounds quite nice. We all come from the same school. We can consider ourselves brothers, right? The deeper the feelings, the more we should drink. I'll drink first as a sign of respect. He downed a small jug, which contained about 2 taels. Good. Truly manly. Lu Yinyan applauded. Xiao Jin, filled with pride, declared, now it's your turn. Shall I pour for you? Xiao Tianji shook his head. You are not worthy to be my brother. What did you say? Upon hearing Xiao Tianji's latter remark, Xiao Jin's expression changed instantaneously. He had previously thought Xiao Tianji's comment about only drinking with brothers or close friends was mere politeness. But now he realized he was deemed unworthy to be considered one. Not only Xiao Jin, but the others also wore peculiar expressions. Xiao Jin, Tianji doesn't like drinking. I'll drink in his stead. Ma Chong quickly stood up. What are you? Why should I drink with you? Xiao Jin's words left Ma Chong speechless. Xiao, I just want to know who in this room is worthy to be your brother. Aren't you just a stinky soldier? What is there to boast about? If you don't clarify this today, you won't pass my test. Xiao Jin, fueled by alcohol, swaggered over. As the head of the physical education department, he considered himself quite formidable and did not regard Xiao Tianji at all. This was clearly a situation escalating towards violence. What are you doing? Have you had too much to drink? Sit down. Li Fangfei panicked, trying to pull Xiao Jin back. Get away. Xiao Jin waved his hand, shoving Li Fangfei aside. You act like a saint, refusing to let me touch you. Now you see your old flame and start protecting him? Li Fangfei, don't forget, I am your fiancé. Anyone who stands in my way today will face my wrath. Xiao, do you submit? He reached out to grab Xiao Tianji's shoulder. Xiao Jin, have you had too much to drink? Ma Chong rushed over to intervene but was forcefully pushed away by Xiao Jin, losing his balance and falling. Enough! Li Fangfei shouted. I've told you, my relationship with Tianji is innocent. If you are upset about this, take it out on me. It has nothing to do with Tianji. Li Fangfei believed that Xiao Jin's antagonism towards Xiao Tianji stemmed from her, thus stepping forward once more. Are you trying to prove something to me? Xiao Jin sneered. Now, come with me to the adjacent room for a little verification. If it's true, I'll believe you. What do you say? Chapter 041. I hope you can reform yourself in the future, you bastard. Li Fangfei never anticipated that Xiao Jin would utter such words in front of so many people, tears of grievance welling up in her eyes. Ma Chong intended to interject, but was reprimanded by Lu Yinyin. Enough. Why are you meddling in the affairs of this couple? Haven't you heard that couples quarrel at the head of the bed and make up at the foot? Besides, the male party involved hasn't even spoken yet. She cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Tianji, seemingly awaiting his response. What, are you afraid? Xiao Jin pressed on, a cold smirk on his face. It seems you're no longer the original model. Li Fangfei, how foolish of me to have harbored such feelings for you. Now tell me, when did you become entangled with that surname Xiao? Was it 8 years ago, or just last night? Li Fangfei trembled with rage, unable to utter a word. Fine. If you won't speak, I'll find your husband. Xiao Jin's gaze turned sinister as he looked toward Xiao Tianji, directly picking up a bottle of wine. You, surnamed Xiao, have cuckolded me. We ought to settle this score today. Stop. Ma Chong could no longer contain himself and rushed forward. Xiao Jin. I can testify that Tianji stayed with me last night. Prior to that, he had never even met Fangfei. You claim to be infatuated with her. Do you truly deserve her? Others may not know, but don't think I am unaware. What did you say? Xiao Jin's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth. Ma Chong, are you trying to slander me? What do you know? Ma Chong, initially hesitant to speak out, was spurred on by the sight of Li Fangfei's pitiful state and blurted. At the back street of the school, at Chunfeng Hotel, you go at least 7 times a month, each time with a different woman. Need I elaborate on what you do there? You. Xiao Jin barked. Ma Chong, you're framing me. I've never been with any other woman. Ma Chong's face was filled with indignation. Whether you have or not, you know in your heart. Xiao Jin, I regret introducing you to the physical education department and assisting you in pursuing Li Fangfei. Who would have thought you were nothing but a gilded fade hiding a rotten core? Ma Chong, you. I see now. You're envious that I took your position as the head of the physical education department and got you dismissed, right? You have no talent and have made yourself a cripple. Blame who? The physical education department at Dongzhou University cannot employ a disabled person. You think you can ruin my reputation? Let me tell you. Give up on that notion for the rest of your life. You're just a dead cripple. What if his leg could be healed? Xiao Tianji's voice cut through abruptly. What did you say? After being crippled for 3 years, it can still be healed? Surname Xiao, you can't be serious about healing him, can you? Ha ha ha, how ludicrous. What if it could? Xiao Tianji remained unfazed. Xiao Jin clenched his teeth in front of everyone. If you can truly heal him, I will relinquish the position of head of the physical education department to him. And if you cannot? Xiao Tianji replied calmly. That's up to you. Good. If you cannot heal him, you must drink this entire jug in front of everyone. Xiao Tianji ceased speaking and walked toward Ma Chong. The wager had taken everyone by surprise. It might hurt a bit. Bear with it, they heard Xiao Tianji say in a low voice before suddenly striking Ma Chong and Appo's ankle. The manner of his grasp was unclear to onlookers, followed by Ma Chong's agonized, beast-like scream, though he was a tough man who would normally conceal minor injuries. His loud cries now indicated the intensity of his pain. All right, rest more in the future. Avoid strenuous activities for 3 months, Xiao Tianji stated as he returned to his seat. The entire process was seamless. Observing Ma Chong's pale face and cold sweat, Xiao Jin burst into laughter. Ma Chong, you trust Xiao Tianji so much, yet did not foresee he would lead you into a pitfall. This ISN and Appos, T healing, it and Appos, as just adding insult to injury. Surname Xiao, I'm going to urinate in your wine. He finally seized the opportunity and, holding the wine jug, was about to head to the restroom. Wait. Ma Chong's trembling voice arose as he attempted to take a few steps, and to his astonishment, he found he was indeed no longer limping. Though not as nimble as an uninjured person, his strides were steady, resembling that of a normal individual. Tianji, he murmured, at a loss for words. His face flushed with excitement. The crowd was left dumbfounded. Is this truly possible? Murong Yu gazed at Xiao Tianji, her eyes sparkling. She thought to herself that this insufferable man had deliberately claimed no connection to Changxing Dao, only to deceive them. This maneuver must have been taught by Changxing Dao. Impossible. Xiao Jin snarled. You two are colluding against me. Ma Chong, your leg must have healed long ago. You are feigning a limp, conspiring with Xiao Tianji to deceive me. Give up. I will not relinquish this position. Upon hearing his words, aside from Murong Yu and Li Shishir, the others found his reasoning compelling. It had to be that way. Otherwise, it was too difficult to explain. Even Ma Chong briefly felt as though his leg had always been fine, without any limp. What's the matter? Can't find the words? Ha ha ha. Surname Xiao, you think you can deceive me with such tricks? You think you can renege? A glimmer of sharpness flashed in Xiao Tianji's eyes. No one under heaven could escape their debts to him. As Xiao Jin sensed the cold murderous intent emanating from Xiao Tianji, he shivered, momentarily rendered speechless. At that moment, the temperature in the room seemed to plummet, creating an atmosphere of palpable tension. Just then, a woman in Appo's piercing scream echoed from outside, and moments later, a woman burst through the door. Everyone froze in shock. Upon seeing the woman, who still possessed an alluring charm, Xiao Jin hurriedly declared with pride, I am Xiao Jin. Given your appearance, I have important matters to attend to. Let's discuss this later. You beast. How dare you lay hands on my daughter? I will tear you apart. The woman lunged at him like a mother tiger, clawing and tearing at him until he was left with a disheveled face. Enraged and embarrassed, Xiao Jin attempted to push the woman away. Suddenly, he noticed a pure girl in a school uniform standing at the doorway, her icy gaze fixed on him, leaving him dumbfounded. You are Xiao Jin, correct? Come with us. Two officers entered, prying the frenzied woman away and cuffing Xiao Jin with rose-gold handcuffs. Xiao Jin instantly panicked. It's a misunderstanding. It must be a misunderstanding. It wasn't me. I didn't. Ma Chong, you beast. He directed a furious tirade at Ma Chong, believing that he had orchestrated the entire affair. Yet Ma Chong was equally bewildered, not comprehending what had transpired. All he knew was that Xiao Jin led a dissolute life, but never imagined it would be to such a vile extent. The others were also momentarily at a loss for what to do. It has nothing to do with Ma Chong. This was my arrangement, Xiao Tianji stated as he gazed at Xiao Jin, finally lifting the wine before him. I toast to you. I hope you can reflect and reform yourself in the future. With that, he downed the drink in one go. Chapter 42. Please show some restraint. Xiao Tianji smiled at Li Fangfei and said, let's sit down and eat. Such a man is unworthy of you. Li Fangfei, still trembling from earlier, took a seat anxiously. Did you not see Fangfei just yesterday? And you spent the night with Ma Chong. Where would you find the time to arrange such matters? Murong Yu raised an eyebrow. Xiao Tianji took a sip of water and replied, guess. Murong Yu could hardly contain her frustration and felt an urge to smash the cup before her against Xiao Tianji's head. Well done, Xiao. You've played your hand beautifully. Now I feel compelled to toast you. I wonder if I am worthy? Lu Yinyan interjected, noticing Xiao Tianji's hesitation, and quickly added, just kidding. Consider it a thank you on behalf of Ma Chong. Indeed, Tianji, we must express our gratitude. Whether or not I return to Dongzhou University is inconsequential. You have healed my foot and removed this scourge from the school, which is of utmost importance. Ma Chong, brimming with excitement, approached to pour wine. Xiao Tianji raised his glass. Zhang Ronghao scoffed. Xiao Jin brought this fate upon himself. It is indeed poetic justice. No one can absolve him. However, Xiao, you have been quite ruthless. With this maneuver, you've struck 3 birds with 1 stone. You've taken down Xiao Jin, subdued Ma Chong. And if I am not mistaken, the path between you and the talented Li has now cleared, hasn't he it? So here's to you. May your love flourish. He lifted his glass in salute. I'll step out to take a call. As the phone rang, and he saw it was from Baozi, Xiao Tianji stood to leave. Zhang Ronghao's expression shifted, his hand with the wine glass frozen mid-air, perceiving this as a slight. Come, I'll drink with you. Lu Yinyan hastily clinked glasses with Zhang Ronghao to alleviate the awkwardness. At the end of the corridor, Xiao Tianji spoke softly. What is it? Boss, the Dragon team said you had them investigate something? It's been taken care of. They also mentioned that a significant event is about to unfold in Dongzhou. They are concerned for your safety and are unsure whether to intervene. They didn't dare to consult you directly, so they came to ask me. Should we activate the Dragon team? Xiao Tianji pondered briefly. Not for now. The Dragon team is a valuable asset. We should not reveal them prematurely. Let them remain still and await my orders. Boss, do you think I'm in danger? Baozi chuckled. I'm just overthinking. I'll reach Dongzhou in about an hour. After hanging up, Xiao Tianji lit a cigarette. The investigation into Xiao Jin had necessitated the unusual deployment of the Dragon team the previous night. However, for other matters, it was preferable to refrain from using them. On one hand, the Dragon team was not easy to cultivate. On the other, it was vital to avoid alarming the enemy. He was certain that those who attempted to assassinate him in Xinzhou were mere pawns. Behind them loomed a far greater threat. Wu Yingzi should be in Dongzhou now. He hoped she would not disappoint him. Finishing his cigarette, he turned to return to his room and couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart upon sensing someone approaching quickly from across the corridor. There you are. Who would have thought such a big man would sneak out to avoid drinking? Lu Yinyan approached with a playful laugh. Xiao Tianji frowned. What do you want? Like you. Just getting some fresh air. Oh dear, after 2 drinks, I feel quite warm. It's cool out here. As she spoke, she playfully tugged at her clothing, revealing glimpses of her skin. Her eyes sparkled as she gazed at Xiao Tianji. Xiao Tianji's expression darkened as he turned to leave. Please show some restraint. He took a step, then added coldly, Ma Chong is a good man. He genuinely cares for you, regardless of your past. I hope you will remain virtuous and not let him down. What do you mean, Xiao Tianji? Stop right there. Are you implying I lack decorum? And what makes you a paragon of virtue? Look at the lengths you've gone to win Li Fangfei's heart. Lu Yinyan seethed with indignation and stormed back. Before others, she had always feigned disdain for Xiao Tianji, yet from the very first glance, she had been captivated. Others might not have perceived it, but she, having encountered countless men, recognized that Xiao Tianji was exceptional in both physique and demeanor. His suit, worth at least 30,000, hinted at his affluence. She had initially pretended to be indifferent to hide her attraction. Just moments prior, Xiao Tianji had quietly dealt a crushing blow to Xiao Jin, further enhancing his allure. Seizing the opportunity to approach Xiao Tianji, she believed her own beauty and charm far surpassed that of Li Fangfei, confident that he would be easily swayed. She envisioned a clandestine affair with him behind Ma Chong's back. Unexpectedly, this was the first time in her life she had been rebuffed by a man. A glimmer of malice flickered in Xiao Tianji's eyes as he contemplated whether to reveal the truth to Ma Chong. Lu Yinyan had arrived in Dongzhou in a Mercedes, which he confirmed belonged to Zhang Ronghao. The two had pretended to be innocent, but in reality, they shared a sordid connection. Lu Yinyan must have spent the night with Zhang Ronghao, then feigned arriving fresh off the train to deceive Ma Chong. To put it bluntly, this woman was promiscuous, and Ma Chong was merely the unsuspecting fool she had enlisted. Considering Ma Chong's feelings, Xiao Tianji deliberated before deciding to keep this matter under wraps for the time being, effectively granting Lu Yinyan another chance. If she could awaken to her misdeeds and reform, then so be it. Resolute, he returned to the room. Just as he reached the door, he heard a woman crying inside. Wu, I can't go on living. That scoundrel Xiao Tianji tried to assault me in the bathroom. How can I continue living? Then came Ma Chong's anxious voice. Yan, please don't be upset. It must be a misunderstanding. I trust Tianji. He would never do such a thing. What on earth is happening? Xiao Tianji pushed the door open. Upon seeing him, Lu Yinyan and Appo's eyes flashed with malice. She covered her face and cried even louder. Li Fangfei, Murong Yu, and Li Shishir all wore expressions of shock. No way, Xiao Tianji. You've just won Li's heart. And now you turn around and make a move on Lu Yinyan? She is Ma Chong's woman. This is beyond outrageous. Have you gone mad after just returning from retirement? Zhang Ronghao laughed heartily. Chapter 043. What are your thoughts, classmate Xiao? Tianji, what is going on? Ma Chong wore a troubled expression. Xiao Tianji's countenance was icy. He had already resolved to let Lu Yinyan go. Yet he was taken aback by her utter lack of shame. She must be terrified of me returning to expose her, hence her preemptive slander. Ma Chong, it would be best to distance yourself from such a woman. Listen to me. You are a good person, and she is unworthy of you, he said coldly. What did you say? You scoundrel. You violated me and not only deny it, but dare to slander me. Ma Chong, are you even a man? Your girlfriend has been wronged. Aren't you going to do something? Ma Chong's face was etched with pain, yet he remained resolute. I trust Tianji. He would never do such a thing. Yan, please calm down. This must be a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? What nonsense. You coward. Being bullied to this extent and still speaking up for them. I refuse to live like this. Xiao, you have tarnished my reputation. I will fight you. In her agitation, she even let her hair down and lunged towards Xiao Tianji. She relied on the notion that as a woman, he would not retaliate in front of everyone. Xiao Tianji waved his hand. Slap. A resounding slap sent Lu Yinyan crashing into the corner. You hit me. Lu Yinyan covered her face, momentarily stunned. The others were equally astonished. How could one strike a woman? Zhang Ronghao rose, his expression grave. Xiao Tianji remained expressionless. Am I supposed to refrain from hitting you? Zhang Ronghao swallowed hard, falling silent. There was a palpable aura of murderous intent emanating from Xiao Tianji. A sense of power that seemed to trample all life beneath his feet. Seeing Zhang Ronghao retreat, Lu Yinyan dashed to Murong Yu's side. Little Yu, he hit me. Want to you say something on my behalf? Murong Yu appeared utterly disenchanted, nearly rolling her eyes, thinking he even dares to strike my mother. Yinyan, let us have a meal. Lu Yinyan hesitated but obediently sat down, falling silent. Tianji. Ma Chong looked embarrassed, unsure of what to say. Rest assured, I will explain later. Ahem, those who have come from military backgrounds are indeed refreshingly straightforward. Tianji, may I inquire what your current occupation is? Zhang Ronghao's tone and demeanor softened considerably, clearly attempting to curry favor with Xiao Tianji. From Xiao Tianji's actions, he discerned that this individual must have substantial backing. His return to the country was intended to showcase his talents, and establishing connections was paramount. Having misjudged earlier, if Xiao Tianji truly possessed a background, it would be prudent to cultivate a relationship with him. I'm a security guard. What did you say? Zhang Ronghao was momentarily taken aback, incredulous. Are you saying your current job is a security guard? Xiao Tianji clarified. To be precise, I am the captain of the security team. Zhang Ronghao nearly spat blood. What difference is there between a security captain and a mere guard? Why are you boasting here? Isn't that just a watchman? Surely not. I see you're wearing a suit that must cost several thousand. Can a security captain afford such fine attire? It belongs to someone else, Xiao Tianji replied. Each word truthful. Zhang Ronghao shot Xiao Tianji a fierce glance, convinced he was not lying. His expression transformed into one of utter disdain. A mere security guard, relying on others for attire to attend a reunion. Apart from a foul temper and brutish methods, he was utterly inept. In the eyes of the elite, such a person is no different from a stray dog on the street. In today's society, wealth and connections are paramount. Brute strength alone is fit only for serving the wealthy. A filthy security guard dares to lay hands on me? Just you wait. Lu Yinyan's eyes glimmered with venom once more. Are we still going to eat? Li Fangfei interjected, unable to bear the scene. If we're not, I must return to teach my students. Saying this, she prepared to stand up. She could no longer tolerate the relentless targeting and slander against Xiao Tianji. Hold on. Let bygones be bygones. I hereby declare the gathering officially commenced. I have two matters of great significance to share with you all, and it is my honor to have a few classmates as witnesses. Zhang Ronghao's demeanor brightened, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Among our classmates, you have fared the best. Studying abroad, you graduated to work in a Fortune 500 company. What joyous news do you have to share with us? Lu Yinyan seemed to forget her earlier pain, eagerly playing along. Ronghao, did you join a Fortune 500 company? Ma Chong chuckled, attempting to mask the earlier awkwardness. In truth, he harbored genuine envy for Zhang Ronghao, who had achieved success at such a young age. Zhang Ronghao smiled slightly. I work for the AUS Group. AUS Group? Lu Yinyan exclaimed. Is that the renowned biopharmaceutical company? Zhang Ronghao nodded. Heavens! Lu Yinyan exclaimed dramatically. Ronghao, you are incredible. I've heard the AUS Group offers leading salaries worldwide. How much do you earn monthly? No. For you, it must be calculated annually, right? Zhang Ronghao waved his hand dismissively, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. At my level, salary matters little. What I value more is personal growth and the company's future. Though we've been classmates, I have not forgotten you all over the years. I've always hoped to assist you when the opportunity arose. Xiao Jin has squandered his chance, but if any of you wish to earn money and seek better development, you may come work with me. I guarantee you will be satisfied with the compensation. You are returning to develop in your homeland and not leaving? Ma Chong inquired. Zhang Ronghao nodded. This is the first matter I wish to announce. The AUS Group has decided to establish a market in the Great Xia region, and after comprehensive evaluation, the headquarters will be located in Dongzhou. I see. Ronghao, you are the general manager of the AUS Group's Great Xia region, correct? Lu Yinyan feigned excitement, though it was evident she was already aware of the news. To be precise, I am the deputy general manager. However, the general manager holds a unique status, and I will introduce you to him when the opportunity arises. Let me tell you, he is truly a member of the aristocracy. My title of general manager is largely nominal. All matters still fall under my purview. Zhang Ronghao appeared modest, yet he was subtly elevating himself. So what do you say? Li the talented one, Ma Chong. And you, Xiao Tianji? He sneered at Xiao Tianji, emphasizing, individuals like you, who are retired and disconnected from society, appear to have no other path than to become security guards. However, do not fret. There is a saying that every profession has its champions. In light of our camaraderie as classmates, if you come to me, I will promote you to security chief, doubling your salary. When we next gather, at least you won't be so impoverished that others must buy your clothes. Classmate Xiao, what are your thoughts? Chapter 44. A glimpse of the household register. Tianji. Ma Chong exclaimed urgently, his face alight with excitement. He felt a surge of joy for Xiao Tianji. Such an excellent job opportunity was rare. Where else could one find such a chance if not through Zhang Ronghao's connections? Everyone turned their gaze towards Xiao Tianji, eagerly anticipating his response. As for the second matter, Xiao Tianji did not even lift his eyelids. His silence, however, was interpreted by others as an acquiescence. What a lack of decorum! After all, Ronghao is now considered your employer. Is this how one converses with their boss? Ronghao, only someone as warm-hearted as you would take in such a morally bankrupt individual. Lu Yinyan remarked with visible disdain. That's all right. Our classmate Xiao is simply straightforward, Ma Chong added. Such a person is only fit to be a security guard. Zhang Ronghao chuckled. Yinyan, with your charm, you could join my company as a public relations manager, starting at a monthly salary of 50,000. Really? Lu Yinyan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at Zhang Ronghao, her concealed affection for him now evident. I can't be dreaming, can I? Goodness, Ronghao, you are truly our lucky star. Quickly tell us, what is the second piece of good news? As for that second piece of news, Zhang Ronghao's gaze turned eagerly towards Murong Yu. Murong Yu casually averted her face, fully aware of what Zhang Ronghao was about to divulge. If possible, she wished he would keep it to himself, for he had supported her tremendously when she first arrived abroad, struggling to find her footing. She did not wish to hurt him unless absolutely necessary. What are you staring at little you for? Let me guess, you two are quite the match. Surely you wish to propose to her? Lu Yinyan chimed in, fanning the flames of gossip, tinged with jealousy. Yet she understood her position. Maintaining a clandestine relationship with Zhang Ronghao, devoid of financial concerns, was enough for her. Little you, marry me. Zhang Ronghao gazed at the woman he had long yearned for. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he knelt on one knee, revealing a sparkling diamond ring. Wow, that is a massive rock. It must be at least 8 carats. Lu Yinyan gasped, her eyes shimmering brighter than the diamond itself. It seemed this diamond could compel her to do anything. Ma Chong clutched a box containing a 1-carat diamond tightly in his pocket. He had initially planned to propose to Lu Yinyan publicly after Zhang Ronghao announced his second piece of good news, hoping to ride the wave of celebration. Now, he found himself questioning his timing. Human emotions are peculiar. When one is fervently in love, no amount of advice from others can penetrate that fervor. To the lover, their beloved is perfection incarnate. Yet, if such devotion is met with indifference, one may awaken to the stark reality of unrequited feelings, rendering previous infatuations pale and foolish. In that moment, the aura surrounding Lu Yinyan and Ma Chong's eyes seemed to fade. Little you, please say yes. I feel happy for you. Ronghao is successful and youthful. Truly an exceptional husband. Lu Yinyan urged, her face alight with infatuation. Murong Yu sighed, exuding a sense of resignation. Ronghao, have you forgotten? I once told you that I am already married. Zhang Ronghao laughed. Is this really the time for jokes? I know you're testing me. You don't mean it. Ask them if they believe you're married. Little you, you're married? Li Fangfei asked, her face a mask of confusion. Don't believe her nonsense. Lu Yinyan snapped, glancing at Murong Yu. What a peculiar way to test someone. Why claim to be married when you're clearly still single? What man could possibly surpass Ronghao? Enough, Zhang Ronghao interjected with a smile. Even if you were married before, it does not matter to me. I love you, and I can embrace all of your past. Marry me, and I will ensure your happiness. He was certain this was merely a jest, a display of his generosity. Even if Murong Yu were a divorcee, he would still accept her. At that moment, Murong Yu found herself at a loss for words. Li Shishir cast a worried glance at Xiao Tianji, who continued to sip his soup, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding drama. Murong Yu could not contain her anger, shooting a fierce glare at Xiao Tianji. Fine. I happen to have the household register with me. I went to the Civil Affairs Bureau this morning with Shishir. I can show it to you. The household register? Even Xiao Tianji, who had been quietly sipping his soup, nearly choked. He could not fathom that Murong Yu had brought it along. The notion of visiting the Civil Affairs Bureau only to require a household register sounded like a ruse. Bringing the register was clearly intended for Zhang Ronghao's benefit. Xiao Tianji set down his spoon and wiped his mouth with a napkin. Little you brought the household register. Could it be that you intend to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to register your marriage with Ronghao? Let me see, Lu Yanyan said with a grin as she took it from Murong Yu. After a glance, she stood frozen in shock. What is this? Let me see that. I never expected you to have the household register with you. No worries, I'll call my family to send mine over by plane. She examined the household register. Head of the household, Murong Hai. The relationships listed below read: wife, Li Lan; eldest daughter, Murong Qian; second daughter, Murong Qing; third daughter, Murong Yu. Wait a moment. What does Xiao Tianji's name mean in Murong Yu's section? He thought he must be seeing things. Shaking his head and rubbing his eyes to take a closer look. Xiao Tianji, Murong Yu's husband. How is this possible? Zhang Ronghao leaped to his feet. Akin to a beast struck by an arrow, his face paling. In his impulsiveness, he nearly overturned the table. Xiao Tianji, how could you possibly be Murong Yu's husband? And this is clearly from 8 years ago. What kind of game are you playing? He bellowed, his eyes ablaze. Lu Yanyan, still stunned, sneered, Xiao Tianji. You really excel at conning people. Just now, you teamed up with Ma Chong to deceive Chao Jin, and now you're joining forces with Murong Yu to trick Ronghao? Murong Yu, what on earth is happening? Shouldn't you explain this to us? Murong Yu replied coolly, my affairs do not necessitate your explanation. However, since you inquired, I don't mind telling you. The truth is evident. Xiao Tianji has been my lawful husband for 8 years. Surely, the Civil Affairs Bureau wouldn't assist us in deception? Impossible. This cannot be true. Zhang Ronghao struggled to accept the reality. Xiao Tianji dropped out of school to join the armed forces. He just said he is now a mere security guard, clad in clothing provided by others. Chapter 045. You shall not insult my husband indeed. Prior to this moment, Murong Yu had always believed that publicly acknowledging her relationship would be a source of great embarrassment. Her heart was in turmoil. Who would have thought that, upon finally confessing, a sense of pride would swell within her? Facing the bewildered gazes of the crowd, she unveiled the truth. He had joined the army for the sake of our family. Back then, my parents were swayed by rumors that our family faced some calamity, necessitating a male presence on the battlefield to counterbalance it with masculine vigor. With only my younger brother as the sole male in our household, due to his youth, it fell upon my husband, as the representative of the Murong family, to enlist. Although he is presently just a security guard, he is our Murong family's security guard. Furthermore, the clothes he wears, while purchased by another, that other person is me. After Murong Yu spoke her piece, the room fell into a profound silence. Ma Chong interjected with a smile, I can attest to that. It was Murong Yu who bought the clothes for Tianji yesterday at the mall. Li Fangfei sighed softly. 8 years ago, you were merely a freshman with a bright future ahead, yet you abandoned everything to serve in the military. Your devotion to Xiao Yu is truly commendable. Tianji, Xiao Yu, I wish you both the very best. It was a heartfelt blessing, for at that moment, she finally comprehended that Xiao Tianji was a man she could never possess. It dawned on her that when he claimed to have started a family yesterday, it was indeed with Murong Yu. Murong Yu had deliberately queried Xiao Tianji about his relationship status outside, claiming she was not well acquainted with him. It was all too clear now. She was testing the waters. Feeling a pang of jealousy. I disagree. This marriage is evidently a transaction. There is no genuine affection between you. This fellow is unworthy of you. Zhang Ronghao declared vehemently, his expression twisted with fury, resembling a beast on the verge of madness. Murong Yu's expression darkened in response. Zhang Ronghao, despite your motives during these years abroad, you assisted me in some way. Henceforth, I have regarded you as a friend. Yet, your words now are crossing the line. She turned to Xiao Tianji. The question of whether we share feelings or if he is worthy of me is not for others to decide. Only I have the right to determine my own affairs. No one else in this world can make that choice for me. Her voice, though soft, resonated with conviction. But this is merely a facade. You have not even held a wedding. I beg your pardon. Just 3 days ago, he compensated me with a wedding ceremony. Many in Dongzhou City can attest to it. However, due to its exceptional nature, it was not widely disseminated. Exceptional indeed. At the wedding, do you know whom Xiao Tianji was confronting? Given their status in Dongzhou, if they decree silence, who would dare speak otherwise? Thus, the sensational event remains known only to those present at the time. Zhang Ronghao's eyes burned with frustration, unwilling to concede. You may reject me today, but do not ruin yourself in the process. Look at him, devious and coarse. He is unworthy of you. He is simply unworthy. Murong Yu finally felt a surge of anger. You shall not insult my husband. Zhang Ronghao was rendered speechless by his fury. Lu Yinyan clapped and chuckled. Xiao Yu, I must admit, you both have put on quite a performance. Consider this carefully. Xiao Tianji not only harbors lingering feelings for Li Fangfei, but he was also a bit hands-on with me outside. Before she could finish, a cacophony of shouts erupted from outside. The door burst open, and a throng of fierce-looking enforcers surged in. Zhang Ronghao was taken aback. Who are you? Who are we? We are the ones who kill. A venomous voice rang out as the crowd parted, revealing Qiu Jinba, who was wheeled in by an associate. Qiu Jinba. Realization struck Ma Chong, and his expression shifted dramatically. Lu Yinyan, who had just been brimming with confidence, now cowered, attempting to hide from Qiu Jinba's gaze. You little rascal, I finally found you. Qiu Jinba glared at Xiao Tianji, fury blazing in his eyes. You crippled my legs, and still have the audacity to enjoy a meal and flirt. In Dongzhou City, no one dares offend me, 8th Master, and live to tell the tale. Now, speak your last words. Qiu Jinba, if you have grievances regarding my friend, direct them at me. Ma Chong growled, stepping protectively in front of Xiao Tianji. Foolish dear, don't be hasty. None of you will escape today. We will settle both new and old scores. Take them all away. At his command, they prepared to strike. Wait. Zhang Ronghao shouted in alarm. 8th Master, is it? I heard that Xiao Tianji assaulted someone yesterday. I had no idea it was you. This matter was between him and Ma Chong, and has nothing to do with us. I am Zhang Ronghao, the general manager of the Ows Group stationed in Dongzhou City. I implore the 8th Master to spare us and not hold us accountable. I'll treat you to tea another day. Qiu Jinba scrutinized Zhang Ronghao with a cold smile. Is the Ows Group coming to Dongzhou? I'll remember your name. Zhang Ronghao. I hope you won't disappoint me. Take these two scoundrels away. As his minions lunged towards Xiao Tianji and Ma Chong, Murong Yu stepped forward. Her voice icy. My father is Murong Hai. Let us see who dares lay a finger on my people today. Murong Hai, you say? Qiu Jinba sneered. If he were here, I might show him some respect. You, a mere girl, lack the weight to command such attention. Murong Yu's complexion paled, leaving her momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Zhang Ronghao was exhilarated. Xiao Yu, do not concern yourself with this. Xiao Tianji brought this upon himself. I've said it before, he is unworthy of you. Society today values emotional intelligence and financial prowess. Zhang Ronghao felt elated, believing he had been granted favor by Qiu Jinba. The prospect of using Qiu Jinba to eliminate Xiao Tianji was a stroke of fortune he could hardly have imagined. He resolved to cultivate a relationship with Qiu Jinba moving forward. Lu Yinyan felt fortunate to have escaped a calamity. To her, Zhang Ronghao now radiated a captivating charm. She decided she would cling to Zhang Ronghao's coattails from now on. Qiu Jinba, I wonder if I possess the weight to intervene? A cool voice echoed from outside. You. Qiu Jinba began to curse, only to recognize the familiar tone, turning in shock to see a well-groomed young man in a Zhongshan suit, walking in with a composed demeanor. Young Master Jin, what brings you here? He nearly toppled from his wheelchair in his excitement. Young Master Jin? Zhang Ronghao immediately sensed the young man's significance, realizing even Qiu Jinba was shaken. He approached eagerly, presenting his business card. I am Zhang Ronghao, Deputy General Manager of the Ows Group in Dongzhou City. May I inquire, young Master Jin? Without even glancing at Zhang Ronghao, young Master Jin strode towards Xiao Tianji. You little rascal, young Master Jin is the heir of the Jinshin Group. Now that he has personally intervened, you might as well prepare for your demise. Thank you, young Master Jin, for coming to my aid. Qiu Jinba was utterly astonished, incredulous at his newfound importance. The Jinshin Group? Surely. You refer to the one known as the Kingdom of Security in Dongzhou? Zhang Ronghao's surprise was palpable as he stepped forward, speaking in a trembling voice. Young Master Jin, you are discerning. This matter was solely the doing of Xiao Tianji and has nothing to do with us. I was just about to report him. His words faltered abruptly. Jin Xian approached Xiao Tianji, bowing respectfully before him, and then knelt down, pressing his forehead to the ground. Jin Xian had arrived late and sought the master's forgiveness. Chapter 046. Mr. Rongbing in the esteemed Jin Xian Group, known as the Guardian Kingdom of Dongzhou, the sole heir. Young Master Jin unexpectedly knelt before Xiao Tianji, his demeanor one of genuine reverence. devoid of pretense. Everyone present, with the exception of Xiao Tianji, stood in stunned silence. Particularly Zhang Ronghao and Qiu Jinba, who gaped in disbelief, their minds momentarily at a standstill. "You are commendable," Xiao Tianji finally spoke, his tone cool and measured after a brief pause. "Thank you for your praise, sir," young Master Jin exclaimed, bowing his head in excitement. The honor of receiving acknowledgement from Xiao Tianji was beyond anything he could have hoped for. Xiao Tianji himself could hardly fathom that the once arrogant scion had so swiftly shed his former vices, presenting himself as one of noble lineage. "Now, tell me what transpired," Xiao Tianji commanded. "Sir, I shall explain." Young Master Jin raised his head respectfully, stating, "Qiu Jinba was assaulted yesterday and sought my assistance. Since your last teachings, I have undergone a transformation, isolating myself and declining his requests. However, upon reflection, I realized that the individual he described bore some resemblance to you, sir. Alarmed, I immediately dispatched someone to trace Qiu Jinba's whereabouts. Regrettably, I arrived too late and he had already disturbed you, sir. This rogue, once affiliated with our Jin Xian group. You may choose to punish him personally or leave it to me." As he spoke, he produced a short blade from his robes and presented it with utmost deference. The bone-cutting knife. Qiu Jinba's visage paled, recognizing it as a tool of punishment for transgressors within the Jin Xian group. "Young Master Jin, I was wrong. Mr. Xiao, please, show mercy and do not hold my transgressions against me. I am unworthy, having failed to recognize the greatness before me." With a thud, Qiu Jinba collapsed before Xiao Tianji, striking his own face in penance, blood oozing from his lips. Yet, Xiao Tianji remained silent, compelling him to continue in his humiliation. "Do you still recognize me, you scoundrel? 3 years ago, you assaulted me, and it was only due to my boyfriend's intervention that I escaped," Lu Yinyan interjected. "Ma Chong, you were right. We must express our gratitude to Tianji," she added, delivering a swift kick to Qiu Jinba as she gently spoke to Ma Chong. The appearance of Jin Xian shattered her previous worldview. She had misjudged Xiao Tianji's true identity, regardless of the circumstances. She understood the necessity of aligning herself with someone of such stature. Regretting her prior actions, she sought to minimize her losses by associating with Ma Chong. Upon seeing Lu Yinyan, Qiu Jinba's eyes ignited with fury, yet he refrained from speaking out of fear. Observing that Xiao Tianji showed no immediate intention to punish Qiu Jinba, Jin Xian whispered, "You wretched servant, how did you offend the sir? Speak the truth at once." "Yes, I shall speak." Qiu Jinba, with sincerity etched upon his face, glanced at Ma Chong. "Because you are Mr. Zhao's friend, I must share the truth. Mr. Zhao's friends should not be deceived or harmed by such a woman. What nonsense are you spouting? Tianji, this person's words are unworthy of belief. They disrupt the atmosphere of our gathering. It would be better to silence him." Lu Yinyan interjected hastily, fearful of the revelations Qiu Jinba might divulge. "Continue," Xiao Tianji instructed. "Yes," Qiu Jinba responded as if receiving a royal command, pointing at Lu Yinyan. "This woman signed a contract with me 3 years ago, wherein I would support her for a year in exchange for 500,000. For that year, she was at my beck and call. You lie." Lu Yinyan shrieked, her sanity fraying. "That never happened. Ma Chong, you must believe me." Ma Chong's expression darkened, a flicker of pain crossing his features. Who could have known her insatiable greed? Less than 6 months in, she absconded with a sum of my money. My brothers tracked her down to a bar. He lowered his head towards Xiao Tianji. "That day, I admit, I acted rashly and injured your friend, and afterward, I intended to bring her back to fulfill her contract. However, upon investigation, I discovered she was entangled with several men simultaneously. With such a woman, my interest waned." "You speak falsely. You slander me," Lu Yinyan protested vehemently. "I am pure and virtuous. How could I be that kind of person? Ronghao, you must defend me. Did she have a contract with you? Is it still in existence? I discarded it long ago. No evidence, you see. Thus, you are merely spouting lies. You vile creature, framing me for your own salvation. Tianji, do not believe him." Lu Yinyan charged at Qiu Jinba, striking and kicking him. "While the contract may be gone, I possess new evidence." Qiu Jinba bellowed, producing his phone and playing a video. "This was sent to me by one of my subordinates yesterday. He spotted this woman at the train station and recorded it. Look." On the screen, Lu Yinyan emerged from the throng at the train station, stepping into a Mercedes. "Isn't that Zhang Ronghao's Mercedes?" Li Fangfei remarked, unable to contain herself. Zhang Ronghao trembled violently, hastily asserting, "You must be mistaken. That is not my car." "The license plate is identical," Li Shishir interjected coolly. "Counterfeit. It must be a counterfeit." Zhang Ronghao, desperate to find an excuse, protested. "I only recently purchased my car. How could someone replicate it? I will investigate this thoroughly." Then the next video played. The Mercedes parked in a hotel lot, and Lu Yanyan embraced a man before entering the lobby, ultimately disappearing into a room. Zhang Ronghao fell silent. Lu Yanyan too was rendered speechless. While license plates could be faked, one could not disguise a face. "Today, I arrived early at the station. Yet you were already there. You claimed the train arrived ahead of schedule. How curious." Ma Chong's gaze turned icy as it fixed on Lu Yanyan. "Trains are only ever late, never early. Is that so?" "No, Ma Chong, please listen to me. I was wrong. I will never act this way again. I will marry you, and we will lead a good life together, all right?" Seeing Ma Chong unmoved, she desperately turned to Zhang Ronghao, accusing, "It's all his fault. He lured me with money, promising that if I spent a night with him, I could work as a public relations manager at his company. When he was abroad, he even video called me, insisting I engage in inappropriate conversations. Ma Chong, you must trust me. I was only seeking a better job. You are talking nonsense. You were the one who seduced me first. Lu Yanyan, you shameless wretch. Last year, you sent me all manner of selfies. I have the evidence on my phone." Zhang Ronghao shouted, his face flushed with anger. In a panic, he turned to Murong Yu, pleading, "Where? I am not that kind of person. Please do not listen to her lies." Enough noise. Xiao Tianji could no longer restrain his irritation. Jean Xian hastily added, "Such scum are not worthy of your attention, sir. Allow me to take them away. Rest assured, they shall not trouble this world again." Chapter 047. The time is almost here. Jean Xian's voice was soft, even serene. Yet, upon hearing his words, Lu Yanyan and Zhang Ronghao shuddered simultaneously, feeling a chilling dread seep into their bones. Up until now, they remained unaware of Xiao Tianji's true identity. However, the power and status of Jean Xian were undeniably significant. If even Jean Xian showed such deference to Xiao Tianji, then their lives were undoubtedly at the mercy of his whims. Realizing the gravity of the situation, both knelt before Xiao Tianji, mimicking Qiu Jinba's earlier actions, slapping their own faces and bowing in supplication. As Xiao Tianji was about to speak, Murong Yu interjected urgently. "Don't cause any fatalities. I beg you." Xiao Tianji, rendered speechless, turned to Ma Chong. "You are the victim. Speak your mind." Tears welled in Ma Chong's eyes. His fists clenched tightly, his lips trembling, unable to articulate his thoughts. Li Fengfei sighed softly. In this lifetime, who hasn't been foolish at least once? Finally, Ma Chong's tears fell. He turned and said, "Tianji, let them go. I do not wish to see them again. How dare you gather and cause trouble in our tying building? I want to know who has given you the audacity. Do you think the Tai family is without power?" A deep voice punctuated the air as a rugged middle-aged man strode in, exuding an aura of authority. "Stay where you are." Following closely behind were agile men clad in camouflage, brandishing weapons, pressing them against the heads of Qiu Jinba and his henchmen. Those brash individuals, who had been so boastful moments before, were now reduced to trembling figures, crouching in fear. This was the stark contrast between thugs and disciplined soldiers. The men in camouflage had eyes sharp as blades, clearly trained professionals, seasoned in combat. As the tension rose, apart from Xiao Tianji, everyone else stood in bewilderment. "It must be Uncle Shan." Jean Xian stood, positioning himself protectively in front of Xiao Tianji. With composure, he clasped his hands together and said, "Surely you know that tying building belongs to the Tai family. No one dares to cause a ruckus here. I merely wish to escort these individuals away." "You are Jean Liushan's son?" The leader, Tai Shan, inquired with a cold smirk. Jean Xian bowed slightly again. Tai Shan sneered, "Your father is still at Longfeng Mountain Villa, and you have the audacity to stir trouble here at this hour." Jean Xian replied, "I share in your sorrow regarding the elder Tai situation. Once I resolve this matter, I shall visit him promptly." "That won't be necessary. Thankfully, no blood has been shed. Otherwise, it would have tarnished the reputation of tying building. You, being Jean Liushan's son, would find no solace in that." Tai Shan's impatience was palpable, his expression tinged with sorrow. He had been responsible for the security of tying building, but due to a significant incident involving the Tai family, he had been stationed elsewhere. Upon hearing reports of potential trouble, he had rushed over. Why had neither Qiu Jinba nor Jean Xian acted immediately upon their arrival? They insisted on removing the individuals to another location because Taiying Building was a prestigious establishment for the Tai family in Dongzhou City. Any violent incident occurring there would be a disgrace to the family. Had things been different, and if the Tai family had not been preoccupied with their own troubles, Xiao Jinba and his crew would never have even crossed the threshold. Thank you, Uncle Sean. I shall make amends in due time. Jean Xian bowed again. As Tai Shan prepared to leave, his gaze inadvertently swept across the crowd and landed on Xiao Tianji's profile, causing him to momentarily freeze. What is your name? Xiao Tianji. Xiao Tianji. Tai Shan's expression shifted dramatically. Jean Xian hurriedly interjected. Tai Shan, you may disregard our Jean family, but I must assert that this man is not to be trifled with. Mr. Xiao still has a meal to share with friends. Please expedite your departure. In Dongzhou City, I refuse to believe there is anyone the Tai family cannot deal with. If it is a dragon, let it coil. If it is a tiger, let it lie. Tai Shan scoffed, snapping a photo of Xiao Tianji with his phone and swiftly sending it along with a voice message. Miss, is this him? A response came swiftly. Do not let him escape. I am on my way. The voice was female, nearly shrieking. He harmed my grandfather. Surround him. Tai Shan exclaimed in shock, drawing his weapon. In an instant, dozens of well-trained, battle-hardened veterans aimed their weapons at Xiao Tianji. This caused panic among the others. Even Jean Xian was at a loss. Tai Shan, for heaven's sake, put your weapons down. Do you even comprehend what you are doing? He wished he could reveal Xiao Tianji's identity. Turning to look at Xiao Tianji, he found him unfazed, leisurely sipping his tea, not batting an eyelid. Zhang Ronghao and Lu Yanyan seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, a glimmer of hope flickering in their eyes. So what if Jean Xian had taken Xiao Tianji under his wing? Now, the formidable Tai family sought to take down Xiao Tianji. Clearly, Xiao Tianji had committed some egregious offense against the Tai family. Soon, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed as a spirited young woman burst in. Miss. The crowd bowed in deference. Upon seeing Xiao Tianji calmly sipping tea, Tai Hani's composure shattered. With a snap, she loaded her weapon, aiming it directly at Xiao Tianji and Appo's head. You scoundrel, I will end you. She seethed, her eyes ablaze with fury. Xiao Tianji replied coolly, this is your only warning. Do not let it happen again. He slowly set down his teacup, stood, adjusted his attire, and addressed Murong Yu. The time is drawing near. Shall we proceed? Where are we going? Murong Yu was taken aback. Hadn't they agreed yesterday to visit the elder Tai? Xiao Tianji's calm demeanor left Tai Hani momentarily speechless. You audacious fool. You murdered my grandfather, and now you wish to pay him a visit? Your grandfather has yet to be buried, has he not? Scoundrel, you seek death. Tai Shan's fury flared as he aimed at Xiao Tianji. Tai Xiong was his superior, a figure of utmost reverence in his eyes. To hear Xiao Tianji utter such words was not only intolerable but infuriating, especially since he was the perpetrator. Wait. Tai Hani called out, halting Tai Shan. Suddenly, she recalled Xiao Tianji's parting words from the previous day, do not rush to bury him. I shall visit tomorrow at noon. Those words seemed laden with deeper meaning. You are aware we intend to kill you, yet you dare to walk into the lion's den? She queried. Xiao Tianji did not respond to Tai Hani, but turned to cast a cold glance at Tai Shan, who stood weapon drawn. Tai Shan felt as though struck by lightning, his hand trembling, causing his weapon to clatter to the ground. Let us go. Xiao Tianji strode forward with unwavering confidence. Chapter 048. Dragon and Phoenix Villa. That fellow is trying to escape. Quickly apprehend him. Miss, please ensure your safety. Tai Shan reacted. Realizing that he must have been mistaken just moments ago, he exclaimed, wait. Tai Han cast another dubious glance at Xiao Tianji's retreating figure and gritted his teeth. Take everyone here away. If he cannot provide the Tai family with a satisfactory explanation, then they shall all be dealt with before my grandfather's spirit. Understood. A group of fierce warriors seized the crowd. Miss Tai, I swear on my conscience, I had nothing to do with this. It's all Xiao Tianji's fault. I just returned to the country a few days ago. This is the first time I've seen him. Yes, Miss Tai, if you kill Xiao Tianji, will you let us go? Zhang Ronghao and Lu Yin pleaded in a panic, eager to distance themselves from Xiao Tianji. Take them all away. Tai Hani coldly dismissed them and rushed forward, closely trailing behind Xiao Tianji. The moment he attempted to flee, they would open fire. Everyone, including Qiu Jinba and Jean Xian, was escorted away by members of the Tai family, departing from Taiying Building towards Dongshan, to the Dragon and Phoenix Villa. The name Dragon and Phoenix Villa was not well known among the common folk. Many were even unaware of its existence. However, within the affluent circles of Dongzhou, it was a name that resonated like thunder, a place shrouded in taboo. This was the residence of the esteemed elder Tai Xiong of the Tai family. In an era of poverty and weakness, the war-injured Tai Xiong single-handedly established the commercial foundation of Dongzhou City. Many prominent figures today, including the wealthiest Sima Cheng, emerged under the tutelage of the elder Tai. Though he had been retired for many years, his influence remained undiminished. His eldest son, Tai Yingjia, currently presided over the Dongzhou Chamber of Commerce. The Tai family could be considered the godfathers of Dongzhou. The audacity of an attack on such a figure, who now lay without any signs of life after being assaulted on a train, was bound to cause a tremendous stir. As they approached the foot of Dongshan, a myriad of luxury vehicles filled the area. The rare sight of Rolls-Royces, Bentleys, and Maybachs was now as common as cabbages, carelessly parked among the grass. The owners of these vehicles were various wealthy dignitaries arriving to pay their respects. Xiao Tianji and Murong Yu occupied the first car, personally escorted by Tai Han Yi and Tai Shan, until they reached the gate of a courtyard halfway up the hill. Inside the courtyard, a multitude of people had already gathered, yet a profound silence prevailed. No one dared to make a sound. A small door in the center of the hall opened intermittently, with individuals bowing their heads as they entered and later exiting in the same manner. The spirit hall of Tai Xiong was located within. Those permitted to enter were all leaders of their respective factions or clan heads, while younger members or those of lesser status were relegated to standing outside. After their visit, Murong Hai and Li Lan emerged, their faces etched with sorrow. "Mother, how was it? Did you see Tai Xiong?" Murong Qian whispered when she noticed no one was around. "Is he really dead?" Li Lan retorted sharply. "They've already placed him in a coffin. Can he still be alive? Mind your words. After the clan leaders have paid their respects, it will be your turn. This is a significant occasion. Don't embarrass the Murong family by disregarding the rules. Rest assured, Mother, Wei Wan-ti, Murong Qian, Murong Qing, and their husbands, Wu Yi and Zhang Kuei, wore expressions of excitement. Participating in such an event would provide them with ample conversation fodder for a lifetime. "Father, I just saw Tai Hani leave. Why is she gone at such a time?" Murong Yunping was preoccupied solely with Tai Hani. "Where are Xiao and Tianji? Haven't they arrived yet?" Murong Hai ignored his son's inquiry, surveying the surroundings with a stern expression. "Those two truly are something else, such an important matter. And they went out for a class reunion to eat and entertain themselves. They must have become so engrossed that they've forgotten about this." "Indeed, father. Do you still expect them to show up? Especially that Xiao Tianji, a boorish fellow who has never seen the world. It's perhaps for the best that he doesn't come. Should he offend anyone, it would only bring disgrace to our family." Murong Qian and Murong Qing chimed in. At that moment, they felt they had finally grasped leverage over Xiao Tianji and Murong Yu. Their absence today would only serve to further marginalize them within the Murong family. "Alas, after the Taoist master of longevity treated my son's injuries, he has since journeyed away. Had he been here, the elder would not have met such a fate. Who would dare to lay such a ruthless hand on the elder?" "Murong Hai, do you know?" Sima Cheng approached, speaking in a calm tone. "I do not know. The elder Tai is highly respected. If I were to discover who did this, I would ensure they face severe punishment." Murong Hai exclaimed urgently. "About that, Mr. Sima. Regarding the 200 billion loan you promised us." Li Lan couldn't help but bring it up. At the mention of the loan, Sima Cheng's eyes flickered. Memories of the events in Xinzhou resurfaced. Although he had agreed to Xiao Tianji, upon reflection, he felt something was amiss. Was Jiabo's deference to Xiao Tianji perhaps due to the Tao of longevity? The masters of the Tao of longevity, disinterested in mundane affairs, might be using Xiao Tianji as a front. Now that his son's leg had healed, he pondered the implications of the 200 billion loan. His concern lay not in the repayment of the funds, but rather in the fear that with such resources, the Murong family would thrive and surpass his own clan. Just then, a business vehicle drove directly into the yard. "Who is so audacious as to bring a vehicle here? Clear the way. The murderer of the elder has been apprehended." Tai Shan leaped from the car, his eyes alight with fury. "What? The murderer has been caught?" Instantly, the entire courtyard erupted in astonishment, all eyes turning toward him. "Where is the murderer?" Inside the spirit hall, Tai Xiong's sons, clad in mourning attire, rushed out. Their eyes bloodshot. Tai Han leapt down, weapons drawn, ready for confrontation. "Come down." Xiao Tianji stepped out, standing tall. his hands clasped behind his back as he surveyed the multitude with a cold gaze. The gathered crowd, cloaked in darkness, fell into stunned silence at his presence. This man is the murderer? Why is he so composed? Under his gaze, it seemed as though the influential figures present were nothing more than mere weeds. Xiao Tianji. Murong Yu gasped, his face paling instantly. Mother, the third brother has also arrived. Murong Qian exclaimed incredulously upon seeing Murong Yu step out of the vehicle to stand beside Xiao Tianji. This is bad. Father, mother, we must flee. Xiao Tianji is the murderer. We will surely be implicated. Wu Yi and Zhang Kuei's faces turned ashen, trembling as they looked around, realizing they were surrounded by Tai family's armed men. Oh, so it is Mr. Xiao. Sima Cheng's gaze flickered, a low chuckle escaping him as he turned to Li Lan. In light of such events, discussing finances with me now seems rather inappropriate, does it not? Kill him. Avenge the elder. Someone shouted, igniting the crowd and Appos, as fervor. Their eyes ablaze with rage. Chapter 49. I offer him assurance before I take your life. There are two matters I wish to clarify. First, who are you? Second, why do you wish to harm my esteemed elder? Tai Yingji approached, his eyes reddened with emotion. Although his stature was not particularly imposing, the air of authority that accompanied his position as the unseen ruler of the Eastern Province's commercial realm was unmistakable. The ordinary man, faced with such pressure, would likely succumb in an instant. Who is he? Why does he seek to kill old Tai? This question echoed in the minds of all present, as hundreds of eyes fixed intently upon Xiao Tianji. Who says I intend to harm him? I am here to save him, Xiao Tianji replied with an air of indifference. Striding toward the morning hall. Stop. Move another inch, and I shall turn you into a sieve. Taishan shouted, his eyes aflame with rage. Unbeknownst to anyone, he had swapped his weapon for a desert eagle. The ominous click of bullets being chambered filled the air, the tension palpable. Kill him. The agitated crowd erupted into a chorus of furious roars. Xiao Tianji regarded the furious Tai Yingjia, stating, time is of the essence. Whether your elder lives or dies is in your hands. I shall say it once more. I have come to bestow upon your elder an additional 30 years of life. Are you implying that you can bring my father back to life and grant him 30 more years? Tai Yingjia trembled slightly, for reasons unknown. Confronted by Xiao Tianji's detached gaze, he felt a flicker of doubt within himself. Could it be possible that this man could indeed revive his father and extend his life by 30 years? As the eldest son, Tai Yingjia was acutely aware of his father's deteriorating condition. The old man had long since prepared a will, instructing him to arrange the family's affairs. It was unlikely he would last beyond 3 years. The prospect that Xiao Tianji could save him and grant him an additional 30 years was, if true, an immense blessing for the Tai family. What seemed impossible now ignited a glimmer of hope in the heart of the Eastern Province Chamber of Commerce's president. Brother, do not believe him. Our Tai family stands tall in the Eastern Province. Surely, many envy us. He must be an enemy sent to deceive us. The Tai brothers, their eyes ablaze with anger, shouted vehemently. Younger man, my father has dedicated his life to protecting our nation and aiding the needy. What grievance could possibly warrant such malice against an elderly man? Though I, Tai Lihua, lead a life of piety and value my existence. If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation today, I assure you, you shall not leave this courtyard. The elegant Tai Hani, the Anne of Tai Hani, spoke with tears in her eyes, her sorrow resonating deeply with the gathering, further fueling their fury against Xiao Tianji. I have already stated, I am here to save him. Time is running short, Xiao Tianji replied, a hint of exasperation creeping into his voice. He intended to enter the morning hall. No one could impede him, nor could anyone harm him. However, a reckless barrage of gunfire could result in innocent casualties, a consequence he wished to avoid unless absolutely necessary. Uncle. Tai Hani hesitated before finally speaking. Let him see grandfather just once. He cannot escape anyway. Reflecting on Xiao Tianji's demeanor on the train and his current calmness, she felt her resolve wavering. Impossible. Hani, do you truly wish to witness him desecrate your grandfather's remains? That would bring unparalleled shame upon our Tai family. Brother, if you do not give the order to strike, what are you waiting for? Tai Xiong's second son, Tai Hani's father, Tai Yinghu, bellowed in fury. Very well. I shall grant you a chance. Tai Yingjia hesitated before finally speaking through gritted teeth. He fixed his gaze upon Xiao Tianji. You claim you can bring my father back to life? I require someone to vouch for you. If you can find 5 individuals here to guarantee your claims, I will allow you to pass. The individuals who vouch for him shall share in the same fate, be it glory or doom. Should Xiao Tianji succeed in reviving Tai Xiong and extending his life by 30 years, he would become a benefactor of the Tai family, enjoying wealth and prosperity. Conversely, if he were to fail, not only would he perish, but so too would those who vouched for him. Who would dare to take such a gamble? Fear washed over the crowd, and many began to retreat. I will vouch for him. A melodious voice rang out, belonging to Murong Yu, who had been standing beside Xiao Tianji. And you are? Tianji paused, taken aback. I am his wife, Murong Yu. Her voice rang clear and unwavering as she gazed at Xiao Tianji. I trust my husband. He would never harm anyone without cause. If he says he can save him, then he surely can. The weight of her words echoed throughout the assembly. Murong Yu, could she be the esteemed daughter of the Murong family? You are indeed his wife. Tianji had directed a cold smile toward Murong Hai in the distance. So it is true. The murderer is your Murong family's son-in-law. Does this imply the Murong family wishes to vouch for him? Before Murong Hai could respond, Li Lan interjected hastily. This is all a misunderstanding. Murong Yu, have you lost your senses? Hurry and return to me. Although Xiao Tianji may be your nominal husband, you share no genuine bond. His actions against old Tai are ruthless and have nothing to do with you. She was eager to distance herself from the situation. Indeed, Tai family head. This is entirely Xiao Tianji's personal conduct. It bears no relation to us. Murong Qian and Murong Qing chimed in, equally flustered. Tianji regarded Murong Yu with a cold smile. Do you still wish to vouch for him? Little Yu, think this through. This concerns your life and the family's honor. Forgive your father for not risking the entire Murong family for you. Murong Hai's face was etched with anguish, tears brimming in his eyes. Murong Yu's expression remained icy and resolute as she declared, I vouch for him in my personal capacity. The outcomes of this matter shall be my own responsibility, bearing no relation to anyone else. Though her exterior was fashionable, her heart was that of a traditional woman. From the moment she married Xiao Tianji, she had resolved never to remarry. Previously, out of a moment of weakness, she had consented to wed Sima Yuntian for the sake of her family, nearly compromising her virtue. Fortunately, Xiao Tianji had arrived just in time. From that moment on, she knew her life belonged to him, in life and in death. Now, as Xiao Tianji stood amidst hostile gunmen, enduring the scorn of the crowd, how could she, as his wife, remain silent any longer? In the distance, the disheartened Zhang Ronghao gazed vacantly at the proud figure of Yu, realizing only now that he had truly come to know Murong Yu. Very well, you count as one. Is there anyone else? Tianji ground his teeth and asked. I will also vouch for him. A calm voice emerged as Li Shishir stepped forward from the crowd. Her serene beauty and flawless figure captivated the attention of all. As she stood alongside Murong Yu, they shone together, and an unexpected hush fell over the assembly. Chapter 050. A shocking revelation. A flicker of complex emotion crossed Tai Hani's eyes. She had not anticipated that Xiao Tianji would be so popular among women. Is there anyone else? She inquired with a composed expression. There's me. Count me in. Li Fangfei and Ma Chong responded almost in unison, exchanging determined glances as they approached. It was a testament to their deep camaraderie. Tai Hani glanced at Zhang Ronghao and Lu Yanyan, stating, including the two of you, that should suffice. No. Zhang Ronghao and Lu Yanyan hurriedly protested, swearing that they had no connection to Xiao Tianji. They would rather see him riddled with bullets than vouch for him. Indeed, they were eager for Xiao Tianji to face a dire fate. This is truly a stroke of luck for us, they thought, anticipating a life of ease once Xiao Tianji and his companions were dealt with by the Tai family. Tai Hani frowned. It appeared that one more person was still needed. Scanning the crowd, she wondered who among them would dare to make such a reckless guarantee. Failure would not merely cost money, it would cost lives. Furthermore, this was clearly a gamble destined for defeat. Only a lunatic would offer such a guarantee. Xiao, are you attempting to cover your tracks by dragging these nobodies down with you? Even if they are willing to risk their lives, you still lack one more person. If even your father-in-law does not believe in you, who else can you rely upon? Hu bellowed angrily. Murong Hai was on the verge of speaking up to vouch for Xiao Tianji when Li Lan held him back. Let me take this last spot. A clear voice interjected as Jean Xian approached. Xianer. Jean Liuxuan trembled at the sight, growing anxious. The Jean family's offspring carried weight. I never expected your family to have such close ties with the Xiao family, Hu sneered. Jean Liuxuan was at a loss for words, cold sweat forming on his brow. Hu's implication was unmistakable. He suspected that the Jin family was colluding with Xiao Tianji. Father, Mr. Xiao is a dragon among men. It is a tremendous honor for me to stand alongside him. Should misfortune befall us today, forgive my unfilial conduct, and please take care of yourself. With that, he bowed respectfully, as if bidding farewell. Jin Liuxuan's eyes brimmed with tears, his lips quivering. Suddenly, he declared, "Well said. My son is a hero. I am no coward." Striding forward, he grasped his son's hand and walked towards Xiao Tianji. "We, the Jin family, will stake our lives and fortunes to vouch for Mr. Xiao." His voice resonated throughout the hall, unwavering and bold. The crowd was moved. However, it didn't take long for whispers of ridicule to circulate. Many were reveling in Jin Liuxuan's apparent folly. How could he risk everything he had fought for? "Mr. Li, your company also provides security services, doesn't it? If the Jin group collapses, the security market in Dongzhou will be yours. Security is a lucrative field. I hear Mr. Liu is also interested in getting involved. We could all prosper together." Xiao Tianji was somewhat taken aback. He had not expected the Jin father and son, despite their humble beginnings, to possess such courage, far superior to those so-called elites. Sima Cheng, the wealthiest man, had been lurking in the shadows, making efforts to remain unseen by Xiao Tianji. "You both are commendable," Xiao Tianji remarked for the second time that day, directing his steps towards the ceremonial hall. The Tai family children surged forward. Although Xiao Tianji barely met the requirements to approach the body of their patriarch, their hearts were heavy with apprehension. Tai Shan and the others stood ready. Countless dark muzzles aimed at Xiao Tianji's vital points. Sima Cheng, Murong Yu, and others encircled them. An overwhelming silence enveloped them, their emotions akin to a torrent held back by a dam, awaiting release. "Yin Yin, the one surnamed Xiao is courting death. Do not worry, once they are all gone, we can be together. The position of public relations manager is yours," Zhang Ronghao said excitedly, pulling Lu Yin in to join the gathering. He was eager to witness Xiao Tianji's downfall, anticipating the wrath of the Tai family upon him. Inside the ceremonial hall, a fine Namu coffin housed Tai Xiong. Though devoid of life, his visage appeared serene, as if merely slumbering. Xiao Tianji gazed upon Tai Xiong and softly spoke, "Tai Xiong, in light of your past service to the nation, I grant you this blessing today." With that, he drew back and struck Tai Xiong's chest with a powerful fist. "Stop! What are you doing?" The Tai family children cried out, rushing forward. They had feared that Xiao Tianji would touch the body, but never anticipated such a violent act. Was there any difference between this and desecration? They had previously resisted allowing Xiao Tianji to examine Tai Xiong, for death demanded respect, and the body must not be violated. Yet, such an event unfolded before them. In that moment of shocking revelation, a resounding thud echoed, akin to a deep drumbeat, as Xiao Tianji's fist struck Tai Xiong's chest. Suddenly, the seemingly lifeless Tai Xiong sat upright, as if resurrected from the dead. The crowd froze in disbelief. "He has come back to life," someone exclaimed, attempting to flee. "Grandfather, you are awake." Tai Hani dropped her weapon, rushing forward in excitement. "Father, how do you feel?" Tai Jie, Tai Hu, and Tai Liu approached, their expressions a mix of astonishment and disbelief. Although Tai Xiong had risen, his gaze remained vacant, lost in confusion. After a moment, his eyes shifted to Tai Hani, questioning, "Did I fall asleep? Has the train reached its destination?" Only upon realizing he was seated in a coffin, surrounded by his children and nearly all notable figures from Dongzhou, did he begin to comprehend the situation. What is happening here? Young one, what are you doing here?" Upon noticing Xiao Tianji beside him, he was momentarily taken aback. "Grandfather, don't worry about anything else. Focus on how your body feels now." Tai Hani urged through tears. "My body." Tai Xiong began to sense the change, and the next moment, a look of joy spread across his face. "My injuries. They are healed." With a hearty laugh, he leaped from the coffin, demonstrating agility and vitality that belied his previous condition. Tai Hani wiped her tears, casting a guilt-ridden glance at Xiao Tianji before kneeling before him. "All misunderstandings the Tai family harbored against you stemmed from my failure to grasp your sincere intentions. I shall bear all consequences. I bow in gratitude. Whatever fate befalls me, I shall accept without complaint." With a serious countenance, she respectfully bowed her head. The onlookers stood in silence, still reeling from the overwhelming shock of the moment. Chapter 051. The Battle Hall. Tai Xiong exhaled deeply, having comprehended the unfolding events. When he cast another glance at Xiao Tianji, the disdain in his eyes vanished, replaced by a reverence akin to that of a pilgrim. What merit does this old man possess to have received such a blessing from the esteemed master? Your grace is beyond repayment. Henceforth, wherever the Tai family is needed, we shall brave fire and water, unflinchingly facing death. Bowing his head, he expressed his gratitude to Xiao Tianji, while behind him, a group of his children and many loyal confidants, including Tai Shan, all bowed in trepidation, collectively uttering, "Thank you, Mr. Xiao." Witnessing this scene, the expressions of those present were a complex tapestry of emotions. Murong Yu and others were filled with astonishment and delight. In contrast, Sima Chung and Murong Hai felt a mix of fear and regret, lamenting their earlier inaction. Had they known it would come to this, they would have stepped forward to vouch for Xiao Tianji. They had missed a monumental opportunity. In this delicate situation, Tai Xiong boldly requested, "Might I invite you to a private discussion at the back?" Xiao Tianji nodded. "Lead the way." Tai Xiong turned to his son and instructed, "Before I return with Mr. Xiao, no one here is to leave." His tone, though calm, carried the weight of authority. The seasoned hero, having weathered countless battles, exuded a commanding presence. "Yes, father." Tai Yingjia promptly understood, signaling Tai Shan, who immediately dispersed his men to surround the entire estate tightly. Ostensibly, it was to host guests, but in truth, it was a form of confinement. Tai Yingjia, astute as he was, recognized that his father intended to leave these individuals for Xiao Tianji to deal with, given that many had previously offended him. This maneuver allowed the Tai family to seamlessly transition from adversaries to allies of Xiao Tianji, thus alleviating some of their prior transgressions. With utmost respect, Tai Xiong escorted Xiao Tianji to a secluded ancestral hall, where an inscription boldly proclaimed, "Battle Hall." This was the most sacred place of the Tai family, housing the memorials of fallen comrades. On a nearby table, various medals gleamed with distinction. In a hushed tone, Tai Xiong inquired, "Earlier on the train, you elucidated the principles of the 7 injuries fist. May I ask what the rationale is behind your healing of my ailments?" Xiao Tianji surveyed the accolades within the hall, affirming that he had not misjudged Tai Xiong's character. With an air of simplicity, he replied, "The explanation is quite straightforward. Your internal organs are depleted, having sustained foundational damage. Conventional medicine is ineffective. By placing you in a state of deep sleep, I effectively shut down your body. The human body is a marvel of complexity. Allowing it to revert to its primal state for self-healing is the optimal approach. I rendered you dormant for a day and night, enabling your organs to recuperate and replenish vital energy. That last strike was merely to reboot your system." Tai Xiong sighed deeply, his expression now imbued with greater trepidation. The concept of shutting down and rebooting, while seemingly simple enough for a child to grasp, like restarting a sluggish phone, was fraught with complexity when applied to a human being. Achieving a deep sleep state while preserving bodily functions required exquisite precision. The final rebooting strike, if mishandled, could result in permanent unconsciousness or worse, a vegetative state. The ability of Xiao Tianji to accurately manage Tai Xiong's frail and injured body was nothing short of extraordinary. Those unfamiliar with the intricacies might view it as mystical. However, veterans like Tai Xiong understood the profound challenges involved. Who exactly was this man before him? Reflecting on the term divine dragon, he felt a sudden tremor within. Bowing once more, he lowered his voice further. "You mentioned that the 7 injuries fist is still practiced in the military, albeit in a modified form that injures only the enemy, not the practitioner?" Xiao Tianji nodded. This unique style of combat was indeed exceptional and only accessible to a select few within the military. "I must dare to inquire who was responsible for its modification?" "It was I," Xiao Tianji replied. Tai Xiong gasped, abruptly lifting his gaze, his eyes ablaze with intensity. Xiao Tianji, maintaining a calm demeanor, smiled gently. "I presume you have deduced my identity by now." Old man Tai Xiong pays his respects to the contemporary god of war, Tai Xiong exclaimed, kneeling in reverence. Earlier, amidst numerous witnesses, he had merely bowed. But now, with his questions validated, he knelt with tears of excitement streaming down his face. The name of the divine dragon god of war was legendary among ordinary folk, often trivialized in the era of peace. Yet, to a soldier, it represented a sanctified existence. "Please rise, esteemed hero," Xiao Tianji urged softly. "My identity is not something I can disclose publicly. It suffices that you are aware. While I have begun to restore your bodily functions, complete recovery will require further assistance. I shall impart the modified 7 injuries fist to you. With diligent practice, not only will your health be restored in due course, but you may even achieve a breakthrough in your later years." Tai Xiong was at a loss for words, overwhelmed with gratitude. At that moment, an abrupt and jarring sound of a helicopter pierced the air. Xiao Tianji frowned. Tai Xiong presumed that the noise was an unwelcome interruption, and he himself found it quite discordant. Unable to contain his frustration, he declared, "Who dares to bring a helicopter here? Do they not respect Tai Xiong? Sir, please rest here while I investigate." With his health on the mend and the prospect of a breakthrough looming, the old warrior felt invigorated, rekindling the fervor of his youth. "It is a foreign armed helicopter, M9527, Xiao Tianji remarked, a cold smile gracing his lips. "I fear the intentions of our visitors may not be benevolent." "A foreign armed helicopter? M9527. Is that not their latest aircraft, touted as world-leading?" Tai Xiong was momentarily stunned, his face paling. "It is merely a high imitation based on our X-8848 design. They truly have the audacity to claim world superiority." Xiao Tianji scoffed, "Nevertheless, I am curious about who would deploy an M9527. Perhaps they are targeting me." A glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes. "Let us go and see for ourselves." Chapter 052, the mountain offering at this moment, in the front courtyard. Who goes there? Unauthorized landings are prohibited. Iron Mountain led hundreds of elite members, their weapons aimed at the swiftly descending aircraft. It was unclear whether the pilot sought to showcase the plane's capabilities or flaunt his flying skills. The aircraft executed a dramatic dive, circled around the courtyard, and then ascended rapidly. The propellers stirred up a tremendous gust of wind, eliciting gasps from those below. "Fear not. I mean you no harm," came a voice from the aircraft, belonging to a man with an accent from distant lands, laced with an air of superiority. Upon hearing this voice, Murong Yu and Li Shishir exchanged glances, a look of surprise crossing their faces. Why does this sound somewhat familiar? Iron Ninja gestured for Iron Mountain and the others to lower their weapons, fixing his gaze on the aircraft as he coldly inquired, "Which esteemed guest has descended upon the Iron family, and for what purpose?" Just as his words fell, two figures leapt from the aircraft, descending through the air with astonishing speed. The crowd was stunned. They were over 100 meters high. The sound of their landing echoed as they struck the ground, their legs sinking half a foot into the earth. A man and a woman, both with piercing blue eyes, surveyed the scene with disdain. Their silence spoke volumes of their arrogance, as if they were inherently noble beings amidst a crowd of mere mortals with their yellow skin and black eyes. The onlookers were momentarily awestruck by this overwhelming aura. At that moment, a voice from the hovering helicopter resonated, aged and authoritative, speaking in a clumsy Mandarin tinged with foreign intonations. "Tai Hu, Yuhua, your master has arrived. Welcome, Spirit Master." The first pair, Tai Hu and Yuhua, quickly bowed, their demeanor radiating utmost respect. A gray figure descended gracefully from the helicopter. Unlike the previous two, this individual moved with a slender and almost ethereal grace, his gaunt form drifting down like a wisp of smoke. In an instant, an elderly man with deep-set eyes and a hooked nose landed atop Tai Hu and Yuhua. Rather than stepping down, he stood upon their heads, and instead of humiliation, they wore expressions of pride. The gray-clad elder, already tall, now towered over everyone, his cold blue eyes exuding an ominous charm that sent shivers through the crowd. A pin drop could be heard in the tense silence. Clearly pleased with the reaction he elicited, the elder tilted his head back and addressed the aircraft. "Chaz, come down." Suddenly, laughter erupted from within the helicopter as the engine was turned off. The buzzing aircraft plummeted like a massive iron egg toward the ground. "Get down," the crowd screamed, retreating in a panic. The wind howled ominously as the aircraft descended rapidly, now merely 20 meters from the ground. The danger of a catastrophic crash loomed, especially as it seemed to be aiming for the densest part of the crowd. In the face of impending doom, the elderly figure with the deep-set eyes began reciting an eerie incantation, his hands forming strange symbols before him. With a sweeping motion, he conjured an invisible net that ensnared the heavy aircraft. The plane hung motionless above them, defying gravity. Then, with a mere gesture, the elder maneuvered the aircraft to a flat area in the courtyard, gently lowering it to the ground as if cradling a fragile infant. The onlookers were left in disbelief at this extraordinary display of power. A few tons of metal, combined with the force of its uncontrolled descent, had been effortlessly halted. "Is this a deity or a demon?" they wondered in awe. "Ha ha, congratulations to my master. Your spiritual power has surged once more." A voice rang out as the helicopter's cockpit opened, revealing a tall young man with golden hair and blue eyes. The elder floated down from Tai Hu and Yuhua, standing beside the young man. Mr. Chas. Just as the crowd was filled with uncertainty, a voice called out, and Zhang Ronghao rushed forward, overwhelmed with excitement. Losing his balance, he fell to his knees near Chas. Instead of rising, he crawled a few steps and exclaimed, Mr. Chas. How fortunate to see you. I am Zhang Ronghao, appointed by your father, the esteemed old Chas, to expand the OS Group's market in the Great Xiao region as deputy manager. The OS Group, the renowned global leader in biopharmaceuticals, part of the Fortune 500? The crowd gasped, realizing that this golden-haired youth was indeed the heir of the OS Group. Upon hearing this, the faces of those present shifted dramatically. Sima Cheng, the richest man in Dongzhou, approached with a gleam in his eye, speaking with great reverence. I am Sima Cheng. Previously, I corresponded with your father regarding potential collaboration. I am astonished that Mr. Chas has personally arrived. Though Sima held considerable wealth and influence, he seemed like a mere laborer in comparison to Chas. I know you, Mr. Sima Cheng. We shall discuss collaboration later. And you, Zhang Ronghao, do you not know who suggested your appointment to my father? Could it be Zhang Ronghao was taken aback? You were the one who recommended it? Chas nodded. I trust you will not disappoint me. Now step aside. I am here today to accomplish 3 objectives. First, I have heard that the Iron family is the mastermind behind Dongzhou's commerce. As the OS Group seeks to establish its presence here, it is essential we engage with you. There is a saying in the Great Xiao, to pay homage to the mountain. Hence, I have come to pay my respects. You must be Mr. Ironingjia, correct? A pleasure to meet you. He gazed at Ironingjia, yet made no move to shake his hand, conveying a sense of aloofness despite his words of sincerity. Ironingjia sneered. The Iron family has no business dealings with the OS Group. If you wish to operate in Dongzhou, as long as it is reasonable and lawful, we will welcome it. Chas arrogantly retorted, Mr. Iron, are you not considering a partnership with us? No matter. Once you see our terms, I believe you will eagerly seek us out. And to everyone present, as you say, the OS Group is a vast commercial empire in need of global partners. Those interested in collaboration may approach us later. I assure you, you shall reap abundant rewards. At this proclamation, murmurs of excitement rippled through the crowd, many faces alight with anticipation. Chapter 053, $100 million collaborating with the OS Group is undoubtedly a monumental opportunity. Observing Sima Cheng, who stood beside Chas, many gazed upon him with envy. Truly, as the wealthiest man in Dongzhou, his information network is remarkably astute, having established a connection with the OS Group ahead of others. It goes without saying that the substantial profits from this collaboration would surely be appropriated by the Sima family. As Chas prepared to speak again, an immediate hush fell over the crowd. Eagerly, everyone leaned in, anticipating further benefits. This is a personal matter, he stated, his deep blue eyes scanning the crowd before finally landing on Murong Yu in the back, a peculiar glimmer igniting within them. You, do you not recognize this old friend of yours? There is an ancient saying that goes, is it not a joy to have friends come from afar? Now that you see me, aren't you filled with joy, Murong Yu? He actually knows Murong Yu. She attempted to evade his gaze, only to realize that Chas was approaching her directly. Under the watchful eyes of the assembly, she awkwardly replied, Chas, I did not expect you to be with the OS Group. Surprise, Chas exclaimed, extending his arms as he moved towards Murong Yu, aiming for an embrace. In a moment of quick thinking, she pulled Li Shishir beside her and said, this is Shishir, whom you have met before. Li Shishir gracefully extended her hand, uttering, Mr. Chas, it's a pleasure. Chas could only shake her hand, yet his gaze remained fixed on Murong Yu. You, I have missed you dearly. Now that I am in Dongzhou, we can finally be together again. Are your family members here? Why not introduce me? Murong Yu hesitated, her eyes inadvertently drifting away, betraying her unease. She worried whether Xiao Tianji would feel jealous upon seeing Chas. Over the years abroad, she had made few friends, and Chas was one of them. However, she remained oblivious to Chas's true identity as the heir of the OS Group. No wonder. It all makes sense now. In the distance, Zhang Ronghao muttered to himself, his expression one of trepidation. What are you saying? Lu Yinyan inquired quietly. Moreover, how does someone of Chas's stature know Murong Yu? Zhang Ronghao whispered, I utilized company resources to secretly assist Murong Yu. Once, Chas discovered this, and I thought I would be dismissed. Yet, the following day, nothing happened. Subsequently, every endeavor I undertook proceeded unusually smoothly. In hindsight, Chaz must have learned about Murong Yu after some investigation and tacitly approved of my private affairs. I have heard that large companies abroad maintain strict regulations. For Chaz to greenlight Murong Yu's matters, could it be that? Lu Yinyan's face displayed a mix of envy and jealousy. Witnessing Chaz's gaze upon Murong Yu, the implication was clear. The sole heir of a Fortune 500 company harbored affection for Murong Yu and had even flown across the ocean to see her. In comparison, Zhang Ronghao's previous boasts and attempts to ingratiate himself were utterly inconsequential. It was no wonder he felt anxious, as he was coveting a woman favored by the young master. Master Chaz, I am Murong Yu's mother, Li Lan. A cheerful voice erupted as Li Lan approached with a beaming smile. Resembling a beggar who had stumbled upon a treasure trove, Chaz took a step back, visibly flustered. Madam, oh no, auntie. I have prepared gifts for you. All aboard the plane. Please wait for a moment while I have them delivered. This must be Mr. Murong, Chaz remarked. Murong Hai could only nod with a smile. Oh, you. How did you come to know Master Chaz? You should quickly introduce him to your sister. Murong Qian and Murong Qing, tugging at Murong Yu, gazed at Chaz with warmth and enthusiasm. Chaz, I am Murong Yunpeng, Murong Yu's brother. Your aircraft is remarkable. Even this old man managed to catch it. Chaz proudly declared. This is our country's latest aircraft. As for this individual, he is Master Yi Yunling. Pausing briefly, he surveyed the crowd with pride. Master Yi Yunling possesses exceptional spiritual prowess and is also my mentor. Now, I wish to announce the third matter of my visit to your great Xia. I have long heard that your nation is founded on martial prowess. Martial arts are a treasured legacy spanning thousands of years. The world speaks of ancient martial cultivation in the eastern continent, and the essence of ancient martial arts resides within your great Xia. Master Yi Yunling and his two disciples, Tai Hu and Yi Hua, wish to experience the essence of your ancient martial arts. I wonder, who among you dares to challenge any of them? The victor shall receive a reward of $100 million. Yes, in U.S. currency. Upon hearing Chaz's extravagant wager, the crowd was left astounded. Truly, a noble from the West and the heir of a Fortune 500 enterprise, he displayed remarkable financial audacity. Mr. Chaz, you mention a reward of $100 million for the winner, but what happens to the loser? Someone inquired. It was Pan Renfong standing alongside Jean Liuxuan. To this day, many well-to-do merchants present were still uncertain about the concept of ancient martial arts. However, they recognized that apart from the elusive Tai family, Pan Renfong held the highest reputation in martial arts within Dongzhou. His decades of diligent practice in the eagle claw technique was indeed formidable, capable of shattering stone with ease. Old man, do you wish to compete? Tai Hu scoffed, glancing at Pan Renfong with disdain. Are you worried about losing? Fear not. If you lose, I will not demand a single penny. There is only one condition. Master Yi and his disciples are exceptionally fierce. Should they accidentally injure or even kill you, we bear no responsibility. In the East, is there not an adage that states, in martial arts contests, the victor assumes responsibility for the outcome? I trust you understand my meaning? Pan Renfong's expression darkened as he fell into contemplation. To put it plainly, if he won, the opponent would compensate him with money. If he lost, it would cost him his life. Sickly man, Tai Hu derisively uttered, dismissing Pan Renfong as unworthy of his effort. Pan Lao, let them witness our ancient martial arts prowess. Others urged. Yes, Pan Lao, show these barbarians a thing or two. Losing is merely losing. What if they truly dare to kill? If you win, $100 million is enough for you to live comfortably for the rest of your life. Upon hearing Tai Hu's words, many could not contain themselves, urging him on, driven by a mix of indignation and the desire for entertainment. Chapter 054. In this battle, I, Tai Hani, am resolute. Before the gathered crowd, Pan Renfong found it difficult to refuse and finally gritted his teeth in agreement. On one hand, he desired to showcase his prowess in front of others, while on the other, the allure of wealth was irresistible. $100 million. If victorious, it would suffice to secure his fortune for the rest of his life. Such an opportunity is rare and precious. Rolling up his sleeves, he stepped forward, standing firmly and declaring, I am Pan Renfong, the heir of the great eagle claw technique. Here to learn from your Western skills. Who dares to challenge me? His gaze fell upon Tai Hu. Despite Yi Yun's frail and aged appearance, his earlier display of skill had astonished the entire assembly. In terms of status and identity, Pan Renfong believed he was no match for him. The other contender, Yi Hua, being a woman, would not bring him glory in victory. Thus, Taihu appeared to be the most suitable opponent. He resolved that if he could land even a single blow, it would bring honor to his country and substantial wealth to himself, a most advantageous bargain. Moreover, Taihu's imposing stature suggested a robust fighting style. Although he could not match him in strength, he excelled in technique, employing skill to overcome brute force. With agility on his side, he believed he would not suffer significant losses. True to his seasoned experience, he calculated his strategy astutely. Taihu let out a low growl and stepped forward. "Brother," Yuwa interjected, her expression cold and disdainful. "He is unworthy. I shall fight you." With that, she stepped forward. Pan Renfong scoffed. "In my lifetime, I have seldom engaged in combat with women. Spare me your words. Within 10 moves, you shall be defeated." "What did you say?" Pan Renfong's expression shifted. "If that is the case, I must take offense." With a fierce roar, he launched a swift, precise eagle claw strike aimed at Yuwa's face. Yuwa merely smirked and deftly evaded. With a resounding thud, his claw struck a nearby pine tree, tearing off a significant chunk of its rough bark. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Regardless of anything, Pan Renfong, like them, shared the same yellow skin and black eyes. And they felt a sense of pride. Fueled by determination, he bent his waist and unleashed an even more ferocious strike at Yuwa's ankle. With a flurry of swift movements, he executed 3 successive attacks, earning him thunderous applause once more. "Let me have my turn," Yuwa said with a cold laugh. In a flash, she delivered a sharp whip kick towards Pan Renfong's head. Pan Renfong gasped and dodged. Once Yuwa began her assault, she gained speed, becoming a blur, her long legs striking in rapid succession, creating a whirlwind of sound that left the onlookers dazzled. Amidst the uncertainty, a loud thud was followed by a scream. Pan Renfong was struck in the chest, blood spewing forth as his frail form flew several meters before crashing to the ground, a cloud of dust rising around him. His face flushed crimson before turning pale, his white beard stained with blood. He could no longer rise. "Old Pan, Panlao!" In alarm, Jean Liuxuan and Jean Xin rushed to his side. Sighing, Pan Renfong closed his eyes, never expecting that his illustrious life would end in disgrace. How humiliating. Yuwa stood tall, her sapphire-like eyes scanning the crowd, her expression devoid of emotion. "Is there anyone else?" Panic spread among the onlookers. "Well done. Truly commendable." Zhang Ronghao applauded enthusiastically. Meanwhile, the others fell silent, for they had witnessed one of their own being defeated by a foreign woman, leaving them utterly humiliated. "Coward!" Yuwa spat out coldly upon receiving no response and turned to leave. "I shall fight you." A cold voice rang out as Tai Hani stepped forward, her face set with determination. "Honey!" cried Tai Yingjia, Tai Yinghu, and Tai Lihuar in unison. They had all witnessed Yuwa's brutality. Tai Hani's participation could spell disaster. "Miss, allow me to fight in your stead," Tai Shan roared as he approached. Tai Hani shook her head. "She is a woman, and so am I. Hani, our family does not lack for that 100 million. Do not act rashly," Tai Yinghu admonished quietly. "Father, do you think I am fighting for that mere sum? It is about pride. In our great Xia, even if we are to lose, we must not lose face. This battle represents the Tai family and great Xia. I, Tai Hani, am resolute." Her tone was firm, resonating with conviction. The men present felt a wave of shame wash over them. "Great Xia shall prevail. Honey, go for it." Murong Yu suddenly shouted. "Miss, give it your all. Great Xia shall triumph." The armed Tai family bodyguards shouted in unison. They had all been elite soldiers before their retirement, and they detested this foreign invasion above all else. "You are not my match. Are you certain you want to fight me? I will show no mercy." Yuwa regarded the petite Tai Hani with an aloof demeanor, her gaze filled with contempt. Tai Hani let out a fierce growl, ready to charge forward. "Patience," came a calm voice that seemed to possess extraordinary power, halting Tai Hani in her tracks. She turned to see her grandfather and Xiao Tianji approaching from behind. Xiao Tianji's expression was indifferent, seemingly unfazed by the imposing Western spiritual master. His presence stirred the crowd once more, causing Sima Cheng and the Murong clan members to avert their gazes. Earlier, they had eagerly thrown themselves into Chaz's embrace, knowing that the OS group behind him was a formidable entity, promising unimaginable benefits. Moreover, they had previously chosen to withdraw when the Tai family sought guarantors for Xiao Tianji, effectively placing themselves in opposition to both Xiao Tianji and the Tai family. Now, with Xiao Tianji's arrival, the once confident Sima Cheng and Murong Hai felt an unsettling sense of panic wash over them. Chapter 55. Are you trying to reason with me? Who are you? This friend. Do you wish to engage in a duel to win that 100 million prize? Upon seeing Xiao Tianji, Chaz arrogantly remarked. Xiao Tianji shook his head in response. Chaz laughed and turned to Murong Yu, saying, You, in my opinion, the men of your great Xiao truly are as weak as the rumors suggest. The ones who dare to fight are either old men or young women. Not a single man dares to step forward. Alas, I somewhat regret bringing the spirit master and my two senior brothers. This is rather disappointing. They are no match for Yewa, and it seems my $100 million will remain unspent. How about I simply give this money to you instead? Wherever you wish to go, I shall fly you there. Are you listening to me? Noticing Murong Yu and Appo's distraction, he inquired with confusion. Murong Yu cast a furtive glance at Xiao Tianji, feeling embarrassed, and replied, Chaz, you have come to Dongzhou for business, not for a duel. Could you please refrain from fighting? Are you impatient? Very well. If all the men present confess to being cowards, I will allow Yewa to withdraw. This time, I have brought you an even greater surprise. Can you guess what it is? As he spoke, he attempted to grasp Murong Yu's hand. Murong Yu wished to find a hole to hide in, hastily stepping back to stand beside Xiao Tianji. Chaz finally sensed something amiss. Looking at Xiao Tianji with a frigid expression, he asked, Who exactly are you? If you are unwilling to fight, then do not spoil the mood here. Get out. He angrily cursed at Xiao Tianji, feeling that he was obstructing Murong Yu. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Xiao Tianji's eyes as he was about to retaliate. In the distance, Zhang Ronghao opened his mouth, preparing to expose Xiao Tianji's identity. Chaz, enamored with Murong Yu, understood that once he learned of Xiao Tianji's identity, his treatment of him could be imagined. Setting aside his identity and status, even the spirit master Ian present, along with Yewa and Taihu, could easily beat Xiao Tianji to a pulp. At that moment, Zhang Ronghao's vengeance would be avenged. Just then, a woman's gasp echoed from outside as she burst in. It was Wu Yingzi. Upon seeing her expression, Xiao Tianji's gaze shifted slightly. Sir, she said respectfully as she approached him. Xiao Tianji coldly responded, Have you obtained results? Yes. Who is it? Wu Yingzi slowly scanned the room, her eyes landing on Sima Cheng. It is Sima Cheng? Xiao Tianji's face instantly darkened. Coldly, he asked, Sima Cheng, do you know your crime? This question hit like a thunderclap, causing Sima Cheng's legs to tremble in fear, nearly causing him to fall. Xiao Tianji's voice was as chilling as a knife. Not only Sima Cheng, but as Xiao Tianji's aura radiated, the atmosphere grew tense. Oh, the usually aloof Yun lifted her eyelids, her eyes gleaming with intensity, as if she sought to pierce through Xiao Tianji. Mr. Xiao. Sima Cheng gritted his teeth and spoke in a low voice. I do not understand your meaning. If you are referring to past matters, I have already apologized to you in person yesterday in Xinzhou. If you are speaking of just now, because I did not vouch for you, is it so unreasonable of you to resent me? Just a moment ago, old Master Tai lay in his coffin, and even the Tai family did not trust you. I have only met you once and cannot easily vouch for you. Is that not justified? Besides, did the head of the Murong family not remain silent as well? Murong Hai beside him could not help but blush in embarrassment. Are you trying to reason with me? Xiao Tianji fixed his gaze on Sima Cheng and stepped forward. Chaz, save me. Sima Cheng's legs trembled as he directly hid behind Chaz. At this point, he cared not for his last shred of dignity and had to fully rely on Chaz for protection. Chaz, infuriated by Xiao Tianji's disregard for him, quickly stepped in front. Mr. Sima is a partner of our AOC group. From now on, his safety is my responsibility. I do not know what grievances you have. If you wish to harm him, you must first get through me. He glared at Xiao Tianji, his tone exceedingly arrogant. Meanwhile, with low growls, Yewa and Taihu surged forward, subtly forming an encirclement against Xiao Tianji. Enough. You ought to apologize to Mr. Xiao at once. Taihani swiftly appeared beside Xiao Tianji. The atmosphere was charged with tension. Murong Yu exasperatedly remarked, Chaz, did you come here to fight today? If so, Dongzhou does not welcome you. Chaz's expression shifted, and he sneered, sparring is not fighting. Your great Xia prides itself on martial traditions. Do you dare not even spar? Xiao, I find your demeanor quite displeasing. If you have the guts, come and spar. To openly strike someone on Tai family grounds is to disgrace the Tai family. Sir, I am unworthy, but I request to join the fight. Tai Xiong behind him Kuden and Amp, Oppos, T-help but interject. Unnecessary, Xiao Tianji replied, whispering something in Tai Hani and Amp, Oppos, ear. At the same time, he made several peculiar hand gestures. Tai Hani was momentarily taken aback, then filled with uncertainty. Seeing Xiao Tianji's confident gaze, her beautiful eyes shimmered with a strange light. Yawa, our competition can commence now. Within 3 moves, I will surely defeat you. Yawa was taken aback. Not only her, but everyone present was stunned. They had all witnessed Yawa's terrifying prowess moments ago. Now, Tai Hani boldly claimed she would defeat her in 3 moves. Is your confidence derived from him? Do you truly believe that a few simple on-site instructions can grant you victory? Chaz mockingly remarked to Xiao Tianji. Xiao Tianji did not spare him a glance, but turned to Murong Yu with irritation, saying, look at the caliber of people you associate with. Upon hearing this, Murong Yu felt utterly humiliated, unable to utter a word. Despite her inner discontent, she lowered her head like a wronged little wife. Chaz was furious, shouting, Yawa, strike her fiercely. Honey, do not disappoint the expectations of Mr. Xiao. Tai Xiong, equally agitated, exclaimed. His own granddaughter had received personal instructions from Xiao Tianji. What a remarkable blessing. He was nearly brought to tears from excitement. With a fierce shout, Tai Hani launched a punch at Yawa. The punch was overwhelming and peculiar, generating a wind that sounded like a sword unsheathing. Returning only after tasting blood, could Tai Hani truly be Yawa's opponent? The hearts of the spectators all raced. With 2 resounding thuds, the 2 immensely powerful punches sent Yawa reeling. Before she could react, Tai Hani suddenly pivoted, like a whirlwind, transforming her earlier brute force into an unpredictable assault, landing a punch under Yawa's armpit. With gasps of surprise, Yawa staggered back, falling to the ground with a thud. Chapter 056. Mr. Xiao, truly a divine being. Yawa. What has transpired? Exclaimed Taihu in alarm. Yawa attempted to rise hastily, letting out a low growl before collapsing once more, her complexion turning ashen. Despite not being gravely injured, her energy was momentarily sealed, rendering her unable to stand. Xiao Tianji was aware that Tai Hani was inferior to Yawa in terms of strength. Thus, his strategy for guiding her to victory was to employ cunning and seal her energy at the waist. 3 moves, and I shall defeat you, Tai Hani sneered. Turning to Xiao Tianji with a respectful bow, thank you, sir. Previously, she felt guilt towards Xiao Tianji, grateful for his rescue of her grandfather. Now, however, her admiration stemmed from the depths of her heart, a devotion akin to that of a disciple worshipping a deity. The audience was taken aback. In the next moment, they erupted into a wave of cheers. Bravo! Well fought. Miss Tai is magnificent. Mr. Xiao is indeed a divine being. They marveled at Xiao Tianji's profound medical skills. Realizing he was also a concealed master, laughter filled the air. 3 moves to victory. Mr. Chaz, your Western martial arts are not so impressive after all. Chaz's face turned a shade of ashen fury. Although Tai Hani's victory was unforeseen and somewhat coincidental, in a life-and-death struggle, she would surely have perished at Yawa's hands. Yet, the clear distinction of winner and loser left him speechless. Xiao, do you dare to fight me? Taihu bellowed, his spirit surging. His eyes bulged, resembling a frenzied beast, as he locked onto Xiao Tianji and advanced with heavy strides. What do you think you are? You are not worthy of my masteress' attention. His roar resonated like thunder. The crowd turned in terror to witness a formidable figure standing at the entrance, exuding a murderous aura. And who might you be? Taihu demanded angrily. Leopard, I shall slay you first. Taihu charged at the leopard. With a sinister grin, the leopard surged forward to meet him. The 2 were of comparable height and build, like 2 ferocious beasts unleashed from their cages. Taihu flipped his palm, a cold glimmer flashing as a flexible weapon struck towards the leopard's heart like a venomous serpent. It was a truly ruthless attack. The leopard's aura surged, and with a resounding clash, he deflected the weapon with a single punch. His iron fists moved with explosive force, resembling a cannonball in flight. Amidst the sounds of impact, Taihu was sent sprawling, blood spewing from his mouth. The leopard did not spare him a glance, maintaining his momentum as he charged toward Xiao Tianji. With a single knee, he knelt before him, proclaiming, "Boss, I report for duty." His voice boomed like thunder, shaking the hearts of all present. Xiao Tianji nodded. Your combat skills have indeed improved. Thank you, boss. The leopard trembled with joy at receiving Xiao Tianji's praise, feeling as if he had heard celestial music. Allow me to eliminate this old man. The leopard stood tall, invigorated, and charged towards Yun in the center of the courtyard. His arrival had been like a tempest, and it took the others a moment to react. Suddenly, the leopard leaped high, delivering a devastating punch towards Yun. Iyun stood motionless, extending an aged hand as if casually grasping the leopard's fist. With a gentle shake, he effortlessly rendered the leopard's arm powerless. In a gasp of disbelief, the leopard's other fist swung in retaliation. Iyun, unfazed, executed the same maneuver, disarming the leopard's remaining arm with ease. In that instant, both arms rendered useless. The leopard's eyes turned crimson. A beast of the battlefield, he let out a low growl as one leg swung towards Iyun's head like a giant club. The wind howled, a force capable of annihilation. Iyun murmured softly, casually brushing aside what seemed to be an invisible force, sending the leopard's hefty body flying as if it were mere straw. The trajectory led straight towards Xiao Tianji. Iyun's true target had never been the leopard, but rather the distant Xiao Tianji. With a swift motion, Xiao Tianji pressed down on the leopard's back, dissipating his momentum and allowing him to stand. "Boss," the leopard growled through gritted teeth, his eyes ablaze. "You are no match for him," Xiao Tianji said flatly, turning his gaze to Iyun. "You, young man, are also not my opponent. Kneel and apologize now, and I may spare your life." Iyun stared coldly at Xiao Tianji. "Xiao Tianji, how dare you confront a spirit master? You better kneel and beg for forgiveness." Zhang Ronghao shouted menacingly. "Do you think you are so remarkable? Why are you silent now?" Chaz laughed mockingly at Xiao Tianji. "Our spirit master possesses boundless power. How could your meager skills withstand him? Your great Xia is nothing of significance." "Youth, my patience is limited," Iyun remarked, casting a cold smile at Xiao Tianji. Akin to a deity wielding the power of life and death, issuing a final ultimatum. "Is that so? From this moment forth, you need not worry about patience." Xiao Tianji replied icily, stomping his foot and propelling himself into the air. He soared across several meters, akin to a battle axe cleaving through the air. His knee aimed at Iyun's head. Accompanying him was an overwhelming pressure and murderous intent. Iyun trembled violently, realizing he had gravely misjudged Xiao Tianji. In that moment, he contemplated fleeing, but the oppressive force descending from Xiao Tianji had already confined him. With no other option, he roared in anger and extended both hands, gathering all his strength to counter. Bang! Xiao Tianji's knee, like a battle axe, struck mercilessly against Iyun's arms. Boom! In an instant, the ground crumbled, and dust clouded the air. As the haze settled, all present were left in stunned disbelief. There stood Xiao Tianji, hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor as cold and imposing as a towering snow-capped mountain. Before him, the white-haired Iyun was half embedded in the ground, his arms hanging limply, head bowed. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Is he dead?" The spirit master. In a chorus of gasps, Tai Hu and Yawo rushed forward. They beheld the once mighty spirit master, now reduced to a shattered husk by Xiao Tianji's powerful strike, devoid of breath. They collapsed to the ground, dumbfounded. Silence enveloped the scene. A pin drop could be heard. Xiao Tianji turned to face Chas. "The gates of our great Xia are open to the world, welcoming peaceful trade. However, should anyone seek to instigate trouble." His words hung heavy in the air. "With me, Xiao Tianji here, every inch of Great Xia's land could become their burial ground." As his words fell, a fierce gust rose. With a casual kick, he sent a nearby fighter jet soaring, tracing an arc through the air before crashing into a distant ravine. The resounding blast echoed, akin to the tolling of a death knell, striking fear into the hearts of those present. "Xiao Tianji, who on earth are you?" Chas stammered, his face pale with terror. "Me?" A hint of disdain flickered in Xiao Tianji's eyes. "I am merely a security guard." "A security guard? To be precise, I am the head of security." Chas. As realization dawned, he nearly went mad, screaming, "Whose security guard are you? What kind of place has a security guard like you? You're lying to me." Coughing, Murong Yu could not hold back. "He is not lying. He is indeed the head of our security." Chapter 057. "I was wrong as the captain of your security team." Chas. He gazed at his goddess, his eyes nearly bulging out. Murong Yu gritted her teeth and whispered again, "He is also my husband." Boom. It was as if lightning had struck him. Faced with the cold and indifferent gaze of Xiao Tianji, he suddenly realized he looked like a fool. "I was wrong. But," Chaz murmured, looking at Xiao Tianji with clenched teeth, "you killed my spiritual master. The Western spiritual realm will not let you off the hook. Furthermore, the woman I, Chaz, have set my sights on will eventually return to my side." With that, he stormed out in anger. The wrong he spoke of was not the offense against Xiao Tianji, but his own misjudgment of the situation. "Do you think you can just walk away?" Xiao Tianji scoffed. Chaz trembled, a flicker of terror crossing his eyes. Are you going to kill me? He asked incredulously. Let me tell you, killing me would mean war. Xiao Tianji chuckled coldly. A mere rich second generation talking about war with me? 3 years ago, due to Western infringement on our borders, I personally led the Divine Dragon army of 100,000 and beat them to the ground. We pushed the national border back 100 miles. Had they not urgently sought peace, and the higher-ups requested me to cease fire, I could have annihilated their nation. Now, he understood the mentality of these Western countries. Unable to confront us head-on, they resorted to underhanded tactics. The Western spiritual practitioners see themselves as sacred spirits, while Eastern martial artists view them as evil spirits. They intend to use these evil spirits to undermine Eastern ancient martial arts while infiltrating at various levels, engaging in cultural invasion. I spare you to send a message back to your so-called sacred spirits. I, Xiao Tianji, await your return. If your methods are straightforward, I shall not resort to underhanded tactics. But if you wish to play dirty, his eyes glimmered with a devilish cruelty, should I become enraged. It is not impossible for me to sever your lineage. Now, leave your belongings and scram. Faced with the sharp, unsheathed sword that was Xiao Tianji, Ches finally felt a chilling dread. Demon. This man is simply a demon. The implication of severing the lineage of the Western sacred spirits was crystal clear. It meant uprooting them entirely. With gritted teeth, he dialed a phone number and spoke a few words in a foreign language. Soon, a text message notification pinged. And Murong Yu exclaimed in shock, 300 million in US dollars. Chas smirked. The Chas family always keeps their promises. Can I leave now? He assumed Xiao Tianji was stopping him to enforce their bet. Unmoved, Xiao Tianji replied, what else? Are you taking away things that belong to my wife? Chas was taken aback. He never expected Xiao Tianji to know about this. Even Murong Yu looked puzzled. What belongs to me? She couldn't recall having left anything with Chas. Chas pulled out some documents, exasperated. This is your patent. My patent? Murong Yu was still bewildered. She didn't remember applying for any patents. Li Shishir rushed over to take a look, her eyes lighting up. These are the patents for the cosmetics you've developed over the years. Don't you remember? Chas provided you with the lab for your research. It turned out the patents had already been applied for. Murong Yu's eyes widened, speechless. Xiao Tianji, I have noted your name. Chas finally threw down this parting remark and stormed off. Yawa and Taihu, holding Yun's lifeless body, cast a fierce glance at Xiao Tianji before following behind. Young master, Mr. Chas, Zhang Ronghao, in a panic, hurried after him, fear evident in his voice. What about the expansion into the Dachau market? Am I still the vice president of the AOC group in Dongzhou? Plans are on hold. As for you, you have been dismissed. Chas coldly tossed this statement over his shoulder, discarding Zhang Ronghao like refuse. Ronghao, what should we do? Lu Yinyan cried out. Both of them left in a state of disarray in the wind. I was just bored, playing around. How did you know Chas secretly helped me apply for the patent? Murong Yu whispered. Not just me. Xiao Tianji sneered as he glanced at Sima Cheng. You knew as well, didn't you? But you were unaware that Chas is the young master of the AOC group. So you went to great lengths to have your son marry her. It was all for these patents, wasn't it? These matters, of course, were investigated at Xiao Tianji's behest. Under his gaze, Sima Cheng trembled, entirely subdued. His legs gave way, and he fell to the ground. I admit, I was ambitious and wrong. I am guilty, and I am willing to make amends. Your crimes extend beyond that. Baozi, take him to the back. With that, he walked away. Yes. Baozi seized Sima Cheng, leading him along as though he were a mere chick. They arrived once more at the war hall. Xiao Tianji dismissed everyone, even keeping Baozi waiting outside. After a brief contemplation, he looked at Sima Cheng, who had collapsed on the ground like a puddle of mud, and coldly asked, Now, can we talk? I will talk. What should I say? Everything I have done, Mr. Xiao already knows. I beg you, spare me, and I will make amends. I have had people look into your wife's cosmetic patents. They are at the forefront of combining biopharmaceuticals and beauty. To secure these patents, I am prepared to acquire a factory. How about I gift that factory to you? Sima Cheng thought this was the inquiry Xiao Tianji was making. However, a flicker of cold light flashed in Xiao Tianji's eyes as he tossed a plaque before Sima Cheng. Take a look at this. Do you recognize it? This is. Sima Cheng picked it up. The plaque, made of sea-sinking iron, bore an ancient character high inscribed in archaic script. A sinister, blood-red hue emanated from it. What is this? I have never seen it before, he stammered. Xiao Tianji frowned, noting that he did not appear to be lying. Last night, someone attempted to assassinate me in Xinzhou, and now I have been informed that you were the one orchestrating it. Assassination. That is impossible. Sima Cheng's face paled, and he hurriedly exclaimed, I clearly ordered them to leave the country overnight. How could this happen? They could not have acted without my orders. Sima Cheng was filled with regret, even pulling out his phone to show Xiao Tianji the text messages. So, they acted behind your back? Wu Yingzi, based on the secret signal receivers on the shadowy assassins, confirmed that the source was hidden in Dongzhou, linked to Sima Qi. Sima Qi was the second in command of the Sima family, taking orders solely from Sima Cheng. Hence, the target was locked onto Sima Cheng. This meant the assassins were undoubtedly raised by the Sima family. If Sima Cheng had truly ordered the assassination to be called off, then there was only one explanation. Those assassins had some other reason compelling them to eliminate Xiao Tianji. A few assassins were of little concern to Xiao Tianji. However, this clandestine organization might be linked to his own origins, making it imperative to investigate further. Chapter 58. Can you do me a favor? I wish to live, therefore. Speak of all that you know, Xiao Tianji coldly declared. Yes, I shall speak. Sima Cheng, having witnessed Xiao Tianji's merciless methods, believed he was on the brink of peril. Yet now, seeing a glimmer of hope, he hastily wiped the cold sweat from his brow, steadied his mind, and began to contemplate. About 10 years ago, when I had just embarked on my entrepreneurial journey and had earned some money, I sought to make a name for myself by spending a bit to secure a spot on that year's wealthy rankings. It was the Billionaire Club. Many, like myself, did not possess such vast assets. The expenditure was merely a means to advertise myself and my enterprise. The notoriety of being listed indeed brought considerable benefits to my business. One day, I received a mysterious call from someone identifying themselves as the Shadow, claiming to serve the affluent elite. At this juncture, he cautiously glanced at Xiao Tianji. Only later did I discover they were a professional assassination group. They are exceedingly secretive. I attempted to investigate their background through various means, yet I uncovered nothing. All communications were conducted through a mysterious number, likely a receiver, which has since been rendered obsolete. That is all I know, Mr. Xia. I seek redemption. It was my momentary folly that nearly led to grave consequences. Fortunately, you remain unharmed. Otherwise, my demise would not begin to atone for my misdeeds. Setting aside the flattery, Xiao Tianji discerned that Sima Cheng was not lying. This corroborated his suspicion of a clandestine organization infiltrating the domestic elite. On the surface, they appeared to be seeking employers for commissions. However, an instinct told Xiao Tianji that a more sinister plot lurked beneath. Sima Cheng was merely a small fish in shallow waters, knowing little. In the depths, larger predators surely concealed themselves. Now, the crux of the matter was identifying these predators. As Sima Cheng had pointed out, those featured on the wealthy lists, while seemingly prosperous, were often superficial nouveau riche. The true elite understood the art of concealment. Uncovering them would be a formidable challenge. Crucially, Xiao Tianji wished to refrain from mobilizing too many external resources. Let today's events remain unspoken. You may leave now, he uttered coldly. Sima Cheng, feeling as though a great mercy had been bestowed upon him, replied in trepidation, From this moment forth, the Sima family shall obey your every command. At your beck and call, until death. Baozi, please invite old Tai in. Understood. Soon, Tai Xiong arrived in a state of trepidation. Xiao Tianji produced the insignia, of which Tai Xiong was unaware of its origins. The Tai family had dominated Dongzhou City for many years without receiving an invitation from the assassination organization like Sima Cheng. Xiao Tianji deduced that Tai Xiong, having a military background, was steadfast and less susceptible to infiltration. This led to another conclusion. The organization's targets were not selected purely based on wealth, but rather through a comprehensive assessment. Only newly emerged wealthy individuals, with shallow foundations, were the most vulnerable to infiltration and control. Old sir, you have just recovered from your ailments. Please rest. Tend to your health, and I shall ensure the revised martial arts manual is delivered to you soon. Thank you, sir, Tai Xiong replied, filled with excitement. After a moment of hesitation, he cautiously added, This estate is not a place I frequent. In my old age, my joints are worn, and I cannot withstand the chill. I am already having it prepared. If it pleases you, may I offer it temporarily as a refuge? I wonder if the Tai family has the fortune to provide this sanctuary to you? The Tai Xiong. Granting Xiao Tianji access to the Dragon and Phoenix Manor would be a tremendous honor. While the name was merely superficial, if Xiao Tianji were to reside here, it would indeed become a true haven. Xiao Tianji nodded, acknowledging Tai Xiong's goodwill. Furthermore, he had many matters to ponder and genuinely required a tranquil space. Then I shall not disturb you further, Tai Xiong stated. And those outside? He inquired cautiously. Without my directive, who would dare to leave? Allow the Murong family to remain. The rest may disperse. I prefer to keep matters discreet. As for today's events, I trust they understand what should and should not be said. Xiao Tianji could not be bothered to quibble with these individuals. Understood. I shall arrange it at once. Tai Xiong departed, leading away all but the Murong family. The vast manor, having endured a tumultuous upheaval, once again fell into silence. In the distance, birds chirped, and the air carried the fragrance of flowers. Alone, Xiao Tianji sat in the room, contemplating various matters. Unbeknownst to him, the light outside dimmed. Boss, the sister-in-law has arrived. A low voice from Baozi outside sounded somewhat peculiar. Let her in, Xiao Tianji instructed. Sister-in-law. Baozi grinned at Murong Yu, who approached from afar, her face flushing deeper. All had been permitted to leave, save for the Murong family. Heaven knew how anxious Murong Hai, Li Lan, and the others were, as if awaiting the arrival of the executioner's blade. However, without Xiao Tianji's summons, they dared not approach. Ultimately, it was Li Lan who pleaded fervently, urging Murong Yu to come and gauge the atmosphere, while also speaking a few words on their behalf. They hoped that, considering she was his mother-in-law, he might show mercy and spare her. Even if it meant enduring a few slaps, they would accept it. Reluctantly, Murong Yu steeled herself to come. Though she found her family insufferable, being a daughter and bound by blood, what choice did she have? Hello, Baozi. Murong Yu cast an uneasy glance at the closed door. Is he inside? He is, Baozi beamed, revealing a broad smile. The boss has been waiting for you for quite some time. Please, go in. Murong Yu felt even more embarrassed. Hesitating for a moment, she finally pushed the door open and entered. The room was dimly lit, and Xiao Tianji sat with his back turned, gazing at what seemed to be the ancestral tablet and the medals of honor nearby. A slant of sunlight illuminated his profile, casting his rugged features reminiscent of a mysterious sculpture, especially those profound phoenix-like eyes, resembling a deep abyss, beckoning one to explore their secrets, leading to an involuntary immersion from which one could not easily escape. Murong Yu had prepared several lines to say, yet at that moment, she found herself at a complete loss for words. For the first time, she boldly gazed at this enigmatic man who was so intricately entwined with her life, feeling a mix of daze and infatuation. Could you do me a favor? Xiao Tianji finally spoke, his voice deep, akin to a deity whispering in the shadows of the night. What? Murong Yu trembled slightly. Xiao Tianji intended to articulate his request, but suddenly hesitated. He was not typically a man of indecision. Closing his eyes, he seemed to be making a final resolution. Chapter 059. You might as well kill us gazing at the statue-like man before her. Murong Yu suddenly realized that the rugged features bore the marks left by years of bloodshed. An unexpected pang of compassion stirred within her for this man. Compelled by an unknown sentiment, she stepped forward and stood behind Xiao Tianji, placing her delicate hands upon his robust shoulders. This marked their first physical contact. Xiao Tianji shuddered abruptly, a fierce aura emanating from him like a tempest ready to erupt. It was a reflex ingrained in one who had faced countless battles. Yet, in an instant, he comprehended that this was not an enemy, but rather, in strictest terms, a beloved. He forcefully suppressed that overwhelming energy. Relax. Murong Yu bit her lip, refusing to relent. Sensing the tautness of his muscles beneath her touch, she began to gently massage him. You must be weary after all these years, she murmured softly. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Tianji gradually began to unwind. In that moment, he was no longer the iron-blooded war god, instilling terror in his foes, but a man receiving tenderness and solace. A man who had returned from the battlefield, now enveloped in a woman's gentleness. His heart, once fortified by an impenetrable armor that no artillery could breach, was momentarily softened by her simple expression. I have arranged the $300 million that Chas transferred to me. According to our wager, Tai Hani won a round, earning $100 million. The leopard won another, receiving $100 million as well. The remaining $100 million is yours. I shall hold it for you. Murong Yu spoke with an air of casualness, as if discussing the most mundane of matters. Let us establish a business, Xiao Tianji finally articulated, his tone betraying a hint of awkwardness. He was still unaccustomed to such a calm manner of speaking. You want me to start a business? Murong Yu asked, perplexed. Xiao Tianji nodded. After a moment's thought, she replied, Very well. You currently lack a stable occupation. Relying solely on violence is insufficient. I happen to have several pharmaceutical patents that can be utilized. The thought of seeing my developed products benefit the public brings a sense of achievement. Then consider this $100 million as seed capital. I believe that within a few years, we could create a business valued in the tens or even hundreds of billions. Murong Yu's demeanor brightened, infused with optimism. That will not suffice. Xiao Tianji shook his head. Not sufficient. Murong Yu questioned, bewildered. Too slow. Xiao Tianji regarded Murong Yu calmly and stated, taking years to reach a valuation of tens or hundreds of billions is too slow. I want to see $1 trillion enterprise within 3 years. $1 trillion. Murong Yu's mouth fell agape. In RMB? In USD. At this, she was rendered utterly speechless. To establish $1 trillion enterprise within 3 years would place them among the world's top 500 companies, rivaling the stature of the AOS group. This seemed far too absurd. 100 million in startup capital is far too little. We should utilize all the assets of the Murong family as collateral. Hearing Xiao Tianji's words left Murong Yu once again at a loss for words. After a prolonged hesitation, her cheeks flushed as she stammered. You intend to swallow our family business? Xiao Tianji shook his head. I have stated before, wealth means nothing to me. Then what is your true intention? Besides, the Murong family business is my mother's lifeblood. She would never agree to this. Leopard, arrange for the Murong family members to wait for me in the dining hall. It is time to prepare their meals. Understood. Leopard promptly went to make arrangements. Strictly speaking, the assets still belong to your Murong family. I merely require you to take the lead. Rest assured, I will still act as your family's protector. Murong Yu smiled, knowing she need not inquire further. In that moment, she understood that this man needed her, and she was willing to devote herself entirely to him. That was enough. With a gentle push, she lightly urged him. You are the head of security. Xiao Tianji, rarely smiling, naturally placed his hand over hers, resting on his shoulder. The touch startled Murong Yu, and she quickly withdrew her hand, her cheeks flushing as she murmured, shouldn't we be eating soon? Let us go. Xiao Tianji rose and walked out. Murong Yu watched his tall figure pass by, inhaling the strong masculine scent that left her heart racing. Inside the dining hall, Murong Hai, Li Lan, Murong Qian, Murong Qing, along with Wu Yi and Zhang Kuei, awaited anxiously. Upon Xiao Tianji's entrance, they all jumped to their feet in alarm, especially Wu Yi and Zhang Kuei, who nearly toppled the table in their nervousness, their faces a mix of pale and flushed, trembling like clowns awaiting their fate. Ah, little Yu. You and Tianji are here. We've been waiting quite a while. The dishes are nearly cold. Please, have a seat. Li Lan exclaimed, personally pulling out a chair for Xiao Tianji. Father, Mother, let us sit and talk. Murong Yu's expression was one of unease, knowing the weight of the words Xiao Tianji was about to share and their potential impact on her family. The atmosphere was tense as they took their seats. Tianji, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have. Murong Hai lamented in regret. Enough, Xiao Tianji interjected calmly. I have an announcement to make. You may express your objections. No objections. No objections. We shall all heed your words. Who would dare oppose? Mother won't spare them. Li Lan eagerly chimed in, her demeanor that of the most loyal mother-in-law. Brother-in-law? Just say the word, and I will plunge into water or fire without complaint. Murong Yumpeng declared, thumping his chest. Indeed, Tianji, we are all family. Speak your mind. Murong Qian and Murong Qing smiled warmly. From this moment, all enterprises under the Murong name shall be led by Murong Yu. You shall all withdraw, retaining only 1% of the shares, with dividends but no voting rights. Xiao Tianji spoke with a tranquility that belied the gravity of his declaration. The atmosphere froze, the smiles upon Li Lan and the others' faces abruptly vanishing. You intend to usurp our Murong family. I cannot agree. Our family fortune is my lifeblood. You might as well kill me. She erupted like a cornered beast. In 3 years, the enterprise's assets will reach $1 trillion. Do you know how much each 1% share will be worth? Xiao Tianji replied, his voice steady. Li Lan was rendered speechless, her mouth agape as if she had swallowed a walnut. You mean you and little you can elevate the assets to $1 trillion in 3 years? Tianji. The Murong family's current assets barely amount to 1 or 200 billion in RMB. That seems far-fetched. Murong Hai remarked, incredulous. Xiao Tianji offered no further explanation, simply nodding. I have spoken. Consider it. Silence enveloped the room. Ultimately, Murong Qian and Murong Qing exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and coldly stated, "You might as well kill us." Chapter 060. Do you not have hands? Xiao Tianji called out softly, "Leopard." Yes. The leopard strode in like a harbinger of death. Someone seeks their demise, Xiao Tianji remarked, casting a glance at Murong Qian and Murong Qing. Understood. The leopard's eyes widened fiercely as he advanced toward the two women. In an instant, Murong Qian and Murong Qing found themselves paralyzed with fear, gasping as they fell from their chairs. "Please, don't come any closer." Xiao Tianji, do you truly dare to kill us? Spare us. Do not act impulsively. Tianji, we are willing to relinquish our shares. You can have your way. Their husbands, Wu Yi and Zhang Kuei, pleaded with ashen faces. Murong Yu clutched Xiao Tianji's arm tightly, terrified that he might indeed command the leopard to take their lives. This is utterly unacceptable. Very well, I have made my decision. Murong Hai rose, his voice grave. The family business is my sole creation. You never possessed voting rights. Over the years, I allowed you to gain experience within the company, turning a blind eye to many transgressions. Today, it is time to restore order within our family. Tianji, proceed as you see fit. I shall arrange for all family business shares to be distributed tomorrow, leaving each of you just 1%. The remainder to be transferred entirely to Xiao Yu's name. From this day forth, all matters shall be at Xiao Yu's discretion. Xiao Tianji nodded at last. You have made a sound decision. Your reputation shall be preserved. Murong Hai exhaled deeply, feeling an unprecedented clarity wash over him, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Though he remained skeptical about Xiao Tianji's ability to elevate a 100 billion enterprise to a $1 trillion valuation within 3 years, his instincts told him this was perhaps the most prudent choice he had ever made. Unless there is anything further, you may leave. Upon hearing Xiao Tianji's words, Li Lan and the others felt as if a great weight had been lifted, yet thoughts of their dwindling fortunes left them in a daze. Murong Yu, unable to witness their distress, softly suggested, "Shall we let them finish their meal before they depart?" Xiao Tianji replied coolly, "I am not accustomed to such things. You may accompany them." As he reached the door, he hesitated and added, "I shall wait for you in the room." Murong Yu's face flushed crimson. How could anyone possibly eat under such circumstances? Murong Hai casually picked up his chopsticks and remarked, "Xiao Yu, you should go soon. Do not keep Tianji waiting." After a moment's pause, he added, "Though perhaps I should not speak as your father. You are both adults and have been lawfully wed for many years. I regret my past shortcomings as a father. Fortunately, fate has smiled upon you, granting you a fine husband. Though Tianji has a temper, I can see he treats you well. Your happiness is our family's greatest fortune. Do visit us more often." With that, he hurriedly led the still discontented Li Lan away. Once outside, Li Lan could no longer contain her tears. My inheritance. What was meant to be a mere visit to Tai Xiong to foster connections had instead led to a complete loss of prospects and a fortune beyond comprehension. Murong Qian, Murong Qing, and their husbands were left in a state of despair. The serene villa was filled with fragrant blooms, and the distant chirping of birds occasionally broke the stillness. Murong Yu walked under the moonlight, her expression conflicted. She glanced at the brightly lit room in the distance, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. Unable to resist, she texted Li Shishir, seeking guidance on how to navigate her predicament. Li Shishir replied, "A moment of intimacy is worth 1,000 pieces of gold." Murong Yu felt a pang of disappointment. Even her closest friend had betrayed her in this moment. What was she to do? Was she truly to sleep with him tonight? The mere thought sent waves of anxiety through her. Though autumn had arrived, and the mountain air was crisp, her body felt inexplicably warm. How much longer must I wait? Suddenly, a soft voice broke through her thoughts, causing Murong Yu to shiver and her face to flush deeper. Yet, life is full of firsts. Gritting her teeth, she finally approached the room, gently pushing the door open. Inside, a resplendent red quilt embroidered with dragons and phoenixes adorned the bed, the canopy partially drawn. Xiao Tianji sat cross-legged on a nearby wooden stool, his posture as straight as a spear, engrossed in an ancient tome of Kunlun Taoism. Only when Murong Yu entered did he lift his gaze. "You summoned me for what purpose?" Murong Yu trembled slightly, quickly turning away, her voice barely a whisper. Xiao Tianji gestured toward the large bed beside him. "Undress and lie down." "I." Murong Yu's cheeks flushed with shame, an unbidden surge of anger rising within her. This man, even when broaching such intimate topics, remained so cold. Could he not be a bit more tender? What did he think she was? However, under Xiao Tianji's gaze, which seemed capable of melting anything, her anger dissipated like mist. Finally, with a resolute heart, she lowered her head and approached the bed, sitting nervously at its edge. Xiao Tianji returned his focus to the ancient text in his hands, seemingly awaiting her next move. Must it truly be like this? Determined, Murong Yu cast aside her outer garment and lay down, steeling herself for what was to come. Is this insufficient? Do you require assistance? Xiao Tianji remarked coolly, turning a page of the text. Do you not have hands? Murong Yu could no longer contain her irritation and muttered under her breath. Xiao Tianji paused momentarily, setting the book down before rising to approach her. Murong Yu hastily pulled the covers over herself, shutting her eyes tightly, her heart racing like a stampede of wild horses. Biting her lip in fear of losing control. Beneath the fragrant canopy, she watched as the quilt rose and fell, her flawless visage resembling a wisp of clouds at dawn, awakening a flicker of desire in Xiao Tianji's eyes. He was a warrior, and he was a man. Taking a deep breath to calm the tumult within him, he extinguished the light. In the enveloping darkness, he made his way to the bedside. It may hurt a little, please bear with it, he murmured softly before extending his hands to gently pull back the covers. Murong Yu's body tensed in anticipation, feeling his rough, yet warm hands grasp her feet. His touch was meticulous, moving from her soles to her instep, then to her ankles. The warmth of his palms increased, and she sensed an extraordinary heat seeping into her very bones. Her rigid form began to relax unknowingly. Suddenly, this strange warmth transformed into 1,000 needles, piercing her marrow with pain. Unable to suppress herself any longer, a whimper escaped her lips. Her body felt as if it no longer belonged to her. At long last, she succumbed to darkness. Chapter 061. Domestic Abilities. Xiao Tianji exhaled softly, observing the slumbering beauty before him. The ordeal finally concluded. During the bone assessment, he had nearly lost control on several occasions. However, the results corroborated his suspicions. Despite the lateness, Murong Yu possessed the innate talent and physique of an exceptional martial arts prospect. Her virginity was an even more invaluable asset, accelerating progress in martial cultivation. Why did he wish for Murong Yu to cultivate martial arts? His intention in having her rapidly establish a globally prominent enterprise was to lure the hidden forces into the open. This endeavor was fraught with peril. Although he would provide protection, her proficiency in martial arts would enhance her safety. However, she was, after all, in her late 20s. Despite her regular yoga practice, which granted her greater flexibility than most, her bones were inevitably becoming rigid. Xiao Tianji's actions served both to ascertain her potential and to infuse her body with qi from his palm, facilitating bone lubrication in preparation for formal training. It now appeared that this undertaking could not be accomplished swiftly. Murong Yu was too delicate, succumbing to unconsciousness so readily. He would have to proceed gradually in the future. Observing her serene and exquisite countenance in slumber, Xiao Tianji was suddenly struck by an anomaly. He felt a peculiar sensation and instinctively touched his nose. Discovering his hand covered in blood, he hastily turned and exited to the outer chamber. Fortunately, he possessed the Kunlun Taoist scriptures, or he would have suffered a qi deviation and jeopardized his efforts. He regained his composure, resumed his seated posture, and studied the scriptures under the moonlight. The following day, sunlight streamed into the room, and the melodious chirping of birds awakened Murong Yu from her deep sleep. She stretched languidly, feeling her body invigorated with vitality. Upon moving, she experienced a peculiar sensation in her limbs, but it was undeniably pleasant. Noticing her undergarments placed nearby, she realized her nudity and recalled the events of the previous night, which seemed dreamlike. She was uncertain of what had transpired, but sensed that it was extraordinarily surreal. Xiao Tianji was absent, but she faintly heard the sound of resonant shouts from a distance. Finding the room unoccupied, she boldly descended to the floor barefoot, hastily draped a robe around herself, and approached the window. A vast expanse of open ground in the distance served as a training area constructed specifically by Tai Xiong. Xiao Tianji stood with his hands clasped behind his back, watching Baozi practice martial arts. The robust man was as still as a maiden, but moved with the agility of a rabbit. His punches and kicks generated gusts of wind. Murong Yu could not help but click her tongue in astonishment, thinking that these men who defended their country truly had it rough. Recalling Xiao Tianji's mid-air knee strike, which had shattered the arrogance of Chaz and the spiritual master Ion, bringing honor to the country, she felt a surge of pride. Having spent years abroad, she knew that many people in foreign countries were enthusiastic about spiritual practice, and many experts possessed miraculous abilities reminiscent of legends. Xiao Tianji's slaying of Ian was bound to cause a stir in the Western spiritual community, and they would not simply let it go. And then there was Chas. He was undoubtedly a vengeful man. Backed by the AUS group, his influence was formidable. Was his request for her to rapidly build a commercial empire that could compete with the AUS group intended to prevent retaliation? Upon considering this, Murong Yu seemed to find the answer and secretly resolved to overcome all obstacles and give it her all. I can do it. After completing his final punch, Baozi ceased his movements. Boss, that woman has been standing outside in the courtyard for an entire day and night. What are you going to do with her? He asked Xiao Tianji with a grin. Xiao Tianji knew that Baozi was referring to Wu Yingzi. Yesterday, after Wu Yingzi had reported the information regarding the shadow assassins, Xiao Tianji, not wanting her to be involved too deeply, had said that the past was forgotten and told her to leave. However, Wu Yingzi had stubbornly refused. She had stood at the gate all night, exposed to the elements. Xiao Tianji understood her intentions. After a moment's thought, he said, in that case, let her stay. Baozi, it's best not to use the Dragon Group people unless it's absolutely necessary. If you leave her here, you can train her. She can be of assistance. Leave it to me. Baozi's eyes darted around as he glanced at the room in the distance and grinned. Boss, the missus is awake. Do you want to go back and catch some shut-eye? It's your wedding day, and you got up way too early. Xiao Tianji ignored Baozi's teasing. He had long sensed that Murong Yu had awakened and was spying from the window in the distance. If I'm not mistaken, Li Shishir should be arriving soon as well. Go ahead and get busy. He hesitated for a moment, then said casually, you can keep a close eye on this woman. Understood. A cold glint flashed in Baozi's eyes as he responded in a low voice. Seeing Xiao Tianji returning, Murong Yu quickly rushed back inside and dressed. By the time Xiao Tianji pushed open the door, she was already sitting at the dressing table, seemingly focused on her makeup. She saw in the mirror that Xiao Tianji had entered and immediately picked up that ancient scripture, resuming his reading. It seemed that the tattered book was more appealing than a vibrant beauty like herself. Cough. Murong Yu deliberately coughed, but when Xiao Tianji still did not respond, she bit her lip and said, our family has quite a few companies. I was wondering if we should come up with a new name when we merge them. That's fine. What name do you think is good? I'll listen to you. Murong Yu thought for a moment. What do you think about calling it Tianyu Group? Xiao Tianji pondered. That's good. Tianyu, Tian from Xiao Tianji, and Yu from Murong Yu. Sure is a talented economist and my good friend. I'll ask her to help me. What do you think? Xiao Tianji. If you think it's good, then it's good. Murong Yu, you listen to everything I say, so what do you do? I'll stay home and wait for you to return. Murong Yu was taken aback and blushed. What do you want me to do when I come home? Bone assessment. Huh, like last night. Murong Yu finally understood that what he had done to her last night was not that kind of thing, but rather a bone assessment. No wonder her body felt strange. Thinking of that peculiar sensation, she could not help but ask, are you treating my illness? How long will the assessment take? Xiao Tianji said seriously, you could say that. It will probably take about a month. Are you really not going to manage the company? Murong Yu could not help but ask again. I'll have Baozi assist you. Wu Yingzi can be your personal driver and bodyguard. Ignoring these comments, Murong Yu could not help but laugh. You're just waiting for me to come home every day. You really are like a live-in son-in-law. Can you cook and do laundry? Xiao Tianji was stunned. Huffed. Murong Yu chuckled, glared at him in the mirror, and said in annoyance, I've just never seen such an unbridled live-in son-in-law like you. Even if you could cook, I might not dare to eat it. I'm going now. I have an appointment with Shishir. I have so much to do with merging the new group. She glanced at Xiao Tianji, her face flushed, and flitted out like a nimble swallow. Chapter 62. Acquiring medicine after Murong Yu's departure, Xiao Tianji fell into deep contemplation. He had no intention of intervening in the company's affairs, on one hand. He deemed such matters unworthy of his direct involvement, and on the other, while establishing a colossal corporation was a means to draw the shadow into the fray. It was inherently a passive strategy, merely one of many tactics. A seasoned warrior understands a fundamental principle. A dual approach is essential. He needed to carve out time to devise a proactive strategy. Sir, a low voice emanated from outside the door, sounding somewhat peculiar. Xiao Tianji paused momentarily. Was it Wu Yingzi? Had she not left with Murong Yu? Come in. With a soft cough, Wu Yingzi carefully pushed the door open and stood at the threshold. Head bowed, hands fidgeting, her face flushed with embarrassment. Xiao Tianji could not help but blink in surprise. Since their acquaintance, she had always embodied the image of a resolute woman, seemingly more fiery than any man. Yet at this moment, she donned a form-fitting pink dress that accentuated her curvaceous figure. Coupled with her anxious demeanor, she appeared almost like a maid rather than the valiant officer he was accustomed to. Coughing lightly, Xiao Tianji redirected his gaze back to the Kunlun scripture and inquired, "Is there something you need?" After the harrowing events of the previous night, he found that his self-control seemed diminished compared to before. "It's nothing. Murong Yu instructed the driver to leave me behind." "Why?" Xiao Tianji was momentarily perplexed. Wu Yingzi bit her lip, her face reddening as she replied. "She said you strained your back last night and asked me to give you a full-body massage." "I strained my back last night. I need a full-body massage." Xiao Tianji looked utterly bewildered. Just then, his phone emitted a series of notifications, messages from Murong Yu. "Did you suffer last night? I've prepared a gift for you. Don't be shy. This girl is infatuated with you. Whatever you do, she won't be upset. In fact, she will relish it. Don't worry. I won't hold it against you. After all, you have normal needs too. Wishing you a pleasant massage." Xiao Tianji's expression darkened. What did this woman take him for? "Would you like some tea first? I can pour it for you." Wu Yingzi mustered her courage and approached, her face still flushed. "No need." Xiao Tianji felt he was losing his composure and quickly coughed, saying, "It's fine for you to stay. There's no need for the massage. I have something to attend to. Please prepare the car." Wu Yingzi hesitated, a flicker of disappointment crossing her features. "All right." She seemed eager to escape. "Remember to change your clothes." Behind her, Xiao Tianji casually tossed out the remark. Wu Yingzi let out a soft hum, her cheeks reddening further. She had never worn such attire before. It was truly too embarrassing. Xiao Tianji exhaled, feeling as though he had just fought a fierce battle. He suddenly realized that the challenges he faced upon returning to the city were no less daunting than those he encountered on the battlefield. In the realm of conflict, he was a cold-faced reaper, where every problem could seemingly be resolved with the edge of a blade. However, now, that blade seemed less effective. Outside, the sound of a car horn indicated that Wu Yingzi was ready. Xiao Tianji took a deep breath and exited the room. In the parking lot, a row of vehicles awaited: Range Rovers, Mercedes-Benz G-Class, Bentleys, Rolls-Royces, and several flashy sports cars, all left behind by Iron Hero for Xiao Tianji's use. However, Wu Yingzi, whether intentionally or not, chose to drive Murong Yu's modest red Bora instead of any of the luxury vehicles. Xiao Tianji was aware that the driver favored the modified old Jeep, which left Murong Yu's car unoccupied. "Where to?" Xiao Tianji asked as he got into the vehicle. At that moment, although she wasn't in uniform, Wu Yingzi exuded a clean and sharp demeanor, clad in fitted jeans and a t-shirt, her face radiating determination. "I'm not familiar with Dongzhou. Find a larger traditional Chinese medicine shop. I need to procure some medicine." "Medicine?" Wu Yingzi paused, instinctively asking, "Is it for tonics?" Xiao Tianji nodded. "Sort of." Relying solely on manual manipulation to invigorate Murong Yu's skeletal structure was progressing too slowly, and he feared he wouldn't have enough time. He thought of a particular prescription that could be made into a medicinal broth for soaking the body, which, combined with manipulation, should yield remarkable results. Thus, he intended to test his luck and see if he could acquire some quality herbs. These were undoubtedly potent restorative materials. To his surprise, Wu Yingzi's expression shifted to one of further peculiarity. "Is there a problem?" Xiao Tianji furrowed his brow, unable to restrain his curiosity. "No." Wu Yingzi immediately denied, casting a sidelong glance at him as she started the engine. Yet, her thoughts wandered. Had he truly strained his back to such an extent after just one night? Wasn't he exceptionally strong? When she saw Murong Yu that morning, she appeared radiant, showing no signs of fatigue. What a harrowing scene it must have been. Suddenly, Wu Yingzi felt a surge of curiosity, tinged with relief that she had not become a pawn in this game. A good friend of mine comes from a family of traditional medicine practitioners. She runs a chain of Jirantang across the country, offering a comprehensive selection of quality herbs. Would you like to take a look? She reined in her wandering thoughts, breaking the tension. Sure. Xiao Tianji had indeed heard of Jirantang. Previously, they had supplied a batch of high-quality herbs to the combat camp. That particular supply had been crucial during a perilous mission where many of his soldiers suffered adverse reactions due to the harsh environment. It was thanks to that precious batch of herbs that they ultimately triumphed. Thus, he owed Jirantang a favor. In the West City, at Jirantang, Wu Yingzi parked the car in the adjacent lot and personally opened the door. "Sir, we've arrived." Setting aside her fantasies, she addressed Xiao Tianji with her customary respect. As of now, she remained unaware of his true identity. However, when she had boldly approached Xiao Bo to resign and expressed her desire to follow Xiao Tianji, she anticipated a stern reprimand since Xiao Bo viewed her as the most promising successor. To her surprise, Xiao Bo not only refrained from dissuading her, but also expressed excitement, stating that if she could remain by Xiao Tianji's side, it would be the greatest fortune of her life. When she inquired about Xiao Tianji's identity, Xiao Bo helplessly replied that he, too, did not know, only offering the cryptic phrase, a mystery shrouded in depth, unfathomable. Wu Yingzi was not one who coveted wealth or status. What compelled her to follow was not Xiao Tianji's identity, but the godlike demeanor he had displayed during their encounters. She had never imagined a man could possess such formidable charisma. She was utterly captivated. Thus, even when Murong Yu subtly suggested she partake in certain activities that morning, she did not refuse. Once she chose to follow, she committed unconditionally to offering him everything. For that was simply her nature. Chapter 63. Feigning death. Just as Xiao Tianji was about to alight from the vehicle, a sudden twitch of his eyelid prompted a hushed warning, "Be careful." With a swift motion, he yanked Wu Yingzi, who stood beside the car door, into his embrace. Caught off guard, she fell into his arms just as a jarring screech of brakes resonated behind them. An SUV came to a halt, nearly colliding with the car door. The parking lot was already cramped with vehicles, and such reckless driving was an utter disregard for the safety of others. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Wu Yingzi's fury ignited. She turned around, ready to express her outrage, when four unruly young men emerged from the SUV. Upon seeing Wu Yingzi, their eyes gleamed with interest. Her striking features, coupled with her alluring physique, were undeniably captivating. "Miss, did we happen to inconvenience you with our speed?" One of them, Lu Dong, smirked. "Do not fret. I shall take responsibility. May I inquire about your name? Let us be friends. I have no desire to befriend you. Consider this a warning. Drive more cautiously in the future," Wu Yingzi replied, her expression stern and icy. "Oh, the beauty possesses quite the temper." Another chimed in, daring to rebuff young Master Dong's goodwill. "Do you know who he is? The heir to Dong Pharmaceuticals. A woman alone in this world ought to feel unsafe. Allow young Master Dong to protect you." The group encircled her, their laughter taunting. They had not noticed Xiao Tianji in the car, assuming Wu Yingzi was solitary. A mere ordinary sedan, presumably lacking any significant background, made her an easy target. "Miss, I have a ball to attend this evening, and I find myself in need of a dance partner. Would you care to join?" Lu Dong proposed with a grin. "Not interested. If you wish to avoid trouble, kindly vacate the premises," Wu Yingzi retorted, her patience wearing thin. However, with Xiao Tianji present, she refrained from causing a scene. She had learned restraint from being by his side. Otherwise, her previous temperament would have led her to strike out. "You are indeed a fiery one. I find that appealing. One night, 10,000. Lu Dong was resolute in his pursuit of Wu Yingzi. "Do not feign disinterest. To attend a ball with young Master Dong is a privilege. Countless beauties would envy you. One night, a comfortable sum of 10,000. More than a month's salary for you, I believe. 20,000. Lu Dong pressed when Wu Yingzi remained silent. 30,000. He continued, as the others chuckled. "Ah, young Master Dong truly knows how to spend. Miss, should you refuse, you risk being ungrateful. What does it matter whom you share a bed with? This is a significant sum. Make me an offer, and I shall not haggle." The sight of Wu Yingzi's clenched jaw only heightened Lu Dong's interest. While he was not in want of female company, encountering someone like Wu Yingzi was a rarity. The more she resisted, the more his desire grew. He was intent on claiming her. "Your silence is consent, then." Lu Dong was convinced that no woman could refuse such an offer. She was merely preserving her pride. At that moment, he reached out to grasp Wu Yingzi. A flash of cold fury sparked in her eyes, and she was ready to retaliate. "Are you wealthy?" A dispassionate voice interrupted. Wu Yingzi exhaled in relief, stepping back. Lu Dong and his companions paused, finally noticing the man seated within the car. "Ah, so you have a boyfriend," one remarked with a sneer. "Kid, are you her boyfriend? Speak up. I have my eyes on your girlfriend. What price can we negotiate for her?" "You are correct. I possess considerable wealth, more than someone of your ilk can fathom. How does it feel to be on the cusp of a grand opportunity?" Xiao Tianji replied, exuding an air of indifference. Dressed in casual attire that made him appear akin to a university student, Lu Dong's gaze was filled with disdain. Moreover, since Xiao Tianji was not in the driver's seat, it was clear the vehicle was not his. It was likely that Wu Yingzi was a newly minted office worker, earning a modest salary, having purchased an inexpensive car, and accompanied by her still-studying boyfriend. Such a fabricated couple could be easily dismantled by a seasoned player like Lu Dong. The others erupted in laughter. Dude, you look decent. Is living off a woman treating you well? Wu Yingzi's anger boiled over, and she growled, ready to strike. Insulting her was bearable, but belittling Xiao Tianji was intolerable. If you have that much money, perhaps you should save it for medical treatment. Let us depart. To everyone's surprise, Xiao Tianji scoffed and strode towards the nearby Jiren Hall. Wu Yingzi hesitated, understanding that Xiao Tianji deemed these individuals beneath his notice. With a huff, she followed suit. What audacity! One of Lu Dong's companions exclaimed. Shall we teach him a lesson, Dong Xiao? As they watched Wu Yingzi and Xiao Tianji enter the Jiren Hall, a sinister glint flickered in Lu Dong's eyes. The woman I desire shall not escape my grasp. First, let us attend to business. Remember to act convincingly. Once we succeed, the night at the perfumed palace will be ours. 2 grand horses for each of us. Ah, Dong Xiao has spoken. Let us get to work. It seems I must procure some herbs first. You seem rather excited. Aren't you fond of African steak? When did your taste change? The group jested. Retrieving a stretcher from the trunk, Lu Dong, having prepared blood plasma in advance, took a sip, letting it trickle down before lying back on the stretcher. Sir, what prescription do you have? An elderly physician with white hair inquired upon seeing the herbs Xiao Tianji presented in a private room on the first floor. This was left by an esteemed gentleman. If you possess the ingredients, please prepare the medicine accordingly, Xiao Tianji replied. The old man chuckled. That poses a challenge. While we have other herbs, the 1,000-year-old ginseng is quite the jest. Not only is it rare, but if it does exist, it would cost a fortune. However, we recently acquired a few wild ginseng roots over 10 years old, which are of excellent quality and efficacy. If that suffices, please proceed to the second floor. Wu Yingzi whispered. Is the second floor the VIP room? The old man smiled. It is not just a VIP area, it also houses precious medicines. His meaning was clear. Valuable herbs were located upstairs. Wu Yingzi glanced at Xiao Tianji, pondering whether one truly needed a 1,000-year-old ginseng to recuperate. In this day and age, wild ginseng over 10 years old was already remarkable. Xiao Tianji understood that replicating the prescription exactly was implausible. Reluctantly, he decided to make do with what was available. Though the efficacy would be significantly diminished, he could always brew it multiple times. As they turned to ascend to the second floor, a commotion erupted. Several individuals rushed in with a stretcher, carrying a bloodied Lu Dong. Wu Yingzi gasped in shock. Hadn't he just been perfectly fine? Her mind raced, and she shot a glance at Xiao Tianji. Could it be that he had acted in the shadows? Chapter 064. Let me handle this. Xiao Tianji cast a cold smile at the unfolding scene before him, remaining silent. What is happening? Let me see. The previously amiable old Chinese medicine doctor hurriedly stood up and rushed over. Unexpectedly, one of the bearers, a young man with yellow hair, shoved the elder aside, cursing at him. You old fool, you've caused a death. Our young master was merely suffering from a cold, and after taking your prescribed medicine, look what has happened. Life for a life, you deal with it. Everyone come and see. The doctors at Jirentang have caused a death. At their shouts, a crowd quickly gathered. Lu Dong feigned a violent cough, blood spewing from his mouth, making it appear as though he were on the brink of death. People murmured in confusion, sharing their doubts. What is going on? How can you resort to violence? The pharmacy manager, a middle-aged man with a sincere demeanor, rushed forward upon seeing the fallen old doctor, his face paling in shock. Huang Lao, are you all right? What on earth is happening? What is happening? Can't you see that he's dying? The young man retorted. Aren't you the manager here? Your doctor has misprescribed medication, ruining a life. What do you intend to do? The manager, named Li Ru, was taken aback by Lu Dong's condition. Calm down. Saving a life is the priority. Let me examine him. He hurried over to check on Lu Dong. Fool. The young man with yellow hair slapped Li Ru across the face, pointing at him in rage. Isn't it enough that you've harmed someone? Where is that female doctor? She treated our young master yesterday. We want to see her medical credentials. Is Jirentang playing with lives? Let me tell you, Dong Xiao is not an ordinary person. If anything happens to him, this matter is far from over. Female doctor? Li Ru paused momentarily, instinctively glancing towards the second floor. Are you looking for me? A cool voice echoed from the staircase, where a gentle figure clad in white stood, an angel of mercy. How could someone so young possibly be capable of healing? Murmured the crowd. Surely, Jirentang is not employing mere interns to practice on patients. Indeed, they say a healer must have the heart of a parent. Yet this is nothing short of playing with lives. Alas, the world has declined, and compassion is a rarity among practitioners nowadays. They are merely in it for the money. The crowd buzzed with discontent, with some who had already obtained medication clamoring for refunds. Yafeng, what are you doing here? Upon seeing the woman, Wu Yingzi froze momentarily before hastening towards her. Yingzi. Li Yafeng was equally taken aback. Are you here to find me? We can talk later. I must handle this first. With that, she descended and quickly approached Lu Dong. Wait. The young man with yellow hair blocked Li Yafeng's path, sneering. You are the female doctor? You treated our Dong Xiao yesterday? Li Yafeng nodded. Do you even know how to treat illnesses? You turned a mere cold into this. Speak. What do you intend to do? The two accomplices positioned themselves menacingly in front of her. Li Yafeng replied solemnly. If you do not allow me to examine him, how can I ascertain his condition? Step aside. No way. Our young master cannot be moved right now. You want to examine him? You are not just after his money, but his life too. Everyone, isn't this heartless pharmacy after our money and lives? Their incitement stirred the onlookers into a frenzy once more. I say, why not call the police or the media to expose them? Li Ru grew anxious. Isn't this nonsense? What do you intend to do? What do we intend to do? It's quite simple. Compensate 100 million, revoke her license, and expel this quack. 100 million? This is extortion. Li Yafeng wanted to protest, but the crowd's fury had already been ignited, leaving her feeling helpless. Her instincts told her that these people were targeting her, despite her firm belief that her prescriptions had been flawless. She found herself unable to defend against the tide of public opinion. Everyone, calm down. This person is merely pretending. Wu Yingzi shouted in anger. I encountered him outside earlier. He showed no signs of illness. However, the crowd paid her no heed. This woman is an accomplice. You all saw it. She is not only acquainted with him, but also a good friend. The young man with yellow hair quickly retaliated, recalling how Wu Yingzi had spoken to Li Yafeng with familiarity. Have you run out of words? You've harmed someone and are now trying to use your accomplice to exonerate yourselves. Is this a cover-up? Why is it so difficult for us common folk to seek medical help? These individuals were adept at stirring the crowd's emotions. Amidst the uproar, even Wu Yingzi was at a loss for what to do. She turned to Xiao Tianji for help, who had remained expressionless, observing the scene, attempting to discern the motives behind this orchestrated chaos. It became evident that they were targeting Li Yafeng, seemingly wanting to drive her away. As for their reasons, he couldn't yet comprehend. Allow me to take over. I possess a method to diagnose his condition without physical contact, Xiao Tianji remarked with a cold smile. You? The young man with yellow hair spat in anger. You know nothing. You are clearly in league with her. Are you implying that this female doctor is your former lover? Are you looking to sell out for her? How can you diagnose without touching the patient? This is absurd. The onlookers expressed their skepticism. I can restore him to his original state immediately. If I fail, you may do as you wish. Your fear of examination is rather telling, isn't it? You are talking nonsense. The young man with yellow hair and his companions began to feel uneasy. Lu Dong was merely feigning illness. An examination would surely expose the ruse. You truly believe you can check him without touching and return Lu Xiao to his original state? They probed, their doubts lingering. It sounded implausible, yet they considered allowing Xiao Tianji to attempt it, thinking they could further justify their charade later. Xiao Tianji nodded. Very well, let us begin. Remember your words. If I fail, I shall submit to your judgment. The young men revealed sinister smiles. They had initially set their sights on Wu Yingzi, but Xiao Tianji had interrupted their plans. Now, they could kill two birds with one stone, removing Xiao Tianji and having their way with his companion, to prevent any complications. The trio positioned themselves directly in front of Lu Dong, ensuring Xiao Tianji would have to diagnose through them. This was clearly an act of deceit. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation. Even without direct contact, he should at least be allowed to look. Now, even that basic right had been stripped away. Chapter 065. Do you dare to die? The onlookers were abuzz with chatter, convinced that the young man was courting disaster. Regardless of whether Ji Rentang's physician had done something wrong, one thing was evident. The troublemakers were not to be trifled with. Even Shi Yafeng could not help but express her concern, saying, Thank you, sir, for speaking on our behalf, but this situation arose because of me. So allow me to handle it. They were clearly playing dirty. Never mind, Xiao Tianji replied, striding towards the blonde man. What are you doing? Didn't you say not to touch the patient? You wouldn't dare go back on your word, would you? Stop right there. or I won't hesitate to get rough." Seeing Xiao Tianji's indifference, the blond man bellowed in anger and threw a punch at his face. Xiao Tianji casually reached out, grasping the man's wrist, and with a gentle twist, a sharp crack echoed as bones fractured. The blond man let out a wail akin to a slaughtered pig, collapsing to his knees before Xiao Tianji. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Wasn't he supposed to be diagnosing from a distance? Why was he resorting to violence? And such brutality at that. Lu Dong, lying on a stretcher, trembled violently, yet kept his eyes shut, feigning death. The two men beside him, witnessing their companion being struck down, were incensed. Reacting swiftly, they each drew a dagger, their eyes burning with fury as they lunged at Xiao Tianji. "Fools!" Xiao Tianji barked, unleashing a wave of murderous intent that pressed down upon the two men. Instantly, they were shaken to their cores, a chill running through their bones. As if all their limbs were crushed. Weak-kneed, they collapsed before Xiao Tianji, trembling uncontrollably, utterly lost. The spectators were left aghast. Lu Dong could not resist peeking, only to be met with Xiao Tianji's cold, blade-like gaze, prompting him to hurriedly shut his eyes once more. "You may choose to continue feigning death. I shall grant you 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, you will never awaken again. 1, 2. Xiao Tianji began to count. With each number he uttered, his aura grew more formidable, as if he were preparing to obliterate Lu Dong. Lu Dong felt as though a bloodthirsty spear hovered above him, descending with an overwhelming force. Life and death hung by a mere thread. What manner of person was he? Whom had he offended? In that moment, he questioned his very existence. "I was wrong." Before Xiao Tianji reached 3, he cried out, scrambling to his knees before him. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Xiao Tianji's earlier pressure had been directed solely at Lu Dong, leaving the ordinary observers oblivious to its intensity. To them, it appeared that Xiao Tianji merely uttered a few casual words, causing 2 men to kneel and bringing Lu Dong back from the brink of death. "Remarkable. What did you do wrong?" Xiao Tianji sneered. I dare not say." Lu Dong glanced at Qi Yafang, his face a mask of terror. "Do you dare to die?" A single phrase from Xiao Tianji rendered him speechless. "Why are you pursuing me so relentlessly?" Qi Yafang inquired coldly. Lu Dong gritted his teeth. When faced with the choice between speaking and dying, he naturally chose the former. "It was young Master Qinan from Yangzhou who ordered me to do this. The Qin family is a key client of our company. I had no choice but to comply. Qinan said to use whatever means necessary to force you to leave. If I fail, he will take next year's orders to another company. Dr. Qi, I was merely following orders. I was wrong. Please forgive me." As the truth unfurled, it became evident that this was a conspiracy. The onlookers displayed expressions of shame. Ji Rintang had always enjoyed a good reputation. They had merely misunderstood the situation. "Ladies and gentlemen, you have all heard. This was entirely a plot. Please disperse." At Ji Rintang, every physician is licensed to practice. Every herb is sourced with integrity. Conducting business with goodwill fosters prosperity. Li Ru hurriedly urged the crowd to scatter. "Yafang, why would Qinan want to harm you? I recall he has always had feelings for you." Wu Yingzi could not help but whisper. Qi Yafang's eyes flickered with conflict. She glanced at Xiao Tianji and quietly said, "Thank you. Why don't you all come upstairs with me?" "Dong Gu, who is this man? He seems rather sinister." Indeed, when he called out to me earlier, I felt as if a malevolent spirit was bearing down upon me. "Dong Gu, what should we do now?" The group exchanged uncertain glances. The most unfortunate was the blond man, whose wrist had been brutally snapped. "It must be an illusion. You must be mistaken. Dong Gu, we cannot let him off." The blond man hissed through gritted teeth, his face contorted with rage. Lu Dong watched as Xiao Tianji vanished up the stairs, a cold smile creeping onto his face. "This grudge must be repaid, but we need not dirty our hands. Let's go." After departing Ji Rintang, he retrieved his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, young Master Qinan." Meanwhile, on the 2nd floor, in a room adorned with antique charm, Qi Yafang personally poured tea, revealing the hidden truths. The Qi family, through Ji Rintang's national chain of pharmacies, was prosperous and esteemed, a prominent family in Yangzhou. Qi Yafang, influenced by her family's traditions, had blossomed into an exceptional traditional Chinese medicine practitioner at a young age. Her grandfather doted on her, not only imparting knowledge but also hinting at plans for her to take over the family business. What could possibly drive such a privileged young lady to a humble pharmacy in Dongzhou to practice medicine herself? The reason was to escape an unwanted marriage. The suitor was none other than Qin and from the Qin family. This trip to Dongzhou was meant to be discreet, allowing her a respite, yet her whereabouts were discovered, leading to this despicable tactic to force her return. As she recounted this, a shadow of sorrow crossed her beautiful eyes. Enough of that. Ingzi, how did you know I was here? When did you start dating? You haven't introduced him to me yet. Her gaze faltered, unable to meet Xiao Tianji's. The display of power he had exhibited earlier had left her profoundly shaken. Coming from a family of traditional medicine, she had seen and heard much, including secrets that ordinary people might never encounter. She understood that Xiao Tianji was not an ordinary individual and refrained from probing further. This was also due to her reserved nature, preferring solitude. No, you're overthinking it. Wu Yingzi's cheeks flushed crimson. The mere thought of Xiao Tianji as her boyfriend was overwhelming. As for how to introduce him, she dared not take the initiative and glanced at Xiao Tianji for guidance. Noticing Wu Yingzi's expression, Qi Yafang felt a flicker of concern. She knew her friend's disposition well. She had always held men in low regard. What manner of man stood before her to evoke such caution? I am Xiao Tianji. I came to procure some herbal medicine, he stated calmly, presenting a prescription. Chapter 66. Time is running late. Qi Yafang took the prescription and glanced at it, unable to suppress a change in her expression. This is a body-tempering formula? Xiao Tianji was also somewhat taken aback, surprised that a demure lady like Qi Yafang would recognize such a formula. However, upon reflection, it was understandable, given her lineage from a traditional Chinese medicine family. I have heard my grandfather speak of such a formula. It indeed has the power to transform one's very essence. Yet, due to its ferocity and dominance, it is currently only circulated within the military camps. Furthermore, its steep cost means that only a select few are afforded the opportunity to experiment with it. Is that so? Xiao Tianji nodded, stating, I spent several years in the military camp. The fact that he had spent only a few years, though impressive, did not appear particularly remarkable to an ordinary person. Wu Yingzi had previously speculated that Xiao Tianji might be a significant figure in the military, but now, she thoroughly dismissed that notion. Could there truly be such a young military leader capable of such transformation? Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. How fierce is it? Qi Yafang recognized her intrigue and patiently explained. My grandfather once told me that there are many variations of the body-tempering formula. The most excruciating one is akin to the scraping of bones and cutting of flesh, lasting 3 days and nights, a torment unbearable. Currently, there are very few individuals worldwide who have successfully passed through this life and death trial. To put it simply, the most common outcome is to not die but shed a layer of skin, as my grandfather would say. Then what level is this formula? Wu Yingzi eagerly inquired. Qi Yafang's expression turned grave as she shook her head, saying, I can only infer it might be a body-tempering formula based on the herbs listed. To determine its exact level, we must consult Mr. Xiao. She looked at Xiao Tianji with anticipation. Xiao Tianji appeared somewhat dazed. When Qi Yafang mentioned the scraping of bones and cutting of flesh for 3 days and nights, memories of his own past hardships resurfaced in his mind. Sir, are you all right? Wu Yingzi asked anxiously. Xiao Tianji snapped back to reality, stating flatly, this formula is not suitable for you. He understood that Wu Yingzi was a martial arts enthusiast. If given the chance for such a miraculous body-tempering opportunity, she would endure even the shedding of skin without hesitation. However, it was far more than merely shedding skin. Countless valiant souls in the military camp had met their ends through this process. Each year, of 100 selected, achieving success is considered commendable, with only 10 making it through. Those who fail see their military careers come to a halt. The reason for using this formula on Murong Yu was not due to her extraordinary willpower, but rather Xiao Tianji's confidence, at least 90%, based on last night's bone examination. With his assistance, he believed she could successfully navigate the trial. The examination of bones is an intimate act. He could hardly conduct it on Wu Yingzi. Nor did he expect to replicate the formula perfectly, as many of the required herbs were exceedingly rare. Given the current situation, substituting 1,000-year ginseng with a 10-year one would yield perhaps only 1/10 or 1/12 of the desired potency. If absolutely necessary, he could prepare multiple batches. Miss Qi, do you think this formula can be fully prepared? He inquired calmly, looking at Qi Yafang. It isn't impossible. Qi Yafang hesitated, but ultimately seemed to make a decision, addressing Xiao Tianji. Mr. Xiao, would you accompany me to Yangzhou? You wish to return to Yangzhou? Wu Yingzi was momentarily taken aback, quickly grasping Qi Yafang's intent. Yangzhou is the stronghold of the Qi family. As a nationally renowned family of traditional Chinese medicine, If they cannot prepare this formula, it is unlikely anyone else in the Great Xia can, apart from certain mysterious departments. Come to think of it, I haven't been back in quite a while. My hometown is also Yangzhou, she remarked casually. Is it appropriate? Xiao Tianji looked at Qi Yafang. She had come here to escape an arranged marriage. And now returning would be akin to walking into a trap. Qi Yafang responded earnestly. Mr. Xiao, you helped me today. I will do my utmost in these matters. Moreover, her eyes reflected a bittersweet sorrow. There are some things that are inescapable. Do not fear, Yafang, I will stand by your side. If that little scoundrel Qin and dares to harass you again, I shall eliminate him, Wu Yingzi declared with indignation. Qi Yafang remained silent, offering a bitter smile and a shake of her head. Her eyes hinted at deeper troubles that she found difficult to articulate. If we can gather the ingredients for this formula, I will assist you. Or perhaps you and the Qi family could aid me in a matter, Xiao Tianji said nonchalantly. Any matter, no matter how significant, can be addressed. Qi Yafang did not respond, although she seemed to disregard Xiao Tianji's promise. After all, he was merely a retired soldier. A bit of killing intent was normal, yet too much arrogance might prove unwise. However, she held no resentment. She perceived Xiao Tianji's intentions as genuinely kind. Very well. The round trip may take a few days. When can Mr. Xiao set out? Xiao Tianji pondered for a moment. Tomorrow seems suitable. Returning to Dongshan, at Longfeng Mountain Villa, Xiao Tianji instructed Wu Yingzi in a set of martial arts techniques, which she practiced with fervor, utterly engrossed. Meanwhile, Xiao Tianji retreated to his room, continuing his study of the Kunlun Dao Sutra. At first glance, the text appeared obscure and convoluted, yet upon further reading, it left a lingering sweetness on his lips. He felt that the cracks in his overly forceful Dao foundation might be mended through this scripture, leading to a sense of completion in his cultivation. Not only that, but when the moment arrives, he might even break through to a new realm, though as of yet, he had no knowledge of what that next realm might entail. It wasn't until dusk that Murong Yu returned, fatigue evident on her face. After a long day of work, as the saying goes, the beginning is always the hardest. Seeing Xiao Tianji, she cautiously said, I have brought Shirshir. After all, we cannot let her stay in a hotel. There are plenty of vacant rooms here, and it would be convenient for us to commute together. You have no objections, right? Xiao Tianji nodded. Murong Yu hesitated, feeling somewhat embarrassed. May I stay with her tonight? There is much to be done, and I have only just begun to organize everything. I wish to draft another plan with her this evening. This time, Xiao Tianji shook his head. Murong Yu fell silent. Her face flushed. Is it really necessary? I must go to Yangzhou tomorrow. It may be several days before I return. The energy I left in you yesterday may not last until then. Once it fades, we would have to start anew. Surely, you do not wish for that. Very well. Murong Yu conceded, her cheeks reddening. Remembering the sensations from the previous night, she felt a peculiar flutter in her body. By the way, Shirshir and I have decided to halt all operations at our former building materials factory. The construction material industry demands heavy investment with minimal returns. The market has been poor in recent years, and we can no longer afford to sustain it. After ceasing operations, we plan to utilize the imported equipment to focus on cosmetic medicine products. We already have a preliminary plan in place, but producing such products requires a significant amount of high-quality traditional Chinese medicinal materials, which is quite a challenge. It is getting late. Let us proceed. Xiao Tianji interrupted Murong Yu, closing the Kunlun Dao Sutra and rising to his feet. Chapter 67. Is acting really enjoyable? The following day, Xiao Tianji, Wu Yingzi, and Qi Yafang departed from Dongzhou, embarking on a journey towards Yangzhou. Among the 16 provinces of Jiangnan, Yangzhou ranks within the top 3 in terms of comprehensive strength, surpassing Dongzhou. Thus, its level of prosperity is incomparable. As night fell, they finally arrived. This car has been tailing us since Dongzhou. Should we go take a look? Wu Yingzi could no longer contain her curiosity. Through the rearview mirror, she spotted a black Audi that had been shadowing them like a specter. There's no need. Xiao Tianji replied, his gaze fixed ahead, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. Wu Yingzi paused, realizing that a dense stream of vehicles was approaching them from the opposite direction, all gleaming Mercedes forming a massive fan that encircled them. As the car door swung open, 5 stern-faced individuals clad in black emerged from each vehicle. Though they remained silent, their overwhelming presence was palpable. What is happening? Qi Yafang could no longer contain her alarm. Please, young master. The leader of the black-clad figures spoke in a deep voice. A piercing horn blared, followed by the roar of engines surging from the convoy behind. A dazzling ruby-red limited edition sports car zoomed forward, halting at the front of the procession. Following it were two black Land Rovers. The spectacle was more breathtaking than a scene from a blockbuster film. Ha ha ha, Yafeng, I've come to fetch you. Surprised, are you? A frivolous laugh rang out from the night as a young man in a white suit stepped out of the red sports car. Chinan? Chi Yafeng froze, her expression suddenly turning awkward. How did you know I was returning today? What is the meaning of this? She stepped out of the car, anger evident in her voice. Qin An's eyes flickered with flames as he beheld his dream goddess. Yafeng, with your status, how could you be driving such a dilapidated vehicle? He made a very gentlemanly gesture. I specifically came to pick you up. Let's take a joyride together. No need. Chinan, I can't believe you still have the audacity to face me. Are you referring to the events in Dongzhou? You've misunderstood. Allow me to give you a clear answer right now. She turned to the back. Aren't you going to get out? The Audi that had been following Xiao Tianji and the others had long since come to a stop. Hearing Qin An's words, a figure jumped out of the car. Young Master Qin, spare me. It was not my intention. He knelt before Qin An, revealing himself to be Lu Dong. In Dongzhou, Lu Dong held a modest reputation. But before Qin An, he was akin to a dog. The Qin family was one of the three foremost families in Yangzhou, their assets dwarfing those of the Lu family. It could be said that with a mere flick of his finger, Qin An could bring the Lu family to its knees. Lifting a leg, he placed it on Lu Dong's head, scolding fiercely, "You wretched creature, speak. What did you do to Yafeng under my name? I commanded you to take good care of her. What happened? Clarify yourself in front of her." "I was wrong, young Master Qin, please spare me." Lu Dong bowed his head before Qi Yafeng. "It is all my fault. I disregarded young Master Qin's instructions. He had specifically instructed me to look after you and ensure your safety. It was my foolish greed that led me to attempt extortion. Please do not blame young Master Qin. His intentions towards you are as pure as the heavens. What do you say, Yafeng? If you are still unsatisfied, I can take it upon myself to sever his head. Offending my goddess is akin to seeking one's own demise." Qin An declared provocatively. "Qinan, is acting so entertaining for you?" Qi Yafeng retorted coldly. "The truth of the matter is known to you, me, heaven, and earth. I cannot be bothered to argue with you. Please step aside. I wish to return home." With that, she turned to re-enter the vehicle. "Wait." A sinister glint appeared in Qin An's eyes. "You may leave, but those in the car must stay. Yafeng, I do this for your own good. Do you know who that brat in the car is? He is after your affections while scheming to seize your family's assets. Such a wretch cannot be spared with me." Qin An, present. Raising his voice, he called out, "Xiao Tianji, if you have any guts, come out. Aren't you quite skilled? Today, my 8 great warriors are here. If you dare, come and test your mettle." As his words fell, the doors of the 2 Land Rovers swung open, and 8 figures emerged. Regardless of age, size, or gender, every pair of eyes gleamed with a fierce light. Beneath the night sky, they resembled beasts poised to pounce. "Masters." Wu Yingzi's immediate reaction was that each of these 8 individuals was a true expert. "How dare he? I will drive him away," she growled, preparing to exit the car. "Not so fast. Let us wait for the people in the back." Xiao Tianji suddenly spoke in a calm manner. Wu Yingzi paused, realizing that figures still flickered within the Audi behind them. "Silence. You shall not defame Mr. Xiao," Qi Yafeng admonished sharply. "Qinan, do not seek revenge on him simply because he thwarted your schemes to harm me. I assure you, such actions will only deepen my aversion towards you." Though Qi Yafeng was unaware of Xiao Tianji's true identity, his very presence suggested that he was no ordinary individual. How could he possibly be the kind of scoundrel Qin An portrayed, coveting her beauty and family wealth? Still disbelieving, are you? Very well. I shall reveal his true identity to you. Qin An sneered, kicking Lu Dong aside. "Now, it is time for you to atone." "Thank you, young Master Qin." Lu Dong scrambled to his feet, beckoning towards the Audi, calling out, "Why are you not coming over? Do you still wish to lay claim to the Murong family's assets? Only young Master Qin can assist you now." The doors of the Audi opened once more, and 2 figures emerged, Wu Yi and Zhang Kuei. They hurried over, trembling as they greeted, "We meet again, young Master Qin. Miss Qi, the true identity of Xiao Tianji is that of the Murong family's son-in-law. 8 years ago, he voluntarily entered the Murong family for a mere 500,000. After years of military training, he returned, stirring chaos within the Murong family. Not only did he strike his mother-in-law, but he also incited his wife to seize the entirety of the Murong family's assets, namely Murong Yu. Miss Qi, if you do not believe this, you may investigate. The Murong family's assets have all been forcibly transferred to Murong Yu's name. This is all the doing of Xiao Tianji. He has threatened to annihilate the entire Murong family if they do not comply. He is a beast that employs both soft and hard tactics, exploiting women to fulfill his desires. Now, he has designed this situation to make you trust him and bring him to Yangzhou. His intentions are all too clear. Miss Qi, please do not fall for his tricks. Chapter 68. I give you face. This shall not happen again. Wu Yi and Zhang Kuei, to be precise, are related to Xiao Tianji by marriage. They had believed that with the support of the Murong family, they could enjoy a lifetime of wealth and prosperity. However, the emergence of Xiao Tianji not only expelled them from the company, but also reclaimed their shares. The act of severing one's financial prospects is akin to taking a life. At Longfeng Mountain Villa, they dared not voice their grievances, but the more they reflected, the angrier they became. Ultimately, it was their mother-in-law, Li Lan, who discreetly supported them against Murong Hai, urging them to seek out someone capable of bringing down Xiao Tianji. If no such person existed in Dongzhou City, they would have to search beyond its borders. The 16 provinces of Jiangnan rendered Dongzhou merely a medium-sized city. Surely, there were formidable families outside that could subdue Xiao Tianji. In short, they were determined to reclaim the Murong family's assets. Previously, Wu Yi and Zhang Kuei had known Lu Dong. Upon learning that Lu Dong was investigating Xiao Tianji's background, they seized the opportunity to report him. It was a perfect match. However, they deliberately concealed the actions Xiao Tianji had taken at Longfeng Mountain Villa, fearing it might alarm Lu Dong and his influential family, the Qin family, who would then weigh the risks and refrain from intervening. They believed that if the Qin family were to act, everything would be resolved, for a family of their stature possessed immense resources. Now, witnessing the 8 formidable figures behind Qin, and their eyes glimmered with excitement. With these 8 individuals, they believed they could eliminate Xiao Tianji. Young Master Qin, that brat relies on his looks and is adept at sweet-talking innocent and kind-hearted girls that day. He spent 2 whole hours with Miss Qi upstairs. Miss Qi is kind-hearted. You must remind her not to fall for this scoundrel. Lu Dong whispered nearby. These words, seemingly well-intentioned, were laced with malice. He intentionally suggested that Xiao Tianji could deceive girls and pointed out the length of time he spent with Qi Yafeng upstairs. This was a veiled insinuation that Qi Yafeng had already fallen into Xiao Tianji's clutches. How could a man of Qin and stature tolerate anyone encroaching upon what he deemed his domain? This was a matter of pride for him. Yafeng, is what Lu Dong said true? You spent so much time with that Xiao scoundrel upstairs. What did you do? I have been devoted to you. Yet whenever we were together, you barely spoke 3 words before leaving. You claimed that was just your nature, that you disliked talking, but what about that Xiao? Living off others? What does he count for? By the end, his eyes were red, nearly shouting. Qi Yafeng, already gentle and quiet, was rendered speechless by Qin An's demeanor. Enough. With a commanding shout, Wu Yingzi exited the car. Qinan, have you grown wings? If you don't leave immediately, I swear I'll pull every hair from your head. Wu Yingzi? Qinan was taken aback. What are you doing here? Young Master Qin. This wretch was the first woman deceived by that Xiao. She assisted him in misleading Miss Qi. Young Master Qin. Let me take care of her. Lu Dong exclaimed excitedly. What did you say? Qin An's eyes gleamed with mockery. Are you saying that the woman who accompanied Xiao Tianji to Jiren Hall was her? It is she. It is she. Lu Dong suddenly sensed something amiss. Young Master Qin, do you know her? Not at all. Lu Dong, this girl is quite attractive. I leave her in your hands. Really? Hurry up. But Lu Dong couldn't help but glance at the red sports car behind him. Although Xiao Tianji had yet to exit, the terrifying events of the previous day still haunted him. Coward. Today, with so many people here and the 8 formidable ones backing you, what is there to fear? As Wu Yingzi approached, Qin instinctively took a step back. Wretch, you belong to me today. Lu Dong, infatuated, lunged at the approaching Wu Yingzi. Get away. Wu Yingzi swatted Lu Dong away, gritting her teeth. Qin, you little rascal, dare to play me for a fool. Stop right there. Her fury resembled that of a rampaging tiger. Qin laughed as he circled around the sports car, evading her. Wu Laohu, do I not care for my face in front of so many subordinates? I tell you, stop immediately. If you continue like this, I will unleash the 8 formidable ones. I never expected that even you, a fiery heiress, could be deceived by that Xiao scoundrel. You just heard. He is a rogue who preys on wealthy young ladies. Why not let me handle him? Silence. Wu Yingzi, enraged and humiliated, leaped onto the car's roof. Qinan was startled and quickly ducked behind the 8 formidable ones, grumbling. Wu Yingzi, I just bought this sports car for over 50 million. Don't ruin it. Get down. Wu Yingzi surveyed the surroundings, coldly declaring, I am Wu Yingzi of the Wu family. Anyone wishing to live, get away from me. Silence engulfed the scene. The black-clad men, elite members nurtured by the Qin family, were now merely listening to Qinan's orders. Young Master Qin, why are you so afraid of her? Let me handle her. I guarantee she will kneel and beg for mercy in no more than 3 moves. One of the 8 formidable figures, a striking woman with a scorpion tattoo around her neck, smiled alluringly. Qinan shook his head, replying, Do you think I fear her? Never mind. Let us not discuss that. Wu Yingzi, do you truly intend to protect Xiao? You've seen it. He has yet to dare step out of the car. Is this weakling worth your loyalty? His words were serious. He genuinely did not comprehend. Wu Yingzi gritted her teeth. What do you understand? If he dares to come out today, not just you, but perhaps your entire Qin family would vanish. Do you wish to die? Then get lost. How intriguing. I am curious to know what kind of pretty boy can enchant you. So he called out towards the car, Xiao, do you truly not dare to step out? Do you really want me to come out? A distant, indifferent voice emanated from within the vehicle. Qinan was momentarily stunned. The voice exuded an unusual aura. In an instant, a subtle killing intent permeated the atmosphere. Wu Yingzi trembled slightly, biting her teeth, yet she still bowed, saying, There is no need for your concern, sir. I can handle this. After a brief silence in the car, the voice replied, I give you face. This shall not happen again. Wu Yingzi sighed in relief, looking at Qinan and softly urging, Why aren't you leaving yet? His patience is limited. If this continues, I cannot protect you. She took the initiative to step forward before Xiao Tianji, partly out of duty as a subordinate, but moreover to prevent Xiao Tianji from acting, thereby safeguarding Qinan's life. After all, having grown up together, she could not bear to witness Qinan's tragic demise before her eyes. When Xiao Tianji stated, I give you face, he was indeed granting her, Wu Yingzi, a single chance to protect Qinan. This shall not happen again. Chapter 069. Visiting the old Master Qinan was momentarily taken aback, but his fury soon escalated. How dare a mere Xiao Tianji, who cowered in his vehicle, utter such bold words? It was utterly ludicrous. Qinan, the heir of the Qin family, the foremost among the 3 distinguished families of Yangzhou, found himself surrounded by a cadre of fierce enforcers, including the formidable 8 great kings. Enough. Wu Yingzi interrupted Qinan, preventing him from unleashing his wrath. My brother knows I have returned. If I do not make it home promptly, he will come here for me. Qinan, can you imagine how he would react upon witnessing this scene? Your brother? Qinan's expression shifted, a flicker of apprehension crossing his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he declared, Very well. For Yingzi's sake, I shall spare you today. However, heed my words, Xiao. Keep your distance from Yafeng. Should you dare to set foot in the Qi family estate, I will ensure you never leave Yangzhou alive. His face darkened as he turned to the bewildered Qi Yafeng beside him. Yafeng, you may not be aware, but your grandfather has closed his retreat and will not emerge for 3 days. Your return is timely. In 3 days, I shall come to formally announce our engagement. With that, he spun around, passing by a striking woman adorned with a scorpion tattoo, and murmured, Find that brat and eliminate him. No need for a report. From this moment on, he is as good as dead. The scorpion woman gazed at the silent crimson car, a low chuckle escaping her lips, as if life itself were merely a plaything for her amusement. A procession of vehicles and people surged in and out, leaving Qi Yafeng in a state of distress. She returned to the car and cast a glance at Xiao Tianji. Are you truly the son-in-law of the Murong family? Indeed, Xiao Tianji replied, his demeanor calm. Qi Yafeng remained silent, disappointment flickering in her eyes. While there was no shame in being a son-in-law, the earlier public humiliation at the hands of Qinan, without even stepping out of the car, felt excessively lacking in masculinity. She recalled Xiao Tianji's earlier words at the Jiren Hall in Dongzhou. Should the prescription be complete, he would assist her or the Qi family with any matter, no matter how grand. In retrospect, it was a bitter irony that he seemed to be playing a game, winning the trust of a wealthy heiress while collecting both fortune and beauty. Qinan's words began to resonate within her. Yingzi, please drop me off ahead. I will take a taxi home. And what about you? Will you be reserving a room for Mr. Xiao at the hotel? Wu Yingzi whispered. You need not concern yourself with that, came the reply. Very well, then take care of yourself, Qi Yafeng said with a hint of detachment before exiting the vehicle. After a moment's hesitation, she added, Mr. Xiao, I trust you have heard that my grandfather has closed his retreat for 3 days. The medicinal herbs in our family are under his care. If you cannot wait, I could introduce you to our largest apothecary in Yangzhou, and I can offer you a discount of 20%. Would that be agreeable? Though her tone was courteous, the underlying distance was unmistakable. Her earlier suggestion for Wu Yingzi to take care of herself subtly warned against getting too close to Xiao Tianji. After all, a son-in-law who struck his mother-in-law and urged his wife to transfer family assets was best kept at arm's length. Wu Yingzi was at a loss for words and glanced at Xiao Tianji. Let us head to your home. Since we are here, I wish to see the old master, he said after a moment of contemplation. Wu Yingzi stared at him, incredulous. You mean, visit my grandfather? Xiao Tianji nodded. How did you know I have a grandfather? Have you met him? I have heard his name, Xiao Tianji replied, his expression distant. Among those who survived, there are few left now. The old hero is someone I wish to meet. Wu Yingzi was momentarily stunned. Few knew of her grandfather's past as a battlefield hero, and she was surprised to find that Xiao Tianji was so well informed. Yingzi, it is your decision. If you have the time, please come to our home in 3 days, Qi Yafang suggested. Upon hearing Qi Yafang's words, Wu Yingzi asked sympathetically, Yafang, are you truly going to marry Qinan? A sorrowful look returned to Qi Yafang's eyes. You are unaware of our family's circumstances. Farewell for now. She bowed her head and walked away. Had her own affairs been in order, she would have urged Wu Yingzi to distance herself from Xiao Tianji. His behavior increasingly resembled that of the rogues who exploited women for wealth. Even Wu Yingzi felt a chill run down her spine. From Xiao Tianji's tone, it seemed he was already well acquainted with her family's background. Why did this thought stir an odd feeling within her? She failed to consider that someone like Xiao Tianji would not casually allow anyone to linger by his side. With a mere word, he could summon an entire dossier on Wu Yingzi and Apos' lineage. Wu Yingzi and Apos' grandfather, Wu Tiankuai, though now a retired elder, had once been a figure of great renown. Meeting him would certainly carry significance for Xiao Tianji. Could she truly bring Xiao Tianji to her home? Wu Yingzi was torn. What would her parents think? How would she explain Xiao Tianji's identity? Yet, she lacked the courage to refuse him. His calm demeanor carried an undeniable authority that was hard to resist. I will say you are a high-ranking executive of Tianyu Group, my superior. I admire the battlefield warriors who protect our homeland. Thus I wish to pay my respects to my grandfather, she proposed cautiously. Do as you wish, Xiao Tianji replied. And Wu Yingzi exhaled in relief, secretly congratulating herself on her cleverness. She resumed driving towards the exclusive military compound in the southern part of the city. Wu Wenqing, you must clarify this matter with me immediately. When did Yingzi resign? With whom is she associating? You conspired with Jia Bo to deceive my daughter, and you kept me in the dark. If you do not explain this to me today, I swear I will not live to see another day. Which scoundrel dared to lead my precious daughter astray? She abandoned her job, and if I catch him, I, Bai Fengdai, will not spare him. Furious upon learning of her daughter's situation, Bai Fengdai was on the verge of madness. Chapter 070. Choosing a son-in-law. Calm down. I have been contemplating how to broach this topic with you. Furthermore, when Jia Bo called me, everything had already spiraled beyond redemption. Yingzi is almost home. The child seldom visits, so could we refrain from discussing this matter for now? Wu Yingzi's father, Wu Wenqing, although an active military officer, found himself somewhat intimidated by his wife due to her striking beauty and their arduous courtship. Witnessing his usually composed and graceful wife in a fit of rage left him feeling utterly helpless. Well then, you start preparing dinner. I shall check whether the old man has awakened. Knowing that Yingzi was returning, he had been too excited to take his afternoon nap and had just now succumbed to sleep. Keep your voice down. Wu Wenqing attempted to change the subject and escape this contentious scenario. Stop right there. Bai Fengdai exhaled deeply, tidying her appearance and calming her agitated emotions. It was indeed a good thing that Yingzi distanced herself from that troublesome environment. I disapproved when she chose to abandon her promising graduate studies to attend the police academy. The old man did not approve of him and often remarked that the Wu family values were akin to a military camp, so I refrained from further comment. A young lady mingling daily with a group of men, brandishing weapons and engaging in violence. What kind of behavior is that? Exactly. I was aware of your sentiments, which is why I did not intervene with Yingzi's decision. Now that she has distanced herself from that contentious setting, isn't that what you desired? Wu Wenqing hastily echoed her sentiments. Do not twist my words. Bai Fengdai pointed a finger at her husband, feeling somewhat fatigued. She settled onto the sofa, sipped her tea, and regained a semblance of her noble demeanor. However, one thing must be clarified. Pray tell, what manner of man could entice our Yingzi to forsake her childhood affection for the police force? Wu Wenqing grimaced slightly, responding, whoever has captured Yingzi's heart must undoubtedly be exceptional. Do not evade the question. First, how old is he? Wu Wenqing pondered for a moment. According to Jiao Bo, he should be around 27 or 28. Yingzi is 23 this year. Accepting a man 4 or 5 years her senior is not unreasonable, as he would likely be more understanding. The crucial question is his other attributes. What of his appearance? Wu Wenqing quickly replied, he is quite handsome. Bai Fengdai shot her husband a glare. Enough. Given my own experience and the failures therein, I cannot expect my daughter to find a handsome prince. Wu Wenqing's expression darkened. Was she implying that he was unattractive? Be serious. What does he do for a living? Wu Wenqing hastily replied. He was previously in the military. That explains it. Yingzi seems to have a preference for rugged men. Ultimately, she has not strayed far from that life. Wait, did you say he was in the military and is now retired? Yes. Wu Wenqing nodded reluctantly. Retiring at such a young age suggests he has not made much of a name for himself. And what does he do now? I hear he has started a company. Bai Fengdai smiled, finding joy in this revelation. Her husband and children were all military personnel, whereas she engaged in business. She often remarked that being in business was preferable, offering both freedom and financial independence. Her daughter's taste appears to be commendable. A young man who has just retired and is starting a company has great potential. What kind of company? What industry? Let me see if I can assist. Wu Wenqing, finally growing impatient with his wife's interrogation, retorted, do not treat this like a son-in-law selection. It is not as you imagine. Jiao Bo mentioned that the young man is already married. What did you say? Bai Fengdai's expression shifted instantly. Wu Wenqing realized he had spoken too freely, and, as he tried to clarify, it was too late. He could only sigh and say, he is a son-in-law by marriage. Bai Fengdai trembled. Her gaze fixed intently on her husband. Wu Wenqing recognized that look. She was genuinely furious. No. Let me explain. Please do not be angry. This young man, surnamed Xiao, appears to be working in the company owned by the bride's family after his military service. Oh dear. It is not as you think. When Yingzi returns, let her explain. Wu Wenqing realized he was only digging his own grave. No need for Yingzi to tell me. Bai Fengdai scoffed. You Wu family members have been up to mischief behind my back. I understand now. After nurturing my precious daughter for over 20 years, a flower of such beauty, she is now being led astray by a man who lives off others. Is she to become someone's mistress? Wu Wenqing, do you hold any regard for me? As she looked at her husband, tears welled in her beautiful eyes. Wu Wenqing panicked, quickly saying, please do not cry. Listen to me. Perhaps things are not as we perceive. Yingzi's intentions may not stem from romantic feelings, but rather a desire to venture into business. And she has merely found a suitable opportunity. I shall not hear it. Bai Fengdai wiped her tears, coldly stating, regardless, I cannot trust my precious daughter to be alongside such a man. Consider it. A man who can become a son-in-law must possess the gift of persuasion and the ability to deceive women. Our Yingzi is inexperienced and most susceptible to being misled. That scoundrel, living off a woman, now seeks to ensnare a beautiful young lady, using his position in her mother's company. What sort of disgrace is that? As she spoke, she dialed a number. Wu Wenqing hurriedly interjected. Who are you calling at this hour? Mind your own business, and go prepare dinner. Hello. Upon the call connecting, Bai Fengdai instantly donned a cheerful demeanor. Yulian, have you eaten yet? Oh, it is nothing urgent. Yingzi is returning home, and I plan to take a day off tomorrow to spend quality time with her. It has been quite a while since we last met. Why not have your family, old ma, join us for dinner? Also, what about Jinxin? They have known each other since childhood. Surely, the young ones will have much to discuss. All right, let us say noon tomorrow. Oh, it is merely a casual gathering, so please do not bring any gifts. After hanging up, she glanced triumphantly at her husband. Wu Wenqing rubbed his hands together. Jinxin has feelings for Yingzi, and the Ma family has proposed a match several times. Yet Yingzi has always declined. Moving to the police force in Xinzhou could very well have been an attempt to avoid Jinxin. Now that she has finally returned, inviting them over will only create further tension. I would rather cause her distress than witness her disgrace, the Wu family name. For her to abandon her career and follow a married man, this scandal would be more shameful than desecrating your family's ancestral grave. Wu Wenqing. Wu Wenqing wished to protest, but just then, a joyous voice rang out from outside. Dad, Mom, Grandpa, I'm back. Ingzi has returned. Hearing that long-anticipated voice, the couple instantly cast aside their earlier displeasure and hurriedly rushed to welcome her. As they reached the doorway, they beheld their daughter standing gracefully in the yard, accompanied by a cold-faced young man. Bai Fengdai halted in her tracks. Her keen eyes immediately scanned Xiao Tianji from head to toe. Chapter 071. My presence is the finest gift. With a resolute visage and an aura of youthful vigor, he may appear somewhat ordinary in attire, yet his exceptional talent is undeniable. At first glance, Bai Fengdai finds no fault in Xiao Tianji. It is no wonder that her daughter has consistently refused to marry Ma Jinxin. This young man before her undoubtedly eclipses him. Her daughter possesses quite the discerning eye, having found such a remarkable partner. Perhaps her decision to resign from the police force was not influenced by that so-called son-in-law, but rather inspired by this young man. Ingzi, is this your friend? You bring a companion home without prior notice, leaving me unprepared. Please, invite your friend inside, Bai Fengdai urged. Wu Ingzi had not anticipated her mother's warmth, and her nervous disposition eased somewhat. She had not informed her parents in advance, as she was unaware that Xiao Tianji would take the initiative to accompany her home. She had initially intended to settle him in and return home at her convenience. Yes, Ingzi, introduce your friend to your father and me. Had I known you were bringing someone, I would have prepared more dishes, Wu Wenqing chimed in with a smile. Standing over 6 feet tall, with a strikingly handsome face and deep, calm phoenix eyes, Xiao Tianji exuded a presence that starkly contrasted the effeminate young men prevalent in society. Although Wu Wenqing was a scholar, his years of military service had instilled in him a robust demeanor. From the very first glance at Xiao Tianji, he felt an unspoken fondness for him. The couple silently agreed that Xiao Tianji must be Wu Ingzi's boyfriend. After all, it was quite late for a young man and woman to be together unless they were romantically linked. They believed this was a delightful surprise from their daughter. Clearing her throat, Wu Ingzi realized her parents had misinterpreted the situation, her cheeks flushing crimson as she felt unusually shy and at a loss for words. She was apprehensive about offending Xiao Tianji and couldn't help but glance at him. Fortunately, his expression remained composed. Oh dear, this girl has been so carefree for years. Why is she suddenly shy? You are the first man to make our Ingzi blush, Bai Fengdai remarked, introducing herself with grace. I am Bai Fengdai, Ingzi's mother. May I inquire as to how you are addressed? Her heart sank slightly, regretting the hasty phone call she had made earlier. Had she known her daughter had found such an admirable companion, she would not have invited Ma Jinxin. Hello, Auntie. I am Xiao Tianji, he replied. The name itself carried a certain gravitas. Xiao Tianji, you must be weary from your journey. Please, make yourself comfortable, Bai Fengdai said. Though she couldn't shake the feeling that Xiao Tianji's arrival was slightly lacking in decorum, as he had come empty-handed to meet his girlfriend's parents. Xiao Tianji nodded and entered with an air of confidence. Bai Fengdai was taken aback. Such pride seemed somewhat out of place. Xiao Tianji, why does that name sound familiar? Wu Wenqing inquired, puzzled. Father, Mr. Xiao is my superior, Wu Ingzi replied, gritting her teeth as she nodded. Bai Fengdai's expression shifted dramatically. Your superior? Not that son-in-law who relies on others, I hope. I just told your father that our family would never resort to such a fate. A man who lives off his wife's family is hardly respectable. Ingzi, if you wish to make your mother proud, you are welcome to work at my company. Bai Fengdai continued, her frustration evident. No, I become furious just thinking about him. You must resign immediately. Wu Wenqing coughed awkwardly, interrupting his wife's indignation with a subtle glance. Bai Fengdai swallowed hard, turning to Xiao Tianji. Surely, you must be the one who is our Ingzi's superior? Xiao Tianji confirmed with a nod. Are you indeed the son-in-law? He inquired further. Another nod followed. The company belongs to your wife, not you? What position do you hold, and what shares do you possess? Bai Fengdai pressed. I am the head of security. I do not have any shares, Xiao Tianji stated calmly. Bai Fengdai struggled to maintain composure. Her teeth clenched as she asked, then, how much do you pay our Ingzi each month? If it's a substantial amount, perhaps that would be a redeeming factor. Xiao Tianji pondered for a moment, admitting, I have not prepared any salary for Wu Ingzi. Even Wu Wenqing, who was sipping tea to ease the tension, couldn't suppress a spray of water at this revelation. Bai Fengdai rolled her eyes in disbelief, nearly fainting from exasperation. Thankfully, she was a true lady of refinement, unlike the crassly lawn, and refrained from berating Xiao Tianji openly. Calm down, don't be agitated. You know your blood pressure has been high lately, Wu Wenqing quickly reassured her. Get away from me. Bai Fengdai shoved her husband aside, glaring at Xiao Tianji. What exactly do you intend to do here at this hour? You should recognize your place. While we may not be a prominent family, we are certainly not weak. In her view, a married man who depended on his wife as family had no right to visit the home of an innocent young woman. Your sweet words may deceive my daughter, but they will not fool me by Feng Dai. There is nothing you can say that will sway my decision. I will never allow her to be with you. If you do not leave, I will call the guards. Mom, Wu Wingzi cried, on the verge of tears. Please stop. It's not what you think. He has a bad temper. Don't provoke him. What? He has a bad temper, and I shouldn't provoke him? Oh dear, I feel dizzy. Someone help me sit down. Bai Fengdia's blood pressure surged, and she nearly fainted. Wu Wenqing hurriedly assisted her to the sofa. But upon turning to see the dignified Xiao Tianji standing firmly in the hall, he felt a surge of anger. Young man, are you overstepping? Our family does not welcome you. Leave at once. Though a scholar, his authority was palpable, and any ordinary person might feel compelled to kneel. Xiao Tianji remained unfazed. Addressing Wu Wenqing directly, is your father home? If convenient, I would like to pay my respects. If not, then so be it. Wu Wenqing was taken aback. You audacious man, you wish to pay respects to the elder? With your hands empty, what do you intend to offer? Bai Fengdai felt her composure shatter after over 40 years of maintaining her poise. My mere presence is the finest gift for your father, Xiao Tianji replied evenly, as if stating a simple fact. Chapter 072. The 38 Heroes of Longhu Mountain. What is causing such a commotion? Has Ingzi returned? Hurry, push me out. From the back room, a deep and aged voice emerged. Father has awakened. Wu Wenqing hurriedly walked towards the back. Soon, he wheeled out an elderly man with white hair. Although this elder was frail, with loose skin and deeply sunken eyes, a remnant of youthful vigor still lingered about him, imparting an impression of enduring strength. Grandfather! Wu Wingzi exclaimed joyfully, rushing forward. She knelt on the ground, wrapped her arms around her grandfather's, unable to hold back her tears. Since childhood, her bond with him had been profound. In the household, the old man was revered, no one dared to defy him, and only Wu Ingzi could act with abandon. He would not only tolerate her antics, but sometimes even reprimand Wu Wenqing for scolding her. This clearly demonstrated the depth of his affection for his granddaughter. My good girl, you have finally returned. Do you still remember this old man? He laughed heartily, his dim eyes sparkling with life as if he had returned to his prime. When it came to life and death, he treated it all with humor. Grandfather, how could I forget you? You are as blessed as the East Sea and as enduring as the southern mountainous pine, Wu Ingzi replied. The old man chuckled even more. Well then, we have guests. We cannot be impolite. My dear, is this your friend? Introduce him to me. The elder had already noticed Xiao Tianji, and at this moment, he couldn't help but show a slight change in demeanor. In his long life, how many life and death situations had he witnessed? How many enemies had he vanquished? Even in old age, his fierce spirit remained. Ordinary people would feel a sense of awe in his presence. Yet, this young man before him remained unfazed. Instead, an elusive aura about him secretly startled the old hero. This youth is no simple character. This was the first assessment the old man made of Xiao Tianji in his heart. No need for introductions. He is merely Ingzi's colleague. In any case, she will no longer be returning to that company, so they will not meet again, Bai Fengdai interjected, gazing at Xiao Tianji. You have been so eager to meet my grandfather. Now that you have, can you leave? She was determined not to let Xiao Tianji converse with the elder too much. For the old man cherished Wu Wingzi deeply and admired young men with battlefield experience. With these two aspects, she feared Xiao Tianji might charm the old man with sweet words, swaying him to approve of Ingzi being with him. Once the elder nodded, the situation would become quite difficult. Oh, you came to see me? The old man's interest was piqued. He is Xiao Tianji, my superior. Wu Wingzi blushed as she spoke. Your superior? From the new prefecture's constabulary? No, grandfather. I haven't had the chance to tell you, but I have resigned from the constabulary. Now, I am essentially in business, she replied. The old man appeared somewhat displeased, though he did not voice it in front of others. He turned his gaze back to Xiao Tianji, his demeanor growing somewhat distant. So, you are in business? I sense you have undergone training in the army, correct? Xiao Tianji nodded earnestly, saying, those who have trained in the army never forget the legacy of the 38 heroes of Longhu Mountain. I have come to Yangzhou on business, specifically to pay my respects. The old man regarded Xiao Tianji intently. You respect me? Xiao Tianji shook his head. Not you, but the spirit of the warriors you represent. The old man was visibly moved. His eyes remained fixed on Xiao Tianji for a long moment before he sighed and smiled wearily. I have grown old. Yet, thankfully, there are still those who remember this old skeleton and the iron-blooded spirit of the great Xia soldiers. Please, sit down, let us eat. Father, Bai Fengdai suddenly grew anxious. The old man's expression darkened. What kind of host allows guests to go hungry? When has the Wu family ever been so uncouth? Father, please don't be angry. I will prepare something immediately. Wu Wenqing hurriedly pulled his wife towards the kitchen. There was no choice when the old man spoke. Even Bai Fengdai could not protest. Now, she felt a deep resentment towards Xiao Tianji. She had guessed correctly. He was indeed skilled in tactics. The mere mention of the 38 heroes of Longhu Mountain and the respect for the iron-blooded spirit of the great Xia had captured the old man's heart. This cunning fellow. But I am puzzled. He speaks of respecting the spirit of the great Xia rather than the old man himself. Given the elder's temperament, how could he not be angered? Coming empty-handed to visit and claiming his presence is the greatest gift. Does he think he is Qin Shi Huang? Have you investigated his background? What kind of person is he? Nothing substantial has come up. However, he does have a point, Wu Wenqing sighed. If he had said he respected the old man, it would have felt rather ordinary. To honor the old man who embodies the spirit of the great Xia, that is to liken him to the backbone of the great Xia. How could the old man not be pleased? Indeed, this young man possesses a certain eloquence. Suddenly, Wu Wenqing mused, if he could attain such eloquence himself, wouldn't he be able to keep his wife perpetually delighted? Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his foot. Ouch! Why did you step on my foot? He grimaced in pain. Bai Fengdai shot her husband a fierce glare, her teeth grinding audibly. Don't forget. He is merely a weasel trying to steal our daughter. Distinguish between friend and foe. Hurry up and eat, and once done, send him away. I never want to see him again. She hastily brought out a few dishes. Xiao Tianji had not intended to stay for a meal. But upon witnessing the old man's resolute demeanor, he understood that refusing to eat would surely displease him, so he sat down without hesitation. The 38 heroes of Longhu Mountain. It is a matter long past, seldom spoken of these days, Wu Tianji remarked, glancing at Xiao Tianji as if casually stating this. Xiao Tianji replied coolly, though the years have faded, their contributions are indelible. These 38 individuals can be said to have laid the foundation for the Iron Army of the Great Xia. To say they were the predecessors of the Divine Dragon Army and the Fierce Tiger Army would not be an exaggeration. You know of this as well? Do you genuinely believe so? Wu Tianji asked, his gaze fixed on Xiao Tianji. Noticing his calm demeanor, he fell silent for a moment before instructing his son beside him. Go fetch my bottle of wine. Wu Wenqing was taken aback and hurriedly exclaimed, Father, the doctor advised you against drinking. After all, you are over 90 now. You are not as you once were. Wu Tianji's eyes widened. I'll go right away. Wu Wenqing quickly turned to leave, wiping the sweat from his forehead. What manner of person is this Xiao Tianji? His seemingly innocuous words were akin to potent medicine for the old man. The legacy of the 38 heroes of Longhu Mountain, though they were isolated and outnumbered, could ignite a great fire. More importantly, they had passed down a significant legacy. This led to the creation of the illustrious Fierce Tiger Army, a testament to the great achievements of the 38 heroes of Longhu Mountain. 5 years ago, a brilliant leader emerged, reorganizing the Divine Dragon Army based on prior foundations, rising to prominence with unstoppable force, sweeping across the lands and establishing our military's might, drawing worldwide attention. If these achievements could be attributed to the 38 heroes of Longhu Mountain, they would truly be immortalized in history. Yet today, the Divine Dragon Army and the Fierce Tiger Army safeguard the territories, serving as two crucial pillars for the stability of the Great Xia. In comparison to such illustrious accomplishments, those 38 individuals seem almost insignificant. Nowadays, few speak of their pioneers, those valiant warriors of Longhu Mountain, armed with mere dozens of primitive firearms. Some younger generations are even oblivious to this obscure history. The profound insight displayed by Xiao Tianji, coupled with his candid expression, left Wu Wenqing feeling that there was something remarkable about him. He suddenly pondered whether it might be prudent to assign someone to thoroughly investigate this young man. Chapter 073. The iron-blooded spirit of Great Xia. Old Master Wu Tiankuei was exceedingly pleased. On one hand, his beloved granddaughter had returned after a long absence. On the other, he found an undeniable rapport with Xiao Tianji. As the wine flowed, he rediscovered the exhilaration and grace reminiscent of his youth when he wielded a blade against his foes. Initially intending to drink only 3 cups as a token of goodwill, he lost track of time, and before he knew it, he had consumed several more. Fortunately, the fine-aged Maodai he was drinking was brewed from pure grains and posed no harm to his health. Yet, beside him, Wu Wenqing was growing increasingly anxious. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Father, you mustn't drink anymore. The doctor has advised against it. While I usually turn a blind eye to your occasional sips, today is different." By phone I added her voice of concern. "Indeed, old master, we understand your joy, but we have many days ahead of us. Perhaps we should save some for tomorrow?" As she spoke, she attempted to take the remaining half bottle of wine away. "Put it down," the old man commanded, slamming his cup onto the table. "Pour me another drink." Wu Wenqing dared not oppose and exchanged a furtive glance with his wife. Bai Fengdai pouted, feigning anger. "What? Are you being stubborn now? You must understand, your health is not solely yours. It belongs to our family and, by extension, to the entire nation. You need to take care of yourself so that you can share your heroic tales with future generations." Recounting how you and the 38 warriors of Longhu Mountain fought valiantly against overwhelming odds. Faced with her resolute stance, the old man relented. "Wenqing, what's the matter? I finally found a kindred spirit in Xiao, and now you're trying to cut me off? Hand me that bottle." Unable to confront his daughter-in-law, he turned to his son for support. Wu Wenqing, with a resigned expression, shrugged and said, "I can't help you. If you want to drink, you'll have to do it yourself." Wu Tiankuei could only glare helplessly. Suddenly, Wu Yingzi burst into laughter. "Grandfather, we have plenty of time ahead of us. There's no need to get drunk today. How about this? I'll take charge, and we can have one final cup." She glanced at Xiao Tianji, seeking his approval. Bai Fengdai was infuriated. Did he truly believe that intoxicating the old man would grant him favor? Such ignorance of decorum was infuriating. "Xiao Tianji, you have no idea what you're doing," she muttered under her breath, her resentment towards him deepening. Xiao Tianji nodded. "Then let it be the last cup. If you wish for more, I shall arrange for the finest wine to be delivered to you later." "The finest wine?" Wu Tiankuei blinked in surprise before bursting into hearty laughter. "Very well, I shall await it. I have indulged in countless libations in my lifetime, and I shall see if what you bring is indeed the best. But let me warn you, I am not easily deceived. I cannot stomach foreign wines, no matter how expensive." With a serene smile, Xiao Tianji replied, "You will see when the time comes. Daughter-in-law, since Xiao has spoken, pour the last cup." Wu Tiankuei added with a hint of flattery, addressing Bai Fengdai. Bai Fengdai was seething with frustration. How could Xiao Tianji be so insensitive? Could anything surpass this 30-year-old Maotai? Reluctantly, she poured another cup for the old man, but as she reached for the bottle to take it away, Wu Yingzi interjected, taking the bottle carefully to fill Xiao Tianji's empty glass as well. Bai Fengdai was taken aback. She had never seen her daughter serve a man with such tenderness before. What kind of insidious charm did Xiao Tianji possess to enrapture her daughter so? The thought of it made Bai Fengdai want to chase him away with a broom. Thankfully, Wu Wenqing discreetly signaled her to hold her temper, not to spoil the old man's merriment. With a huff, she turned to leave, feeling a strong urge to vacate the premises lest she wrinkle her brow in anger. "Grandfather, this cup is for you. And it is also a toast to the iron-blooded spirit of Great Xia," Wu Tiankuei declared, raising his glass high. "To the iron-blooded spirit of Great Xia. Cheers," he exclaimed, downing the drink with fervor. "I'll serve the rice," Wu Yingzi said hurriedly, fearing her grandfather might overindulge. She rushed to the kitchen to fetch some rice. To her surprise, she carefully served 2 bowls of rice, one for her grandfather and the other positioned naturally before Xiao Tianji. Wu Wenqing was dumbfounded. After raising his daughter for over 20 years, when had she ever served food to someone else, let alone a stranger? "Dad, Mom mentioned you're on a diet. Would you like some rice? There's not much left in the pot," Wu Yingzi said, glancing at her father. "Ah, yes, I'm on a diet. You all eat, please," Wu Wenqing replied with a strained smile. "You, after all this, you still can't hold back," Wu Tiankuei scoffed, pointing his chopsticks at his son. "You disappoint me." "Dad." Wu Wenqing flinched and stood up quickly. Though he had achieved a respectable rank, he was still not favored by his father. "Grandfather, even though my father is a civil official, he possesses both literary and martial skills." Wu Yingzi quickly interjected to smooth things over. Wu Tiankuei's expression softened as he responded, "Well, your son is tolerable, and your daughter adds to your merit. I, Wu Tiankuei, may lack formal education, but I firmly believe in one principle. As a son of the great Huaxia, one must fight fiercely to defend home and country. Engaging in literary pursuits is not our calling. His excitement was palpable, and his complexion was flushed, revealing that he was indeed somewhat inebriated. In his intoxicated state, he seemed to be transported back in time to a night decades ago when Longhu Mountain was besieged. Tears welled up in his eyes. Grandfather, Wu Yingzi comforted him, offering her support. Wu Tiankue patted his granddaughter's hand, smiling gently, though that rascal of a brother has received his fair share of my reprimands. He has proven himself worthy. Do you know? He accomplished a great feat, personally capturing an important enemy spy. That truly is loyalty to the nation, he continued, his voice full of pride. Wu Wenqing, sensing the sensitive nature of the topic, quickly cleared his throat to remind his father, capturing enemies is classified information. Is this something we should discuss publicly? While the old man had retired, he had never taken discipline lightly. Today, it appeared he had indeed drunk too much. Grandfather, was it a Western enemy? Wu Yingzi, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, inquired with curiosity. Chapter 074. The calculated scheme of the white phoenix butterfly. Upon observing his son's expression, Wu Tianquai realized he had perhaps spoken too much, and a wave of embarrassment washed over him. He tapped his mouth lightly as a form of self-punishment and rose to his feet. Addressing his son, he said, "Call that rascal and ask him to return tomorrow. The girl has only just come back. It has been quite a while since the siblings have seen each other. And as for young Xiao Tianji, since he is here, he might as well stay a few days before leaving. I am growing old and of little use. You youngsters can converse amongst yourselves." As he spoke, his enthusiasm waned, and with Wu Yingzi's assistance, he staggered slightly as he made his way towards the back. In the hall remained only Wu Wenqing and Xiao Tianji, two men. Xiao Tianji remained composed, while Wu Wenqing suddenly felt a twinge of awkwardness. He cleared his throat and remarked, "The old man hasn't been this happy in quite some time. Regardless, for that alone, I must thank you. As for his suggestion for you to stay, you know this is the family compound of the military camp, and it's rather inconvenient to harbor outsiders." This was essentially a dismissal. Wu Wenqing, usually refined and elegant, found it unusual to utter such impolite words. However, for the sake of his daughter, he had no choice but to act thus. Xiao Tianji's unexpected arrival had already stirred his unease. "I understand," Xiao Tianji said, rising as if to take his leave. "Since the old man has spoken, it would be impolite to leave at this hour." Unexpectedly, Bai Fengdai stepped forth and, in a rare moment, expressed, "You too. After all, he is a friend brought by Yingzi. We have no reason to send him away. Coincidentally, my son is returning tomorrow. He is of similar age to you, and you young people can meet and converse." "Very well. Where shall I rest? I require some respite." Xiao Tianji replied without pretense. "Please show him to the guest room," Bai Fengdai instructed with a cold smile directed at her husband. Wu Wenqing, perplexed by the sudden shift in his wife's demeanor, dared not inquire further and led Xiao Tianji to the guest room. Their status warranted at least a few clean and elegant guest rooms in their home. "What on earth is going on? Didn't you wish for him to leave Yingzi quickly?" Wu Wenqing asked in a hushed tone once they returned. Bai Fengdai gritted her teeth. "This individual is not simple. Do you think sending him away now will keep him from Yingzi? Canon Oppos. You see our daughter is already under his spell?" Wu Wenqing nodded gravely. He had indeed noticed. Yet, he remained puzzled by his wife's intentions. Wasn't this inviting trouble into their home? "Humph," Bai Fengdai scoffed. "Since we cannot drive him away, we must find a way for him to retreat on his own. Do not forget that Ma Xianjian is coming tomorrow. Although his appearance may not be as striking, his family background and character far surpass that of this son-in-law. Xianjian has long held affection for Yingzi, and if he learns she has been deceived by this scoundrel, what do you think he will do?" "You mean to use Xianjian to make Xiao Tianji retreat?" Wu Wenqing's expression brightened. Bai Fengdai smirked. "Xianjian is merely my plan A. Did the old man not ask you to notify our son to return? Our son is the true wild card, the captain of the Tiger Tooth Special Forces. If he discovers that his beloved sister has been deceived by such a person, what do you think will happen?" Wu Wenqing chuckled. Using Ma Xianjian to overshadow Xiao Tianji in terms of character and family lineage would compel him to withdraw. Failing that, they could rely on their combative son to dismantle Xiao Tianji entirely. It must be said, his wife was indeed a step ahead. "But what about Yingzi?" he began, but could not help expressing concern. "There is no but. She is young and naive. As parents, we cannot watch her leap into the fire. This matter is settled, Wu Wenqing. If you dare to ruin my plans, I will not let this rest with the Wu family. Yingzi, Has your grandfather gone to sleep? Aren't you tired? You should rest early. She quickly changed her tone, smiling as she saw her daughter approaching. And him? Wu Yingzi asked anxiously, noticing Xiao Tianji's absence from the living room. Bai Fengdai's eyes flashed with annoyance, but she smiled nonetheless. Knowing he's your friend and a young man whom the old man holds in such high regard is rare. I had to stop him from leaving just now. It is far too late to let him go. Your father has already arranged for him to rest in the guest room. Today was rather hurried without much preparation. Tomorrow, I shall prepare a grand feast to properly welcome him. Dear, it is getting late. You should also retire early. Your brother will be back tomorrow, and we can all enjoy a lively family gathering. Wu Yingzi, taken aback by her parents' swift change of heart, felt a surge of joy and glanced towards the guest room with a hint of concern before retreating to her own quarters. Meanwhile, Wu Wenqing and Bai Fengdai exchanged glances before returning to their room. Xiao Tianji's decision to stay was not for any trivial reason. It was prompted by the old man's inadvertent mention of evil spirits. This thought led him to recall the intimidating presence of Chaz, who had earlier arrived at the Longfeng villa in a helicopter along with his subordinates, as well as the deeply concealed and mysterious shadow assassin organization. His instincts urged him to seek out the traitor captured by the Tiger Tooth Special Forces. Seated in a meditative posture, he soon entered a state of zen. The heavily guarded family compound was enveloped in silence. At midnight, he opened his eyes, two piercing glimmers of cold light akin to blades igniting in the darkness. Resembling a predator ready to stalk its prey, he rose, opened the window, and leaped out, departing the compound without a sound. The guards on duty were utterly oblivious to his presence. The Tiger Tooth Special Forces had once been the most formidable regiment before he restructured the Dragon Army, and they had a division stationed outside Yangzhou City. Hailing a taxi, he directed it towards the outskirts of the city. Upon reaching a desolate area, he exited the vehicle, instructing the driver to return, and began to walk under the moonlight. He arrived at a hilltop and paused, turning to gaze at a distant, shadowy boulder. With a cold smile, he murmured, 10 kilometers ahead lies the stronghold of the Tiger Tooth Special Forces. Are you going to follow me? Silence enveloped him. No one responded. Who was he addressing? Xiao Tianji scoffed, turning to leave. Stop! A sharp voice called out, and from behind the stone emerged a striking figure. When did you discover me? How did you find me? Under the moonlight, the woman appeared extraordinarily enchanting, akin to a datura flower blooming at midnight. A sinister scorpion tattoo faintly adorned her pale neck. She was one of the 8 great guardians beside Qin in Chapter 075. Just say. My surname is Xiao. Tianji chuckled coldly. This person had been trailing him and Wu Yingzi until they reached the entrance of the military camp. Presumably, she was aware that the military camp was not an ordinary place, thus she remained vigilant outside. Upon seeing Xiao Tianji emerge alone, she naturally followed him. Since she was affiliated with Qin, her purpose was self-evident. What brings you here? Do you know someone within the Tiger Brigade? Scorpion eyed Xiao Tianji with suspicion. She was already aware that he was a retired soldier, and now that he ventured here alone, could it be that he sought assistance? This thought made her murderous intent intensify. Xiao Tianji nodded slightly. Among the 800,000 iron cavalry of the Tiger Brigade, only one is worthy of my acquaintance. Who? Zhang Laohu. You must have heard of him. Do you know General Zhang? Scorpion exclaimed in surprise, unable to suppress a chuckle. Handsome, you truly live up to your reputation. No wonder the daughter of the Murong family, Qi Yaofeng, and the fierce woman of the Wu family have both been captivated by you. I must say, your tongue is quite audacious. If you claim to know a mere squad leader from the Tiger Brigade, I might have believed you. But knowing General Zhang, based on your appearance? Her expression was one of disdain and disbelief. Xiao Tianji remained noncommittal. Are you here to kill me? I can offer you a chance to strike. As she spoke, she surprisingly clasped her hands behind her back. Under the moonlight, her gaze was commanding and indifferent. That proud and confident demeanor left even the cold-hearted Scorpion momentarily stunned. Why would I kill you? She replied, a smile blooming on her face like a swaying flower as she approached Xiao Tianji. Her beauty was not merely in her radiant visage. Every inch of her seemed to exude an enchanting allure. She appeared as a flower gradually unfurling, and with her intoxicating fragrance, the desolate hillside transformed into a realm of exquisite beauty. Xiao Tianji stood motionless. Scorpion's smile grew wider. She was exceedingly confident in her charm, believing no man could resist it. Handsome, your looks are truly the bane of all women. She approached him, reaching out to caress his chiseled face. A hint of mist appeared in her captivating eyes, seemingly stirred by genuine emotion. I promise to let you experience the most exquisite pleasures in the world, she whispered, her body slithering like a serpent, her breath fragrant. Her fiery lips moved toward Xiao Tianji's neck. A glint of cold light flashed between her lips, aiming to sever his throat. You are too naive. Xiao Tianji scoffed. His body jolted, releasing a fierce energy. Given his stature, how could he allow such a woman to truly touch his noble form? Scorpion felt she was on the verge of success, her heart blossoming with delight, but unexpectedly, she sensed a primal beast erupting from Xiao Tianji's spear-like physique. With a startled cry, her body was hurled back like a broken reed, crashing against the stones behind her. Blood spurting from her mouth, feeling as though all her bones were shattering. You. She gazed at the towering Xiao Tianji, fear rendering her speechless. Return and inform Qin and that he is courting death. With that, Xiao Tianji turned and vanished into the night. Scorpion stared in the direction of his disappearance. Her beautiful eyes filled with terror, doubt, and disbelief. Eventually, something seemed to dawn on her, morphing into confusion and conflict. What are you doing? This is a restricted area of the battlefield. Unauthorized personnel must not approach. The guards at the entrance of the Tiger Brigade camp, upon seeing Xiao Tianji approach, immediately became alert. Xiao Tianji halted, clasping his hands behind his back, surveying the seemingly endless military camp before him. A single glance allowed him to discern the sentries and strategic defenses inside. He nodded subtly, acknowledging that the Tiger Brigade, second only to his own dragon army, possessed considerable capabilities under Zhang Laohu's command. Call your highest-ranking officer out. I have something to discuss. What did you say? Who are you? The guards blinked in surprise. Their vigilance heightened. On the surface, Xiao Tianji appeared to be a young man alone, speaking boldly, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Yet the aura emanating from him struck a chord of fear within them, a faint scent of bloodlust. Having spent years in the military, these guards knew well that only those who had taken lives on the battlefield could exude such a visceral killing intent. My identity is not something I can disclose to you. Just summon your highest-ranking officer. Xiao Tianji maintained a degree of politeness. Despite the guards being mere sentinels in his eyes, they were far more admirable than the spoiled rich kids who had forgotten their lineage. The guards exchanged glances, their expressions uncertain. Ultimately, a squad leader stepped forward to inquire, hesitating to act recklessly, and quickly called their superior. Before long, a middle-aged man in his 40s, adorned with a general's insignia, arrived swiftly with several aides. Upon seeing him, the guards quickly saluted. Deputy Commander Gong. They hadn't anticipated that such a minor incident would attract Deputy Commander Gong's attention, who was the head of this division. Gong Sun was conducting a routine inspection when he heard of this peculiar occurrence and felt compelled to investigate. Upon observing Xiao Tianji standing there with his hands clasped behind his back, he frowned. Young man, I am the highest-ranking officer here. Do you seek me? Xiao Tianji glanced at Gong Sun and replied calmly. Please contact Zhang Laohu. Who did you say? You should know. Are you referring to General Zhang? Gong Sun was taken aback, his sharp eyes locking on to Xiao Tianji. General Zhang of the Tiger Brigade was colloquially known as Zhang Laohu. However, such informal address was reserved for those with very close ties. In the dead of night, a seemingly ordinary young man had arrived at the camp's entrance, casually dropping the name of Zhang Laohu. It was rather peculiar. Young man, who exactly are you? At this hour, ordinary individuals do not possess the privilege to summon our General Zhang. Gong Sun questioned, his eyes attempting to pierce through Xiao Tianji. However, regrettably, while he was a veteran of the battlefield, he could not fathom Xiao Tianji's essence. You may convey your concerns to me directly. Xiao Tianji remained silent for a moment. He had requested the guards to summon the highest-ranking officer because he understood that this was merely a division of the Tiger Brigade, and Zhang Laohu would not be present. Moreover, ordinary people lacked the qualification to interact with Zhang Laohu. Only the highest commander here possessed that privilege. However, it appeared that without presenting something substantial, they would not reach out to Zhang Laohu. I wish to meet the captured evil spirit you have. This statement was akin to a thunderclap. What did you say? Who are you? Gong Sun's expression shifted in shock, and the guards surrounding Xiao Tianji swiftly drew their weapons, encircling him heavily. Contact Zhang Laohu and inform him that my surname is Xiao. With that, Xiao Tianji finished his sentence, clasped his hands behind his back, turned, and slightly lifted his gaze to admire the moonlight gracing the horizon. Chapter 76. Is it possible to send one more bottle? Gong Sun was filled with uncertainty. The capture of the evil spirit spy was classified information, known only to a select few high-ranking officers. The young man before him, dressed in plain attire, was clearly not an active soldier. How could he possibly know about this matter? He casually mentioned Zhang Laohu, indicating a seemingly close relationship with General Zhang. Moreover, Gong Sun had an inkling that the young man's true identity surpassed even that of General Zhang. His tone held no hint of entreaty. Rather, it seemed almost commanding. To him, this was all but a routine affair. Deputy Commander, this fellow must certainly be an accomplice of the evil spirit. Give the order. Let us apprehend him and interrogate him thoroughly, protested one of the captains by Gong Sun's side. Do not act impulsively. After much hesitation, Gong Sun ultimately decided to make a call. The situation was too astonishing. He needed to verify it before making any arrangements. His intuition warned him that acting rashly could lead to dire consequences. Hello, General. He finally reached the general and lowered his voice. There's a young man who wishes to meet the evil spirit we just captured. A young man? Zhang Laohu's voice was irritable. Gong Sun, you are not a child anymore. Why are you so naive? Calling me in the middle of the night for this? What kind of young man dares to meddle in the affairs of my tiger army? Lock him up first, and I'll interrogate him in person when I return. Despite being nearly 60, Zhang Laohu's temper was fierce, and his voice could be heard even by nearby guards. Boy, let us see what you have to say now. Surrender quietly to avoid unnecessary suffering. One of the captains waved his hand, and a group of armed subordinates advanced menacingly towards Xiao Tianji. General Zhang is right. I have acted presumptuously. Gong Sun hurriedly apologized, and before hanging up, he inadvertently added, he said his surname is Xiao, and he has quite the audacity. I worry he might be a powerful ally. I'll take care of him. Wait, on the other end of the line. Zhang Laohu's voice trembled slightly, his tone shifting. What did you say his surname is? Xiao. Gong Sun felt a shiver run down his spine. How old is he? He looks to be in his 20s. Zhang Laohu wiped the sweat from his forehead, his voice tinged with trepidation. Quick. Let him answer the phone. Gong Sun was stunned, glancing at Xiao Tianji. General Zhang wants you to take the call. No need. Xiao Tianji replied indifferently. Just tell him that I, Xiao, will return the favor by sending 2 bottles of wine to him tomorrow. Huh? What? What is this situation? The young man's casual remark about sending 2 bottles of wine to General Zhang seemed like an immense favor. Surely, the general, commanding 800,000 troops and a crucial minister of the nation, would not be swayed by mere bottles of wine? It was utterly unfathomable. However, Gong Sun dared not act out of line and quickly conveyed Xiao Tianji's words. On the other end, Zhang Laohu let out a sigh of relief, cautiously stating, Gong Sun, please ask him if it is possible to send 1 more bottle? What? What kind of wine are we talking about? It was rare for General Zhang to speak so cautiously, especially over something as trivial as wine. Gong Sun swallowed hard, looking at Xiao Tianji, and relayed Zhang Laohu's request. Xiao Tianji frowned. He disliked bargaining. Yet, considering the gravity of the situation, he impatiently nodded. General, he has agreed. Really? Zhang Laohu erupted in cheers over the phone. Gong Sun, you personally accompany him to meet the evil spirit. Remember, you are to follow his instructions as you do mine. Be sure to treat this esteemed guest well, understood? Understood. Gong Sun straightened up, his demeanor filled with trepidation. Mr. Xiao, General Zhang has given his orders. Please proceed inside. Xiao Tianji entered with an air of confidence, leaving the guards in a state of confusion. Accompanied personally by Deputy Commander Gong Sun, they passed through without obstruction to the entrance of a dungeon, where they were suddenly confronted by several rugged individuals emanating a fierce aura. They first saluted, and then the leader, grinning, inquired, Deputy Commander, what brings you here at this late hour? And, this brother seems unfamiliar. He must not be from our battalion, right? An ally from another camp? Gong Sun replied impatiently, Lu Dadu, stop with the pleasantries. This gentleman needs to interrogate the evil spirit. Step aside. Interrogating the evil spirit? One of Lu Dadu's companions, with a fair complexion and eyes glinting like a wolf's, scrutinized Xiao Tianji and questioned, Deputy Commander, this spy was captured by our Tiger Tooth Brigade. You cannot simply hand him over to a stranger. Gong Sun remained patient. Mr. Xiao is one of us. There is no need for further discussion. Lung Ruffling opened the door. The men in front were the elite members of the Tiger Tooth Special Forces, having performed a significant feat in capturing the evil spirit, personally guarding him. It was clear that these individuals were Gong Sun's prized assets. Otherwise, they would not dare to jest with their superior. Gong Sun, it took us a lot to capture this person. You must give us an explanation for handing him over to a stranger, one of them pressed. Who is he? We cannot fathom what kind of person could command your personal accompaniment and obedience. Gong Sun, you haven't been coerced by him, have you? At this, the group instantly shifted into a combat-ready stance. True to their reputation, the elite members of the Tiger Tooth Special Forces were quick to react, and an ominous wind swept through the narrow corridor, filled with a palpable killing intent. Gong Sun did not wish to disclose Xiao Tianji's identity, especially since he himself was unaware of the young man and Appo's formidable connections. He snapped, "You brats, I must have been too lenient with you." He swung his hand towards Lung Rufeng and Lu Datu. The two ducked quickly, retreating to the side. "One of you write a report. Mr. Xiao, please." The others, realizing Gong Sun was serious, dared not cause further trouble and parted to allow Xiao Tianji passage, their eyes sharp as blades, seemingly attempting to dissect him with their gazes. Xiao Tianji remained unfazed, stepping forward to enter. "Wait." A languid voice rang out from the far end of the narrow corridor, revealing a tall figure. "Captain!" Lung Rufeng and the others exclaimed in excitement, as if seeing a savior. The newcomer appeared nonchalant, yet an unintentional aura of lethal intent radiated from him, akin to a predator feigning relaxation to lure its prey. Xiao Tianji's gaze flickered momentarily. "Wu Yingxiong, what kind of team are you leading? Turn around and write a report with them." Gong Sun reprimanded harshly. "Gong Sun, since this is your superior and Appo's order, I shall not object. However, the individual inside was captured by me, Wu Yingxiong. I must be given an explanation." Chapter 077, Captain Wu. Stand aside. Gong Sun understood that Wu Yingxiong was not easily appeased. After a moment's hesitation, he reluctantly stated, "It is the command of the chief." The chief? Upon hearing this, not only Lung Rufeng and Lu Datu, but even Wu Yingxiong became notably serious, with the chief issuing a direct order. What further discussions could be had regarding the Tiger Tooth Special Forces? "Wu Yingxiong, I have yet to confine you for disobeying orders and taking down that bandit on your own last time. For the time being, you would do well to keep a low profile." Gong Sun huffed, turning to lead Xiao Tianji inside once more. Unexpectedly, Wu Yingxiong scoffed from behind. "Your surname is Xiao, is it?" Xiao Tianji regarded Wu Yingxiong and nodded with a smile. "Which combat unit do you belong to? What is your rank?" With a smile still gracing his lips, Xiao Tianji replied, "I cannot disclose that information." "Is that so?" "The people with the surname Xiao, I captured those inside. If you wish to interrogate them, you may. But do you dare to face me?" His smile gradually faded, replaced by an increasing aura of menace as he strode toward Xiao Tianji, stopping just 3 feet away. His gaze piercing and undeniably provocative. "Is that so? How do you propose to test me?" Xiao Tianji maintained his gentle smile. "This matter does not concern the 2 combat units, nor does it involve Gong and Zhang. It is merely between us. I stand here unarmed. If you can surpass me, I shall have no objections. However, if you cannot, I regret to inform you that not everyone is qualified to interrogate those captured by me, Wu Yingxiong." As he spoke, he sidestepped Xiao Tianji, blocking the narrow passageway. His presence instantly rendered the corridor seemingly impassable. "Wu Yingxiong, you," Gong Sun attempted to reprimand. Wu Yingxiong interrupted him, exclaiming loudly, "Gong Sun, ask him if he dares." Caught in a dilemma, Gong Sun could not help but glance at Xiao Tianji. Deep down, he too had his own motives. Xiao Tianji's identity was astonishing, and even he was curious about the extraordinary capabilities of this young man. While it was inappropriate for him to personally test Xiao Tianji, the confrontation between 2 young men of similar ages seemed quite natural. Especially within the combat unit, the tradition of being combative was well established. "That you possess orders from above, our fierce competitor wishes to spar with you. What do you say? Do you dare?" "Mr. Xiao, I apologize for this. It is my failure to discipline him properly. Please do not take offense. I shall be sure to confine this rascal later." Gong Sun feigned a troubled expression as he looked at Xiao Tianji. Xiao Tianji smiled. Rather than feeling angered by such an affront, he found it somewhat endearing. Those of the surname Xiao are not so easily admitted into the ranks of the Tiger Tooth Special Forces, nor do we acknowledge mere passers-by. How about it? Do you dare to face our Captain Wu? To be frank, Captain Wu is the champion of the last full combat unit's individual comprehensive fighting competition. Lung Rufeng and Lu Data chuckled. "What is our motto? Tiger Tooth Special Forces, #1 in the world." And our guiding principle? Humility. Uft. Even Gong Sun could not hold back his laughter, and before Xiao Tianji, he could only suppress his mirth and say irritably, "Everyone, calm down. Mr. Xiao, allow me to give this lad a lesson." With that, he advanced toward Wu Yingxiong. Noticing that Xiao Tianji had yet to agree to the match, he felt a growing sense of caution. After all, this was a distinguished guest of General Zhang, and Wu Yingxiong was known for his ruthless methods. If he were to injure the chief's guest, Gong Sun would certainly face the brunt of the tiger's wrath. That won't be necessary, Xiao Tianji finally spoke softly. "Captain Wu wishes to test me, so I shall oblige." Gong Sun was momentarily taken aback and stepped aside. In an instant, everyone present turned their attention to the corridor, focusing on Xiao Tianji and Wu Yingxiong. Would a conflict ensue? Wu Yingxiong summoned his full might, prepared to strike. Yet Xiao Tianji remained unperturbed, walking toward Wu Yingxiong with hands clasped behind his back, exhibiting an air of casualness that suggested he had no intention of engaging in combat. Wu Yingxiong could not help but take half a step back, feeling that the situation was amiss, only to return to his position. His entire demeanor was akin to a cannon primed for action. Xiao Tianji appeared riddled with openings. He had at least 100 ways to bring Wu Yingxiong to the ground in the shortest time possible. However, Xiao Tianji showed no inclination to act, leaving him momentarily perplexed, hesitant to strike first. At this proximity, was he waiting for a kiss? As Xiao Tianji drew closer to Wu Yingxiong, Lu Dadu could not resist commenting with a grin. "Lie down for me." Wu Yingxiong could no longer restrain himself, launching a punch like the wind towards Xiao Tianji. What he intended to say was, "Get down." To become the captain of the Tiger Tooth Special Forces, one must be among the elite. The ferocity of that punch was unimaginable. Xiao Tianji remained composed, firmly declaring, "Captain Wu, stand aside." Though his voice was not loud, it resonated in Wu Yingxiong's ears like a thunderous wake-up call. He hesitated for a moment, and upon gazing at Xiao Tianji, felt as if he confronted a bloodthirsty spear, an overwhelming force pressing down upon him. In an instant, all his energy seemed to coalesce, rendering him frozen in place. His fist, once poised to strike, could scarcely advance a fraction. "No, I refuse to accept this." He gritted his teeth, striving to resist. Xiao Tianji took another half-step forward. A crack sounded, and Wu Yingxiong's fist dislocated, followed by a resounding thud as an invisible force propelled him aside, causing him to involuntarily bow his head. It appeared as though he willingly made way for Xiao Tianji. "I will take a look myself. Captain Gong, you need not accompany me." With a faint remark, he strode in with an air of confidence. Gong Sun was left astonished. Lung Rufin, Lu Datu, and all the members of the Tiger Tooth Special Forces were equally dumbfounded. Initially believing their valiant captain would easily block Xiao Tianji and save face for the Tiger Tooth Brigade and the fierce Tiger Army, they were taken aback. Who would have thought that with a simple command to stand aside, their once indomitable captain would yield like a defeated kitten? "This is utterly inconceivable. Captain, are you all right? Did that fellow resort to underhanded tactics?" Once they regained their senses, Lang Rufin and the others rushed forward, suspecting Xiao Tianji had ambushed Wu Yingxiong. "You wretched bastard, daring to ambush our leader. I'll take him down." Lu Datu roared, ready to charge in. "Datu," Wu Yingxiong called out sharply, his face as pale as a sheet. "You all stand guard properly. I need to rest for a moment." As he spoke, he could not help but glance at the dark, foreboding dungeon entrance, a hint of trepidation evident in his expression as he departed in a daze. In that single encounter, all the confidence and pride he had built over 20 years crumbled to dust. He needed to retreat and collect himself. Gong Sun swallowed hard, realizing that his forehead had somehow become drenched in cold sweat. What transpired today must remain classified. Do not speak of it to anyone, he stated gravely. Chapter 078. Will you shelter me? In the dimly lit dungeon, Xiao Tianji quietly observed a young woman imprisoned within an iron cage, shackled by handcuffs and leg irons. She was strikingly beautiful, clad in a flowing red dress that seemed to blossom like an exotic rose amidst the shadows of the dungeon. Yet, her piercingly cold eyes radiated a lethal charm, evoking an involuntary chill that made one hesitant to approach her. "Have you seen enough?" The woman fixed her gaze upon Xiao Tianji and finally spoke. "I wish to ask you a few questions, and I hope you will answer truthfully." Xiao Tianji replied calmly. "Of course." "Huh." The woman laughed, as if she had just heard the most ludicrous joke. "Since you are aware of my identity, you should comprehend that we of the Holy Spirit will never yield. You may kill me or subject me to brutal torture, but do you truly believe I would confess?" Her Mandarin was exceptionally fluent. You do not wish to die? How do you know I do not wish to die? She retorted through gritted teeth. Now that I have fallen into your hands, I have no desire to leave this place alive. You may slay me, but my brothers and sisters will surely avenge me. The spirit of the holy will witness your nation drenched in blood, your country shattered. And the banners of the Holy Spirit will be planted across all the lands of the great Xia. You sit here alone, your hair and attire disturbingly unruffled. Would a woman who cannot even maintain her own appearance truly desire death? Xiao Tianji remarked indifferently, leaving her momentarily speechless. After a pause, she coldly laughed. Yes, I do not wish to die. But what of it? Do you think you can use and oppose, death and oppose, as a threat to compel me to betray my organization? How naive you are! I will neither kill you nor threaten you with death, he stated. Do you wish for torture? Xiao Tianji shook his head once more. The woman was taken aback, puzzled. What do you intend to do? Xiao Tianji extended his hand, as if grasping a beam of moonlight that filtered through the window. You have two choices. First, if you refuse to speak, I will have someone dig 18 more meters underground and confine you there alone. You want to imprison me in a pitch-black, soundless cell 18 meters below ground. No one can endure such a fate. It would be far worse than 1,000 deaths. Fear flickered in her eyes at the mere thought. Second, answer my questions. I assure you that no one will harm you, and I will ensure you see the light every day. He turned his palm, as if capturing the moonlight. To see the light is to glimpse hope. Her gaze flickered as she bit her lip. How can I trust you? What power do you possess to guarantee my safety? You must trust me. Because you have no better choice, Xiao Tianji explained with an unwavering calmness, as if merely stating an undeniable fact. She trembled at his words. She had never encountered a man like him before, one who instilled both awe and trepidation. She had an instinctive feeling that this man could indeed protect her. Very well. What do you wish to know? She finally conceded, her voice lowered. Your purpose here? To infiltrate secretly, to track the whereabouts of the Shuro war god, and subsequently eliminate him. And what else? Xiao Tianji asked, his expression revealing no surprise. He had returned from retirement, and although it was confidential, some of the top-tier nefarious forces were bound to be aware. However, he always concealed his identity behind a mask in the field, unless one was a trusted confidant. Few recognized his true visage or name. This was why even someone as influential as Gong Sun could not decipher his identity, largely out of fear to even speculate. Do you not find this surprising? She inquired, momentarily taken aback. The Shuro war god is a prestigious emblem of the Great Xia. If someone were to assassinate him, would not every citizen of the Great Xia feel rage and shock? Xiao Tianji remained unfazed. There are too many who wish to kill me. It would be abnormal if no one attempted an assassination. How have you infiltrated? And to what extent have you achieved your goals? This time, she shook her head and sighed. I truly do not know. Xiao Tianji understood she was not lying. Such significant matters were likely communicated through a single channel. In essence, she was merely a pawn in their game. However, I am aware that before the Shuro war god made his appearance, individuals from the Western Holy Spirit had begun collaborating with your mysterious forces in the Great Xia to cultivate secret assassins. Their grander scheme remains unknown to me. Sensing that her confession was insufficient to satisfy Xiao Tianji, she voluntarily divulged another secret she possessed. His interest peaked as he produced a token engraved with the character for Hai. Is this it? How do you possess this? She exclaimed, realizing he had guessed correctly. I merely stumbled upon this token and recognized it. As for the extent of the organization's infiltration, its headquarters, or its leaders, I regret to say I am entirely unaware. Xiao Tianji nodded. To have uncovered such information was indeed a significant gain. One last question. What is your code name? My Chinese name is Lily. Remember, do not speak of today's events to anyone. I, Xiao Tianji, guarantee your safety. With that, he turned and departed. Xiao Tianji, she murmured, reflecting on the name as she watched his silhouette vanish into the shadows. Confusion flickered in Lily's eyes. Xiao Tianji did not request a vehicle from Gong Sun. Instead, he left the Tiger Brigade on foot, retracing his steps. Upon reaching the hill where he had previously been, he could not help but frown. There, seated upon a large stone, was a woman with a perplexed expression, the same woman who had attempted to assassinate him, the Scorpion Woman. Seeing Xiao Tianji, she sprang to her feet in alarm, at a loss for words. Why have you not left yet? Xiao Tianji asked, somewhat displeased. I. The Scorpion Woman bit her lip, then suddenly knelt. I wish to turn over a new leaf and start afresh. Will you shelter me? You wish to follow me? Xiao Tianji inquired, a hint of surprise flickering across his face. Yes, she affirmed with certainty. Xiao Tianji scoffed. Do you think anyone can follow me, Xiao? You are far too naive. A flush crept across her cheeks as she stubbornly replied. Qin and is marrying Qi Yafeng. There is a conspiracy at play. If I uncover the truth, will you reconsider? Xiao Tianji remained silent. In truth, the Qin and Qi families were two of the most prominent clans in Yangzhou, formidable in the eyes of ordinary citizens. Yet, to him, they were insignificant. However, recalling the old man of the Qi family, who had once aided his dragon army, he hesitated briefly before responding, I will give you 3 days. Yes. Excitement and joy lit up her eyes. Without alarming anyone, Xiao Tianji silently returned to the military compound, to the guest quarters of the Wu family. Chapter 79. Sir, are you thirsty? I shall brew tea. The following morning, Wu Yingzi knocked on Xiao Tianji's door. Clad in a delicate pink tracksuit, her hair tied back in a ponytail, and her face adorned with a subtle makeup, she appeared refreshingly charming, exuding a hint of allure. With a figure that could only be described as flawless. Good morning. Did you sleep well last night? She inquired, a hint of shyness creeping into her demeanor as she gazed at Xiao Tianji. Not too bad, he replied. My parents left early to buy groceries, saying they didn't properly host you yesterday. They insisted I invite you for lunch. My brother will be back too. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled and her cheeks flushed. She was acutely aware that Xiao Tianji was a man beyond her reach. Yet what young girl does not harbor romantic dreams? Matters of the heart are often uncontrollable. After bringing Xiao Tianji home, her parents had assumed he was her boyfriend, a misconception that had initially troubled her. However, after witnessing Xiao Tianji share a drink with her grandfather, their attitude had shifted dramatically. The prospect of inviting her brother back for lunch weighed heavily on her mind, filling her with a fluttering anxiety. Your brother? Xiao Tianji recalled the captain of the Tiger Tooth Special Forces from the previous night. Let us go for a run. The weather is splendid today, Wu Yingzi exclaimed, breaking the awkward silence with a hopeful expression. Hearing the distant calls from the playground piqued Xiao Tianji and Appo's interest. During his initial days in the military, morning exercises had been mandatory. Yet, he could hardly remember the last time he had run like that. Seizing this opportunity to rekindle old sensations seemed appealing. On the playground, 2 athletic figures emerged. At first, Wu Yingzi endeavored to match Xiao Tianji's pace, but before long, she realized he was accelerating effortlessly. Each of his strides was remarkably consistent, his body exhibiting perfect coordination without a hint of flaw. His breathing remained steady, maintaining its initial rhythm, akin to a meticulously engineered high-tech machine. His vigorous form harmonized with the surrounding environment, evoking a sense of unity with nature. As Wu Yingzi's concentration faltered, she soon found herself breathless and drenched in sweat, bringing her run to an abrupt halt. Your breathing technique is incorrect, Xiao Tianji observed, pausing as well, casually offering her some guidance on proper breathing methods. Initially taken aback, Wu Yingzi's expression transformed into one of delight as she absorbed his advice. My parents should be back soon. Let us head back. As they walked, she patiently sought to understand the essence of his breathing techniques. In her eagerness to listen more attentively, she tilted her head, her delicate form nearly leaning against Xiao Tianji. This scene unfolded before the eyes of Wu Wenqing, Bai Fengdai, and another fair-skinned young man. Cough. Bai Fengdai cleared her throat, maintaining a composed expression. Mom. Wu Yingzi finally reacted. You're back. I was just out running with Mr. Xiao. When she referred to him as Mr. Xiao, her tone was affectionate and natural, her smile suggesting that she believed her parents now held a favorable opinion of Xiao Tianji. Little did she know that upon hearing those words, Bai Fengdai's expression darkened further. Wu Wenqing offered an awkward smile, saying, Yingzi, do you see who has come? Wu Yingzi then noticed the fair-skinned young man beside them, her complexion abruptly shifting to one of discomfort. Ma Xinjian, what are you doing here? She exclaimed. I heard from Auntie that you were back, and I couldn't wait to come see you. My parents will arrive shortly. I came ahead to help prepare, he replied. Yingzi, I brought you a gift from abroad. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at Wu Yingzi, whose flushed face and glistening skin made her all the more enchanting after their run. Thank you, but it's unnecessary, Wu Yingzi replied softly, declining the eagerly offered gift. Instead, she turned to Xiao Tianji, addressing him with warmth and respect. Sir, are you thirsty? I will brew some tea. She quickly made her way into the house. Ma Xinjian's smile faltered, his gaze instinctively shifting to Xiao Tianji, his expression growing somewhat cold. Xinjian, let me introduce you. This is Xiao Tianji, who is currently Yingzi's superior. Bai Fengdai stated. Xiao Tianji, this is Ma Xinjian, Yingzi's childhood friend and true confidant. Xinjian's father and Yingzi's father served in the same military unit, and I, along with Xinjian and Apos, S mother, are also business partners, she continued. Xinjian, I hear you've obtained an overseas degree in economics and are preparing to start a business back home? Indeed, Auntie. I've brought back the latest technologies and am looking to make a significant impact, he replied. Xiao Tianji, you are Yingzi's superior in the police force, correct? It must be quite challenging, and as I understand, the monthly salary is merely a few thousand. For someone like me, that's hardly enough to cover gas expenses. Now that you know Yingzi's true identity, I trust you realize she won't be in that position for long. If you're considering a career change, I can assist you. I'm just starting out and need personnel. With your physique, you'd be perfect as a security team leader. Rest assured, the salary would far exceed your current earnings as a police officer. He handed Xiao Tianji an exquisitely crafted gold-embossed business card, a gesture that felt more like a slap to the face than a mere introduction. I'm afraid I must decline. Xiao Tianji replied calmly, his expression unflinching as he walked directly into the house. Ma Xinjian's smile froze, his eyelids twitching in disbelief at Xiao Tianji's blunt rudeness. Sir, your tea, Wu Yingzi said earnestly at the antique tea table, carefully pouring the exquisite De Hong Pao tea from her grandfather's cherished Yixing teapot, a treat her father seldom indulged in, into a cup for Xiao Tianji. As Xiao Tianji sat down to savor the tea, Bai Fengdia's eyes nearly sparked with flames of indignation. This was utterly outrageous. Wu Wenqing's expression was equally troubled. After all, that was his prized De Hong Pao. Meanwhile, Ma Xinjian's eyes flickered with malice. When had Wu Yingzi ever been so gentle? When had she ever so attentively served a man? He had often fantasized about the day he would uncover her softer side. Yet, in this moment, he could only envy Xiao Tianji, who sat there enjoying the intimate service of such a lovely woman. Annie, what exactly is Mr. Zhao's position and status? Even if he is Yingzi's superior, should he really be acting so presumptuously in your home? What is your and Uncle Wu's standing? I can't shake the feeling that Mr. Xiao is the true head of the Wu family, he insinuated with a smile that concealed a dagger. Chapter 080. Just wait a moment, what sort of superior is he? Bai Fengdai was incensed. In front of Ma Xinjian, she felt utterly humiliated. It was not just a matter of losing face, it was downright disgraceful. Yingzi, your Uncle Ma and his wife will be arriving shortly. Hurry and help me prepare dinner in the kitchen. Wu Yingzi paused for a moment. Her cheeks flushed as she replied, Mother, I understand. This meal is meant to humiliate Mr. Xiao, isn't it? If that is the case, Mr. Xiao, I apologize. I did not consider your feelings. Allow me to take you elsewhere. What? She intends to take Xiao Tianji away? By phone, I was rendered speechless, feeling as if her daughter were about to elope with Xiao Tianji over a mere disagreement. Panic began to set in. Wu Wenqing quickly intervened. Yingzi has never set foot in the kitchen, as you well know. Let me assist you. Yes, Yingzi, you can't leave now that you've finally returned. Ma Xinjian added, his urgency palpable. On one hand, he was captivated by Wu Yingzi, and on the other, he felt that he had not yet completely subdued Xiao Tianji. If Xiao Tianji left now, he would lose his opportunity to shine. Regardless of the nature of the relationship between Xiao Tianji and Wu Yingzi, Ma Xinjian, driven by a man's instinctual possessiveness and jealousy, felt compelled to seize this chance to utterly vanquish Xiao Tianji. Therefore, he could not allow Wu Yingzi to take him away. Wu Yingzi glanced at Xiao Tianji, feeling somewhat embarrassed. In a rare moment, Xiao Tianji smiled and said, I promise to bring the old master some wine, which is yet to arrive. Let us wait a little longer. Upon hearing this, Bai Fengdai felt a sense of relief, yet was also infuriated. This Xiao Tianji was indeed clinging to them. Did they truly treasure the 2 bottles of wine he brought? He was making excuses to linger, which was utterly shameless. Since that is the case, let us dine together. Mr. Xiao, as a son-in-law, you must take on various household chores. I wonder if you know how to cook? This was an attempt to push Xiao Tianji into the kitchen. She simply could not bear to see him lounging here like a host, savoring tea. Apologies. Xiao Tianji shook his head and sincerely replied, I cannot cook. Bai Fengdai was once again left speechless. So Mr. Xiao is indeed a son-in-law. Ma Xinjian chuckled, feeling significantly more at ease. A married man, especially a son-in-law, surely Wu Yingzi would not be interested in him. He looked at Xiao Tianji and suddenly felt a sense of camaraderie. This was undoubtedly the perfect foil to highlight his own excellence. Auntie, Allow me to assist you. During my years abroad, I have been cooking Chinese cuisine myself. I have many signature dishes. Ingzi, I shall prepare your favorite sweet and sour fish. Ma Xinjian's thoughtfulness did not go unnoticed by Bai Fengdai, who could not help but express her approval. Ma Xinjian cast a victorious glance at Xiao Tianji. He had triumphed once more. While a man cooking may not be an extraordinary skill, it was undoubtedly a point in his favor in the eyes of his mother-in-law. Soon, a table filled with delectable dishes was laid out. The colors, aromas, and flavors were all exquisite. Bai Fengdai looked at Ma Xinjian, a satisfied mother-in-law's gaze upon her son-in-law. It smells wonderful. Lao Ma, what delicious treats have you prepared? Just so you know, I did not eat breakfast this morning. I've saved my appetite for a hearty meal from you. Fengdai, hurry out and greet our guests. Laughter from a woman echoed from the courtyard. What delicacies could we possibly have that could compare to your daily feasts? Ah well, after indulging in such gourmet meals, it's refreshing to sample the humble dishes of us less fortunate folk. Ingzi, your uncle and aunt have arrived. Come help me welcome them, Bai Fengdai said with a bright smile. Wu Ingzi had no choice but to stand up and follow her mother outside. After all, etiquette must not be disregarded. Ah, Ingzi, my darling girl. Ma Xinjian's mother, Zhu Yulian, a well-maintained and elegantly dressed matron, warmly grasped Wu Ingzi's hand. Lao Ma, your culinary skills have improved. The aroma wafting from the yard is irresistible. Beside her, Ma Xinjian's father, Ma Ji, also greeted Wu Wenqing with familiarity. They were comrades from the same battalion, and it was worth noting that Ma Ji held a rank above Wu Wenqing. However, since Ma Ji was a disciple of the old master Wu Tiankuai, their relationship was akin to that of brothers. What can he cook? It is all thanks to your Xinjian's efforts. My, how I envy you for raising such a fine son. Unlike our son, who eats as if he were 3 men, you ask him to cook. After all these years, all I've had is the water he boiled. Fengdai, are you implying we have no daughters to compete with? No matter how good a son is, he cannot compare to our Ingzi's little finger. I must take this girl home today, do you agree? Zhu Yulian held Wu Ingzi's hand, her eyes conveying a deeper meaning to Bai Fengdai. Bai Fengdia's eyelids fluttered, and she waved her hand dismissively, feigning impatience. Take her away, take her away. They say a daughter grows up and no longer belongs to her mother. I am nearly driven to my wit's end by her. If you are not afraid of the burden, feel free to take her. Very well, it is settled then. Zhu Yulian understood, a smile creasing her face. Women's words carry weight. Their exchange was tacitly sealing Wu Ingzi's fate. Uncle and auntie, please come inside. I will go fetch grandfather. Wu Ingzi felt exceedingly awkward, inadvertently slipping from Zhu Yulian's grasp as she turned to walk inside. How is grandfather's health? Today is a perfect opportunity to pay him a visit. Xinjian, why are you still standing there? Hurry and bring in the things from the car. Ah, Ma Xinjian snapped back to reality, hurrying towards the luxurious vehicle parked at the entrance of the courtyard. Meanwhile, Zhu Yulian and her husband Ma Ji were warmly welcomed inside by Wu Wenqing and his wife. This is spotting Xiao Tianji seated at the tea table. Zhu Yulian hesitated. A colleague of Ingzi's from her previous assignments. He came along to meet the old master. Bai Fengdai quickly clarified. I see. Zhu Yulian smiled, casting no further glance at Xiao Tianji. Wu Ingzi's colleague was of no significant rank, and upon their entrance, Xiao Tianji made no effort to rise and greet them. Such rustic manners, so lacking in courtesy. At that moment, in Zhu Yulian's mind, Xiao Tianji was not even on the same social tier as herself. To gaze upon him further would be to diminish her own stature. Xiao Tianji, did you undergo training in the battalion? What was your regiment? Perhaps I know your commanding officer, Ma Ji inquired, smiling with an air of condescension, anticipating Xiao Tianji's recognition of his rank and a salute in return. Chapter 081. Imperial Jade Liquor. Upon hearing Ma Ji's words, the others cast cold smiles in the direction of Xiao Tianji. Ma Ji held a respectable position within the Tiger Army's branch and was clad in a uniform adorned with rank insignia. Typically, a young man like Xiao Tianji, who had retired after a few years of training in the military, would hardly have the chance to even meet someone of Ma Ji's stature. Convention dictated that he should salute with utmost respect upon encountering him. Yet, contrary to expectations, Xiao Tianji took a sip of tea and replied nonchalantly, You must not recognize my face, Commander. He did not even bother to glance at Ma Ji, as if the distinguished officer held no significance in his eyes. Everyone was taken aback. Ma Ji's expression darkened, anger flickering in his eyes. This young man was remarkably audacious and utterly lacking in respect. What do you mean by that? Zhu Yulian interjected, ready to confront. Brother Xiao has become a son-in-law after his retirement. Perhaps he has long forgotten the decorum of the military. Ma Xinjian remarked as he entered with a stack of gifts, a mocking smile gracing his face. Although he appeared to defend Xiao Tianji, his intent was unmistakably to humiliate him. So he is merely a son-in-law. What a disgrace, Zhu Yulian scoffed. When did your family become so easy to enter? Anyone can waltz in. Bai Fengdai glanced at Xiao Tianji, a gleam of triumph in her eyes, thinking to herself, aren't you the one who refuses to leave? This is your just reward. The current youth are truly, alas. I shall not comment on son-in-laws. It is a shame for someone with military experience to squander his days in this manner, betraying the nurturing of the nation. Ma Ji sneered, ready to speak further. Ma Ji has arrived. An elderly voice interrupted as Wu Yingzi wheeled her grandfather into the room. Old sir. Ma Ji hastened to greet him. For this was his former superior, the esteemed old officer. Without Wu Tiankuai, Ma Ji would not be where he was today. Zhu Yulian swiftly approached to offer her regards. Where is that scoundrel Wu Yingxiu? No need to wait for him. There are no outsiders here. Laughter filled the air as guests took their seats. Zhu Yulian completely ignored Xiao Tianji, cheerfully exclaiming, Xinjian, hasten to present the gifts you prepared. With such a lavish lunch from Yingzi's parents, we cannot partake without offering something in return. Madam, I acquired this at an auction abroad. Please see if it pleases you. Ma Xinjian promptly produced a delicate box, his demeanor exuding servility as he presented it to Bai Fengdai. This child is exceedingly courteous, always bringing gifts, Bai Fengdai remarked with a smile, accepting the offering. She had initially expected something commonplace, only to be taken aback upon opening it. Her expression changed as she beheld a pair of lustrous jade bracelets, a tag indicating a price of 380,000. How could I accept such a lavish gift? She exclaimed, hastily attempting to return them. Do not be so polite. Xinjian has grown up before your eyes, akin to a son. What is there to feel embarrassed about when receiving something from one's own child? These bracelets complement your elegance. Do accept them. If you refuse again, I shall be displeased. Zhu Yulian insisted. Bai Fengdai, genuinely fond of the bracelets, had no choice but to accept them. Her delight evident. Uncle, knowing your fondness for tea, I procured this mu fngsh Longjing with great difficulty through a friend. Wu Wenqing's eyes lit up. The finest Longjing tea hails from Mu, and the fngsh variety is truly exceptional. Xinjian, you have outdone yourself. I shall accept this. But do not go to such expense again next time. Understood, uncle. Old sir, I know you enjoy drinking, yet the doctor forbids it. Can you guess what Xinjian has prepared for you? Zhu Yulian said with a warm smile. Wu Tiankuai replied, could it be a beverage permitted by the doctor? Indeed. You are astute, grandfather. Ma Xinjian hurriedly brought forth an exquisite box, opening it to reveal 6 small bottles filled with amber liquid, each labeled Imperial Jade Liquor. Is this the fabled Imperial Jade Liquor said to prolong life? Bai Fengdai exclaimed in astonishment. Xinjian, you are truly thoughtful. Not only is the gift extravagant, but you have also considered the old sir's well-being. Now, the old sir can enjoy a drink that is also beneficial for his health. How delightful. Wu Tiankuai nodded appreciatively. Zhu Yulian quickly interjected, Xinjian, we have gifts for everyone. What about Yingzi's? Wu Yingzi blushed deeply. Ma Xinjian's gaze widened, swallowing hard as he spoke fervently. I intend to present Yingzi's gift privately in a moment. Bai Fengdai, Wu Wenqing, Zhu Yulian, Ma Ji, all exchanged knowing glances. The implications of the gift were clear. Sensing Yingzi's bashfulness, Zhu Yulian hurriedly sought to alleviate the tension. Let us not concern ourselves with the affairs of the youth. Let us eat. Onward to the meal. Indeed, Ma Xinjian, brimming with excitement, personally served a piece of sweet and sour fish to Wu Yingzi. Yingzi, do taste this. It is your favorite. Wu Yingzi's cheeks flushed not from shyness but from anger. Observing Xiao Tianji being overlooked, an unsettling feeling stirred within her. At that moment, the true nature of the gathering dawned upon her. It was a trap, designed to undermine Xiao Tianji while drawing her into its web. Sir, this is my father's specialty. Please give it a try. Wu Yingzi stood, carefully placing a rib in front of Xiao Tianji. The atmosphere froze instantly, smiles fading from Zhu Yulian and the others' faces. Suddenly, Ma Ji stood up, his expression shifting as he prepared to expel Xiao Tianji. Given his status, allowing such an obscure young man to dine at the same table was already a significant concession. Although unspoken, it was clear that the Ma family had come with intentions of courting. Their intentions had been made abundantly clear through their words. Once Yingzi and Ma Xinjian excused themselves to converse privately, he would approach the old sir directly. But what was Xiao Tianji still doing here? Youth, indulge in your meal. Unexpectedly, the old sir smiled at Xiao Tianji. Ma Ji trembled, unable to act on his impulse. Alas, in the midst of our meal, we neglected to pour wine for the old sir. Xinjian quickly opened the imperial jade liquor and refill his cup. Zhu Yulian swiftly attempted to smooth over the situation, hoping to curry favor with the old sir. Ma Xinjian remained still, gritting his teeth as he coldly regarded Xiao Tianji. If I heard correctly, you claimed you would present 2 bottles of wine to the old sir? Where is your wine? Why not produce it now, so everyone may sample it? Wine? Zhu Yulian scoffed. What kind of wine could possibly compare to the imperial jade liquor? Moreover, what fine treasures has the old sir not encountered? Would he covet your 2 bottles? Wu Wenqing and Bai Fengdai also regarded Xiao Tianji with derisive expressions. I shall go buy it. Wu Yingzi exclaimed in a moment of desperation, intending to procure wine for Xiao Tianji. At that instant, several armored vehicles roared to a halt outside, and with a clatter, a dozen fully armed soldiers disembarked, led by Wu Yingxiong himself. He raised his hand, signaling for everyone to remain alert. A man, his face stern and radiating an aura of menace, strode purposefully towards the entrance. My brother has returned, Wu Yingzi exclaimed with delight. Except for the old master. Everyone rose to their feet. Through the window, they beheld the scene at the courtyard entrance, causing their expressions to shift dramatically. Ma Ji furrowed his brow, perplexed, and inquired of Wu Wenqing, why has the entire Tiger Tooth Brigade accompanied our hero? Are they fully armed for a significant mission? Ahem. Wu Wenqing's expression darkened. He felt embarrassed to reveal that it was his own wife who had summoned these reinforcements, intending to intimidate Xiao Tianji. When Bai Fengdai had called yesterday, she had briefly outlined the situation, aware that Wu Yingxiong would be infuriated, yet she had not anticipated such a grand display. This troublesome lad better not bring about calamity. Casting a glance at Xiao Tianji, he noted that the latter remained utterly unfazed, oblivious to the impending crisis, prompting Wu Wenqing to involuntarily feel a pang of concern for him. Chapter 82. I have something to say to Mr. Xiao. Their son has returned. Bai Fengdia's face lit up with joy as she rose to greet him. Such grandeur, he is indeed her son. The bond between generations is undeniable. They dare not oppose the old master, for Wu Yingxiong has always been fearless since childhood. Finally, someone capable of confronting Xiao Tianji has arrived. How outrageous for that rascal to come home with weapons, as if this place were a battlefield. Come, greet Uncle Ma and Aunt Zhu. And look, Xian Jian has brought many gifts for us. Brother Yingxiong. Ma Xian Jian called out sweetly, rising as well. Wu Yingxiong's expression turned grave as he stood at the doorway, his keen, leopard-like eyes scanning the faces before him. Suddenly, he noticed a tall figure beside his sister, turned away from him, causing him to tremble involuntarily. That silhouette seemed oddly familiar. Xiao Tianji, Brother Yingxiong is the master of this house now that he has returned. Why do you remain seated? Ma Xian Jian couldn't help but curse. This was clearly an attempt to ignite Wu Yingxiong's hatred towards Xiao Tianji. Sir, this is my brother, Wu Yingzi said cautiously. Only then did Xiao Tianji slowly turn around, smiling at Wu Yingxiong. Hello. Is it you? Wu Yingxiong gasped, his face draining of color. It is he. The scoundrel who deceived my sister, as mother mentioned yesterday. How audacious to deceive our Wu family. Bai Fengdai seized the opportunity to vent her anger. Brother Yingxiong, you cannot allow your sister to be ruined by him. Indeed, Brother Yingxiong, you must stand up for Yingzi. Xiao Tianji is merely a freeloader. A man who seeks to deceive Yingzi. Such behavior is intolerable. Ma Xian Jian quickly echoed. Having cherished his sister since childhood, Wu Yingxiong had fought many battles for her. How could he stand idly by now? Did you not see that Brother Yingxiong has brought his men? Huh. This time, the great deceiver will have nowhere to hide. Zhu Yulian laughed. Ma Ji let out a snort. Holding a higher rank than Wu Yingxiong, he could theoretically prevent any confrontation. Yet, why would he wish to intervene? Just moments ago, he had been on the verge of lashing out, only to hold back for the old master's sake. Now, he secretly hoped Wu Yingxiong would expose Xiao Tianji's true nature. To be frank, when Wu Yingxiong got into a brawl, even he would hesitate to provoke him. After all, he was the captain of the Tiger Tooth Brigade, a figure akin to a world-weary demon. Brother, it would be wise not to act impulsively. Wu Wenqing cautioned, still anxious about a potential tragedy that could ruin his son's future. He cleared his throat, attempting to dissuade him. Wu Yingxiong remained silent as he regarded Xiao Tianji, his complexion shifting from pale to crimson. To an outsider, it might have appeared as though he was merely furious. "Brother, it is not as you think." Wu Yingzi expressed her concern. Taking a deep breath, Wu Yingxiong gritted his teeth, finally summoning the courage to stride toward Xiao Tianji. Was he finally about to strike? "Brother, Mr. Xiao is my friend, and I will not allow you to harm him," Wu Yingzi exclaimed, stepping protectively in front of Xiao Tianji. Wu Yingxiong halted, casting a glance at his sister, revealing a complex expression. After all these years, she was willing to defy him for an outsider. Yet, he felt no anger. Amidst his mixed emotions, he felt guilt, fear, and above all, a sense of relief. "Yingzi, you are fortunate to be with Mr. Xiao. It is also a blessing for our Wu family. Step aside. I have matters to discuss with Mr. Xiao." What? Not only were Ma Xianjian and the others bewildered, but even Wu Yingzi was at a loss. This was still her brother? Instinctively, she took a step aside. Gazing at the composed Xiao Tianji, Wu Yingxiong clenched his jaw and finally lowered his proud head. "Mr. Xiao, I apologize. It was my mistake. Please, show mercy and do not hold it against me." The impact of his words was akin to a bombshell exploding in the minds of those present. Bai Fengdai swayed, nearly fainting. The others stood in stunned silence. "You have done well," Xiao Tianji mused after a moment, smiling softly. "Thank you, sir." Wu Yingxiong felt a surge of joy, as if this light praise bore the weight of the world. "Brother, what is happening? Do you know Mr. Xiao?" Wu Wenqing finally processed the situation, his voice laced with uncertainty. "Father, there is no time for explanations now. Prepare yourselves. Commander Gong is coming." "Commander Gong?" Both Wu Wenqing and Ma Ji exclaimed in shock. He was their absolute superior, the soul of the Yangzhou battle camp. No wonder Wu Yingxiong had brought so many people with him, all of whom appeared grim and ready for action. And, given his character, it was remarkable that he would treat Xiao Tianji with such deference. Realization dawned upon them as they connected the dots. Just then, a horn sounded outside. "Is Commander Gong here? Let us go welcome him," Ma Ji exclaimed, excitement radiating from him as he turned to rush outside. "Hurry, welcome Commander Gong." Wu Wenqing, Bai Fengdai, and Zhu Yulian all hurriedly followed suit. In the living room, only Xiao Tianji, Wu Tiankuai, and Wu Yingzi remained. Wu Yingzi stood beside Xiao Tianji, her expression a mixture of confusion and concern. Xiao Tianji maintained his composed demeanor, unaffected. "Mr. Xiao, have you met my grandson? You are the first person capable of making him bow his head willingly," Wu Tiankuai observed, his aged eyes scrutinizing Xiao Tianji, as if casually inquiring. For others, the earlier scene might have been misconstrued as Wu Yingxiong merely attempting to exhibit good manners before Commander Gong. However, Wu Tiankuai discerned the truth. It stemmed from genuine respect and fear of Xiao Tianji. Regarding his grandson, the old master knew him well. Wu Yingxiong had always been fearless, a true demon of the world. To see a peer bring him to this state was indeed a first for the old man. Hearing his grandfather's question, Wu Yingzi cast a concerned glance. She could not fathom when Xiao Tianji had ever met her brother. "Father, Zhang Shuai has come to see you." Suddenly, Wu Wenqing's ecstatic voice echoed from outside. "Zhang Shuai?" Both Wu Yingzi and the old master turned pale at the mention. "Quick, Yingzi, help me outside." Wu Tiankuai trembled to his feet, overwhelmed with excitement. Zhang Shuai? Could it be the leader of the Tiger Brigade? Wu Yingzi was equally astonished, hastily assisting her grandfather as they made their way outside. Xiao Tianji sipped his tea, his expression remaining utterly unchanged. Chapter 083. General Zhang, should I rise to greet you? At the entrance of the courtyard, beside an Audi, the excitement was palpable among Gong's son, Wu Wenqing, Ma Ji, and others as they witnessed the arrival. To their astonishment, Gong's son stepped out, wiped the sweat from his brow, and respectfully opened the rear door, inviting a distinguished elder with graying hair and a vigorous demeanor. A man in his 60s, to alight. Upon recognizing the elder's visage, they felt compelled to kneel, none other than Zhang Jinshuan, the revered leader of the Tiger Brigade, known colloquially as Old Tiger. What wind could possibly bring this esteemed leader here? Although Wu Wenqing and Ma Ji held respectable positions, they were but leaders of a minor division amidst the vast network of the Tiger Brigade. It was akin to a humble county official standing before an emperor. Wu Wenqing understood that, given his status, he would never have the honor of having Gong's son and General Zhang personally visit him, unless it was to pay respects to his venerable father. Thus, he expressed his fervent excitement. Zhang Jinshuan, tall and imposing, despite his advancing years, retained an undeniable aura. He surveyed the surroundings and boisterously exclaimed, "I have long wished to visit your esteemed father. At last, I have found the time. Please, lead me inside." "How could I possibly deserve such an honor, to have General Zhang come to see me?" came the jovial reply from Wu Tiankuei, who, supported by his granddaughter, stood at the entrance. "Old Wu." Zhang Jianxuan hastened toward him, prompting Gong Sun, Wu Wenqing, and Ma Ji to follow suit. Meanwhile, Zhu Yulian and Bai Fengdai, lacking official titles, could only offer sheepish smiles from a distance, hesitant to approach too closely. Bai Fengdai felt a swell of pride. Her elder was indeed a treasure. Although he was now aged and held no official post, the traditions of Great Xia dictated that prominent figures would personally pay their respects. "Why have you come out? You need not have come to greet me, old friend." Zhang Old Tiger grasped Wu Tiankuei's hand, laughing heartily. Wu Tiankuei, trembling, managed to salute, exclaiming, "Veteran Wu Tiankuei pays his respects to General Zhang." Zhang Jianxuan, as a junior, extended his courtesy. Though the reality was that Wu Tiankuei was not of the same caliber, in terms of rank or standing. "Old Wu, you are too kind. Are there other guests present?" Zhang Jianxuan inquired, still holding Wu Tiankuei's hand, his gaze drifting toward the interior of the house. Other guests? At that moment, everyone realized that all had come out to welcome them, except for Xiao Tianji. A bead of sweat trickled down Wu Wenqing's forehead. This was a grave misstep. While Xiao Tianji's recklessness might only endanger himself, offending General Zhang under Wu Wenqing's roof could very well bring repercussions upon them all. In a moment of panic, he stepped forward, directing a sharp rebuke at the calm figure seated at the dining table. "You insolent brat, General Zhang has arrived. Why are you not rushing over to greet him? You have seen battle. Do you not understand General Zhang's stature? Indeed, how could one be so tactless? Hero, do not delay. Come over and welcome him." Bai Fengdai urged urgently. "Xiao Tianji, you are utterly brazen." Ma Ji and his son chimed in, their voices laced with severity. "Impudence." Zhang Jianxuan's eyes gleamed with an unusual intensity upon spotting Xiao Tianji, and he addressed those nearby with a low voice. "Xiao Tianji, General Zhang has deemed your behavior disrespectful. Did you hear that? I say you are the disrespectful one." Zhang Jianxuan reiterated, leaving Zhu Yulian momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. "Mr. Xiao, General Zhang is here," Gong Sun said respectfully, offering a gentle reminder. "General Zhang, should I rise to greet you?" Xiao Tianji finally turned, smiling nonchalantly. Zhang Jianxuan's frame quivered momentarily before he burst into hearty laughter. "No need for that. If Mr. Xiao wishes to welcome me, it would be akin to shortening my lifespan." Previously, Xiao Tianji and Zhang Old Tiger were of equal standing in terms of rank. Yet, given Xiao Tianji's youth, it would have been customary for him to rise. However, with the announcement of the head of the 100 generals and the Shura sealing his divinity, Xiao Tianji had undeniably surpassed Zhang Old Tiger in rank. In such a scenario, standing to greet him would have rendered Zhang Jianxuan at a loss. Both men were acutely aware of this nuance. Furthermore, Xiao Tianji had once saved Zhang Jianxuan's life, rendering him a benefactor in a personal context. "Mr. Xiao, it is good to see you." Zhang Old Tiger approached warmly. Xiao Tianji smiled in return. "I am well, and you, General Zhang, are looking quite well yourself. Since you have come, please take a seat." "Excellent." Zhang Jianxuan sought a seat, but quickly turned to Wu Tiankuei, urging him, "Old Wu, please sit." "I." Wu Tiankuei opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Although he had always thought highly of Xiao Tianji and defended him, he could not fathom the latter's true status that warranted such attention from Zhang Old Tiger. Now, it became clear to all that Zhang Old Tiger's visit was not solely to see Wu Tiankuei, but rather to pay respect to Xiao Tianji. Good heavens! What stature must one possess to command such reverence from General Zhang? Wu Wenqing, Ma Ji, Bai Fengdai, Zhu Yulian, and even Ma Xinjin stood aside, all wearing expressions of confusion, unsure of what to say. "Old friend, as I mentioned yesterday, you embody the indomitable spirit of Great Xia's iron-blooded warriors. Without you, there would be no Divine Dragon Army or Tiger Brigade. Please, take a seat," Xiao Tianji interjected with a smile. Wu Tiankuei trembled slightly, his eyes brimming with excitement as he gazed at Xiao Tianji. The Divine Dragon Army? A realization dawned upon him, yet his overwhelming excitement left him speechless, his lips quivering. Xiao Tianji remained silently amused. "Indeed, old Wu, please, do take a seat. If you do not sit, we would not dare to." Zhang Old Tiger hastily diverted attention from the matter. "Mr. Xiao, I shall not impose, Wu Tianqi finally uttered, with the support of his granddaughter. He cautiously took his place at the head of the table. Zhang Old Tiger joined him, while the others, Wu Wenqing and Ma Ji, along with Ma Xingjian, stood by, their faces reflecting trepidation. They yearned to sit, yet understood their lack of qualification to do so, especially with their superior, Gong Sun, standing respectfully nearby. As for Wu Yingxiong and his tiger-tooth squad, they were poised like coiled springs, stationed outside, not to protect Gong Sun, but to safeguard General Zhang. Ultimately, after much mutual insistence, Gong Sun carefully settled into a chair beside them. Thus, at the table, 4 figures occupied their seats: Wu Tianqi, General Zhang, Gong Sun, and Xiao Tianji, while the others, including Ma Ji and Wu Wenqing, stood behind General Zhang, serving tea as if they were attendants. Bai Fengdai, Zhu Yulian, and Ma Xingjian, devoid of official titles, dared not approach any closer, remaining anxiously in the distance of the small guest hall. Chapter 084. Laughing while slaying the enemy and drinking the battle song with tears. Sir, your tea has grown cold. Allow me to fetch you a fresh cup. Wu Yingzi, suppressing the excitement within her, approached with a face as radiant as a plum blossom blooming amidst winter-s snow, to replace Xiao Tianji's tea. It had been said that the Wu family had a daughter who was no less formidable than any man. You must be Wu Yingzi, correct? Indeed, indeed. Commander Zhang could not help but exclaim, a hint of envy flickering in his eyes as he admired her proximity to Xiao Tianji. Let us forego the tea. Since Commander Zhang is here, let us switch to wine, Xiao Tianji remarked nonchalantly. Wine? At the mention of the word, Zhang's eyes sparkled with interest as he turned to look at Xiao Tianji. Just then, a rapid buzzing sound filled the air outside. A black warplane sliced through the sky. Isn't that a warplane from the Northern Dragon Army? What brings it here? Wu Wenqing and Ma Ji exchanged puzzled glances. Commander Zhang, they spoke in hushed tones, seeking guidance on how to proceed. Commander Zhang laughed heartily. Wu Yingxiong, here. Wu Yingxiong immediately saluted like an arrow. Go fetch the wine. Yes. Wu Yingxiong turned and dashed out. Shortly after, he returned holding a small box, his face flushed with excitement. Old master, we were unprepared yesterday, so I bring these 2 bottles of wine as a token of my esteem. Xiao Tianji stood up and took 2 bottles from the box that Wu Yingxiong held. Smiling as he addressed Wu Tianqi, what wine is so precious? Even Wu Yingzi could not help but lean in for a closer look. What appeared before them were not ordinary glass bottles, but rather plastic containers akin to those used for 2 liters of mineral water. Described as bottles, they resembled jugs more than anything else. Such inexpensive packaging resembled the bulk wine sold in markets. The bottles bore no extravagant labels. Only a plain sheet of paper with 2 bold characters inscribed, Battle Song. Battle Song. Wu Yingzi murmured, puzzled. What kind of wine is this? Indeed, it is the Battle Song. Wu Tianqi exclaimed, trembling with excitement as he stood up shakily. Grandfather, it is the Battle Song. Wu Yingxiong rushed to support his grandfather, tears of joy welling in his fierce eyes. Battle Song, murmured Wu Wenqing and Ma Ji, both flabbergasted. They could hardly fathom, let alone dare to imagine, that the 2 bottles of wine Xiao Tianji intended for the old man were indeed the illustrious Battle Song. With laughter, we slay our foes. With tears, we drink the Battle Song. Commander Zhang softly uttered, unable to contain the tears welling in his fierce eyes, reflecting on the profound significance of the moment. This is not merely wine. It embodies the indomitable spirit of the Northern Dragon Army. The Battle Song, a victory wine reserved for the Northern Dragon Army, also serves to honor the spirits of fallen comrades. In that instant, the atmosphere within the grand hall shifted to one of solemnity and grandeur. Everyone stood in silence, as if paying homage to the valiant dragon warriors who, under the leadership of their commander, defended the nation's borders and wove a legend of their own. To the god of war, to all the warriors of the Dragon Army, Wu Tianqi's tears flowed freely as he trembled and bowed once more, this time directed towards Xiao Tianji. Old master, with Commander Zhang visiting today, let us indulge in the Battle Song together. Yingzi, pour the wine. Yes. Wu Yingzi responded excitedly as she moved to pour the wine. Mr. Xiao, there is still 1 bottle left, Wu Yingxiong said somewhat shyly. Initially, he had brought 3 bottles, but Xiao Tianji had taken 2. Before Xiao Tianji could respond, Commander Zhang interjected sternly, just take the last bottle back. I will see to it. You lot better not have your eyes on that last bottle, or I shall not be lenient. Last night, Xiao Tianji had promised him 2 bottles, and he had bargained for an additional one. expecting 3 in total. Yet, he found that Xiao Tianji had not added 1, but rather reduced it. Had he known, he would not have haggled. However, he felt too embarrassed to contest with Wu Tiankuei, leaving him dissatisfied. Yes, Wu Yingxiong quickly agreed, licking his lips, eyes betraying a hint of reluctance. Xiao Tianji smiled. Commander Zhang, that entire box has already been sent to your base. This bottle is for your tiger tooth brothers. An entire box? Really? Commander Zhang could hardly believe it. Upon seeing Xiao Tianji nod, his face broke into a wide grin of excitement. Thank you, Mr. Xiao. Wu Yingxiong saluted once more. This is the battle song. Anyone in the military longs to taste it. This is not just any ordinary wine. It is a sacred belief of the highest soldier. However, the battle song is exclusively supplied within the Dragon Army. Not only ordinary folks, but even some significant figures find it hard to obtain a taste. One can only imagine its rarity. Xiao Tianji's gesture of gifting a bottle to Wu Yingxiong stemmed from the unexpected revelations during the interrogation of Lily the previous night. He had gleaned that the shadowy assassin organization closely tied to his own past was a secretive domestic power, born from collusion with some malevolent forces from the West. Deeply entrenched after years of operation, Lily had been captured by Wu Yingxiong's Tiger Tooth Brigade. Thus, this bottle of battle song was Xiao Tianji's tribute to them. Commander Zhang, thoroughly intoxicated, eventually stumbled away with the aid of Gong Sun. While Wu Yingxiong and the entire Tiger Tooth Brigade provided a strict escort, Wu Wenqing and Ma Ji saw them off at the entrance, maintaining a respectful demeanor as the armored vehicles roared away. Once they were gone, Ma Ji wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, grinning. Old Wu, you have put me in quite the predicament. Who exactly is this Mr. Xiao that your daughter Yingzi has brought back? Wu Wenqing's expression was equally grave. I have no idea. If I had known, would I have treated him this way? But it seems evident that he is indeed connected to that esteemed figure of the Dragon Army. Connected to that esteemed figure of the Dragon Army? What an identity that would entail. Quickly, let us go make amends. Ma Ji urged Wu Wenqing as they hurried back. At the dining table, only Wu Yingzi remained, clearing the dishes, while Xiao Tianji and Wu Tiankuei had vanished from sight. Where have they gone? Wu Wenqing inquired urgently. They went to the study with grandfather. Bai Feng Dai replied, her voice laced with uncertainty. Old Ma, who is this young man, really? Zhu Yulian asked, perplexed. Enough. Let it be. I just hope he does not hold a grudge. Old Wu, I bid you farewell. If the opportunity arises, please convey our apologies. Dragging his wife and son, he hastily departed. Wu Wenqing and Bai Feng Dai exchanged glances, at a loss for words. Yingzi, you have truly landed us in trouble. Is this the kind of son-in-law who relies on others? What is his true identity? Do tell us. Wu Yingzi replied calmly, I do not know either. As far as I know, he is merely a son-in-law. You. Bai Feng Dai thought her daughter was being deliberately evasive, leaving her speechless with indignation. What of it? Mother, did you not wish to send me off to the Ma family? Ask them now if they dare to claim me. If they do, I shall pack my things and go without a bridal sedan. Wu Yingzi said, her face uplifted in pride. Impudent girl, lower your voice. It was my fault. However, Mr. Xiao, as wonderful as he may be, is still a married man. Are you truly considering this? Wu Yingzi's expression darkened. I will make my own choices regarding my life. There is no need for your concern. Very well, my dear, you are free to make your own decisions. Whatever path you choose, know that your mother will always support you. Is that satisfactory? Chapter 085. Drunken revelry at the bar within the study. The venerable Wu Tiankuei gazed at Xiao Tianji and spoke softly. Forgive my boldness, sir, but are you? Various signs had led him to harbor suspicions, yet he dared not confirm them. Xiao Tianji, not permitting him to continue, nodded and smiled. It is I. Wu Tiankuei exhaled deeply. Old man has taken the liberty of meeting you, sir. He bowed deeply. There is no need for such formality, esteemed elder. I am burdened with a task and cannot disclose my identity. I hope for your understanding. Wu Tiankuei wiped away his tears, trembling as he said, what merit does the Wu family possess? It is not just a fortune for Yingzi to accompany you, but a tremendous blessing for the Wu family as well. The two discussed various matters before Xiao Tianji assisted the elder out. In the living room, Wu Wenqing and Bai Feng Dai stood, momentarily at a loss, unsure of how to attend to him. Particularly, Bai Feng Dai felt a deep sense of apprehension regarding her previous actions. Mr. Xiao, I have changed all the bedding in your room. Would you like to rest? Oh dear, having consumed so much alcohol, should you not sober up? Yingzi. Quickly prepare some hangover soup for Mr. Xiao. Wu Wenqing, are you a statue? Hurry and bring out your finest tea leaves to brew for the sir. Right, I'm on it. The couple, realizing their predicament, scurried about as if a live dragon had fallen into their home. Wu Wenqing chuckled softly. Compared to the lavish hotels, Xiao Tianji preferred the atmosphere of the military compound, and with the warm hospitality of the Wu family, he chose to stay on. The following day, on the eve of the chief family patriarch's emergence from seclusion, in the evening, Wu Wenqing arrived at Xiao Tianji's room. Could you accompany me to a certain place? Xiao Tianji paused, noticing Wu Wenqing was dressed quite fashionably today, her face adorned with makeup, resembling a vivacious young lady. Where to? It's just. Wu Wenqing appeared somewhat shy, hesitating before suddenly exclaiming impatiently, "Oh, you'll know when we get there?" She rushed forward, taking Xiao Tianji's hand and leading him outside. Xiao Tianji was momentarily speechless, noting how bold Wu Wenqing had become, daring to grasp his hand without his consent. Perhaps this was her true nature, the previous timidity merely a fade. Sensing a strong fragrance of perfume emanating from her, Xiao Tianji couldn't help but frown. This time, instead of Murong Yu's somewhat aged Bora, Wu Wenqing drove an old-model Mitsubishi, her booted foot pressing down on the accelerator with a roar, the vehicle launching forth like a fierce beast. "Do you want a drink?" Xiao Tianji inquired, perplexed as they halted at the entrance of a neon-lit bar. "Just to unwind. Come along." Wu Wenqing smiled mysteriously, pulling Xiao Tianji into the bar. Instantly, deafening music filled their ears, the dance floor alive with individuals swaying passionately, a feast for the eyes. "Hey, beautiful, let me buy you a drink." "Hey there, nice figure. Interested in a dance?" Several ruffians approached Wu Wenqing, drawn by her striking appearance. "Drink your own. Dance with your grandfather." Wu Wenqing, adopting a rebellious demeanor, pulled Xiao Tianji through the crowd towards a more secluded area. They reached the booth section, which was relatively quieter, with small groups of men and women sipping drinks and sharing hushed laughter. Wu Wenqing halted, scanning the room, and exclaimed joyfully, "There she is." Following her gaze, Xiao Tianji was momentarily taken aback. In the midst of the flickering lights, a woman sat on the sofa, her long hair cascading down. Clad in a striking red dress, with a captivating visage and an alluring figure, her crimson lips resembled a fiery rose blooming at midnight. "Is that Qi Yifeng?" He observed an empty bottle of liquor before her as she extracted a cigarette from a pack and placed it between her lips, igniting it with a lighter. It was hard to reconcile this image with that of the gentle and demure lady he knew. "Yifeng, have you consumed all this alcohol by yourself? Why are you smoking?" Wu Wenqing approached, snatching the cigarette from Qi Yifeng's lips and extinguishing it on the floor. Qi Yifeng looked up, spotting Xiao Tianji behind Wu Wenqing, and scoffed, "Why did you bring him along? Ingzi, you can't possibly have fallen for this son-in-law, have you? Hey, what is your secret? How do you captivate so many beautiful women? Want to try it on me and see if I'll be smitten? If you can charm me, I'll go home with you tonight. How about that?" Wu Wenqing's expression darkened. "Yifeng, you've had too much to drink. Come with me. I'll take you home." She had received a call from Qi Yifeng, who expressed her desire to drink away her sorrows. Generally, she avoided such places. Knowing Qi Yifeng was not one to indulge in alcohol, she thought it would merely be a matter of accompanying her friend to lift her spirits. Little did she know, Qi Yifeng was already inebriated. "I'm not going." Qi Yifeng pushed Wu Wenqing away, slumping back onto the sofa. "If we're friends, then drink with me. If not, you can disappear from my sight immediately. Life is fleeting, one must seize joy while it lasts. I've realized I've lived too little until now. From this day forth, I shall revel in life, becoming a liberated and joyous woman." As she spoke, she poured herself 2 more drinks, glaring at Wu Wenqing. "Are you drinking or not?" Wu Wenqing, torn, glanced at Xiao Tianji and whispered, "Tomorrow, Qin is set to propose to the Qi family. Yifeng must feel utterly heartbroken and helpless, that's why she is like this." Xiao Tianji nodded, recognizing Qi Yifeng's deliberate indulgence. Matters of marriage should be self-determined, yet within such a prominent family, one's autonomy could often be compromised. Recalling the words of the scorpion woman who had attempted to assassinate him the previous night, Xiao Tianji began to piece together the situation. "What should we do?" Wu Wenqing sought Xiao Tianji's counsel. "You drink with her. I'll drive." Initially, Xiao Tianji had expected to persuade Qi Yifeng, but instead, he suggested Wu Wenqing keep her company. Observing Xiao Tianji sit beside them, Wu Yingzi clenched her teeth, resolutely deciding to proceed. Yafeng, I'm unaware of the dealings between the Qi and Qin families that led to your sacrifice. If you wish to confide in me, I will do my utmost to assist you. If you prefer silence, then, Wu Yingzi raised her glass. Tonight, I will stay by your side. Chapter 086. I will not leave. I want to dance. Upon hearing Wu Yingzi mention her relationship with the Qin family, Qi Yafeng fell silent for a moment, her eyes swirling with resentment. However, in the end, she forced a smile and resolved to swallow this bitter cup alone. Yingzi, your presence brings me immense joy. You are my dear sister. Come, let us drink. Wu Yingzi had initially intended to share a couple of drinks with Qi Yafeng to help her alleviate her emotions. Unexpectedly, Qi Yafeng, who seldom drank, began to down one glass after another, displaying an impressive capacity for liquor. Wu Yingzi cast a worried glance at Xiao Tianji, noticing his growing impatience, which made her anxious. Yafeng, please listen to me. We cannot drink any more. Let's go. Mr. Xiao will take us home. His time is precious, and we should not waste it here. Mr. Xiao? Qi Yafeng, with hazy eyes, gazed at Xiao Tianji, thrusting a glass of liquor before him. As a man, you must drink this. To refuse is to admit you are a freeloader. Her eyes sparkled with provocation. Xiao Tianji chose to ignore her, reminding himself that a drunken woman could be like a mad tiger, especially since she was the granddaughter of Qi Lao, and he ought not to lower himself to her level. What, do you look down on me? Or do you admit that you are merely a fade? Qi Yafeng pressed on, emboldened by his silence. Attempting to stand, she nearly toppled into Xiao Tianji's arms. Yafeng, you are drunk. Come with me. Wu Yingzi, her expression darkening, feared that Xiao Tianji might dismissively send this delicate woman flying. Without further ado, she pulled Qi Yafeng away. I will not leave. I want to dance. As they passed the dance floor, Qi Yafeng broke free from Wu Yingzi's grasp, plunging into the crowd and taking center stage. The sight of such an exquisite woman, appearing slightly intoxicated, sent shockwaves through the surrounding crowd. They quickly parted, creating a space for Qi Yafeng. Whistles erupted, signaling the lighting technician, who understood and directed a beam of cool light onto Qi Yafeng. In her fiery red dress and peach blossom pink face, illuminated by the descending cool light, the entire venue fell into an entranced silence. She was simply breathtaking. It was as though a bird, filled with fervor yet cruelly imprisoned, had taken flight. The sorrow and poignant beauty reflected in her tear-filled eyes were utterly flawless. Realizing she stood in the center of the dance floor with so many eager eyes upon her, Qi Yafeng felt a rush of clarity mixed with shyness and tension, prompting her to retreat. One more dance. One more dance. The crowd erupted in fervent cheers. As the music shifted, the DJ played an even more electrifying pop song. Qi Yafeng, observing the enthusiastic crowd cheering for her, felt her inhibitions crumble once more. She slowly extended her delicate arms, resembling a graceful crane, and began to dance. Her movements were steeped in classical elegance. Typically, such a classical dance would clash with the pulsating music of a bar, yet for reasons unknown, Qi Yafeng lost herself in her dance. The graceful, traditional motions harmonized unexpectedly with the modern beat, creating a unique beauty. Even Xiao Tianji, observing from a distance through the crowd, could not help but admire the scene. As the electrifying music surged, Qi Yafeng's spirit soared, akin to a crane dancing by the water, her pace quickening. The classical dance, with its rises and falls, astonishingly kept time with the pop rhythm. Fantastic. So beautiful. The crowd was nearly in a frenzy, their cheers and whistles echoing throughout the venue. Finally, after a performance that left the audience clamoring for more, Wu Yingzi pulled Qi Yafeng back to their seats. Did you enjoy that? I never expected you to have such a side to you. Observing Qi Yafeng's flushed cheeks and damp hair, Wu Yingzi couldn't help but laugh. Qi Yafeng smiled gently. Yingzi, please get us another drink. I'm thirsty. You still want a drink? Are you sure it's all right? Qi Yafeng chuckled. Do I look like someone with a problem? Strangely, her eyes sparkled with a brightness she had never known before. All right, wait here. Wu Yingzi decided to accompany Qi Yafeng for the evening and turned to fetch more drinks. After Wu Yingzi left, Qi Yafeng, playfully tossing her hair, placed her arm on Xiao Tianji's shoulder, whether intentionally or not. She gazed into his eyes, her gaze brightened by the alcohol, igniting a flicker of desire. Handsome, did you come to Yangzhou solely for our family's medicinal materials? Or was it for me? Xiao Tianji nodded. Qi Yafeng paused, then burst into laughter. Rest assured, I am marrying someone tomorrow. Whatever you say now, I want to be upset. Did you think I lack charm? She couldn't help but question him, her breath quickening. Xiao Tianji frowned. You have had too much to drink. I know, but I also know that I have never been this free to be myself. She bit her lip, suddenly spinning to straddle Xiao Tianji's lap, her eyes burning into his flawless face, overwhelmed by his compelling presence. Take me, she declared resolutely. The fragrant scent of alcohol wafted through her heated words, brushing against Xiao Tianji's face. He was taken aback by her audacity, feeling a fire ignite within him. Qi Yafeng seemed to sense his reaction, her gaze instinctively retreating. Yet the next moment, she gritted her teeth and declared, I will make Qin understand that even if he marries me, he will never possess all of me. With that, she lunged forward, wrapping her arms around Xiao Tianji's neck and kissing him. Xiao Tianji swiftly raised his arm, blocking her advance. What, do you disdain me? You are merely a son-in-law, yet if you satisfy me, I could offer you money. The Qi family has plenty. However, Xiao Tianji's arm remained like an iron pillar, unyielding to her efforts. Xiao Tianji, I hate you. Qi Yafeng believed Xiao Tianji found her repulsive and suddenly bit down hard on his hand in a fit of madness, as if trying to drain his blood. As the warm blood flowed down her throat, the alcohol in her system began to subside, and she finally collapsed into Xiao Tianji's embrace, sobbing softly. As her cries gradually faded, she succumbed to sleep, having not closed her eyes since returning to Yangzhou for 2 days and nights. In that moment, Xiao Tianji's arms seemed to provide her with the warmth of a safe harbor. Unbeknownst to her, Wu Yingzi had returned with drinks, standing nearby with a sympathetic expression, at a loss for what to do. Let us go? Xiao Tianji rose, cradling Qi Yafeng in his arms, prepared to take her home. Chapter 087. You have only one chance, young man. I have been observing you for quite some time. Under the pretext of this young lady's intoxication, where do you intend to take her? What are your intentions? A cold, mocking voice interrupted as a burly figure with triangular eyes blocked the way. His name was Zhang Hong, the proprietor of a guarantee company, a notable figure in Yangzhou City, known as Master Hong. At that moment, he gazed at the slumbering Qi Yafeng in Xiao Tianji's arms, his triangular eyes glimmering with uncontainable desire. Indeed, he had long been captivated by Qi Yafeng, mesmerized by her dance, beauty, and figure, which he deemed extraordinary. Until now, he refrained from approaching her, as he needed to ascertain the type of woman she truly was. He believed in knowing both himself and the adversary before taking action. Upon witnessing Qi Yafeng's overt flirtation with Xiao Tianji, he felt a rush of confidence. She was quite the liberated woman. Now that Xiao Tianji intended to take Qi Yafeng away, he could not allow it. To him, Qi Yafeng was a lamb ripe for the taking. How could he let her escape? It was not just him. The entire bar was filled with eager onlookers, many of whom were salivating at the prospect of her. Yet, none dared to act hastily. With Zhang Hong making his move, anticipation grew among the crowd. Master Heng is formidable. Such a beautiful lady cannot be allowed to leave with this pretty boy. This pretty boy clearly seems untrustworthy. Did he perhaps drug her drink? How else could she be so deeply unconscious? It was utterly outrageous for him to attempt to carry her off. What else could he want but to indulge in both wealth and lust? We must not allow him to succeed. The onlookers murmured among themselves, incensed. They could not bear to watch as Xiao Tianji, a mere pretty boy, triumphed where they could not. In an instant, Xiao Tianji became the target of their ire, as if he were a scoundrel attempting to swindle and take advantage, while Zhang Heng stood as the gallant hero. Hey kid, did you hear that? Be wise and release her, then crawl through my legs. I might spare your life. Otherwise, Zhang Heng fixed a menacing gaze upon Xiao Tianji, grinning maliciously. I will ruin you, and let us see how you deceive women again. Laughter erupted at Zhang Heng's taunt. Sir, Wu Yingzi shouted in indignation, ready to intervene. However, Xiao Tianji shook his head, signaling her to hold back. He gazed calmly at Zhang Heng and stated, I offer you an opportunity to vanish from my sight. Remember, it is a singular chance. What did you say? Zhang Heng paused, then burst into laughter as if he had just heard the greatest joke of his lifetime. You little brat, do you have any idea who I am? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Do you believe I cannot summon hundreds with a single call? Master Hong, show him what happens when one oversteps. Indeed, he deserves a harsh lesson. The crowd rallied, eager for Zhang Hong to exact his vengeance. You think I am generous? I will grant you 2 chances. Now, will you crawl through my legs, or shall I ruin you? Choose wisely. Zhang Hong laughed uproariously, taking a stance as if preparing for Xiao Tianji to comply. The cheers and encouragement of the onlookers inflated his ego, making him feel invincible. Here is your final ultimatum. As the crowd reveled in the prospect of Xiao Tianji and Appo's disgrace, he turned to Wu Yingzi and said coolly, "Disable him." "Understood," she growled, lunging forward. Despite her appearance as a youthful college student, when she acted, she resembled a poised leopard, swift and lethal. With precision, she unleashed a kick aimed at Zhang Heng's vulnerable point. Although she had no desire to resort to such tactics, Zhang Heng's arrogance warranted a lesson. Moreover, Xiao Tianji had commanded it. The impact was akin to a pig being slaughtered, and Zhang Heng let out a harrowing scream, clutching his groin as his face turned a sickly purple. "Help! Call an ambulance!" he rasped. The onlookers stood in shock, recalling the ferocity of her kick, involuntarily shivering at the thought. "Sir, please," Wu Yingzi said with a bow. Xiao Tianji remained unperturbed, as if nothing had occurred. Cradling Qi Yafeng, he stepped over Zhang Heng's hefty body and made his way toward the bar's exit. The crowd watched in stunned silence, none daring to utter a word. "Do you think you can injure someone in my presence and simply walk away?" A sinister voice echoed from the second floor, drawing their attention. They looked up to see a figure standing at the stairway, not particularly tall, yet exuding an aura of menace that sent shivers down their spines. Behind him stood a row of men in black, each with cold, ruthless expressions. "Boss Duan, Brother Kuan." The crowd quickly gathered, offering their respects. "Boss Duan, I have fallen victim in your establishment today. You must avenge me. Have him dealt with, and I will reward you with a sports car." Zhang Heng howled in desperation. "Fear not. No one disturbs my establishment without facing consequences," Duan Kuan replied with a chilling smile. "Now, provide an explanation." He regarded Wu Yingzi and Xiao Tianji with a mocking grin. Once again, the crowd relished the unfolding drama, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. "You like him? Have but one chance." Unexpectedly, Xiao Tianji remained unfazed, responding calmly, "I am aware." "Impudence." Duan Kuan's expression darkened, filled with rage. "In Yangzhou City, no one dares to speak to me in such a manner." With a wave of his hand, chaos erupted as hundreds of security personnel brandished weapons, encircling Xiao Tianji and Wu Yingzi, sealing off their escape routes. The black-clad men behind Duan Kuan remained expressionless, their demeanor ominous. This time, Wu Yingzi's demeanor shifted as well. "Huh, little wench, let's see who can save you now. I will have you both torn to shreds." Zhang Heng bellowed, envisioning the torment he would inflict upon them. "Young man, you now have one chance to rephrase your words," Duan Kuan stated, looking down upon him with a sense of triumph. Xiao Tianji merely snorted dismissively, preparing to act. He preferred silence over banter, finding no merit in squabbling with such small-minded individuals. Therefore, he remained resolute, unperturbed by the clamor around him. Ultimately, it was merely one opportunity. Zhang Heng lay incapacitated on the ground, a warning to Duan Kuan. Should he squander his chance, Xiao Tianji would not hesitate to act. In that moment, a cold voice emerged from the crowd. "Is there truly no one in Yangzhou who can contend with you, Duan Kuan?" A young man stepped forward, clad in a Zhongshan suit, his countenance strikingly handsome. Yet, his eyes bore an unsettling depth, revealing wisdom beyond his years. Chapter 088. Chinan. "He is unworthy." A young man strode into the venue, lifted his foot, and pressed it upon Zhang Heng's face, then raised his gaze, coldly smirking at Duan Kuan on the second floor. Though he uttered no words, his actions were undeniably provocative. With his foot on Zhang Heng and his unwavering glare fixed on Duan Kuan, it was a blatant challenge. Who was he? So young and alone. How dare he act so audaciously? "You are." Duan Kuan was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress his astonishment. "Qi family, Qianghua." The words were not loud, but those surrounding could not help but murmur among themselves. "Which Qi family? Who was Qianghua?" "You are young Master Qi," Duan Kuan exclaimed in surprise. Hurriedly descending from the upper floor, speaking with utmost politeness, "I was unaware of young Master Qi's esteemed presence. I apologize for my lack of hospitality." Young Master Qi, the heir of the Qi family. Upon realizing Qianghua and Appo's identity, the crowd displayed expressions of incredulity. No wonder he exuded such an aura. The Qi family, with assets in the billions, was one of the three great families of Yangzhou. It had long been rumored that there was a young master in the Qi family who, despite his youth, was exceptionally astute and had been honing his skills within the family business for years, earning significant trust. Who would have thought they would meet him tonight? He was indeed a super elite, while Duan Kuan and Zhang Heng were merely insignificant figures. Now, even Zhang Heng, who lay beneath the young man's foot, remained silent, bereft of the right to protest. Young Master Qi, do you know them? Duan Kuan cautiously inquired, voicing his inner doubts. Qianghua turned his head, first nodding slightly at Wu Yingzi. You must be Sister Yingzi. I've heard my sister speak of you often. Then he directed his gaze towards Xiao Tianji. In that moment, a complex expression surged within his eyes. Hatred, anger, and helplessness intertwined. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and spoke softly. I have been observing you for quite some time. Do you know why I haven't stopped you? Xiao Tianji scoffed in silence. Qianghua's gaze fell upon Qi Yafeng, who was soundly asleep in Xiao Tianji's arms. She was utterly exhausted and had found warmth, resembling an infant, her rosy cheeks adorned with a satisfied and sweet smile. Qianghua's eyes reddened as he clenched his fists. Gritting his teeth, I can see that my sister has some affection for you. I do not care who you are, nor do I wish to know your name. Just take my sister away, even if it is just for one night of happiness and fulfillment. The words seemed to drain his entire strength. His handsome face contorted with rage. You do not wish for her to marry Qinan, Xiao Tianji stated flatly. Qianghua gritted his teeth, taking a long moment to squeeze out a few words. Qinan, he is unworthy. Xiao Tianji nodded, understanding dawned upon him. Qianghua had been discreetly protecting Qi Yafeng in the bar. Observing Qi Yafeng's boldness towards Xiao Tianji, he recognized that, despite not knowing Xiao Tianji's true identity, his sister had willingly indulged in this connection. It was evident that she held a certain fondness for Xiao Tianji, otherwise, she would not have been so reckless in her actions. Thus, Qianghua sought for Xiao Tianji to take Qi Yafeng away, even if just for a night, hoping for his sister's fleeting happiness. Additionally, if his sister were to be with another man, perhaps this engagement could be terminated. Although Qinan was a notorious playboy, he would never tolerate an unclean wife. Take your sister back. I shall assist you with the Qi family and Appo's matters tomorrow, Xiao Tianji remarked with approval towards Qianghua, ultimately deciding to intervene in the situation. He intended to hand Qi Yafeng over to Qianghua. However, unbeknownst to him, the sleeping Qi Yafeng murmured a soft no, instinctively clinging to Xiao Tianji. Having lost her parents at a young age and faced with hardships, she had never experienced such warmth and security. Xiao Tianji found himself at a loss for words. You claim you can resolve our Qi family's affairs. Do you realize how absurd that sounds? In light of my sister's fondness for you, I shall not hold it against you. Now, swiftly take my sister away. Otherwise, we shall depart first, Wu Yingzi urged softly. Xiao Tianji, weary of further conversation, resolved to visit the Qi family's elder the following day to inquire about the situation and assist them in resolving it. Make way for young Master Qi. Duan Kuan shouted loudly. Zhang Heng's eyes glinted with unrestrained resentment, yet he could only swallow his indignation. He had not anticipated that this girl was indeed the Qi family's eldest daughter. Everyone gazed at Xiao Tianji with immense envy. This fellow had truly struck gold, managing to capture the attention of the Qi family's eldest daughter, with young Master Qi himself escorting him, allowing him to take his sister away, and explicitly stating that even a single night would suffice. Such fortune was unimaginable for anyone else. In this day and age, it seemed that being handsome truly had its advantages. Qianghua led Xiao Tianji and Wu Yingzi through the parted crowd, striding confidently toward the entrance. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. At the bar's entrance stood a young man with a grim countenance, his eyes resembling the most ferocious of serpents. Behind him loomed a multitude of henchmen, shrouding the area in a palpable aura of menace. Qinan, what brings you here? Qianghua gasped, an expression of conflict surfacing in his eyes. Qinan, the eldest son of the Qin family? Wasn't Qi Yafeng his fiancée? Such scandalous tales of the elite had long spread. Before even tying the knot, he had already been cuckolded. How would Qinan react? Witnessing the scene before him, it was certain that Qinan would not let this go easily. The crowd stirred once more. Qinan disregarded Qianghua, his gaze slowly sweeping across the room until it fixated on Xiao Tianji. He was staring at the woman who was to be his fiancée, soundly asleep in his arms. Black Wolf, sever his hands. Now, immediately, his voice dripped with icy malice. Leave it to me. A sinister laugh escaped from behind him as a figure clad in black stepped forth, his eyes gleaming like those of a cunning wolf, brandishing a uniquely shaped, glimmering blue curved blade. He advanced menacingly toward Xiao Tianji. The Black Wolf was one of Qin, and Appo's 8 formidable enforcers, known for his ruthless and vicious nature. Stop! Qianghua and Wu Yingzi shouted in unison, positioning themselves to shield Xiao Tianji from the Black Wolf. Qinan, Qianghua hesitated momentarily, then spoke gravely. If you truly care for my sister, you should allow her happiness. Surely, you can see that she favors this person. Qian's eyelids twitched as he retorted mockingly. She favors this person. Qianghua, do you have any idea what sort of individual this is? His gaze bore into Xiao Tianji. If I am not mistaken, you are the son-in-law who is too cowardly to step out of the car, right? Xiao Tianji. What? The crowd erupted in astonishment. Your name is Xiao Tianji? You are their son-in-law? Qianghua trembled, angrily glaring at Xiao Tianji. Though he had not held high hopes regarding Xiao Tianji's status, he had never imagined that he was not only a married man, but also a son-in-law. Such a person had dared to pursue his sister. This was simply beyond the pale. Chapter 089. A night to live longer. Qianghua felt the urge to erupt. However, upon seeing his sister peacefully asleep in Xiao Tianji's embrace, he ultimately restrained himself. The matters of the Qi family will be handled by us. Now please step aside, he said in a low voice, gazing at Qinan. What if I refuse? Qinan retorted with a cold smirk. The confrontation between the two prominent heirs captured the attention of the entire room. Qianghua gritted his teeth and exclaimed, Qinan, do not overstep your bounds. The Qi family is not easily trifled with. With a dismissive wave, Qinan suddenly slapped Qianghua across the face. You little brat. Who gave you the audacity to speak to me like that? Go back and ask your father if he dares to challenge me. You say the Qi family will handle its own affairs, yet you remain blissfully unaware that your family is on the brink of collapse. Get out of my way. Qianghua's eyes reddened in fury. Not satisfied, Qinan brandished a gun, its cold barrel pressed against Qianghua's face. If you have the capability, do not come begging us this time. Without the Qin family, do you think your Qi family can survive this ordeal? Qianghua was at a loss for words, grinding his teeth in silence. Qin Xiao. A shout erupted as Zhang Heng rushed over and knelt before him, venomously stating, earlier, that man surnamed Xiao intoxicated Miss Qi and took liberties with her. He made her mount him, and many witnessed this. I intervened when I saw him attempting to take her away, yet he commanded that wretched woman to strike me. And Qi Xiao, knowing full well that his sister is engaged to Qin Xiao, did not only fail to stop it, but also assisted in their affair. What does this mean? I implore you, Qin Xiao, to take action. The slap that Qinan delivered to Qianghua ignited hope within Zhang Heng. As long as he clung to Qinan's coattails, he could exact his revenge today. His hatred for Xiao Tianji, Wu Yingzi, and Qianghua boiled over, prompting him to be the first to cast blame. Indeed, upon hearing this, Qinan exploded with rage. Until now, he had believed that Qi Yafeng had merely been embraced by Xiao Tianji while intoxicated. He had intended to sever Xiao Tianji's hands, but now he learned of the prior indiscretions. Imagining his goddess in such a frenzied state, with Xiao Tianji, filled him with fiery wrath. Even Jesus cannot save you today. With a click, the bullet was chambered, and he charged at Xiao Tianji, red-eyed. Yes, kill him. This brat relies solely on his pretty face to deceive and exploit. Zhang Heng shouted with delight. Qinan, put down the gun. You're courting death. Wu Yingzi rushed forward, seizing Qinan's wrist just in time to lift it upward. Bang! The bullet struck the enormous chandelier above, shattering it into a cascade of glass. No one anticipated that Qinan would truly pull the trigger, and everyone was left pale with fear. Had it not been for Wu Yingzi, would Xiao Tianji have already met his demise? A cold glint flashed in Xiao Tianji's eyes. Given his stature, he preferred to refrain from action unless absolutely necessary. Now, however, Qinan had crossed a line. He approached Qinan with a composed demeanor. Now, it's my turn. With a sinister laugh, the Wolf King sprang into action, moving with lightning speed, wielding two uniquely shaped blades aimed at Xiao Tianji's arms. He had refrained from acting earlier due to Wu Yingzi's interference, but now that she was preoccupied with Qinan, he seized the opportunity. His attack was ruthless and unrelenting. Sir, Wu Yingzi exclaimed, rushing to intervene, but it was too late. In ordinary circumstances, she might not have worried, but now, with Xiao Tianji holding Qi Yafeng, he was unable to defend himself. A cunning smile flashed in Qinan's eyes as he realized his scheme had succeeded. He had fired the gun to distract Wu Yingzi, providing the Wolf King with an opening. As the cold light sliced through the air, everyone braced themselves for Xiao Tianji to collapse in a pool of blood. Suddenly, a violent wind swept through the room. Xiao Tianji remained motionless, one leg soaring into the air. It was too swift, resembling a fleeting shadow. The Wolf King barely had time to react. Bang! It felt as if he had been struck by a cannonball to the stomach. With a scream, blood sprayed forth as he flew backward like a severed kite. With a thunderous crash, he hit the ground, lifeless. Had he been kicked to death? The scene fell into eerie silence, and everyone was collectively dumbfounded. Zhang Heng stared at Xiao Tianji as if he were a deity of death. Reflecting on his earlier provocation, he shuddered at the thought of what his fate would have been had Xiao Tianji attacked him instead of Wu Yingzi. A chill ran down his spine as he felt warmth spreading in his trousers. Now, it's your turn, Xiao Tianji said coldly, advancing toward Qin and stay back. Don't come any closer. Qin snapped back to reality, hastily aiming the gun at Xiao Tianji again. So what if you can fight? Can you outrun a bullet? Wu Yingzi was surrounded by Qin An's remaining subordinates, her face paling. Qin, do you know who he is? I assure you, if anything happens to him, the entire Qin family will pay the price. Is that so? Then I shall see who can bring the entire Qin family to ruin. A disdainful voice emerged from Xiao Tianji. Remember, little brat, it is I, Qin, who will end your life. Fire! A cold voice rang out as Qi Yafang stepped in front of Xiao Tianji. The earlier gunshot had finally roused her from her slumber. Yafang, do not force my hand. The man surnamed Xiao must die today. Qin An's expression twisted in rage. A flicker of conflict crossed Qi Yafang's eyes as she fell silent for a moment before coldly declaring, spare him, and I shall agree to your proposal tomorrow. Otherwise, you will only receive my corpse. Qin An was visibly shaken. Will you abandon the Qi family's fortune? If you die, the Qi family will inevitably face ruin. Qi Yafang replied indifferently, I fear death more than bankruptcy. Weighing the pros and cons, Qin An finally gritted his teeth and said, fine, I shall spare him today. But I hope you will not disappoint me tomorrow. The prospect of marrying Qi Yafang had been meticulously planned for a long time. In comparison, Xiao Tianji's life seemed trivial. Tomorrow at the Yangtian Grand Hotel, I, Qin, will hold the engagement ceremony with Miss Qi. Everyone present today is invited to witness. He fixed his gaze on Xiao Tianji. And you? Only after I and Yafang finalize our marriage can you live. A mocking smile appeared in Xiao Tianji's eyes. Then I shall grant you one more night to live. Tomorrow, I will settle accounts with you and all your Qin family elders. What did you say? Qin An laughed furiously. Our Qin family awaits your arrival for this reckoning tomorrow. Go. Finally, he led his people away. Xianghua let out a sigh of relief and turned to Xiao Tianji, saying, your skills are impressive, indeed exceeding my expectations. Yet how could you dare speak so boldly to Qin An? Do you have any idea how powerful the Qin family is? If not for your rescue, my sister would never have consented to Qin An. In the end, he felt that it was precisely because of Xiao Tianji that Qi Yafang was ultimately forced to agree to marry Qin An truly. He was more of a hindrance than a help. Chapter 090. The performance is about to begin enough, no more words. Qi Yafang interrupted Xianghua, her gaze shifting to Xiao Tianji, a flicker of guilt in her eyes. I'm sorry, today I've implicated you. Reflecting on her audacity while intoxicated, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. After I get engaged to Qin An tomorrow, you may leave and never return to Yangzhou. As for the medicinal herbs you desire, I will persuade my grandfather to offer you a discount. She paused, gazing at Xiao Tianji before whispering, thank you. With that, she turned and departed swiftly. Why express gratitude? Regardless of Xiao Tianji's identity or her own misgivings about him, she recognized that in that fleeting moment of confusion and passion, it was this man who had bestowed upon her an unprecedented sensation. A feeling that was both novel and likely to be the last of its kind, rendering it all the more precious. Sir, this is all my fault. Wu Yingzi's face was filled with shame. Let us depart. Xiao Tianji's expression remained cold as he strode out. The patrons of the bar finally regained their composure, reflecting on the tumultuous events of the evening as if they had been a mere dream. Ladies and gentlemen, as per young Master Qin's invitation, tomorrow we shall all gather at Yangtian Grand Hotel to witness the joyous occasion of young Master Qin and Miss Qi. Duan Kuan announced loudly. Wonderful. The crowd erupted in cheers. The following day at Yangtian Grand Hotel, although merely an engagement ceremony, the grandeur and scale exceeded all expectations. After all, the Qin and Qi families together represented half of the commercial landscape of Yangzhou. Duan Kuan and his companions arrived early, eager to witness the thrilling moment. Zhang Heng was also present, unwilling to believe that Qin An would so easily let go of Xiao Tianji. He was certain that Qin An would first secure Qi Yafang and then find a way to eliminate Xiao Tianji. As Xiao Tianji stepped out of the car, Accompanied by Wu Yingzi, he was immediately surrounded by several individuals at the hotel entrance. The leader, with fierce eyes and an intimidating demeanor, declared, "The wolf was our brother. You killed him. Xiao, you may have young Master Qin's leniency, but we cannot overlook this. Are you so formidable? Come, let us fight it out. Life and death at stake." These were 6 of the 8 formidable warriors beside Qin, excluding the scorpion woman and the deceased wolf. Having been absent yesterday, they were now here to avenge their fallen comrade, their eyes blazing with fury. Such murderous intent. Youth is indeed easily provoked. A white-haired elder approached, surrounded by admirers. With authority, he struck his cane against the ground several times. "Fools, did you not hear the elder's words? Step aside." Qin approached as well. The 6 warriors cast a venomous glance at Xiao Tianji before reluctantly retreating. Qin quickly reached the elder, bowing respectfully. "Elder, I come to pay my respects." Qi Jingshun, the architect behind the nationwide Jiren Tang and the soul of the Qi family, regarded Qin with a discerning eye. "Young man, your intentions seem somewhat dubious. Initially, I opposed Yafeng's marriage to you. However, since she consents, I shall remain silent. Fortunately, you are still young. Strive for improvement and cultivate patience." The elder remained unaware of the Qi family's current crisis and Qi Yafeng's coerced engagement to Qin otherwise. His character would have never permitted such a sacrifice of his granddaughter for the sake of the family. Qin's complexion shifted slightly as he discreetly glanced at the middle-aged man beside Qi Jingshun. "Father, Yafeng has a good relationship with young Master Qin. They will influence each other positively in the future. Isn't that right, Yafeng?" The fair-skinned middle-aged man, Qi Minshu, who was Qi Yonghua's father and the actual head of the Qi family enterprise, smiled eagerly, directing a subtle glance at Qi Yafeng. Qi Yafeng forced a smile. "Grandfather, let us proceed inside." She felt hesitant to meet Xiao Tianji's gaze. "Grandfather, I am Wu Yingzi. I used to visit your home often, and you once treated me." Wu Yingzi approached with a bright smile. The elder's face lit up. "Ah, you've grown. Is this young friend someone you brought along?" Xiao Tianji stood tall, exuding an air of indifference that compelled Qi Jingshun's attention. "If I am not mistaken, only those who have endured the trials of the battlefield possess such a presence." "Remarkable, indeed. Wu has found an admirable companion." The elder's praise subtly implied disdain for Qin, as if he wished Xiao Tianji were his granddaughter's suitor instead. Qin's expression darkened, and he cast a menacing glance at Xiao Tianji. "Grandfather, you misunderstand. Wu Yingzi is somewhat shy. He is not my boyfriend, merely someone who wished to meet you due to your collection of precious herbs." "Do you dare covet the elder's herbs? Do you understand their significance to the Qi family?" Qi Minshu scoffed at Xiao Tianji, hostility evident in his gaze. "Do you have knowledge of medicinal herbs? If you wish to discuss and share insights, it would not be inappropriate." Qi Jingshun replied with a smile. Xiao Tianji shook his head. "I do not seek discussion. I wish to acquire those herbs." "What audacity! Do you know their worth? Do you think you can afford them?" Qi Minshu's anger flared instantly. Qi Jingshun, intrigued, chuckled. "Young friend, you should know that at my stage in life, wealth holds little importance." "Grandfather, you jest. Perhaps you are unaware of his true identity. He is Xiao Tianji, a mere live-in son-in-law, lacking the means to purchase invaluable herbs. If I am correct, he seeks to deceive. Yafeng nearly fell victim to his ruse before, didn't he you, Yafeng?" Qin interjected. Qi Yafeng's eyelids twitched, her silence a testament to her turmoil. Upon hearing Qin's words, the elder scrutinized Xiao Tianji once more. Shaking his head, "I do not believe this young friend is a fraud. I am merely curious how you intend to acquire my treasures." Unfazed, Xiao Tianji replied, "I intend for you to gift them to me." "Gift them to you?" Qi Jingshun furrowed his brow. A wave of disbelief swept through the crowd, followed by laughter. "This is quite absurd. He sounds deranged." Even Qi Yafeng exhibited a hint of disdain, regretting her decision to introduce him to her grandfather. "I shall save your Qi family today. Consider those herbs my reward." With that, he turned and walked towards the hotel. Qi Jingshun was taken aback. "How dare you speak to the elder in such a manner? Our Qi family is doing well. Why would we need you to save us? I see you are merely here to create chaos. Young Master Qin, lend me your men. Apprehend him." Qin seized the opportunity. Though he had promised Qi Yafeng not to kill Xiao Tianji, yet now Xiao Tianji had offended the elder of the Qi family, a grave misstep indeed. "Seize him." At Qin's command, the 6 formidable warriors charged with fierce intent. Their strength was formidable, all top-tier martial practitioners, and fueled by vengeance, they unleashed lethal strikes. Stop! Qi Jingchun, though finding Xiao Tianji somewhat disrespectful, felt he did not deserve death and could not hold back a cry of alarm. A tempest arose. Xiao Tianji stood on one leg, swiftly launching a kick with the other. Too swift. Bang, 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 bang. The 6 warriors were struck in the legs almost simultaneously, their anguished cries echoing as they soared through the air like 6 severed kites. The grand performance was about to commence. Come in, everyone. Xiao Tianji remained unfazed, as if he had merely swatted away a few bothersome flies, striding confidently into the hotel.